Ye Chen started with a godly consumption rebate system. When he spends, he achieves critical hit tasks that directly reward him with a 90 million sports car. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Reward. A 500 million mansion. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Reward. 70 shares of a company worth 100 billion. Ding! Consumption critical hit. While encountering a street interview. Internet celebrity woman. Excuse me, sir. What would you do with 10 million? Ye Chen quickly took out his phone, checked his balance, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, my money is still there. Internet celebrity woman. Chapter 1. The godly consumption rebate system, the autumn breeze, is slightly cool. In a rental apartment in a certain neighborhood of Magic City, a handsome young man was idly watching a live stream. This was one of his favorite ways to pass the time during work breaks. After all, beautiful women are something all men love to watch. Even if they can't have them, it's nice to enjoy the view. This was a Fengtian-style beautiful female streamer, and her fluent Fengtian accent was very amusing to AT this moment. On the comment screen, a user named No Cilantro in my meal asked, "Streamer, what type of man do you like?" Song Eru, which is the stage name of this streamer, thought for a moment and replied, "I don't have much of a requirement for the kind of man I like, as long as he can take a beating." Hearing this, the fans in the comment section started teasing her. Don't cry. Touch the tiger's head. Huh. The streamer is too funny. Such low requirements, as long as he can take a beating. I'm 1.8 meters tall and weigh 190 pounds. Is that okay? I like Northeast Little Tiger. I'm a Taekwondo black belt. My ability to take hits is very strong. Streamer can consider me. By the way, streamer, why did you choose the name Song Eru? It's such an ugly name. I see other streamers have names that are either poetic or meaningful. What's up with yours? Chapter 2. Big Brother. Let me show you off. Want to test if the system was real. Ye Chen topped up some money on the platform. Whoosh! The live stream lit up with super hot effects. Although gifts were continuously sent in Song Eru's live stream, no one had directly rewarded her with a super hot yet. Ye Chen's single super hot gift attracted the attention of many netizens. Finally a big shot has made a move. 2,000 bucks just like that. From the comments, knowing the value of super hot, Song Eru excitedly replied, "Thank you, brother Chinyan Wangshur, for the super hot." Seeing a super hot gift sent out, the bank sent another notification of incoming funds, and Ye Chen confirmed that he had indeed obtained the legendary system. Since he had the consumption rebate system, he certainly didn't have to be afraid of eating instant noodles anymore. Ding! Agricultural bank account ending in 7878. 20,000 yuan credited. In that case, he might as well spend more. After all, the system could guarantee the safety of the funding source, so he wasn't afraid of being investigated and directly topped up. Again, sending out 10 super hot gifts in the live stream. Super hot effects flashed continuously on the screen, leaving the fans so shocked they didn't know what to say. Is this the extravagance of the wealthy? This is treating money so casually. And it wasn't over yet. The 200,000 yuan rebate from the system was once again topped up by Ye Chen. Chapter 3. Battling with Sister Zhou. Seeing that Ye Chen wanted him to join, Song Eru no longer hesitated and directly accepted the call. "Hello, Eru, you're doing great today. This leaderboard, TSK, I'm so envious." Sister Zhou was still as charming as ever. As soon as she spoke, it drew bursts of laughter from countless fans. Some people are just born with a talent for humor. They may be goddesses when silent, but once they speak, they become comedians. Song Eru also had a comedic side, and when the two talked, it was hard for anyone not to laugh. "Sister Zhou, are you here for a routine checkup?" Sister Zhou smiled slightly. "Oh dear. What are you talking about? I'm just curious because your stream is quite popular, so I came to take a look. By the way, which one of you is the wealthy big shot? Come out so I can pay my respects." At this moment, not only had big streamers like Sister Zhou arrived, but some smaller streamers also logged off and came to lurk in Song Eru's live stream. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's private messages were already blowing up. Mostly from female streamers wanting to add him on WeChat. With no other choice, he could only mute the private messages. If this had happened before, he would have welcomed everyone, but now it felt like a hassle. After muting the messages, the world seemed to quiet down. At this time, Song Eru and Sister Zhou were still exchanging pleasantries. Chapter 4. This is just my pocket money. Ye Chen knew that this PK was merely about draining the big brother's money, but he didn't want to overthink it. After all, his goal was to make money, no matter how. Sister Zhou was draining the big brother too. Everyone was just using each other. If it weren't for the system's rebates, he might have just walked away. Who would be foolish enough to let themselves be taken advantage of? He immediately typed on the public screen, "Stop the chit-chat. Let's get started. I have things to do later." He indeed had things to do. He had a chance to check out the 90 million sports car that the system had rewarded him with. He thought Song Eru would log off soon. But unexpectedly, Sister Zhou appeared halfway through. Aha, look at your big brother getting anxious. Let us get started quickly. Song Eru wasn't one to dawdle. Since the big brother had spoken, he exclaimed loudly, "Then let us start the fight." The fans who saw Song Eru's words couldn't help but be speechless. The tiger in this woman was coming out again. In a finance company in Magic City, a man with a certain air of authority was sitting in a huge office. This man was named Lei Meng, the wealthy big brother of Sister Zhou. Now, in middle age, he had vowed to earn more money after his girlfriend of 4 years left him because he was broke in his youth. He would never let those gold-digging women look down on him again. Chapter 5. A Financial Street. Ye Chen's crazy spending did not stop. It continued. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million. It wasn't until he reached 200 million that Ye Chen finally stopped and his platform account was cleared. Not a single fish fin left. In Song Eru's live stream, the super hot effect was constantly exploding on the screen. Everyone had long become numb. In the past, they would have been excited to see something super hot, but now it felt like nothing special. Song Eru's mouth formed an O shape. Her cute and adorable appearance made Ye Chen unable to help but laugh. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Consumption critical hit. Gain ownership of the Financial Street of Magic City. Financial Street? Ye Chen was slightly surprised. Of course, he had heard of Magic City's Financial Street. It was known as the fourth wealth center in the world, second only to the capital city, Hong Kong Island, and the Financial Street of beautiful country. The GDP it generated in a year reached 30% of the nation's total, and countless companies successfully went public on Financial Street every year. According to last year's statistics, Financial Street created thousands of billionaires and tens of thousands of millionaires. The place where he worked was a company located on Financial Street. Although he was just a small employee, others regarded him as a senior white-collar worker. Chapter 6. Dating Song Eru. Wow. What kind of car is this? So cool. This Warrior Black is amazing. So handsome. I just checked. This is a Pagani Huayra, priced at over 90 million. My God, a car worth over 90 million? If I scratch it, wouldn't that cost me tens of thousands? You're right. So if you don't scratch it, it's like you've earned tens of thousands. Hearing that person's words, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. You're really a genius. Everyone keep an eye on your kids. They mustn't scratch this car, or tens of thousands will be gone. A kind-hearted person reminded, and some who were out walking with their kids tightly held them in their arms, fearing that a moment of inattention would cause disaster. The community where Ye Chen rented was just an ordinary one. There was no underground parking garage, and most parking spaces were above ground. That's why so many people could see it. Who is so wealthy? Someone with this car must have at least tens of billions in cash, right? Could it be that our community hides a big tycoon? I really want to get to know them. A woman dressed provocatively said enviously. You can forget it. They wouldn't be interested in you. Why not try with me? Chapter 7. Guojin Center shares seeing Song Yu walk out. The boy holding flowers was extremely excited. Song Yu But before Zhang could finish his confession, Song Yu glanced around and saw Ye Chen's car parked in front of the building. She directly sidestepped and walked past him. Brother Yi, did I keep you waiting long? Sitting in the passenger seat, Song Yu said a bit shyly. Her fiery personality made Ye Chen find it amusing, and he shook his head. It's fine. I just arrived too. How'd you come down so quickly? I thought I would have to wait a while. As they spoke, Ye Chen took a closer look at Song Yu, feeling that this girl was even more beautiful in reality than on a live stream. I was afraid of making you wait, so I hurried down. As she spoke, the usually carefree Song Yu suddenly became a bit shy. A straightforward tomboy showing a shy expression had a unique charm. It's fine. Ye Chen started the vehicle and turned to leave the community, leaving behind Zhang, who was left in a daze. My heart is shattered. My goddess is in someone else's passenger seat. Zhang seemed to have received a huge blow, murmuring in a neurotic manner. Two friends from the dormitory came over to pat his shoulder in comfort. Chapter 8. 3 types of people. He then glanced at Ye Chen's outfit and felt that he wasn't poor. However, he was just uncomfortable. The woman he couldn't have was now with someone else, and it was very displeasing. This is actually a common trait among men. I say, Song Yu, I always thought you were quite aloof, but look, you've also found a man. TSK. Shut up. Chunli Feng, I warn you one more time. If you dare to speak nonsense and tarnish my reputation, do you believe I'll make you lie down? As a person from Feng Tian, Song Yu was definitely not someone with a good temper. Don't be fooled by her always good temper. As a daughter of Feng Tian, if someone really provokes her, she won't be so easy to talk to. What kind of person is this? So lacking in quality, I don't know how their parents raised them. Chen Lifeng's girlfriend, perhaps feeling overshadowed by Song Yu's beauty or standing up for her boyfriend, started to mutter sarcastically. Song Yu, with a dark expression, stared at the woman and said, "Say that again. If you dare to say anything bad about my parents again, do you believe I will hit you? Oh, look at you. Do you even know this is a society governed by law? You still dare to hit me?" Chapter 9. Wait, don't make a move at this moment. The staff member who went to find security had returned. Behind him, there were not only security personnel, but also a middle-aged man in a suit, the manager of the first floor of the Guijin Center. As soon as he entered, the manager said in a deep voice, "I heard someone is causing trouble here. What's going on? Does the Guijin Center not allow disturbances?" Chen Lifeng saw the manager and couldn't help but smile, then greeted him. "Manager Zhang, it's here." Seeing Chen Lifeng, Manager Zhang was surprised. He knew Chen Lifeng because he often shopped here, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. He also had some understanding of Chen Lifeng's background. He was a wealthy second generation with a considerable background in Shanghai. His father was not only a real estate company owner, but also had some great connections, and his mother held a significant position. The entire family was at the top in their district. Seeing Chen Lifeng, he knew today's incident must be related to him. After all, this wealthy second generation had a rather rebellious personality. "Young Master Chen, so free today, shopping with your girlfriend?" Chen Lifeng nodded. "Manager Zhang, just in time you came. My girlfriend was hit by someone. The Guijin Center has to give an explanation, right? If you don't handle it, I might have to let my father talk to your general manager." Chapter 10. If not handled well, pack up and leave. Seeing Wu Yuan, the Cartier store manager, and Manager Zhang were both startled. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here?" Wu Yuan ignored the two and hurried to Ye Chen, saying, "Director Ye, hello. I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of the Guijin Center." Wow! In an instant, everyone gasped and froze. No one expected that the person who had been bullied by the Cartier store manager, Chen Lifeng, and Manager Zhang was actually the owner of the Guijin Center. Everyone then recalled what Manager Zhang had said earlier. The Guijin Center had a new owner. Now it seemed that this young man was indeed the new owner of the Guijin Center. No wonder he remained calm and unafraid. He had such a strong background. So why would he fear the Cartier store manager and Chen Lifeng? This was on his turf. Being afraid of them would be absurd. Ye Chen's expression was calm, showing no signs of joy or anger, and it was unclear what he was thinking. He simply said lightly, "Mr. Wu, is this how you manage things? Merchants teaming up with old customers to bully new customers, and a manager doesn't even ask for the facts, just takes action on his own. If more incidents like this happen, won't the Guijin Center's reputation be ruined? Who would dare to shop here in the future?" Chapter 11. Drive a sports car to eat street food. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, there was a knock on the door from Wu Yuan. "Director Yi, the meeting is ready. Do you want to go now?" Ye Chen regained his composure and said lightly, "Let them wait a moment." "All right, Director Yi." Wu Yuan didn't say anything else and quickly agreed. Ye Chen held a significant position, being the largest shareholder of the Guijin Center and having absolute control. So when he asked the executives to wait, they had no choice but to wait. In a large conference room at the top of the Guijin Center, the executives had all heard about the incident that happened today, especially after learning that a young director had just been appointed. They were all on edge, restless. "Have you heard? Zhang Tao has been dismissed." "Yeah, I just heard that too. Zhang Tao will have a hard time in this industry from now on. In my opinion, it's not that Mr. Wu is harsh, but Zhang Tao provoked someone with too strong a background. We should keep our eyes open in the future. Sigh. I hope the new director doesn't bring any trouble upon us." After about half an hour, footsteps finally sounded outside the conference room. Everyone knew that the rumored new chairman had arrived. Chapter 12. Sending Song Eru home as a child of Feng Tian. Song Eru's drinking capacity was certainly not to be underestimated. As the saying goes, women either don't drink, or if they do, few men can outdrink them. Song Eru was definitely the latter. He stood on a beer crate, his personality bold, chatting with Ye Chen about everything under the sun. No matter the topic, he could say a few words. "Brother Yi, I toast you a bottle. Thank you for standing up for me today. Otherwise, I would have been bullied to death by that Chen Lifeng." Looking at Song Eru's sincere eyes, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile. "You don't have to be so polite. I believe anyone in my position would do the same." Hearing Ye Chen's words, Song Eru was still very grateful. Regardless of the reason, helping is helping. that is human kindness. While Ye Chen and Song Eru were talking, Wu Yuan had long since arrived at a distance, but didn't dare to interrupt. An assistant-like person was beside him. "Mr. Wu, should we go over and greet Director Yi?" The assistant asked cautiously. Wu Yuan shot him a glare. "What are you thinking? Can't you see the current situation? Director Yi is having a meal with friends. If we suddenly go over and interrupt, wouldn't that ruin the mood? It would leave a bad impression on Director Yi." Chapter 13. Pharmaceutical Group shares. It wasn't until noon that Ye Chen finally got out of bed. To be honest, if one wants to see beautiful women, it still has to be through Douyin. As soon as he opened the app, Big Data started pushing various videos of long black-haired beauties. It truly is big data. Opening the back end, he directly recharged 100 million and started wandering through various live streaming rooms. His goal was simple: to achieve consumption strikes. For him, money had become just a number. The real purpose was to achieve consumption strikes. The rewards from consumption strikes were definitely much more meaningful than the money earned. He didn't know how many live rooms he browsed or how many gifts he sent, and having recharged over 100 million Do coins, he had already spent half. The private messages in the back end were exploding. Finally, after adding countless streamers, the consumption strike reward came as promised. Ding! Consumption strike reward. 70 shares of Pujin Pharmaceutical Group. Pujin Pharmaceutical Group? Ye Chen opened Baidu to check and was somewhat surprised. Pujin Hospital Group is currently the largest privately held pharmaceutical company in the country, with no less than 20 pharmaceutical factories and an independent drug research and development department. The treatment is very generous, and many professors in the medical field are eager to join Pujia. Chapter 14. Company bankruptcy. No need. I have to hurry. Let's leave it at that. Ye Chen refused Zhangya's compensation, waving his hand to signal her to get back in the car and prepare to leave. However, Zhangya felt embarrassed and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Sir, here is my business card. If there are any issues with the vehicle later, you can contact me anytime." Ye Chen politely accepted the business card and nodded with a smile. Okay. Although it was just a minor incident, passersby had already recorded videos and posted them online, with various sensational titles. Questions like, is the price of this car accident really that high? And a beauty rear-ends a billion-dollar luxury car for the sake of a rich second generation started to circulate. Once the video appeared online, various marketing accounts began to share it, with the stories becoming more exaggerated, and many comments began to maliciously stir the pot. "I support the beauty being blameless. That guy changed lanes first. If it were me, I'd have full insurance of 5 million and would have killed him." A female keyboard warrior typed furiously. People downstairs also began to respond. "Haha, come see the fool, still talking about full insurance of 5 million. If you really hit him and killed him, even full insurance of 50 million wouldn't cover your compensation." An upstairs commenter agreed. "You're right. Your 5 million wouldn't even be enough to pay for one car door. Do you know how much this car costs?" Chapter 15. Drinking Northwest Wind with me, Su Xin. You're ruthless. Since you don't agree, just wait to move out. Chun Jianbin gritted his teeth, but looking at her graceful figure, he felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He was captivated by this woman from the first time he saw her. Despite his various coercive tactics, he had never succeeded, which left him restless day and night. Now hearing that Aoxin Company was bankrupt, he thought the opportunity had come. He planned to show concern and, with his identity as the rent manager of Financial Street, take advantage of the chaos to win over this woman who had lost her composure. Unexpectedly, at such a time, this woman could still remain so calm, which made him feel somewhat unwilling. "My matters do not require Manager Chen's concern. I will leave if I have no money. I will return here someday. I hope Manager Chen will still welcome me then." Su Xin said lightly with a smile. Fine, then I will wait for General Su's visit. By the way, I forgot to tell General Su, today is the rent due date. The company issued an order that anyone who cannot pay rent must vacate today, or they will be forcibly evicted. Although Chan Jianbin couldn't see through Su Xin's heart, he knew she would definitely be unable to refuse. After all, Financial Street was powerful. Even the big conglomerates like Penguin and Ollie couldn't compare. Chapter 16. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm coming clean, all right. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and pack your things. On the surface, Su Xin seemed calm, but she was actually feeling a bit down about the company's bankruptcy. However, after Ye Chen's commotion, her mood improved significantly. Ye Chen asked in confusion, "Pack? Pack what?" Su Xin replied irritably, "Of course, pack up and move out. Are you really waiting for someone to come and chase you away?" Realizing what Su Xian meant, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't pack up. Financial Street is pretty good. We will still be here in the future. Just as Su Xian was about to organize her things, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Ye Chen's forehead. You're not running a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? If you want to stay here, you have to pay rent. The rent is 1 million a year. I could afford it before, but now that we're bankrupt, where can I get the money? And even if I barely scrape together enough to stay, what is the point? We don't even have the capital to restock. Those clients outside still need to be chased for debts. It's exhausting. I might as well settle for less, find a job at a company while I'm young, and work a few years to pay off the debts. And don't forget about you, my little puppy that I have to support. Why is my life so hard? Chapter 17. Grow strong and create glory again. Upon seeing Zhang Feng enter, Su Xian's expression was also very unpleasant. She had heard of the security manager of the financial street property company and knew he was a notorious figure in the city. Although Ye Chen's status had changed dramatically, he was still just wealthy, and when encountering such unreasonable people, he would still suffer. Manager Zhang, what brings you and your team to my company in such a grand manner? Su Xian asked coldly. Zhang Feng glanced at Su Xian and was momentarily captivated by her beauty. However, he only admired her and had no ulterior motives like Chen Jianbin. So you are General Su? Zhang Feng slowly began. I heard from Old Chun that someone hasn't paid rent and is refusing to move out. Is this true? Although Zhang Feng was a ruthless figure, he still approached with a courteous manner first. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, seeing that Ye Chen was about to speak. She knew Ye Chen's temperament and didn't dare let him speak to escalate the situation, knowing that they would definitely suffer if it turned into a confrontation. Manager Zhang, who told you that we haven't paid rent and are refusing to move out? Can't we discuss this? Chapter 18. I say, I'm the boss of Financial Street. Ha. Listen to what he says. He actually wants to focus on domestic products. That's purely foolish behavior. Even the richest man in Huaguo wouldn't dare to focus on domestic products unless he's got money to burn or is brainless. Just as Ye Chen finished speaking to Su Xian, Chen Jianbin, who had been holding back his anger, couldn't help but laugh. He had originally brought Zhang Feng to teach Ye Chen a lesson, but Su Xian's previous words had suppressed the conflict, causing his revenge plan to be put on hold. Now that he found an opportunity to mock, he certainly wouldn't miss it. It is well known that the quality of domestic products has always been an insurmountable problem. No matter how rich a person is, they wouldn't choose domestic products, as that would only waste their investment. You actually want to focus on domestic products. You really are just a young fool who can only talk big. General Su, I suggest you stay away from this kind of person, otherwise, you might end up losing even your meals. Zhang Feng's group of security guards laughed uproariously at Chen Jianbin's words, all looking at Ye Chen as if he were a fool. Seeing everyone mock Ye Chen, Su Xian's face became increasingly grim. Su Xian wanted to retort Chen Jianbin again, but suddenly Ye Chen stood up. Chapter 19. I want to see you in Modu again, just as Chen Jianbin was imagining that after today's lesson, he would spread the word about Ye Chen pretending to be the boss of Financial Street. A faint voice rang out. He is not wrong. He really is the boss of Financial Street. Everyone turned their heads, their expressions changing drastically, and puzzled gazes turned towards the back. Only Zhang Feng's face turned pale upon hearing that voice. Be big sister, no, I mean President Tang. Zhang Feng quickly turned around and respectfully said. Tang Yi slightly nodded, not looking sideways, and walked out through the party crowd. Looking at Tang Yi, Ye Chen had a playful expression on his face. Meeting Ye Chen's gaze, Tang Yi respectfully said, Hello, boss. I am Tang Yi, the general manager of the Financial Street Property Company. Seeing the enchanting woman in front of him, Ye Chen nodded. Hello, Tang General. Boss, since you are here on Financial Street, let's go to the company. There are some handover procedures that need your approval. Okay, let's go. At this moment, Su Xian was already so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She had imagined Ye Chen to be quite impressive in her mind, but she never expected him to be this amazing. Ye Chen was actually the mysterious boss of Financial Street. She had heard of the mysterious boss of Financial Street, but had only heard the name without ever seeing the person. Chapter 20. A mere 10 million wine. Take it back for Dad to drink. Ye Chen was just casually asking out of interest. He wasn't the type to be unable to move when he saw a woman. Just teasing a little girl was enough. He then followed Tang Yi into the exclusive elevator, all the way to the 66th floor. The property company was the highest office building on Financial Street, with a total of 66 floors. The entire office building stood tall on Financial Street, almost like a signboard. The neighboring Tao Chan Pin and the surrounding upscale residential areas could clearly see the property building. Tang, he led Ye Chen all the way to the boss's office. As soon as the door opened, Ye Chen felt a bright light in front of him. The decoration, while not gaudy or lavish, exuded an air of grandeur typical of Chinese style, making anyone who entered feel a sense of dignity. Coming to the boss's desk, made of an unknown type of wood, Ye Chen gently turned the chair. The feeling was quite nice. He stopped the chair, sat down, and smiled, saying, "This feels good." Tang explained, "Yes, boss. Financial Street is the economic center of Huagua and the GDP core of Magic City. As the master of Financial Street, everything must be the best. By the way, boss, after we finish the handover procedures, I'll take you to see the Sky Villa." Chapter 21. Stay in Magic City from now on. While Ye Chen was pondering how to drink the wine, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, a smile appeared on Ye Chen's face as he waved for Tang Yi to step aside and then answer the call. "Hello, Brother Yi, where are you?" The voice of Song Eru came from the phone. "I'm at the company. Did you wake up?" Glancing at the time and seeing that it was already afternoon, Ye Chen figured Song Eru should be awake. "Yeah, I'm up. Are you coming back today?" "Of course I'm coming back. I just happen to be free now. Get ready. I'll come pick you up." "Where are we going?" Song Eru asked in confusion. "First, I'll take you to buy a car. If there's time, we'll buy a house too. You can't keep living in a rental, can you?" Ye Chen smiled from the sofa, made by Bagley. "Okay," Song Eru replied. On the 17th floor of the Tianbao building across from the property building, Lu Ruhin, wearing a princess hat, was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, yawning out of boredom. Beside her, the capable Zhang Ye was handling documents. Hearing her sister yawn, Zhang Ye said discontentedly, "I say, young lady, if you're really bored, just go to the lounge and play on your phone. Can you stop bothering me here?" Chapter 22. Maybach G800. At the entrance of the community, Song Eru was already waiting there, with her long legs typical of a northerner, just standing there attracted countless glances. Coupled with her angelic appearance, no man could resist looking at her. However, Song Eru paid no attention to those gazes because her heart was only for one man, Ye Chen. Virum. The roar of the car's engine approached like black lightning, elegantly drifting to a stop right in front of Song Eru. Seeing the handsome Ye Chen in the car, Song Eru's face lit up with a happy smile. "Brother Yi, you're here. Get in the car," Ye Chen said with a smile. "After just a few hours apart. You miss me that much?" Song Eru, being naturally straightforward, replied without hesitation, "Yeah, I really miss you. I think I can't live without you from now on." Hearing Song Eru's words, Ye Chen could feel her sincerity and was very satisfied. In fact, Song Eru was definitely the type to love fiercely. Even if Ye Chen had no money, she would not abandon him. However, if he had no money, they would never have met in the first place, let alone develop to this point. Of course, without money, he wouldn't have been able to invite Song Eru out. It's said that Wang Duyu and Xiazhu are true love. Xiazhu loves Wang Duyu, not his money. Chapter 23. The bad guy complains first. Call the police. The person in charge saw Ye Chen continue to cause trouble and couldn't help but angrily shout. He was already prepared. Once Ye Chen was taken away, he would make sure the boss dealt with this arrogant guy properly. Ye Chen didn't care at all and wasn't scared. At that moment, the manager and the female salesperson hurried over. What happened? Upon seeing the manager, the person in charge quickly recounted the situation. He didn't mention how Cui Jingfeng had pulled Song Yu down from the car, only saying that Ye Chen was looking for trouble. The female salesperson, upon realizing that the main person involved was Ye Chen, quickly said to the manager, "Manager, these are the two who are buying the Maybach G800. Is it them?" A person who could sit in the manager's position wouldn't be foolish. Although the person in charge hadn't mentioned whether Cui Jingfeng was at fault, he had already guessed something. "Hello, sir. I am Lin Lu, the manager of the brilliant auto dealership. If there are any questions, let's sit down and discuss them slowly. Can we let the person go first?" Seeing that the manager spoke reasonably, Ye Chen didn't want to make things too difficult for this little salesperson. After all, the other party hadn't done anything to Song Yu. "Well, your manager speaks well. Fine, I'll give you some face." Chapter 25. The beautiful Yu's test. After receiving the photo of Ye Chen sent by Tang Yi, Chen Xingya began to appreciate it with great interest. Good looking. Just my type, but I wonder how his physique is, if he's strong enough." As she was admiring, Lin Lu also secretly sent over Ye Chen's photo. Comparing the two pictures, it was indeed the same person. Interesting, it really is the main character. Chen Xingya put down her phone, letting her cigarette burn out slowly. Then she picked up her phone and called Tang Yi. Seeing Chen Qingya calling, Tang Yi already had a sense of what was happening. It must be about Ye Chen. Otherwise, Chen Qingya wouldn't be making this call. She would have sent someone to handle it long ago. This time, Tang Yi answered quickly. Hello, what's wrong again, President Chen? She asked knowingly. Chen Qingya curled her lips and said slowly, President Tang, you have to tell me who this young man is, right? You can't just let me guess. Tang Yi smiled and replied, he's my boss now. What? What? Before Chen Qingya could finish her shock, Tang Yi happily hung up the phone. Although she didn't have much of a grudge against Chen Qingya, the two women didn't see eye to eye, and it was naturally pleasing to see the other party in a difficult position. Chapter 26. My business is too high profile. It's not easy to provide after leaving the car dealership. Ye Chen and his companion each drove a car to the sales office. Of course, he wanted to provide the best for his woman. They went directly to the sales office of Tang Chuniping. 1. The houses here are very famous, and 2. It's close to Financial Street, making it convenient for him to return in the future. The sales office of Tang Chuniping was relatively quiet. After all, the house prices here are too expensive, and over the years, those who wanted to buy have already done so. Those who can't afford it wouldn't come to buy either. As the two walked into the lobby, a salesperson came up to greet them. Welcome to the Tang Chuniping sales office. Are you here to view the houses? Not to view houses, but to view cars, Ye Chen joked casually. The salesperson was momentarily taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sir, you really know how to joke. Who comes to a sales office without viewing houses? Song Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her man was quite perfect, but sometimes his silly personality was really amusing. However, this also highlighted Ye Chen's charm. After all, being a bit domineering yet approachable made him feel more down-to-earth. If he was too aloof, it would really be a bit intimidating. Since you know we are here to view houses, why are you still asking? Hurry up and introduce it. Chapter 27. Notify my boss? To be honest, Ye Chen's businesses are not many. Financial Street, Guojin Center, and Pujia Pharmaceutical Group. Although there are only 3, each one is astonishing. Financial Street goes without saying, is the economic center of Huagua. Guojin Center, the largest shopping mall in Magic City, earns over 100 billion annually. Pujia Pharmaceutical Group is the largest private pharmaceutical company, with hospitals spread across major provincial capitals. Each hospital sees as many patients as those top-tier hospitals. So, Ye Chen felt that Guojin Center was the most low-key among them. Let me check the bank balance first. Ye Chen took out his phone and checked his bank card balance. When a manager and salesperson saw the balance, they both opened their mouths wide in shock and were speechless for a long time. Hundreds of millions? The salesperson even couldn't help but start counting. 49 billion? This was the highest balance they had ever seen owned by an individual. Both of them looked at Ye Chen in astonishment. What level of rich second generation is this? Even the son of the former richest man, Principal Wang, probably doesn't have such a balance, right? Ye Chen put away his phone and smiled. Is the balance enough? Next to him, Song Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at the astonished expressions of the manager and salesperson. Chapter 28. Did my boss cause trouble again? Not caring about what the salesperson was thinking, Ye Chen took out his phone and called Tang Yi. Hello, boss. The call was quickly answered. President Tang, can you contact the owner of Tang Chuniping? The owner of Tang Chuniping? I can contact him. What does the boss want? Tang Yi thought that someone from Tang Chuniping had offended Ye Chen again and couldn't help but feel that Ye Chen was making her work harder. First, it was Chen Qingyao from Brilliant Auto Dealership, and now it's Tang Chuniping. Are you out looking for trouble? It's like this. I bought a house at Tang Chuniping, but the parking spaces are only 1 per household, and I feel that it might not be enough in the future. Can you notify him to prepare a few more for me? Ah, so that's what it is. Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tang Chuniping isn't the best, it's a well-known real estate company in the country and has some strength. If a conflict arose, it would be somewhat troublesome. How many parking spaces do you want, boss? Let's reserve 10 for now. If I ask for too many, Tang Chuniping probably won't be able to provide them. Ye Chen lowered his request. If he asked for dozens at once, the owner of Tang Chuniping wouldn't be able to manage it either. All right, I'll handle it and get back to you soon. Chapter 29. The Moment of Fame Ding. A consumption of 450 million, 10 times the rebate. 4.5 billion, consumption critical strike reward, body reshaping. After paying at Tang Chuniping, the delightful sound of the system reward finally rang out. He hadn't spent little money recently, but he hadn't received a critical strike reward, which made him a bit disappointed. now that he received the consumption reward again. It felt somewhat like an ordinary person winning 5 million in the lottery, simply exhilarating. Through the system's introduction, he learned that this body reshaping is no simple matter. It's a kind of body enhancement and a special physique. In short, after reshaping, all his attributes would be enhanced, no longer within the realm of ordinary people. Just as Ye Chen was enjoying the system's critical strike reward and waiting for news about the parking spaces, a cute pink Porsche 918 slowly drove up outside the sales office. Although this car isn't as good as Ye Chen's Pagani Huayra, it is definitely a top luxury car. Wearing limited edition sunglasses, Su Xiaojia stepped out of the car, attracting countless glances. Su Xiaojia wasn't the type of woman who was exceptionally stunning, but she was definitely very pleasant to look at. She had the unique charm of the Jiangnan water town, with a delicate figure that gave off a gentle feeling. Chapter 30, I want to eat here, so he must entertain me. Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate, a Western restaurant located at the Bund in the Magic City. It is said that this Western restaurant is the top one in the Magic City, with an average consumption of up to 5,000 yuan per person. Moreover, it only serves 10 guests each day, and many people wishing to dine here need to make a reservation half a month in advance. Even the business hours have special regulations. Located on the 6th floor of number 18 Bund, the view is excellent, offering a direct sight of the riverside scenery, a luxurious experience that captivates the heart. However, only a small portion of people can enter such a restaurant, while most can only sigh in longing. The restaurant reserved by Chen Qingyao is here. After Ye Chen parked the car, he looked at the building before him, imbued with historical significance, and smiled slightly. Although he was not a local of the Magic City, he had heard of this top Western restaurant. It is not just about having money to get in. A strong identity background is also required. As he approached the entrance, he saw Chen Qingyao waiting there with a smile. "Hello, Miss Chen. Why are you waiting here? Haven't you gone in?" Chen Qingyao was wearing a dress with a slit today. Her hair was elegantly styled up, giving her a mature and intellectual beauty. A pair of beautiful legs peeked out from the slit of her dress, always evoking a desire to explore further. Chapter 31, those 20 or so people couldn't just be passing by, right? After a few rounds of drinks, both Ye Chen and Chen Qingyao felt a bit tipsy. Of course, after Ye Chen's body transformation, a little alcohol was no problem for him. As for Chen Qingyao, she seemed to be genuinely a bit drunk. However, with a woman like her, it's hard to tell whether she was truly drunk or just pretending. It's possible that all her behavior was an act. Stretching her tongue to gently lick the corner of her mouth, Chen Qingyao said languidly, "Mr. Yi, do you know how vigilant and cautious a woman like me must be to reach this level of status?" Ye Chen nodded. "I understand a bit. Women are, after all, a vulnerable group. Although it seems glamorous on the surface to have a status like Ms. Chen's, in reality, who knows how many people are keeping an eye on you?" Chen Qingyao sighed and picked up her glass, walking to the railing, looking at the river, and said, "Sigh. Who says otherwise? Ever since I entered society, I've constantly been watched. When I was weak, it was those small fry. Now that I'm strong, it's the big shots. To protect myself, I've used all sorts of means. I am lucky, though. Despite some bumps along the way, I have finally gained the ability to protect myself." Chapter 32, doesn't Mr. Yi feel it's beneath his status? As her identity was revealed, Chen Qingyao's subordinates began to walk over. Each one was dressed in black suits, wearing wireless earpieces. They were clearly well-trained bodyguards. "Boss," a man, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, approached respectfully. Chen Qingyao nodded slightly, while the man lowered his head, not daring to look up. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with insight. It seemed that this Chen Qingyao was not as simple as her profile suggested. "Go prepare the car. I will return with Mr. Yi." "Yes, boss." The bodyguards escorted Ye Chen and Chen Qingyao to the pedestrian street outside, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. People speculated about who these two were, with a departure scene that felt almost like a movie. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ye Chen and Chen Qingyao sat in the back seat, while a cold-faced man drove in front, his eyes sharp as an eagle. From Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars followed behind. Exuding en Précivora, Moon Lake Villa area. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. In front of Villa number 23, the car stopped. "Mr. Yi, would you like to come in for a bit?" Chen Qingyao smiled invitingly. Ye Chen smiled faintly. "Well, let's go in then. Are you going to eat me?" Chen Qingyao replied with a charming smile. "You never know." The villa was luxuriously decorated, spanning 3 floors, with a 10-meter high living room. And the decor was not inferior to his Thompson Riviera. "What would you like to drink?" Once inside, Chen Qingyao casually threw her high heels aside and walked barefoot to the bar. Anything is fine. Shortly after, Chun Xingya returned with 2 glasses. Her glass contained red wine, while Ye Chen's was water. Ye Chen didn't like drinking. Alcohol only made him thirsty. After receiving the water glass, he took a gentle sip. The two chatted casually, and before they knew it, the moon was high in the sky. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery of Moon Lake, Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected such beautiful scenery in the villa area of the Magic City. Chen Xingya said yes. The scenery of Moon Lake is indeed beautiful. Although Moon Lake villas are not the top tier in the Magic City, the environment is absolutely top-notch. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you see the villa area in the distance? Ye Chen nodded. I see it. Chen Xingya continued, that's our Shishan villas. The greenery there is twice that of Moon Lake villas, and it's also an island residence. If Mr. Yi is interested, you could consider getting a place there. It definitely won't disappoint you. Shishan villas, I think it'd be good too. Ye Chen felt a bit tempted by the Shishan villas. After chatting with Ye Chen for a while, Chen Xingya waved her hand to fan herself and said, Mr. Yi, you sit here. I'll go change into another outfit. It's too hot. Ye Chen blinked. Hot? Isn't this a temperature-controlled room? Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Chen, and he stepped toward the upstairs. A door was slightly ajar, with soft light spilling out. Quietly approaching the door, he saw a scene that almost made him nosebleed. A voluptuous woman with fair skin and curves stood in front of the fitting mirror, admiring her body. Mr. Yi, since you're here, come in and sit for a bit. Being a gentleman at the threshold would be beneath your status. Hearing Chen Xingya's words, Ye Chen wasn't embarrassed at all and confidently walked in. Chapter 33. The police have been notified at home, just as Ye Chen was sleeping. In a county in the Black Province, in a small tavern, a middle-aged couple sat there with worried expressions. Old Yi, say something. What should we do? The woman couldn't hold back any longer and glared at him, questioning. Yi Hancheng, smoking a cigarette, remained silent. You always go quiet when something happens. How did I ever fall for you? Our son suddenly transferred such a large sum of money to us. How could there be nothing going on? He must have done something illegal. Otherwise, how could he have earned so much money just over a year after graduation? Hurry and call our son. Ask him what is going on. If he really broke the law, we must find a way to persuade him to turn himself in. At least he might get a lighter sentence. Yi Hancheng finally stopped being silent. What nonsense are you talking about? Can I let my son in? No matter what happened, I will take the blame for him. I'll contact him right now to see what's going on. Immediately, the couple started calling Ye Chen. On Ye Chen's side, he had just finished having fun, and his phone was already on silent, so he couldn't receive his parents' calls at all. After dozens of calls, no one was answered, which made Ye Hancheng and his wife restless. Chapter 34. Go eat at your Uncle Ye's, Captain, a young officer asked in a low voice. What's wrong? After hanging up the phone, He Team, who had just come back to his senses, asked, Captain, are we still going to act? It looks like this young officer is a newcomer, excited about capturing the enemy for the first time. His face flushed. He Team was still shocked by Ye Chen's background, and when he heard the young officer's question, he waved his hand and said, What are we capturing? Stand down. Stand down? Hearing their captain's decision, all the subordinates were stunned. After making such a big fuss, how could it just end like this? A middle-aged man who looked like a deputy captain frowned and asked, Captain, what's going on? How can we just not capture when it involves over 100 million in unidentified funds? This deputy captain was an old bureaucrat, and although he was in his 40s or 50s, he still dreamed of climbing higher. However, his abilities were limited. After a lifetime of hard work and having made contributions twice, he had only risen to the position of deputy captain. He just wanted to mix in as a captain before retiring. Especially with this case, if it could be successfully concluded, it would definitely be credited to him. When He Team was transferred, he would have a chance, right? Recently, he heard news that He Team was going to be promoted, and he was waiting for this day. Chapter 35. Ye Chen urged to marry by his parents in Magic City. Ye Chen probably stayed up too late last night and didn't get up until almost noon. The person next to him was long gone. Sitting up and leaning against the headboard, he picked up his phone only to find it was dead. He searched the room for a while and found a charging cable. After a minute, the phone turned on. As soon as it powered up, a flood of notification sounds erupted. Dozens of missed calls. More than half were from his parents, along with calls from Su Xin, Song Yu, and other women. Ye Chen didn't rush to return Su Xin and Song Yu's calls. They probably didn't have anything major to discuss. However, with so many calls from his parents, something big must have happened. He dialed the number. As soon as it rang, it was picked up. But before Ye Chen could say anything, his father started scolding him. "Hello, Ye Chen, where have you been? I've called you so many times. Don't you know your mom and I are worried sick?" Ye Chen moved the phone away from his ear and waited for his father to finish before interjecting. "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? My phone was dead." Perhaps having vented some of his anger, Ye's voice finally softened a bit. Chapter 36. I like being hands-off on the other side. After finishing the call with Songyu, Ye Chen called his former beautiful boss, who is now his partner, Su Xian. "Oh, my big boss, you're so busy, it's not easy to reach you. Do you need a secretary to make appointments when someone wants to contact you?" As soon as the call connected, Ye Chen sensed a hint of jealousy. "Haha, forget the secretary. If Su always wants, I can hire you as my personal secretary." Su Xian, barefoot and dressed only in underwear, stood in front of the mirror holding the phone, admiring her perfect figure. To be honest, if it weren't for comparisons with Tang, Yi, and Chunxingya, Su Xian would definitely be at the level of a national goddess, over 95 points in beauty. The reason Su Xian falls a bit short compared to Tang, Yi, and Chunxingya mainly lies in her temperament. The two are both formidable figures, exuding an aura of someone in power, controlling life and death, which ordinary people like Su Xian can't compare to. Although Su Xian is also a strong woman, she is just a serious business person. Tang Yi and Chun Xingya have not only experienced many ups and downs in the business world, but have also struggled for many years in the cruel underground world, witnessing life and death, and experiencing betrayal and deceit. Chapter 37. I want to borrow it. Who dares to disagree? Although he likes beautiful women. Thinking of Tang, Yi, and Zhou Jiwei makes a Fei feel like he wants to cut off all emotions. These two women are tougher than the other. When he was captured, it was Zhou Jiwei who made the move. He remembers it clearly. His skills, which he thought were strong, were nothing in front of this woman. 3 moves, just 3 moves, and he was knocked down and couldn't get up again. The big sister has given an order. You must find an expert in photonic technology and send them to Magic City by tomorrow morning. Huh? Is the time that tight? A Fei asked in surprise. Yes. This is the big boss's order. If you can't handle it well, come to the big sister and take the blame. Zhou Jiwei said this and directly hung up the phone. A Fei wanted to say something else, but only heard the busy signal. Damn it, this is killing me. He then yelled in the bar, get everyone together for a meeting right now. Instantaneously, 20 or 30 burly men stood up in the bar, most of them black and white. Although a Fei is Chinese, all his subordinates are foreigners. Upstairs in the bar, a huge conference room that can accommodate hundreds of people. Chapter 38. A chance encounter with Old Ma's car on the highway. Xiao Chun, don't worry. I asked my uncle to help us manage the factory because I really couldn't find anyone else, and I didn't mean anything else. On the highway from Magic City to Hangzhou, Su Xian quickly explained. Seeing Su Xian's nervous expression, Ye Chen shook his head and smiled. Su Sun, what are you talking about? I didn't think that at all. And even if you brought all your relatives to work in the factory, I wouldn't say anything. You should know my situation. In my eyes, this company isn't really anything. The reason I gave you money and want you to continue running this company is mainly because I have some feelings for it and don't want to go bankrupt just like that. Hearing Ye Chen's reassurance, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she had thought about this explanation all night. The company's restructuring was all because of Ye Chen. The money was provided by him, and even the office building was rented to her for free. If she appointed the most important positions to her family, and Ye Chen misunderstood that she had ulterior motives to take over the company, that would be bad. To be honest, although she has only been with Ye Chen for a little over a year since he graduated and joined this company. Chapter 39. Overtook Boss Ma's car. In short, upon seeing Boss Ma's car, those who recorded it either flaunted it on social media or boasted in various ways. Some people claimed they encountered Boss Ma on the highway, saying it was something to brag about for a lifetime. Others boasted about being in the same circle as Boss Ma, and so on. The Maybach 62S, with the yellow license plate, Jiang A9A353, is Boss Ma's car. No wonder it's so congested. The driver, seeing the Maybach 62S worth over 10 million, said enviously, Boss Ma's car? Which Boss Ma? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Su Xian couldn't help but pinch him. Which Boss Ma could it be? In our Huaxia, there are only 2 or 3 Boss Ma's that are well known. Ye Chen realized, oh, are you talking about Big Ma or Little Ma? Of course it's Big Ma, Su Xian said irritably. Boss Ma is a top influencer among capital tycoons, and you don't even recognize him. Ye Chen nodded, his expression unchanged. It's Big Ma's car. But that doesn't mean we should block the road just because it's Big Ma's car. Honk the horn, let's go past them, and let them take pictures behind us. Overtaking Boss Ma's car, the driver was taken aback. Chapter 40. This company is opened by me for Su Xin. Creating our own product? Uncle Su Yoming's eyes lit up. This idea is good. If we can really create our own product, once we develop the market, it will definitely be very profitable. Then Su Yuming expressed some concern. But Xin, have you considered it? Creating our own product is a good idea. But the energy and money required to put it into action will be astronomical. The birth of every brand is not accidental. It takes countless people day and night researching, discussing, and slowly exploring, along with strong financial support to succeed. Su Xin nodded. Uncle, don't worry about this. Before coming to find you, I've already prepared everything in terms of technology and funding. It's only been a few days since the company went bankrupt, and you've prepared everything so quickly? Then tell me, how did you prepare? Su Yuming asked curiously. In terms of technology, Ye Chen has already contacted foreign professionals for me, and I've heard they are experts in photon technology. As for the money, I'm starting with $1 billion, and I'll add more if needed later. $1 billion? Foreign technology experts? Chapter 41. Minister of the Underground Organization. Want to know this license plate? It's not hard. I can ask some friends. Gao Ying said confidently. Su Daqiang frowned upon hearing Gao Ying's words. He really disliked Gao in contacting her friends. Most of her friends were from the underworld, and sometimes they spoke carelessly, acting like little thugs. Sometimes when chatting with Gao Ying, they even teased her. People who didn't know would think they had some kind of relationship. Sensing her husband's discomfort, Gao Ying quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Oh, I'm just curious. Honey, don't you want to know who this big shot is? What if we find out whose car it is, and we run into them and can say hello? If you perform well, that big shot might notice your talent, and you could soar to great heights." Hearing soar to great heights, Su Daqiang's eyes lit up. You're right, wife. Let's find out. Meanwhile, Gao Ying had already dialed a number to someone called Brother Go. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end said, "Oh, isn't this my dear little Ying? What made you think of calling me today? You must be missing me." Chapter 42. This company is not good. Upstairs, the sound of a key opening the door was heard. Ye Chen and Su Xin both looked towards the door. Su Daqiang and his girlfriend Gao Ying walked in. As soon as they entered, Su Daqiang excitedly said, "Dad, Mom, guess what I saw?" Before he could even see who was in the room, he started shouting. Su Yuming frowned. He was quite dissatisfied with his impetuous son. "What are you shouting about? Aren't there guests at home?" Only then did Su Daqiang notice Ye Chen and Su Xin sitting on the sofa. He didn't know Ye Chen, but he recognized Su Xin. "Oh, my sister is here. Why are you so free today to come visit?" Su Xin smiled and stood up. "Big brother is back. I just came back to see Uncle since there wasn't much going on at the company. This must be sister-in-law. Hello, I'm Su Xin." Gao Jing, seeing Su Xin, who was much more graceful and good-looking, felt a bit jealous. She nodded slightly, but didn't extend her hand to shake Su Xin's. Ye Chen shook his head at this scene in his heart. This woman didn't seem like someone easy to get along with. He didn't know how Su Xin's brother would manage to live with her in the future. Chapter 43. Actually, that car was driven by me. Upon hearing Su Yuming say this, Ye Chen felt a bit awkward. What exactly did Chen Qingya do for her reputation to be so poor? Su Qin shot Ye Chen a gulef. He understood the implication. It was nothing more than, what kind of friends do you know? Even ordinary people like my uncle know they're not good. Oh, Dad, that just shows they have power. Without power, how could they owe project funds and still manage to smooth things over? If I had that kind of power, I would do the same. After all, it's about making myself rich. How much is conscience worth? Hearing his son's words, Su Yuming felt like kicking him. Nonsense, I tell you. Our Su family is a respectable family. You absolutely must not engage in crooked ways. If I find out, I'll treat you as if you don't exist. Su Daqiang curled his lip. Although he didn't argue back, he didn't take his father's words to heart. Su Xin couldn't help but say, "Big brother, actually, that car was driven by Ye Chen." The whole family was shocked. "Ye Chen, you drove it? You're from the Sea Sparkling Group?" Su Yoming's face suddenly became interesting. Chapter 44. I say it's self-defense, would you believe me? Where are you looking? Ye Chen could overlook many things, but when it came to his woman, he was displeased if anyone looked at her for too long. He directly stood in front of Su Xin and coldly said, "I advise you to step aside quickly, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Now Ye Chen's expression was not good either. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of dangerous aura spread out. Damn it. No one has dared to talk to me like that before. The rich second generation directly exploded. He could willingly be a little brother to curry favor with Zhao Qifeng. But in front of others, he was not some small fry. Try saying it again. The situation over here had already caught attention. Someone came up to Zhao Qifeng and said, "Brother Zhao, it seems that Xiao Yuan over there is arguing with someone." Zhao Qifeng's mind was filled with how to speak and act when he saw Chun Qingyao later. He had no time to care about other matters. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "You all handle it yourselves." Immediately, 5 or 6 people came over, and an older-looking youth said, "Hey, Xiao Yuan, what's going on?" Xiao Yuan hurriedly replied, "Brother Chui, I told this guy that Brother Zhao is here on business and asked him to wait a moment. But he refused and insisted on leaving right now." Chapter 45. You wouldn't want your boyfriend to get into trouble, right? As Ye Chen was taken away, everyone was stunned. How could a perfectly good proposal scene turn into this? Especially when they saw all the vehicles from various departments parked at the entrance of the community. Someone couldn't help but grimace. That young guy has gotten himself into big trouble. He has offended every department in Hangzhou. Sigh. It's going to be hard for that young man to get out of this. An old man sighed, shook his head, and walked away. Meanwhile, Su Xian was so anxious she was about to cry. Although she was a strong woman, she had never seen such a scene before. The discussions around her made her worry even more for Ye Chen. She knew that Ye Chen was very wealthy and had a deep background. But that was in a magic city. Here in Hangzhou, she didn't know who to turn to. What should we do? Su Daqiang and his wife were also at a loss. Wait, I'll make a call. After thinking for a long time, Su Xian felt that the only person she could contact who was close to Ye Chen was the property manager of Financial Street, Tang Yi. She hurriedly took out her phone, wanted to call Tang Yi, but before she could dial, someone snatched it away. Hey, little beauty, you wouldn't want your boyfriend to get into trouble, would you? Chapter 46. The Qin family in the capital city. It's like this. My boss has run into some trouble in Hangzhou. Could you help? Tang Yi didn't know how to respond and could only speak the truth. Your boss. ISNT your bossy. ISNT that old guy? Who would dare to touch him in Huaxia? The person on the other end was clearly surprised. Who would dare to touch the boss of Financial Street in the Magic City? That person could shake the entire business world in Huaxia with a stomp. The taxes he contributed to the country each year were comparable to those of a first-tier city. Moreover, not only in terms of taxes, but he also held an important position in the business world, which capitalist would act without considering his opinion. If anyone truly wanted to touch him, it would only be possible if all the big shots above nodded in agreement. But such a situation was simply impossible, as long as he didn't betray the country. What reason would there be to touch him? Tang, he was also a bit confused, not knowing whether the other party was aware that the boss of Financial Street had changed. Sir, my boss is the new owner of Financial Street, not ye old man. Although he didn't know if the other party was aware, Tang, he still explained. The owner of Financial Street has changed? Who did it change to? He was very surprised that he hadn't received any news about such a major event. Chapter 47. I never break my promises. After Qin Yu and the others left, the old man thought for a moment and then smiled. It seemed he was going to give those old guys a surprise. He took out his phone and made one call after another. Hey, old Li, I have some good tea here. Come over for a drink. Hey, old Lu, come over for a cup of tea. After making 6 calls, the old man finally put down the phone with satisfaction. The descendants of the Yi family have appeared. I wonder what kind of face that old guy from the Chow family will make. I really want to see his dark face. As he spoke, the old man couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, in Hangzhou, after Ye Chen was brought to the station, he was directly locked in an interrogation room. A somewhat imposing, middle-aged man with a bit of a belly walked in holding teacup. Next to him sat a young officer with a laptop, seemingly ready to take a statement. So what happened? The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and asked casually. He looked very experienced, creating a sense of pressure on Ye Chen right from the start. However, Ye Chen was not intimidated, although it was his first time in such a place. His strong confidence made him completely unafraid. What happened? Hearing Ye Chen's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. Chapter 48. Heartless and ruthless Ye Chen. In a villa, Zhao Qifeng called Brother Quan. Hello, Brother Zhao, Brother Quan said respectfully as the call connected. Xiao Quan, there's something I need you to take care of for me. Brother Zhao, please go ahead. Get some people to go in and beat up that Ye Chen severely, preferably beat him to death or cripple him. Do you understand? Yes. Brother Zhao, you can count on me. On the other side, Brother Quan was excited after receiving Zhao Qifeng's call. Finally, he could do something for Zhao Qifeng. As long as this matter was settled, he would be able to soar to great heights with just a word from Zhao Qifeng, no longer needing to stick to a small piece of land. Although he was quite powerful in the underworld of Hangzhou, he was still in the gray area, and he couldn't hold a candle to the real players. In fact, his gray area was even darker than Chen Qingya's. Chen Qingya had long since cleaned herself up and had connections in both the black and white worlds. He could only walk a dark path. If anything went wrong, he would be dealt with. Now that Zhao Qifeng wanted to rely on him, he would eventually be able to become someone like Chen Qingya, appearing in public as a successful person, stepping into high society, and discussing future developments with those wealthy individuals. Chapter 49. My client is in a state of emergency. When the police entered, those tough-looking men seemed to see their backbone. They completely changed from their previous fear and began shouting, "Officer, this guy hit someone. I want to file a complaint. I want to report him." 6 men shouted in unison, looking just like wronged children reporting to their parents. The police were taken aback. They had received the notification that had agreed upon 10 minutes, and that time was now up. But the outcome seemed completely different from what they had expected. Weren't they supposed to deal with that young man? Why did it look like those strong men were the ones getting dealt with, despite the intense battle just now? Ye Chen's clothes were not even slightly disheveled. After tidying up a bit, Ye Chen said lightly, "Fortunately, my clothes weren't damaged otherwise. Selling you all wouldn't cover the cost." Seeing Ye Chen's arrogant demeanor, even the police couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. In all their years of work, it was the first time they had seen someone so audacious after entering this place. However, before they could say anything, a group of people came from the end of the corridor, including the leaders of the police station, both the head and the deputy. Chapter 50. The arrival of the Qin family, a military Hummer, slowly drove off the Jingheng Expressway. Along the way, everyone who saw it lit up with excitement. Not only was the vehicle impressive, but the driver was also equally striking. The driver was Qin Yao, dressed in military uniform, with a high ponytail that gave her a heroic and capable aura. Many men, upon seeing her, inexplicably felt a desire to conquer. Unfortunately, they could only think about it. Women of this caliber likely wouldn't look at ordinary people, let alone wealthy individuals. Making a phone call, she asked where Zhao Qifeng and the others were. Before arriving, Qin Yao had already asked Qin Yu to investigate the ins and outs of the situation in Hangzhou. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He knew that his sister had come along just to show off, and it wouldn't be about him this time. "Don't worry, sister. I've already sent out notifications. Once we exit the expressway, someone will inform us." Sure enough, as the Hummer just exited the expressway, a teenager was leaning against a sports car, waiting. Seeing Qin Yao's car, the teenager hurried over. "Qin, go over here." He waved. Creak. The Hummer came to a sudden stop, and Qin Yu almost spat. He cast a look of complaint at his sister. Chapter 51. My name is Qin Yao. For the Qin family in the capital, lead the way, Qin Yao said coldly. Lu Xiao quickly nodded, not daring to say a word. On the 5th floor of Zhuai Xianju, the elevator chimed, and the 3 of them stepped out slowly. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" A waiter asked respectfully. "It's none of your business. Go away," Lu Xiao said, exuding a bit of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. He had previously refrained from being too ostentatious for fear of affecting his family's reputation. But now, with the backing of the Qin family's young master, he felt he could act without restraint. In room 505, the boss of Zhuai Xianju had been waiting outside, ready to enter at the first sign of business. Although those who could run a 5-star hotel had fortunes exceeding tens of billions, compared to the people inside, he felt insignificant. As long as he could establish a good relationship with them, doubling his wealth was entirely possible. At that moment, he spotted Qin Yu and the others approaching. "Is Zhao Qifeng inside?" Lu Xiao directly treated the boss as an ordinary lobby manager and asked. "Zhao Xiao is inside. Are you friends of Zhao Xiao?" The boss, not knowing the identities of Qin Yu and his companions, assumed they were friends from the same circle, didn't dare offend them. Chapter 52. I agreed to this marriage proposal on the expressway to Modu. Ye Chen sat in the back seat with his eyes closed, resting. Next to him, Tang, he hesitated to speak. "General Tang, I know this has caused you trouble, and you are considered my trusted aide now, so please speak your mind." Tang, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Boss, after my investigation, this incident is related to Chen." Ye Chen interrupted lightly. "There's no need to discuss that. I know. I will handle the situation with Chen Qingya myself, so you don't need to worry about it." Regarding this trip to Hangzhou and whether he had been plotted against by Chen Qingya, Ye Chen had already guessed. But so what? Chen Xingya was now his woman. Some troubles had to be resolved sooner or later, and handling them during this trip to Hangzhou would save him from future complications. Boss, have you and Director Chen already? Tang Yi quietly asked again. At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Tang Yi, saying, General Tang, are you also trying to pry into my private matters? Tang Yi quickly replied, Boss, I'm sorry. It's just that Chen Xingya is not simple. The Zhao family is just one of her troubles. You've seen the information I sent you last time. She was once a member of the financial chamber. Chapter 53. Dad, can I ask you something? Is Grandpa really dead? Looking at the caller ID, old Master Qin smiled and said, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hello, this is Ye Chen. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask how to address you? Ye Chen said respectfully on the phone. This is a basic principle of conduct. There is no need to be polite with enemies or those of unequal status, but one must repay kindness to benefactors. Ha! Ye Chen, I know you, young man. How is your grandfather doing? Old Master Qin asked. Actually, asking this question had another meaning. It was a test to gauge Ye Chen's response. My grandfather? He passed away long ago, Ye Chen replied, a bit confused by old Master Qin's question. Hadn't his grandfather died a long time ago? His remains were probably dust by now, buried in the ancestral grave in the countryside. Dead? When did this happen? Ye Chen's words left old Master Qin and the others stunned. Impossible. That old fellow was in good health. How could he just die? Zhang Daosheng stroked his beard, clearly not believing it. Yes, he has been dead for many years. I don't remember much, but he passed away when I was still quite young. And my father personally buried him. Chapter 54. No sign of gratitude? After returning to Modu, Tang Yi asked with concern, Boss, where are you going? Back to the company or? Ye Chen shook his head. First, have someone take General Su back. I expect someone will come looking for me soon. You don't need to worry about it. Okay, boss. After leaving the police station, Su Xin showed some concern, but wisely got into another car. Knowing that Ye Chen and Tang Yi must have something important to discuss, she didn't want others to think she was being inconsiderate. Tang Yi knew who Ye Chen was referring to. It must be Chen Xingya. With her intelligence, this matter would certainly require Ye Chen to give her an explanation. Some people cannot just be used and then discarded. If that were the case, there would be no place for her in the entire Huaxia. Sure enough, just after Ye Chen and Tang Yi finished speaking, Ye Chen's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Ye Chen smiled. Hello, Director Chen. Mr. Yi, you're back? Chen Xingya asked cautiously. Although the two had established a relationship, they were not the type to flirt publicly in front of others. If it were Song Yu, she would probably say husband or something like that as soon as she called. Chapter 55. I said, this thing isn't very safe for you. Brother Quan, who was drinking with his little brothers, casually glanced at the door. Unbeknownst to him, a very beautiful woman had appeared at the entrance. Especially the impressive curves of the woman made his lower abdomen ignite with unnamed fire. When did our shop have such a beautiful woman? Brother Quan licked his lips. Ever since he became the underground boss of Hangzhou, he had had many women. Although he hadn't reached the level of being a groom every night, it was close. But he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. A lowly face and a devilish figure. She was simply exquisite. If he could get such a woman, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Hearing the boss's words, the little brothers also looked over. Wow, she's really beautiful. Where did this girl come from? The little brothers exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Jiwei. Having already been drinking, their desires intensified. Boss, how about we? One little brother rubbed his hands and grinned. Brother Quan was currently at the pinnacle of his life. In the past, he wouldn't have been so blatant. Now, with the Zhao family as his backing, as long as he didn't provoke widespread anger, he could be completely at ease. Chapter 56. The gentle and lovely Su Xiaojia on the other side. After Zhou Jiwei dealt with Brother Quan, Qin Yu, Qin Yao, and Lu Xiao were sitting in a hotel having a meal. Brother Qin, Sister Qin, how long are you planning to stay this time? Lu Xiao felt this was an opportunity to get closer to the Qin family. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, I don't know yet if the old man doesn't look for us. We might be able to have a good time for a few days. Qin Yao didn't speak, lost in her thoughts. Lu Xiao didn't mind. He knew Qin Yao's status. Although he had dreams of possibly having something with Qin Yao and directly marrying into the Qin family, it was just a fantasy. As soon as that thought appeared, he dismissed it. The scene of Qin Yao dealing with Zhao Qifeng was still fresh in his mind, and he certainly didn't want that to happen to him. Moreover, with the power of the Qin family, they would find a suitable match for any marriage alliance. His own family, while decent, wasn't enough in their eyes. Brother Qin, is the Zhao family's matter settled? Lu Xiao asked curiously. Qin Yu shook his head. I don't know. The old man just asked my sister and me to come over and said to help Ye Chen, but didn't mention what to do with the Zhao family. Besides, the Zhao family is a faction of the Chao family in the capital. If we directly interfere with the Zhao family, it might provoke dissatisfaction from the Chao family. Chapter 57. I've never seen such a request. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yi. Upon reaching the car, Su Xiaojia said apologetically. Ye Chen smiled. It's no trouble at all. Being a driver for Miss Su is something many people could only dream of. Su Xiaojia covered her mouth and laughed. Mister, you really knows how to joke. I didn't realize you were so sweet-tongued. Today, Su Xiaojia was wearing a black fish-scale evening dress. Although Ye Chen couldn't tell how much the dress was worth, it shouldn't be cheap. After all, Su Xiaojia's status meant she couldn't wear anything cheap. Although it was an evening dress, it showcased Su Xiaojia's exquisite figure perfectly. The dress had a slit, revealing a long leg that aroused a desire to explore further. Ye Chen smiled. No, I mean it sincerely. Really, Mr. Yi? Su Xiaojia's eyes sparkled. Ye Chen nodded. Absolutely, if you don't believe it. Wait until we get to the venue, and you'll know your charm. The two chatted while heading to the Financial Street Global Center. Miss Su, what do you do for work? I heard the core of today's cocktail party isn't the financial circle. Chapter 58, he said to smash his car. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaojia asked, what did the car owner say? Ye Chen replied with a strange expression. He said to smash his car. Su Xiaojia gasped, having never heard such a request before. Smash his own car? Mr. Yi, is the car owner sure he can't come over? Ye Chen nodded. Yes. The owner said he has no time, and moving the car is impossible. All right, I'll handle this. You go to the venue first, and I'll join you later. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go ahead. After saying this, Su Xiaojia turned to leave. After she left, Ye Chen called Tang Yi directly. Come see me right away. Tang Yi, unaware of what had happened, sensed from the boss's tone on the phone that he seemed very angry. Without hesitation, he rushed downstairs to Ye Chen. 5 minutes later, Tang Yi arrived in his car. Boss, what's wrong? Ye Chen pointed at the car parked in his designated spot. Have this car towed and smashed. After saying this, Ye Chen tossed his car keys to Tang Yi. Once you're done, park my car properly. Yes, boss. Tang Yi quickly replied respectfully. Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? Asking me to go with you? While speaking, Raymond's peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Ye and Lu Ruhan at the entrance of the venue, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. Everyone, excuse me. I'll be back after the cocktail party ends. All right, Mr. Lei, you go ahead. Several bosses responded. After speaking, Raymond walked directly towards Zhang Ye and Lu Ruhan. Because of their arrival, countless people were watching them. After all, wherever there are beauties, there is a scene, and they never lack attention. Before those people could act, they saw Raymond already in front of Zhang Ye and Lu Ruhan. Wow, President Zhang, you look so beautiful today. After scanning her up and down, Raymond said with sparkling eyes. Zhang Ye frowned upon seeing Raymond, her eyes filled with annoyance. This Raymond was from the nearby Lei Financial Group, and was the behind-the-scenes boss who had always wanted to swallow her company. Of course, Raymond's interest in Zhang Ye was not only because of her company's potential, but also because he was attracted to her. Mr. Lei, you arrived quite early. Sang Jia replied indifferently. Raymond smiled slightly. I came early to wait for President Zhang. Haha, I appreciate Mr. Lei's kind intentions, but I'm sorry, I already have a companion. Mr. Lei should look for someone else. Chapter 60. My name is Tang. Have you heard of me? The sudden conflict between Ye Chen and Du Qi left everyone stunned. After all, with Du Qi's identity and status, no one at the party dared to speak to him like that. But what no one expected was that this unfamiliar young man would make such an unexpected move. Su Xiaojia was also a bit worried about Ye Chen, although using Ye Chen to block Du Qi's harassment was a suggestion from her great aunt. She couldn't help but worry about Du Qi's underhanded tactics. After all, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. No matter how high Ye Chen's status was, he couldn't avoid going out and always be on guard against assassination. Du Qi was indeed much more dangerous than Zhao Qifeng, as their identities were different. One could only rely on reasonable and legal means to deal with people, following the rules, while the other didn't follow any rules at all. A car might come rushing at you while you were crossing the street, killing you, and it would just be handled as an ordinary traffic accident. Comparatively, the latter was much more dangerous. However, while others might be wary of Du Qi, Ye Chen didn't take him seriously at all. What Ye Chen lacked was an official background. As for his connections to the underworld, well, that was his strong suit. Chapter 61. Now this is a problem. The young man has actually offended someone from the Du family. Inside the Global Center building at the party venue. After Du Qi hung up the phone, his murderous gaze fell back on Ye Chen. The extreme humiliation Ye Chen had inflicted on him made him forget where he was. The advice from his old man before coming was also thrown out the window. Things like Shin Rue and saving face were all nonsense. Today he was going to regain his face and ensure that Ye Chen would have a miserable end. Among the crowd of onlookers, two women's expressions were filled with shock. Lu Ruhan exclaimed, "Isn't that the young man?" Zhanya also recognized Ye Chen at that moment. Although they had only met once, both of them remembered it vividly. Especially Ye Chen's luxury car worth over 100 million. It was the most expensive car they had ever seen in their lives. Now this is a problem. The young man has actually offended someone from the Du family, Lu Ruhan said worriedly. They had both heard the discussions around them and learned of Du Qi's identity. The Du family in Modu was indeed a notorious bully family. In any profitable industry, they would use any means necessary to get a share. Over the years, no one knew how many assets the Du family controlled or how many industries they monopolized, both openly and secretly. Chapter 62. The suit-wearing thug Zhang Feng, dressed in a black suit, walked out of the bathroom. He heard the commotion in the venue, and voices in his earpiece were constantly calling for security to assemble. He frowned and asked what's going on. Although the Global Center building did not belong to the Financial Street Property Company's assets, the property fees were collected by the property company since the Global Center was built within Financial Street. And this time, the security work for the party organized by the Shun family was managed by the Financial Street Property Company. Manager Zhang, there are people causing trouble at the party. The organizers want us to handle it. Someone causing trouble? Zhang Feng's expression turned cold. How dare someone cause trouble on his turf? As the manager of the security department at the Financial Street Property Company, Zhang Feng was definitely a capable subordinate of Tang Yi. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Zhang Feng quickly made his way over. Looking at the security personnel gathering around, Ye Chen showed no signs of concern. He maintained a light and breezy smile on his face, and despite the situation, he appeared completely relaxed. In contrast, Su Xiaojia, standing behind Ye Chen, looked a bit anxious. If Ye Chen were really thrown out of here, it would be a huge embarrassment. Even if he regained his face later, it would still be a stain that could never be erased. Chapter 63. Call his family and have them come pick him up upon hearing that Ye Chen was the behind-the-scenes boss of Financial Street. Those successful individuals began to curry favor with him, quickly changing their demeanor. Many who had just said that Ye Chen was blind for daring to provoke Du Qi immediately put on flattering smiles. The reason they feared Du Qi was that the Du family was a criminal family. Such families should be avoided as much as possible. After all, business people fear those who don't follow the rules. While Ye Chen wasn't a terrifying underworld boss like the Du family, his identity was even more intimidating. Because with a single word from him, he could cause the entire Modu's GDP to drop or make you go bankrupt, leaving no one daring to do business with you again. All right, everyone continue. It was supposed to be a happy day, so let's not ruin the mood over a small matter. Ye Chen lightly flicked the dust off his clothes and smiled harmlessly. Boss, what about Du Qi? Although the entire party had turned gloomy due to Ye Chen's presence, once Ye Chen spoke, everyone had a smile as if someone had died in their family. The atmosphere returned to being lively. Among the crowd, Lu Ruhan's eyes were now sparkling. Chapter 64. I want 20 of the Tangshan Group's shares, hey, young man. Do you remember me? Lu Ruhan stepped forward, hand behind her back, asking shyly. Ye Chen turned his head, looking at her in confusion. I'm sorry, miss, have we met? Ye Chen recalled carefully, but he really couldn't remember this cute girl. Lu Ruhan's face turned a shade of bitterness. Young man, you really don't remember me? Here, this is my sister. Don't you have any impression of her? Ye Chen blinked and glanced at Zhanya. She was quite attractive, around a score of 90. With a regal demeanor, and the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth made her even more charming, but he still couldn't recall who she was. Are you trying to introduce your sister to me? Lu Ruhan almost spat blood. Oh, young man. It was the day before yesterday when your car was hit. Do you remember now? This time, Ye Chen finally recalled. Oh, I remember now, it was you guys. Huh, you finally remembered. Wow, young man, I didn't expect you to be the boss of Financial Street. I was wondering why your car was parked in front of the property company yesterday. My sister and I were puzzled about why someone would dare to park in front of the Financial Street Property Company. Chapter 65. I agreed to you, but they didn't agree to you. Part 2. Outside, Ye Chen sat in his car. Just as Tang, he was about to get into the passenger seat. He saw Su Xiaojia running after them. I'm sorry, Miss Su. My boss has other matters to attend to. He has already told you everything. Please go back. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Using you was my own idea. It really has nothing to do with my great aunt. If you have any grievances, you can vent them on me. But please spare the Tangshan group, okay? Tang took a seat. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Su Xiaojia. Does he really think he's a fool? A stupid son from a landlord's family? Chun Qingya uses him because she is his woman, while you have no ties to me. Offending the Du family won't bring you any benefits. Wouldn't that make Ye Chen seem like a fool? I'm warning you again, Miss Su, please stop following us. Or don't blame me for being rude. Tang Yi Varnit. Seeing Tang Yi's gaze, Su Xiaojia dared not persist. But the grievance in her heart was about to make her cry. The car sped through the roads of the Magic City. Looking at the bright and bustling scenery outside the car, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Beneath every beautiful thing, who knows how much dirt is concealed? Chapter 66. Ye Chen's bold move. Du Ruffing was dumbfounded. Part 3. Outside the factory, cars were parked everywhere without anyone knowing when they arrived. Men dressed in black suits stood there with cold expressions, hands clasped behind their backs. Du Ruffeng, with his silver hair, was equally dazzling at night. The car door opened. First, a dragon-headed cane appeared before everyone, followed by a pair of feet. Boss, we don't know what kind of scheme the other side is playing. Why not let me take some men in and just grab the young master back? Said a burly man with a scar on his face coldly. Du Ruffeng snorted coldly. If you had that capability, would you still need me? Can you beat Tang, Yi, or Zhou Jiwei? Hearing the boss say this, the scar on Blood Eagle's face twitched, and he didn't dare to speak further. If it were someone else, he might dare to boast. But thinking of those two abnormal women, Tang, Yi, and Zhou Jiwei, he felt a genuine fear. To be honest, he was Du Ruffeng's most capable subordinate and also the best fighter. When he debuted, he single-handedly wiped out an enemy faction, just as he was at his peak. Tang Yi appeared out of nowhere. The two had clashed in the same arena before. Unfortunately, it only took 10 moves. He was left with only the ability to defend, without the power to fight back. Chapter 67. It turns out Du Ruffeng is also a trickster, damn it. Little Red, you tricked us. Blood Eagle couldn't hold back anymore. Listening to the officer's shouts outside, wishing he could swallow Ye Chen alive. Ye Chen, you're being too unreasonable. This is the world of the rivers and lakes. And now you're teaming up with the military to deal with me. What is that? Du Ruffeng paused with his cane, his face turning pale with anger as he questioned. Ye Chen stepped on Du Qi, smiling lightly. Hey, we are in a society ruled by law. You have to take responsibility for your words. I have never admitted to being part of the underworld. I'm a legitimate businessman, a regular taxpayer. Now you bring people and guns to find me. Should I not report it and just wait to die? Damn. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Blood Eagle was even angrier. Are you calling the police? You're directly calling on heaven. This is more serious than calling the police. Damn it, Little Red, go die. Now Blood Eagle was also in a state of desperation. Once he went in, it would probably be difficult to come out again. Holding a handgun, he was about to kill Ye Chen first. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this scene, Du Ruffeng's expression changed drastically. Who is Ye Chen? Killing him would turn the world upside down. Not to mention their Du family. Even the top families in Kyoto would be uprooted. Chapter 68. The police chief was scared away. The police chief stood his ground, holding a handgun and confronting them. Qin Yao nodded. Very good. You have a lot of courage. As she spoke, Qin Yao directly took out her credentials and displayed them before the chief. You better look carefully and see which unit we belong to. Seeing Qin Yao's domineering manner, the police chief felt a little uneasy. But having come this far, he had to hold his ground. However, upon seeing the name seemingly imprinted in blood, he was almost scared to the ground. What kind of person did the Du family provoke? This is not just a minor issue. Blood Red Special Forces Instructor Qin Yao. If it were just a Special Forces unit, it wouldn't be the most terrifying. But adding the words Blood Red before it makes it extraordinary. He only got to know some secrets after climbing to his current position. Special Forces are divided into 2 levels. One is the ordinary level, which executes regular missions, such as capturing terrorists and coordinating with large units in combat. The other is the special level, dedicated to executing tricky missions, such as assassinating a national leader or infiltrating the enemy to sabotage crucial defense systems. It can be said that special operations are life and death missions. Chapter 69. The mysterious Blood Red Special Operations Brigade, after explaining to Tang, Ye Chen drove away from the factory. However, just as he exited the gate, he saw a young man waving at him from the roadside. Ye go over here. Chen Yu, seeing that everything was resolved, got out of Lu Zhao's car and greeted Ye Chen. The car slowly approached, and Ye Chen asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Ye go, it's me, Chen Yu." Ye Chen realized that this must be Chen Lao's grandson he mentioned when he sought help from Chen Lao earlier. He had said that his grandchildren were in the Magic City. That mysterious officer is Chen Lao's granddaughter Chen Yao, and this young man should be Chen Yu. "Oh, hello." Ye Chen smiled and greeted. Chen Yu was not polite and directly opened the passenger door and sat down. "I said, Ye go. My sister and I came to the Magic City, and you, as a landlord, aren't you going to arrange something?" Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. "No problem. I'll arrange it right now. By the way, thanks to you and Miss Chen today, otherwise these troublesome matters would be hard to resolve." "Haha, Ye go is righteous. Then I won't be polite," Chen Yu said, while Lu Xiao stood at a distance, watching eagerly. Chapter 70. Then I'll accompany you to have fun in a camp. Chen Yao sat quietly with her arms crossed, resting her chin on her delicate hands, staring at the computer in front of her. At this moment, the computer displayed Ye Chen's image. Ye Chen was lazily leaning against the Pagani, smoking a cigarette. "Instructor, is this the guy? He looks quite handsome, but his frail physique is a bit lacking," said a man in combat gear, clicking his tongue. Chen Yao narrowed her eyes, but remained silent. She recalled her childhood, when her grandfather sat together with that kind old man, drinking tea. She vaguely remembered hearing them talk about a marriage alliance. Although she was still young at that time, she vividly remembered that incident. She also knew that no matter how hard she tried, she would eventually be married off for family alliances. Although she couldn't change this fact, she still had the right to choose. From today's first meeting, Ye Chen's performance was quite good. He displayed the demeanor of a strong person who remains unflappable in the face of danger, but more testing was needed. Moreover, she was somewhat dissatisfied with Ye Chen's identity. She thought that the person she would marry in the future would either be a strong figure or someone involved in politics. A person who would eventually enter the center of power. Chapter 71. The terrifying Ye Chen as the dagger narrowly grazed his throat. Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile, and he moved like lightning, instantly grabbing the second man's arm. At the moment his arm was seized, the second man's expression changed drastically. To him, it felt as if his arm was locked in a vice grip. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. The power difference was evident. Ye Chen in front of him wore a playful expression. Seeing this scene, a wave of humiliation surged within the second man. Here he was, an elite among special forces, considered a king of soldiers in the outside world, yet he was looked down upon by an ordinary person who had never received any training. How could he endure this? The confrontation between the two occurred in the blink of an eye. From Ye Chen charging out to knocking the third man away, to the second man swinging the dagger in retaliation and then having his arm seized, all happened in just a few seconds. But the process was extremely perilous. If Ye Chen had mishandled any part of it, he would have likely lost. The second man reacted very quickly. After one arm was restrained, the other hand holding the gun was about to raise. Bang! Ye Chen kicked out with great force, and the machine gun in the second man's hand was instantly sent flying. But before Ye Chen could feel pleased, he saw the second man quickly reach for his waist, and a handgun appeared in his hand. Chapter 72. Recommendation from Old Chen at this moment, inside the camp's main monitoring room, Chen Yao, although she didn't witness how Ye Chen defeated her subordinates, was extremely shocked by the reports coming back from them. She never expected that someone who looked so delicate could be so formidable. Without any systematic training, he managed to defeat an entire Special Forces team by himself. It should be noted that her subordinate team had once independently defeated an armor division during an exercise. Of course, it wasn't a literal frontal defeat, but rather a covert operation that took out the leadership of the armor division, executing a decapitation plan. This was done during large-scale military operations, infiltrating behind enemy lines. After that exercise, her subordinate team was designated as the Lone Wolf Team, known for their fierce bravery in battle. More importantly, this team was personally trained by her, and all members were top soldiers selected from various military branches. The officer beside her was Chen Yao's assistant, and had also received the news. "Instructor, should we continue?" Chen Yao shook her head. "There's no need. Although number 1 and number 4 are still alive, they've already lost. Continuing would just be a waste of time. Sooner or later, they will be defeated by Ye Chen." Chapter 73. Big brother, we invite you. It's simple, I won, and you all treat me as your little brother and acknowledge me as your big brother. Ye Chen smiled lightly, stating the wager. However, after hearing this wager, the 5 members of the Blood Red Special Forces hesitated. They serve the country. How could they take off their military uniforms to be someone else's little brother? What if you lose? The 4th man gritted his teeth and asked. I lose. Ye Chen blinked. I can't possibly lose. This statement nearly infuriated the 5. Let me ask you, what will happen if you lose? The 4th man, suppressing his anger, asked again. Ye Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. If I lose, just say what you want me to do. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th man launched an attack. Standing at 9 meters tall, with a robust physique, his assault was like a speeding car, fiercely charging at Ye Chen. Ye Chen moved his feet and easily dodged, but the 4th man's seemingly clumsy figure was surprisingly quick. As they brushed past each other, his large hand suddenly reached for Ye Chen. If the 4th man caught him, this battle could be over. On the other side, after sending a message to her grandfather, Qin Yao walked out of the tent. Chapter 74. A meal costs 880,000. They arrived. Wu Yuan immediately spotted the boss's exclusive vehicle and quickly called out. The owner of the Wanhao Hotel, named Lu Chao, heard Wu Yuan's words and quickly tidied his clothes before following. Due to the many cars, everyone struggled to find a parking space. After searching for a while, they still couldn't find a place to park. At that moment, Wu Yuan and Lu Chao approached. Boss, over here. Wu Yuan pointed to a large reserved area and shouted. Hearing Wu Yuan's voice, Ye Chen waved his hand and drove over. The Hummer behind followed suit. Boss, this parking space was personally reserved for you by Boss Lu. Wu Yuan, deserving of his position as the general manager of the Guijin Center, was indeed meticulous in his arrangements. He had thought of everything. This reserved parking space wasn't just for 1 car. It had ample space, enough for 5 cars to park side by side. Good. The 2 cars parked one after the other. Wu Yuan personally opened the car door for Ye Chen. The co-driver, Qin Yao, also got out. Seeing Qin Yao's stunning beauty, Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim that indeed, all the people around the boss were beautiful. The last one and this one were all roles that could bring disaster to the world. Chapter 75. Ye Chen's grandfather's terrifying schemes, feeling that it was about time. Ye Chen said, All right, don't worry, you guys don't need to pay for this meal. With your big brother here, how could I let you pay? At this point, Qin Yu said, Brother Yi, is this meal a bit too expensive? Do we really need to be so extravagant? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Is it expensive? Isn't this just a home-cooked meal? Everyone nearly spat out blood. Your family S880,000 for a meal is just a home-cooked meal? The world of the wealthy is truly hard to understand. Meanwhile, Qin Yao seemed to be deep in thought. Is this the reason why Grandpa wanted to form an alliance with the Yi family? Although their Qin family held a high position of power, they also had their shortcomings. That was the lack of any commercial support. All the family members lived a frugal life. They couldn't use their power for personal gain, leveraging their authority to gain benefits. After all, the competition at higher levels is extremely brutal. Once a handle is found, those opposing will certainly not let it go. How many people want to reach into the military? If it weren't for the Qin family holding the fort, the military would have long been infiltrated by various forces. The military is the last line of defense for the country. If the military is in chaos, then the country's downfall is not far away. Therefore, the Qin family is the last gate. Chapter 76. Triple Crit Reward, 4th update. Now he wants to take a gamble. Ye Chen, as the chairman of the National Gold Center, has a background that is undoubtedly terrifying. If he bets right, he can take his career to the next level. If he bets wrong, he will just waste a bottle of wine. Although this bottle of wine is very precious. If he sends it to the big shots in the capital, it can also earn him a significant favor. But the problem is, how much can they value this favor? Moreover, without someone to introduce him, if he goes to deliver such wine, they might just have him thrown out. Wu Yuan introduced the origin of this bottle of wine to Ye Chen. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile and said, Boss Lu has a good heart. Boss Lu, come sit down and have some food together. Hearing Ye Chen's invitation, Lu Chao was taken aback. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Although this was his own restaurant, the other party was paying to eat, and inviting him to eat together was a show of respect. He didn't dare to be presumptuous. Moreover, he didn't have the qualifications to be presumptuous. Mr. Yi had already sent him friendly signals. If he didn't recognize the situation, that would be very inappropriate. After Lu Chao personally directed the waiters to set the food and wine, he sat next to Wu Yuan. Looking at the table full of Mao Dai and that bottle of wine worth over 2 million, Chapter 77. The boss has arrived? Fifth update, the Zunhuang Entertainment City in the Magic City. The standalone building resembles a giant beast lying there. Inside this building, there exists a joy unimaginable to ordinary people. The slogan of Zunhuang Entertainment City is that as long as you have money, you can enjoy imperial-level treatment here. The ability to make such bold claims shows just how powerful Zunhuang Entertainment City must be. What is imperial enjoyment? Waking up with the world's power and getting drunk on the knees of beautiful women. Everyone who has come here to enjoy has left with endless praise. But all the transactions inside are kept secret. In short, those who leave are all thinking about coming back for another experience, just like addicts who can't forget. The cost of this building alone reached $1 billion. This does not include internal decoration, staff training, entertainment facilities, etc. It is said that the spotlights at the top of the bar cost over $10 million. The DJ sound equipment, dance floor, bar counter, decoration, etc. have cost over $100 million just for the bar. The entire 3 floors are part of the bar area. The top of the 3rd floor has been opened up. The 1st floor has card tables, the 2nd floor has elegant seats, and the 3rd floor has private rooms. Standing above, one can see the huge dance floor on the 1st floor and even clearly see the figures of any woman. Chapter 78. There's a problem at the boss's casino. 6th update. To open Zunhuang Entertainment City so large without any problems, wanting to crush him is like crushing an ant. While he can fight, it is of no use. With just a little money or some means, he can make you fall flat. At the front of the building downstairs, Chen Yu and others had already arrived. Seeing Ye Chen's car parked at the entrance, they directly parked behind it. Chen Yu got out of the car and asked in confusion, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" But upon seeing Chen Yao's unfriendly gaze, Chen Yu immediately shrank his neck and returned to the car. "What's wrong, Brother Chen? Are we just parking here?" Lu Xiao had not been to Zunhuang Entertainment City, but he had heard of it. The #1 place to have fun in Asia. It can be said to be well known in high society. Even if one has not enjoyed it, they have certainly heard of it. Chen Yu smiled wryly and waved his hand. "It seems my sister is still angry, so I didn't dare to ask more." Lu Xiao was somewhat speechless. How did this young master of the Chen family live so long under his sister's watch? When she gets angry, it's like a mouse encountering a cat. Of course, he only thought this in his heart. If he dared to show it, the young master of the Chen family would probably vent his anger on him. Chapter 79. I'm going to gamble with him. 7th update. In the elevator, Ye Chen said lightly, "Tell me, what's going on at the casino?" Gao Jian organized his words and slowly said, "It's like this, boss. Today a master suddenly appeared from somewhere, and in just 1 hour, he has already won over 100 million from our casino. Is he still here?" Ye Chen's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice. Although he didn't lack money and didn't care about that 100 million, it was his money, and being won away by someone using tricks was a slap in the face. Could he endure that? If this got out, wouldn't he be laughed at for losing money and being called useless? In the elevator, the suddenly dropping temperature made Gao Jian and Song Lang somewhat afraid. They didn't expect the young boss to have such a strong aura at such a young age. They had seen many big shots come to play here, but they had never felt such fear. Killing intent. Song Lang suddenly looked at Ye Chen with a terrified expression. This aura actually contained killing intent. Someone who possesses such killing intent must have taken lives before. And not just one. Ye Chen certainly hadn't killed anyone himself. But there were people who had indirectly died at his hands. It wasn't that he was afraid to kill, but his identity didn't allow him to do such things. Chapter 80. If you win me, you can take all this money. 1st update. The crowd of waiters didn't recognize Ye Chen, but they recognized Gao Jian and Song Lang. Gao Jian waved his hand, signaling the waiters to leave at ease. The handsome young man also looked up at Ye Chen. At first glance, the young man felt that Ye Chen was very handsome. Even though he was a man, he had to admit that Ye Chen's handsomeness surpassed human bounds. Moreover, Ye Chen carried an innate charm, giving a feeling of approachability and comfort at first sight. "Sorry, I'm a bit tired today and don't want to play anymore," the handsome young man said somewhat shyly. Seeing the young man's expression, if he didn't know he wasn't a good person, having won 200 million from him, if they met on the street, he would definitely think this was a shy, innocent boy next door. Although the crowd didn't know who Ye Chen was. Seeing the casino manager Gao Jian and the bouncer Song Lang respectfully following behind Ye Chen, they all guessed that Ye Chen's identity was not simple. Just as the young man was about to get up, Ye Chen's hand fell on his shoulder, gently applying pressure, causing the young man to sit back down again. With Ye Chen's strength, let alone this weak boy, even a strong man wouldn't be able to bear it. Chapter 81. You lose. Second update. Master, he came to Ye Chen's side as soon as he sat down. Seeing Ye Chen's operation, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He glanced at the boy with a meaningful look, and a mocking smile emerged on his face. He was very impressed with the boss in his heart. He had already seen the key point. It must have been the last sentence Ye Chen said during the final shuffle that affected the boy's memory of the cards. The crucial point lay in the last 10 cards. As for which card the boy failed to remember, he couldn't determine. However, one thing he didn't understand was that even if the boy forgot some cards, it definitely wouldn't be many. Even if the boy only remembered 2 or 3 cards from the last 10, the boss wouldn't have a chance to win. Do you go first or should I? Ye Chen asked with a smile. Lin Jie quickly thought through the first 7 cards of the last 10 in his mind. But the more he recalled, the paler his face became. Those 7 cards were all small cards, not exceeding 5 points. Therefore, the 2 of them would have to rely on the last 3 cards in their gambling match. But he had no idea what those last 3 cards were, and he couldn't guarantee whether they would continue to be small cards or be large ones. If he took a card first, then 2 of the last 3 cards would end up in Ye Chen's hand. Chapter 82. Sis, why not just marry Ego right here? Third update. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Chen was handling the casino matters. Downstairs in the bar, things had completely exploded. Midnight was the time for people to unleash their desires. In a huge bar dance floor, countless men and women were swaying to the music. Radisson, Jet, welcome to the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. Today, our Zhuanhuang bar has specially invited DJ Queen Xiao Duoer to perform a musical feast for all our supportive friends, shouted a host holding a microphone and wearing leather. As soon as the host finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the bar. Xiao Duoer, I love you. Xiao Duoer, you are the best. Xiao Duoer, Upsilon DS. Countless young men and women shouted loudly, with some whistling to enhance the atmosphere. Hearing the shouts from outside, Qin Yu and the others walked out of the private room to see what was happening. Standing on the 3rd floor, they saw a stunningly dressed woman standing at the DJ booth in the bar. Although the woman couldn't be called top-notch, her outfit and makeup, combined with the surrounding atmosphere, created a striking impression. Chapter 83. The instructor got into a fight, seeing the woman being hit. Qin Yao no longer cared about the alcohol splashed on her. Her sense of justice surged instantly. Stop it right now. She stepped forward and coldly reprimanded. Huh. Wang Yi turned around in surprise. But when he saw Qin Yao, his eyes lit up. Perfect timing, absolutely perfect. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Although Qin Yao wasn't wearing makeup or any fancy clothes, just in her military uniform, her heroic demeanor and stunning looks made her perfect from any angle. At that moment, Wang Ye's desires couldn't be suppressed any longer. If he could have this woman, he would die without regrets. Hey, beautiful, what are you doing? Want to play with Big Brother? Wang Yi, with his golden hair, flicked his hair back, striking a pose he thought was handsome. He deliberately revealed the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. He was a frequent visitor to bars, and his brother was the boss, controlling a whole street of bars in Magic City. Although his brother wasn't as famous as Tang, Yi, and the Du family in the underworld of Magic City, he was still quite powerful. Chapter 84. The Du family has turned to ashes. Who are you relying on? As a special forces instructor, Qin Yao's combat power was certainly not fake. Even in a chaotic fight, she could keep an eye on everything around her. As soon as she heard the commotion behind her, she immediately turned around without hesitation and delivered a knife hand strike, causing the little brother to scream in pain, clutching his wrist, sweat appearing on his face, and the sharp bottle dropping to the ground. Despite Qin Yao's strong combat ability, the opponent had too many people. Over 20 people surrounded her. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, if those people attack from all directions, you would still be overwhelmed. Moreover, the bar's hall was large, very suitable for a sea of people tactic, with some using chairs, others using bottles, and some finding sticks from who knows where, all coming at Qin Yao. This wasn't a movie where only 2 or 3 people would engage with the protagonist while others waited their turn. Instead, over 20 people rushed at her one after another. If they came at her one by one, Qin Yao could easily handle them, but when a group came at her, she was in danger. A stick fell, and the little brother's face turned fierce. At this moment, he didn't care whether the opponent was male or female. Chapter 85. Let Wang Chong come see me in the Zunhuang bar's 1st floor hall. Wang Yu was grabbed by 2 security guards, still shouting and struggling. Damn it, Yong. If you don't let me go, you're in big trouble. At this moment, Wang Yu was very scared. He just wanted to use his brother's name to intimidate them into letting him go. But usually wary of him, A Yong didn't even bother to respond this time. Sis, are you okay? Chen Yu asked with concern. Chen Yao shook her head. I'm fine, just a little scrape. Injured? Let me see. Where did you get hurt? Chen Yu asked anxiously upon hearing that his sister was hurt. Chen Yao waved her hand. It's nothing, just got hit on the arm with a stick during the fight. But this kind of minor injury is nothing to me. I've had worse injuries during training in the army. Hearing that it wasn't anything serious, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of this, he became even angrier. Although his sister always bullied him, that was just their sibling matter. Even if he didn't have much strength, he would still dare to fight if his sister was bullied. He directly picked up a bottle and rushed toward Wang Yi, who was still shouting. Chapter 86. Why don't you try calling the Du family? Inside the Zunhuang Entertainment City, the bar had already been cleared. As for Xiao Duoer standing at the DJ booth, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know whether she should leave or stay. Since she had been hired by Zunhuang, her service wasn't over yet. What if she left and someone came after her for the unpaid bill? At this moment, all the guests in the bar had left, leaving only Ye Chen and his companions. He casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and smiled. What are you thinking? Keep playing the music, keep dancing. Ah, Xiao Duo heard Ye Chen's command and cautiously asked, Sir, what kind of music would you like to hear? Something a bit softer. Please. If it's too intense, I might not be able to handle it. Haha. Xiao Duo couldn't help but chuckle softly at Ye Chen's words. All right, sir. Xiao Duo already knew Ye Chen's identity and didn't dare to be careless. She found a disc and put it into the machine. As the music played, a gentle song echoed throughout the bar. Ye Chen sat there with his eyes closed, lightly tapping his fingers on his thigh in rhythm. Chen Yao rolled her eyes and said, You handle this yourself. It's getting late. We're leaving. Yeah, you guys go back first, Ye Chen replied. Chapter 87. Chen Yao's Favorability 100? Outside the blood-red Special Operations Brigade camp, two beams of headlights approached quickly. Boss. As soon as the car stopped, the six-member jumped down from a tree to greet him. Ye Chen smiled and replied, Soon. The other four members of the Lone Wolf team also came out to greet Ye Chen. The boss is here. Boss, today was amazing. By the way, how did you deal with that little punk? Hearing the question from the five younger brothers of the Lone Wolf, Ye Chen replied, Not much. Just taught him a lesson and sent him home. Damn, boss, you're too merciful. Just a lesson? If it weren't for our identities, I would have broken his legs. The fourth member, who had the worst temper, expressed his disappointment at Ye Chen's leniency. Ye Chen comforted him. Young people shouldn't be so impulsive. Fighting and killing all the time isn't good. Don't say that. Hurting someone with malice is against the law, the Lone Wolf leader reprimanded. Right, don't talk nonsense. Boss is a law-abiding citizen. How could he do something illegal? The third member chimed in. Ye Chen smiled faintly and didn't say much. Chapter 88. This is Huaxia. They don't get to decide waking up in the morning. Ye Chen stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Next to him was only a letter. He opened it casually and saw a line of neat small characters. I have left. I received an urgent notice above, and there is a mission to execute. I will wait for you in the capital when I return. The letter didn't express any emotions, but Ye Chen could feel Chen Yao's reluctance when she left. After putting away the letter, Ye Chen smiled and said, The capital. I will definitely go. Stepping out of the tent, he found that it was already empty. The Lone Wolf team and Chen Yao had long since left. He instructed someone to come and pack up the tent, then drove to the city. Just as he returned to the city, a call from Tang Yi came in. Hello, Mr. Tang, what is up? Boss, all of the Du family's assets have been integrated. When do you have time to come take a look? So soon? Ye Chen was a bit surprised. Just overnight, Tang Yi had organized the Du family's asset paperwork. Tang Yi replied, Yes, boss. The procedures needed to be completed by various departments, and lawyer Luo personally made a trip. Everything was approved directly. Now we just need your signature to complete the asset transfer process. Okay, I'll head over now. At the Financial Street Property Company building, Ye Chen parked his car right at the entrance and took the exclusive elevator to the office. Just as he sat down, Tang Yi walked in with a stack of documents. Boss, these are all the Du family's assets. Please take a look. Ye Chen nodded and began to carefully review the documents. Half an hour later, after signing the last document, he couldn't help but exclaim, The Du family's assets are quite substantial. Have you calculated the total market value? Tang Yi nodded. Yes, I have. Since many of the Du family's assets are in gray industries, the valuation is quite complicated. The preliminary estimate exceeds 500 billion. So much. To be honest, a gray industry valued at 500 billion is quite impressive. You have to know that gray industries cannot be publicly listed. Therefore, they're 1TB stocks. They are basically all physical industries. If they can be cleaned up and listed, the market value could double or even more than double. Just the construction company under the Du family has an annual net profit of $10 billion. There are also many entertainment venues, etc. The Du family's cash income each year is about $20 billion. No wonder they are a century-old family. This kind of foundation is not something ordinary people can compare with. By the way, boss, while I was integrating the Du family's assets, I found that they have been making big moves recently. The specific plans are unclear, but there is a significant cash flow. It seems to be a considerable project. Oh, Ye Chen became interested. Can you find out more? Tang Yi pondered for a moment and said, I should be able to, but it won't be done in a short time. I just don't know if it can be done in time. Ye Chen said, all right, do your best. By the way, have you notified the person in charge of the Global Center? Ye Chen remembered that he seemed to be acquiring the Global Center today. I have notified them. They replied that the people coming to negotiate will take the earliest flight over. However, boss, I advise you not to have too high expectations. I checked, and the behind-the-scenes owner of the Global Center is the Fujita family, one of the 3 leading families of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Moreover, the Global Center is a project approved legally under their name in our country. Ye Chen sneered, so what? If they don't agree, I'll make sure this building can never operate. Let us see how long they can hold out. Remember, this is Huaxia, not a small country. They don't get to decide. Chapter 89. Does that mean there's nothing to discuss? In front of the Global Center building, a Pagani sports car slowly came to a stop, followed by 2 Mercedes-Benz sedans. Ye Chen opened the car door and stepped out, looking up at the towering Global Center with a smirk, then walked inside. Behind him followed a group of men in suits carrying briefcases. Among them was Lawyer Luo. These people were the acquisition team that Tang Yi prepared for Ye Chen. They weren't here to fight, but to negotiate for the acquisition. So there was no need to bring so many people. Tang Yi, Zhou Jiwei, Lawyer Luo, and a team responsible for business negotiations were all present. Just as they reached the entrance, a short middle-aged man respectfully asked, Are you Mr. Yi? Ye Chen nodded slightly. Master Fujita has already landed and is on his way. Please wait in the conference room for a moment. The short man spoke in broken Chinese. Lead the way, Ye Chen said directly without wasting any words. The Global Center, once the tallest building in Magic City, stands about 492 meters tall, with a total floor area of 381,600 square meters, comprising 101 floors above ground and 3 below, featuring a square columnar appearance. Chapter 90. Mr. Yi, I want to talk to you. Fujita Seiji took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. Very well. I hope Mr. Yi does not regret this. As he spoke, a cold killing intent filled Fujita Seiji's eyes. Ye Chen smiled lightly, not even glancing at them, and directly led Tang Yi and others away. Once outside and sitting in the car, Tang Yi frowned and asked, Boss, should we just kill that Fujita Seiji? Ye Chen waved his hand. You can't kill him. Tang Yi frowned. Is he very strong? Ye Chen smiled slightly. He's not strong, but his subordinates are. Just now in the conference room, there was someone protecting Fujita Seiji the whole time. That person had no expression on his face, and although he was dressed, I could sense the terrifying, explosive power within him. Based on my guess, that person is likely a top bodyguard trained in secrecy by the Fujita family. While speaking, Ye Chen took out his phone and sent a message. Meanwhile, far away in the hotel, Qin Yu, who was sleeping, heard a notification sound from his phone. He sat up abruptly, picked up the phone, saw the message from Ye Chen, and without hesitation, made a call. Chapter 91. A mansion worth $1 billion. Mr. Yi, have you heard of Nanshan Garden? Shen Cheng organized his words and slowly said. Hearing Nanshan Garden, Tang Yi's expression changed, and he leaned in to whisper to Ye Chen. Boss, Nanshan Garden is the largest slum in Magic City, but it's not because of a poor location. It's just that the residents there have complicated backgrounds, and the authorities have been unable to come up with a solution. In fact, the geographical location of Nanshan Garden is second only to our Lujia district. If the authorities really decide to develop Nanshan Garden, it'll become the second economic development zone in Magic City. Hearing Tang Yi's words, Ye Chen remained expressionless, nodded, and looked at Shen Cheng, saying lightly, continue. Shen Cheng continued. In fact, the development documents for Nanshan Garden have been on the table for 10 years. They just haven't been implemented. Recently, my adoptive father received news that Nanshan Garden is preparing to hold a bidding session in half a month. If we can obtain the development rights for Nanshan Garden, we might be able to create a second financial street. After listening to Shen Cheng, Ye Chen said indifferently, The bidding for Nanshan Garden doesn't seem to be a significant secret, does it? Chapter 92. Song Yu's Online Bullying. 2 days ago, when she first separated from Ye Chen, her roommate informed her that the school was organizing a graduation party, and since graduation was approaching, the instructors were strict. If she didn't perform well, it would be easy to fail and not graduate smoothly. After 4 years, Song Yu certainly didn't want to give up just like that. Although she had Ye Chen and money, and even without a university diploma, it wouldn't have much impact. It was still her family's expectations. If she didn't graduate smoothly, her family would lose face among relatives. Anyway, she thought she could manage the last 10 days or so, get through it, and then give her family an explanation before staying in Magic City with Ye Chen. When she returned to school, everything was normal as she drove back in the car Ye Chen bought for her, which gave her some face. However, it was this car that dragged her into the whirlwind of public opinion. That night, after finishing a call with Ye Chen, she went to bed. But the next morning, a post appeared online at school. The title of the post was Song Yu, the campus beauty of Magic University, is being kept by a big shot, claiming that the big shot had spent millions to buy her a car. Chapter 93, $1 billion rebate. The call connected, but there was no immediate sound from Song Yu. Just as Ye Chen was puzzled, a series of sobs suddenly came through the phone. Ye Chen was taken aback. How could it be that after just 2 days, Song Yu was already crying? What's wrong? Finally, Song Yu's voice came through. I've been expelled from school. Can you come pick me up? In front of others, she could appear strong, but in front of Ye Chen, she finally couldn't hold back. The moment Ye Chen heard that Song Yu had been expelled, his face darkened. Wasn't she supposed to graduate in a few days? How could she suddenly be expelled? Ye Chen said in a deep voice, what happened? Song Yu didn't know how to explain, sighed. Just come pick me up first. I'll explain everything then. Ye Chen nodded. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, he stood up and walked out of the lounge. Just then, a salesperson and a meticulously groomed middle-aged man walked in. Seeing Ye Chen walking out, the salesperson was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, Mr. Yi, this is our sales office manager. The paperwork has been completed. You just need to sign. Chapter 94. Ye Chen's Arrival, Second Update. Name, Tang Yi. Age, 25. Personal ability, S level. Strength, 13. Agility, 15. Intelligence, 17. Background, General Manager of the Financial Street Property Company in Magic City. Underground Queen of Magic City's Underworld. Affinity, 70. Information, born into an ordinary family. Her parents favored her brother and neglected her, dropping out of school after middle school to work in another city. Due to her beauty, she often faced harassment from men, but had a strong character and was not afraid of power. She once appeared on a wanted list, then coincidentally saved the owner of Financial Street and was sent to a devil training camp for training. Upon reading this, Ye Chen confirmed that Tang Yi indeed came from the devil training camp. He wasn't mistaken. Although she is now the boss of the Shield Security Company, he is still very curious about the devil training camp. What kind of place could fundamentally change a person? It is known that a person's character is hard to change. Yet the devil training camp can significantly alter someone's personality. It truly is a mysterious place. Chapter 95. You choose to be a swordsman instead of a good person. At this time, when the school authorities came to welcome the leaders, Song Yu was also dragging her suitcase from distance. She didn't expect the leaders inspecting the school to come at this time. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't have come out now. After all, at this moment, all the students' mentors and school leaders of MO were present. If they saw her, it would be extremely embarrassing for her. It should be noted that she had already been defined as someone who likes money and is a kept mistress. If someone hostile towards her saw this, they would certainly not miss the opportunity to attack her. Behind her, Wang Shui and her 3 roommates also arrived here. They were all dumbfounded when they saw the bustling crowd at the school gate. Why were the leaders here at this time? Why didn't we get any notice? Not only were they puzzled, but some students who rushed over to see the excitement were also confused. Among the crowd, Chun Li Feng was leading his followers, and he was the only one who knew what was going on. Due to regulations from above, extravagance and ostentation were prohibited, regardless of the level of leadership. Any inspections would have to be low-key. The current era is no longer like the past, where inspections would involve roadblocks and military police to maintain order. Chapter 96. I'll handle your student status first. Wang Shui and the others looked at Ye Chen with curious eyes. They knew that this person should be Song Yu's friend. Their first impression was that he was very handsome, to the point where women would want to approach him upon seeing him. If Ye Chen were a student at MO, then then any so-called campus heartthrobs would not even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Wang Shui and Zhang Yuqing both had envious looks. Genuinely happy for Song Yu to have such a good friend. It was indeed her luck. Moreover, judging by his attire, he didn't look like a poor person. Although they couldn't identify the brand of clothing Ye Chen was wearing, it felt like it must be quite valuable. In fact, it was normal for them not to recognize the brand of Ye Chen's clothes. All of his clothing was made by top handmade masters in Mo. This master specializes in serving the wealthy, and just this outfit alone was worth $1 million. Chen Qingya had specially ordered over 100 sets for Ye Chen, all delivered to the property company and hung in the high-rise villa. When Ye Chen returned to the property company in the morning, he conveniently changed into a new outfit. As for the previous outfit, it was too dirty from all the experiences he had gone through and was directly thrown into the trash. Chapter 97. I'm a reasonable person. Just as everyone was working together to lift the car, Ye Chen came over holding Song Yu's hand. On the way here, Song Yu had already told Ye Chen about what happened at the school. It was obvious that someone was deliberately setting Song Yu up. Thanks to the system's enhancement, not only had Ye Chen's physical fitness improved, but his brain had also reached an extraordinary level. With just a little thought, he could almost guess who was behind it. Just as he arrived, he saw Chen Lifeng also lifting his car and couldn't help but smirk. Of course, with his vision, he could see the dents on the car door clearly. He wasn't angry and didn't go looking for Chen Lifeng. Instead, he smiled and asked the school leaders in front of him, "Hello, may I ask who the principal is?" At that moment, the school leaders were waiting for the car to be lifted away to welcome the inspecting leaders. They were all adjusting their appearances, preparing to give a good impression to the inspecting leaders. Suddenly being questioned, they all frowned. The head of the teaching department said unhappily, "Who are you? What do you want with our principal? Can't you see we're busy here? Which class's student is so disrespectful?" Listening to the head of the teaching department, Ye Chen still smiled and asked, "I have some important matters to discuss with your principal." Chapter 98. Whatever grievances you have, your family will solve them for you. Everyone was shocked to see the principal being hit. Song Yu and her roommates, Wang Shui and Zhang Yuqing, were even more terrified and covered their mouths. "Song Yu, go persuade your boyfriend. He actually hit the principal. This is going to escalate." It's important to know that the principal of Mo is not an ordinary principal, but holds an official position, and it seems to be a high rank. In front of everyone, publicly beating an official is definitely a serious offense. If things go badly, he might end up in serious trouble. The school leaders, seeing the principal being hit, hurriedly rushed over. "Principal, are you okay?" The head of the teaching department was the first to rush over, asking with concern. Then, with an angry expression, he questioned Ye Chen. "What right do you have to hit someone? What right? Just because he did something wrong, he should face the consequences." At this moment, Song Yu and the others ran over. Song Yu anxiously said, "Ye Chen, forget it. I don't want my student status anymore. Let us go." Song Yu was afraid that things would escalate and cause trouble for Ye Chen, so she quickly advised him. Ye Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay. I will definitely seek justice for your student status." Looking at Ye Chen, the school leaders dared not say anything in anger. They already knew Ye Chen's background and were afraid of being held accountable later. Chapter 99. Today, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Seeing Qin Manwen, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be Chen Lifeng's mother. Judging by her appearance, she looked to be in her 20s, but she was actually already in her 40s. Name, Qin Manwen. Age, 40. Appearance, 95 points. Figure, 92 points. Height, 172 centimeters. Political ability, a grade. Strength, 2. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 10. Personality, enjoys power, health, dotes on children, and has a natural obsession. Background, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family in Mo. Her father is the director of the Education Bureau. Information, once the top scorer in the Mo. College entrance examination, she was deceived by Chen Chong's sweet talk and, despite her family's opposition, married him without hesitation. After their marriage, she used her family connections to help Chen Chong achieve success in his career. However, after Chen Chong became successful, he no longer doted on Qin Manwen, and during her pregnancy, he had an affair which Qin Manwen discovered, causing a huge scene. If it weren't for the child and their identities, they might have divorced directly. After the child was born, they never lived together again. Favorability, 20, extremely poor. Chapter 100. This construction site 1TB operating today. While Chen Chong was fantasizing about the future at the construction site developed by the Highland family, Countless dump trucks were entering and exiting. Occasionally, there would also be vehicles delivering materials. Inside the construction site, workers were working hard under the scorching sun, sweating for their livelihoods. Meanwhile, in the project office, the leaders of the construction site were enjoying the air conditioning, dressed in fine clothes, laughing and chatting. Some even gathered in groups to play cards and mahjong. This is the current class system in society. Those with ability and connections can earn high salaries while enjoying air conditioning. Some people without background or ability can only sell their labor for meager wages. No matter the era, it is impossible to completely escape the class system. Even in this so-called new era of equality, there are still distinctions of high and low status. Haha, Supervisor Wu, is there nothing going on today? A foreman walked into the command center and saw the supervisor sitting there, greeting him warmly. Supervisor Wu nodded. Foreman Wang, are you done with your work? Yes, I just finished and came in to see if the supervisor needed any help. While speaking, Foreman Wang secretly handed over an envelope. Chapter 101. The police chief's plea for mercy at Magic University. As Ye Chen made his phone call, the principal and others were at a loss. On one side were the inspecting leaders, and on the other was a powerful figure they couldn't afford to offend. After discussion, the school leaders invited Ye Chen and Qin Manwen to the meeting room. After all, there were too many students outside, and if things escalated, it would only attract those students' attention, which would be bad for their reputation. As soon as they entered the meeting room, Chun Li-Feng started yelling. Kid, I think you're just putting on a show, telling my father's group to stop work. Who do you think you are? Do you think magic is your family business? If my father finds out, do you believe you will break your legs? Watching Chun Li-Feng yell, the principal and others couldn't help but cringe. They found it hard to bear. The principal then approached Qin Manwen and whispered, Director Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Qin Manwen's calm eyes turned slightly, and she said lightly, Speak. The principal organized his words and said, Director Qin, this Mr. Yi is the boss of Financial Street, and the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City belongs to him as well. Should we inform Director Chen? If it were in the past, he would have firmly stood on Qin Manwen's side. But now, he had no confidence in her family. Chapter 102. My car needs a compensation of 1 billion as time passed, aside from Ye Chen, who could sit there calmly. Everyone in the meeting room felt uncomfortable as if sitting on needles. However, they didn't dare to breathe. At the entrance of Magic University, a Land Rover slowly drove in. The door opened, and Song Long escorted Chen Chong out. Looking at the familiar campus, Chen Chong's face was filled with hatred. It wasn't hatred towards Ye Chen, but frustration towards his unworthy wife and son. Why provoke Ye Chen of all people? Is he someone you can mess with? Outside the meeting room, footsteps sounded. Soon, Chen Chong and Song Long appeared. Upon entering, Chen Chong first saw a young man with calm eyes, followed by the principal and other school leaders. Finally, his gaze fell on his wife Qin Manwen and son Chen Li-Feng. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chong walked into the meeting room. Ye Chen remained silent, and the principal and others tactfully left. In the meeting room, only Ye Chen, the Chen family of 3, and Song Long remained. Song Long stood respectfully behind Ye Chen. At this moment, Ye Chen looked at Qin Manwen with a half-smile and said, Director Qin, do you remember what I said earlier? Chapter 103. Invitation from mysterious organization name, Zhao Qi. Code name, Dragon 27. Age, 21. Appearance, 97 points. Physique, 99 points. Height, 176 centimeters. Military ability, S-Class. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Intelligence, 17. Personality, calm, vengeful against evil, likes to uphold justice. Background, member of the Dragon Team. Information, orphan, secretly brought into the military at a young age, participated in the most brutal training, the 27th member of the Dragon Team. Once captured a traitor alone in the beautiful country, under heavy protection from CIA agents. After reading Zhao Qi's information, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be a member of the Huaxia Dragon Team. He didn't know what kind of organization this was, but it should be a department of a higher level than the Blood Red Special Warfare Brigade, led by Qin Yao. After all, Qin Yao was already an instructor, and her data was similar to that of this Dragon Team member. If all members of the Dragon Team were of Qin Yao's caliber, it would be very terrifying. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhao Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then let's see if you have that strength. With that, the ground suddenly exploded, and Zhao Qi's figure instantly appeared in front of Ye Chen like lightning. Chapter 104. The remnants of the Du family after receiving the two documents handed over by Zhao Qi, she took out a stack of information from the car. Here. This is the information you wanted to investigate about the Fujita family. Ye Chen looked puzzled. Why is the information about the Fujita family coming from you? Zhao Qi replied indifferently. Who did you think would send it to you? This was requested by Old Qin for us to investigate. In the future, if you have any issues, you don't need to bother Old Qin. Just call me or the team leader directly. Old Qin has too many military matters to handle and doesn't have time for your small issues. Ye Chen wasn't in a hurry to check the Fujita family information. Instead, he smiled and said, then you should at least give me your contact information. There's a satellite phone in the file bag. This is for internal communication within our Dragon team to prevent eavesdropping. All right, the matter is done, and I should be leaving now. As she spoke, Zhao Qi couldn't help but grimace. After fighting with Ye Chen, she felt like her whole body was falling apart. Really, how did I end up with such a freak? I should have let someone else take this task. In fact, Zhao Qi's confrontation with Ye Chen was also an order from above, just to test Ye Chen's depth. Chapter 105. Is Ye Chen an ordinary person? When receiving the tablet computer from Bao Xiong, Du Yuer's hands trembled. Every time she thought of the bad news she received last night, it made her hard to control her emotions. The images of her grandfather, father, and elder brother flashed through her mind one by one, reminding her of the happy and warm days of her childhood when the family was together. But back then, her grandfather sent himself to the overseas Hongmen to ensure better development for the family, becoming the close disciple of the Hongmen leader, Grandpa Jean. When she became a core member of the Hongmen, she learned that Grandpa Jean was not only the leader of the Hongmen, but also an elder of a mysterious and powerful force. That mysterious and powerful force was the Tianmen. Within Tianmen, there are many strong individuals, gathering martial arts masters from all over the world. Moreover, the infamous Blacklist, known throughout the world, was also created by Tianmen. The Blacklist records 108 infamous figures, all of whom are kings of various underground forces. The Yamaguchi Gumi and the Mafia are certainly among the prominent forces. Besides these well-known groups, there are many others that the world has never heard of. For example, the strongest bodyguard from the #1 security company in Asia, Shield Security. The undefeated war god from the North American War God Temple. Chapter 106. Not even one person to motivate me. At this moment, Ye Chen is sitting in the car looking at the information about the Fujita family. To be honest, the Fujita family truly lives up to its reputation as a century-old family in Little Japan. Not only are they powerful, but they also dominate the business world. As one of the three leading families of the Yamaguchi Gumi, they control shares in Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Honda, and Toyota. They also dominate half of Little Japan's film and television industry, which is very famous worldwide, serving as the inspiration for many otaku. However, Ye Chen didn't pay much attention to the business data. With the existence of the system, he could acquire any company in the world, including conglomerates like Microsoft and Tesla, within a short period if he wanted to. In terms of money, he could be said to be invincible and lonely, with no one even capable of competing with him. What he is most concerned about now is the military capabilities of those forces, as this would be the trump card in the final game between the two sides. The strongest armed force of the Fujita family is the Fujita Guard. It consists of all the elites trained by the Fujita family. The captain of the Fujita Guard is the strongest among them, known as the Devil Robot, ranked 71st on the underground blacklist, and is a double S-level master. Fujita Chua follows the body refining route, with muscles and bones soaked in a potion day and night, coupled with the tempering of various weapons, making him impervious to knives and guns, with muscle density reaching inhuman levels. Chapter 107. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. At the headquarters of the Tangchun Group in Magic City, in the office of the chairman on the top floor, Su Xiaojia said painfully, "Aunt, are you really going to give Ye Chen 20% of the Tangchun Group shares? If you lose 20% of the shares, your position as chairman will be at risk. The shareholders 1T agree, and you will find it even harder to manage." Looking at her niece, MS, Su couldn't help but laugh. "Xiaojia, why are you acting like this? Who said I was going to give my shares to Ye Chen?" Hearing her aunt's words, Su Xiaojia was stunned. "Aunt, didn't you agree to give Ye Chen the shares? If you go back on your word, would Ye Chen let us off? You should know about the Du family situation. Ye Chen is a ruthless person. If he finds out we played him, wouldn't he kill us?" Su Xiaojia's face turned ugly again. "I shouldn't have mentioned the Du family situation to my aunt. I never expected to drive away a wolf only to attract an even fiercer tiger, and one that we can never escape from. MS. Su couldn't help but step forward and gently stroke Su Xiaojia's hair, smiling as she said, "You don't need to blame yourself. Everything is part of my plan." Chapter 108. How can people be so shameless? Everyone looked over and saw a young man in his 20s, their expressions filled with confusion and a hint of disdain. This young lad is actually a new shareholder of the Tycoon Group. To be honest, he probably just has money to burn, used to cash out for Ms. Su. In fact, Ye Chen is quite famous in Magic City, especially after he dealt with the Du family. Many people have heard of his name. However, very few truly know him. Those who can meet Ye Chen either have very high status or are his enemies. Those with high status wouldn't dare leak information about Ye Chen, and as for his enemies, they have no opportunity because they are all dead. So, everyone knows Ye Chen's name, but doesn't know what he looks like. As for searching on Baidu, that's a joke. Do you think Baidu would dare to post Ye Chen's photo? They wouldn't want to get into trouble for some excuse. Mr. Yi, please take a seat. Seeing Ye Chen, Su Xiaojia recalled the scene from last night's cocktail party. This seemingly harmless young man is actually a pure suit-clad thug, a devil in disguise. Upon seeing Su Xiaojia, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Chapter 109. Taking over the Tycoon Group. Upon hearing Ye Chen's self-introduction, the shareholders' expressions changed. The name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Although they are not top-tier figures in Magic City, they are still part of high society. So how could they not have heard of Ye Chen? So it's Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. Your name is indeed thunderous. I've always heard of you, but had no chance to meet you. Today, I didn't expect such a young hero. The shareholders instantly changed their attitudes. One by one, starting to flatter him. Su Xiaojia, who was originally looking down on Ye Chen, was stunned when she saw the shareholders suddenly change their attitude. Where did your previous backbone go? Why has it suddenly disappeared? You should be more assertive. Growing up with a top-notch education and elite training, Su Xiaojia was momentarily transformed into a more naive girl upon witnessing today's scene. It's not that she is naive. It's just that she has never seen such a rapid change in people's behavior, which has refreshed her understanding of the world. One moment, they were united against a common enemy, and the next moment, hearing his name, they lost their backbone. It has to be said that she has gained some insight. Mr. Yi, with your grand ambitions, how could you possibly be interested in our little profits? You must be joking. Chapter 110. I recommend Miss Su. In the office of the chairman of the Tycoon Group, Ye Chen sat with his legs crossed, quietly observing. Ms. Su on the opposite side didn't dare to take a breath. At this moment, she felt like she had lifted a rock only to drop it on her own foot, a bit like inviting a wolf into the house. She only wanted to use Ye Chen's influence to reorganize the Tycoon Group, driving out those shareholders who only know how to suck blood, driving tigers and swallowing wolves. However, after seeing Ye Chen's working style in the conference room, she felt that he was far scarier than those blood-sucking shareholders. Ye Chen raised his hand, glanced at his beautiful fingers, and slowly said, Director Su, I've already looked at the group's financial statements. I hope that, by the end of the year, when the group's financial summary is made, there will be an increase in revenue. If it does not meet my expectations, you know the consequences. As I mentioned earlier, I like money. I invested in your Tycoon Group to make money, not to lose money. If I end up losing money, regardless of who you are, you will have to compensate for my losses. Listening to Ye Chen's words, Ms. Su's eyes twitched slightly, and a bitter feeling arose in her heart. After Ye Chen reviewed the financial statements, he actually asked her to increase the revenue by 50% by the end of the year. But how is that possible? 50%. Currently, the Tycoon Group's total annual revenue is about 30 billion. To increase it by 5% would mean reaching 45 billion. The initial stage of reorganizing the company will waste quite a bit of time, and with less than 5 months left until the end of the year, how could she possibly manage it? However, thinking of Ye Chen's methods, if she fails to meet his requirements, her fate will definitely not be any better than those shareholders. Ye Chen glanced at Ms. Su and said, Done. Actually, my request isn't difficult. Here, as a suggestion, let Su Xiaojia manage the company. It might bring you some surprises. Su Xiaojia? Ms. Su was a bit puzzled. She knew her grandniece had ability, but lacked experience. Handing over the company's development power to Su Xiaojia might not be suitable. All right, I will consider Mr. Ye's suggestion. Ye Chen nodded. How you decide is your business. I only care about the results. If the outcome is satisfactory, everyone will be happy. If it's not, no one will have it easy. Mozava Metsu. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. I'm keeping you around because you're still useful to me. If you become useless, I believe Director Su knows the consequences. I've never liked forcing others, but what you've done twice now has made me very uncomfortable. From when Miss Su used me to help you get rid of the Du family's entanglement to this acquisition of Tycoon shares, you've been calculating against me at every step. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will settle the old and new accounts with you. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Miss Su's heart trembled. After what happened in the conference room, she had completely seen Ye Chen's character. Ruthless, unreasonable, and absolutely a tough person. Mr. Yi is joking. How could I dare to scheme against you? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Ye Chen coldly laughed, saying he didn't want to waste more words. We all know the truth. This time, I forcibly bought shares from those shareholders, which can be considered fulfilling your plan. Now, with no one able to influence your decision-making power at Tycoon, give me good news by the end of the year. After speaking, Ye Chen stood up and left, not giving Ms. Su a chance to continue arguing. Watching Ye Chen's departing figure, a bitter smile appeared on Ms. Su's face. She thought she could use Ye Chen, but now it felt like she was lifting a rock only to drop it on her own foot. She didn't expect Ye Chen to be so clever, seeing through her schemes. Why did Ye Chen suddenly recommend Xiaojia? Ms. Su fell into deep thought. Chapter 111. Protect a few people from me. After leaving Tycoon Group, Ye Chen got into his car and checked the time. He had promised the principal of MO to attend the graduation party that evening, but there was no rush. He still had an hour or two. First, he wanted to look into the system rewards he had just received. The Devil Mercenary Corps, the strongest corps in the mercenary world, ranked first on the mercenary leaderboard, famous for its 100 task completion rate. The Corps had 718 members, including 3 instructors from beautiful countries, bear countries, and retired elite soldiers from Huaxia's secret forces, all with strong military capabilities. The 3 excelled in large-scale combat, jungle warfare, and individual combat, and their subordinates were all retired special forces from various countries. They were currently fighting against the god of War Temple in South Africa, and the host identity had been automatically implanted. After reading the information about the Devil Mercenary Corps, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the Devil Mercenary Corps to be engaged in battle with the god of War Temple in South Africa. Previously, he had provided him with information on various world powers. The god of War Temple ranked in the top 10 of the power hierarchy. The fact that the Devil Mercenary Corps could fight against the god of War Temple indicated just how strong they were. Thinking of this, Ye Chen recalled the system reward he had received last time, the Shield Security Company. Chapter 112. Big Brother. High ambitions. While Ye Chen was on his way to MO to attend the graduation party, in a KTV private room, Chen Lifeng was drinking alone. And despite the efforts of 2 women beside him to liven the atmosphere, he remained unhappy. Remembering the humiliation he faced from Ye Chen today, a wave of irritation surged within him. Get lost, all of you. His sudden roar frightened the 2 women, who hurriedly fled the room. What is wrong with Chen Xiao today? Why is he in such a bad mood? One of the women said outside the room, trembling. Who knows? Maybe this young master was bullied outside and is taking his anger out on us, the other replied. Just then, a few men swaggered over. They looked like small-time thugs. Hey, Asian, Ali, what are you up to? If you don't have a stage, why not keep me company instead? Said a man named Yong. The heavily made-up woman Asian said sweetly, Oh, Yong, don't mention it. I'm not in the mood to accompany you today. I just got kicked out. Oh, our Asian is so beautiful. Who is the blind fool who kicked you out? Chapter 113. The stingy old 6 Chen Lifeng had no idea he had been sold out. He returned home with excitement, thinking about how to get 5 million. In the past, 5 million wound tea had been much in his eyes. However, after the incident with Ye Chen and losing 10 billion for kicking his car, Chen Chong had controlled his spending. He had also given him a severe lesson. If it weren't for his parents' indulgence, this time he would have faced more than just restricted spending. He would have been severely punished. Additionally, this incident revealed a secret about his parents. It turned out that since his birth, his parents had been in an unhappy marriage, and the affection they displayed in front of him was all for show. Whenever he was home, they had no interaction at all. However, his parents' troubled relationship didn't matter much to him now. The most important thing was how to get 5 million to have Yong help him take revenge. His hatred for Ye Chen had escalated to a point where he wanted nothing less than revenge. If he hadn't known he couldn't beat Ye Chen, he would have loved to pin him down and reclaim all the losses. Sitting in the villa, Chen Lifeng pondered various ideas and finally came up with a plan. Chapter 114. Reliving campus life, of course. Although Ye Chen used to be quite stingy, he was also very ambitious and had a far-sighted vision. After graduation, he didn't like many classmates, aim for big corporations with unrealistic expectations. Instead, he directly chose a newly established company called Tycoon. Those companies that had already gotten on track had their growth space occupied by veterans. Newcomers would face exclusion and countless attacks from the old-timers. It was better to find a promising, emerging company and work step by step. This was much better than sitting on a cold bench in those big companies, where the future looked bleak. Of course, such emerging companies also come with both opportunities and risks. In today's Huaxia market, it's very difficult for new companies to survive, and there is a significant risk of bankruptcy. However, the opportunities are also substantial. If that emerging company develops, well, as an old-timer who has accompanied the company through its journey, there will also be opportunities for promotion. However, there are also bosses who are the type to exploit their employees, cutting off the old-timers once the company thrives. Therefore, before choosing an emerging company, it's important to investigate the character of the boss. When Tycoon went to recruit at Fudan University, Ye Chen immediately took a liking to her. Not only was she beautiful, but her eloquence was also impressive, and her way of dealing with people aligned with his values. Chapter 115. How could I possibly know someone so lacking in quality? As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. In this school, perhaps others were unaware of Su Yinqi's background, but he was well aware. Su Yinqi had only graduated from university a little over a year ago. If she didn't have a powerful background, how could she become a university counselor? How could she be entrusted to teach a class right upon arrival? It was obvious that Su Yinqi's background was not simple. When Su Yinqi first began teaching at Magic University, many male teachers had their eyes on her. Not only teachers, but also some school leaders and students looked at Su Yinqi with admiration. However, Lin Mu, this male teacher, had the deepest schemes. Through investigations by his family, he discovered that Su Yinqi's father was actually the second in command of the current leadership in Magic City. Her father was even the city's leader. This discovery astonished Lin Mu. He never expected Su Yinqi to have such a high status, yet remained so low-key. After all, if he had a father with such a background, he would definitely not be content being just a university counselor. He would at least be involved in politics. Maneuvering through the system. Lin Mu's family was also not simple. His father was the vice president of Magic University, but when compared to Su Yinqi's family background, it was worlds apart. Chapter 116. The Heartless Man, Watch Out for Hidden Weapons. Hearing Su Yinqi's questioning, Lin Mu and several students looked at her with confusion. Su Yinqi nodded. It's nothing, I was just asking casually. Teacher Lin, let's go in and eat. The car parked here will naturally be managed by the school security. It's not something we can handle. Upon hearing that Su Yinqi did not continue the topic, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yinqi insisted on managing the car that was illegally parked at school, he would have to stand on the same side as her, which would attract Ye Chen's attention. And who would have the guts for that? He had heard about what happened to Ye Chen at school today. Even the principal was slapped. What was he? The two entered the cafeteria, where there weren't many people dining. After all, today's students generally have good living conditions and prefer to eat outside, so the cafeteria rarely sees many patrons. Su Yinqi scanned the room and immediately spotted the figure that haunted her dreams, but she did not rush over, because sitting across from Ye Chen was Song Yu, the campus belle of Magic University. Heartless man, bastard, Ye Chen, just you wait, Su Yinqi silently cursed in her heart. If others knew, they would surely be shocked. The school's well-known goddess teacher actually cursed. Chapter 117. Pulled into the class group. Teacher Su Yu. Lin Mu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never expected that the usually gentle, generous, and easygoing Su Yinqi would have such a domineering side. Since Su Yinqi began teaching at Magic University over a year ago, in everyone's eyes, whether it was school leaders, students, or colleagues, she was a kind-hearted and incredibly gentle woman. No one had even seen her lose her temper. But today, Su Yinqi seemed like a completely different person, her temper unexpectedly fierce. If it were someone else, Lin Mu might have been very angry and even argued back. But facing Su Yinqi, he truly did not have that courage. After all, she was the daughter of the city's leader. Dealing with him would be as easy as playing. Without daring to say anything, Lin Mu hurriedly left. Watching Su Yinqi walk back, Ye Chen said with a strange expression, Teacher Su, as a role model, is this how you treat a sycophant? Sycophant? Su Yinqi was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Does he deserve it? With his little schemes, who doesn't know that he is just after my family? At this point, Su Yinchi suddenly stopped and did not continue. Chapter 118. Your family's luxury cars worth over 100 million are being rented out? As soon as Ye Chen entered the class group, it attracted countless attention. First, the sycophant Tu Yoji exclaimed, Ye Chen, where have you been for the past year? How come there's not a single piece of news about you? The group seems to have lost its soul without you, the campus heartthrob. Then, others chimed in, sending greetings. Wang Dahua said, Oh, our big campus heartthrob finally remembers us. I remember you were pretty aloof, right? Seeing Wang Dahua's sarcastic tone, everyone eagerly watched the unfolding drama. Behind the screen of their phones, faces revealed a gloating expression. Back then, Wang Dahua was the one who pursued Ye Chen, sending him love letters daily, almost filling his desk. Moreover, Wang Dahua even confessed to him in front of the whole class. Just imagine, a woman confessing to a man in front of all classmates. That took a lot of courage. To be honest, Ye Chen also admired Wang Dahua's bravery at the time. However, Wang Dahua's lifestyle was questionable, and there were often rumors about her having affairs with certain boys from other classes. Although there was no solid evidence, many had seen Wang Dahua going out with men late at night. What happened afterward remained unknown. Chapter 119. The outcome is yet to be determined. We are all dark horses. After closing his phone and chatting with Su Yinchi for a while, the two agreed to have a meal together next time before parting ways. After all, this was a school, and Su Yinchi was a significant teacher at Magic University. Seeing her with Ye Chen might cause some trouble, so they did not act too openly. Glancing at the sky, it was almost time for the graduation evening party to start, and Ye Chen walked toward the venue, relying on his memory. At this time, students were rushing toward the venue from all directions. Some students wore excited expressions, while others showed signs of reluctance. Those who were excited were finally graduating and could step into society to live their perfect lives, while those who were reluctant were about to leave the school that had accompanied them for 4 years, along with their classmates and friends. Among the crowd, Chen Lifeng's excitement was beyond words. Even his breathing had quickened. He had never been this excited, almost comparable to the thrill of being with a woman for the first time. Soon, the person who had made his life a nightmare was about to disappear, and he would no longer have to worry. In the corner of his gaze, Yonggu and 2 underlings were disguised as students, hiding among the crowd. Chapter 120. Are you the one they want to kill? Ye Chen was not in a hurry to deal with Chen Lifeng, but instead used the system to check the attributes of Yong and his 2 companions. He did not trust anyone's words, but he did trust the system. Name, Yong. Age, 31. Ability, a grade. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 6. Personality, cautious and careful, good at thinking and planning before acting. Background, formerly a peripheral member of the Big Circle Gang, later felt that the boss was ungrateful, used him without providing benefits, and thus withdrew from the gang to fend for himself. Information, graduated from junior high school, not highly educated. As for the information on the other 2 subordinates, Ye Chen just glanced at it and skipped over. They were just ordinary people, not worth the time. Instead, Yong was a bit interesting. His attributes were already considered top-notch among ordinary people. He was definitely suitable to be a subordinate, and with proper training, he could stand on his own in the future. Yong, since you told me this, it means you've done me a favor. Although Chen Lifeng is nothing special, I appreciate your kindness, and I promise you one condition. You can tell me what you want. Chapter 121. Killing and arson for a golden belt. Elite warriors? Ye Chen curled his lips, showing a look of disdain. In his eyes, those so-called elite warriors of the Empire were not much different from ordinary people. All right, no more nonsense. I believe Mr. Fujita has guessed the purpose of my visit today, right? I only ask you, will you do it or not? Fujita-sei's expression was angry. Let me tell you, Ye Chen, don't dream. The Global Center building is a flag planted by my little Japanese empire in Huaxia, and no one can touch it. Ye Chen nodded seriously. Oh, that's even better. I like to pull down other people's flags. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have been interested at all. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Fujita-sei almost spat out blood in anger. At that moment, Fujita-sei's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer, and in the corners of his mouth curled up. Since that's the case, then you can die. Unbeknownst to Wen, a shadow appeared behind Ye Chen. A samurai's sword raised high, silently falling. The cold blade light was like the scythe of death. An A-grade warrior had quietly approached Ye Chen's back and executed an assassination plan. However, a look of joy appeared on Fujita-sei's face. while Sato had been frowning the whole time. Chapter 102 Tang Yi Attachkit. While Ye Chen dealt with Fujita Sei and the others, on another side, Tang, after sending Ye Chen a message about Fujita Sei and the others, left the company and asked Zhou Jiwei to drive her home. Tang Yi also lived in a standalone villa, but the location was a bit secluded. That was her personality. She liked peace and quiet. As usual, Zhou Jiwei drove Tang Yi home and then left. In a corner of the villa, a figure hidden in a black robe blended into the darkness. Even the surveillance cameras could not detect that someone was hiding there. It was not until Tang Yi returned that the figure slowly raised its head. Blood-red eyes filled with a bloodthirsty color. Like a beast possessed, it looked at Tang Yi's back and extended its scarlet tongue to lick the corner of its mouth. What a delicacy! I didn't expect Du Yuer to send me such a delicious prey. Huaxiao is truly a great place. I want to stay here forever and enjoy it. However, Du Yuer, no matter how many exquisite prey you send me, you can't escape my grasp. The man's name was Jin Wu, the only son of the Hongmen leader. He loved martial arts since childhood and became obsessed with it. But because of this, he practiced martial arts incorrectly, which led to a change in his character and turned him into a pervert, sometimes going mad and becoming frenzied. Chapter 123, Citywide Manhunt. As the battle continued, Zhou Jiwei discovered a very serious problem. This person's physical strength was abnormally strong. After half an hour of fighting, every move was made with full effort. But she and her sister Tang Yi were already feeling exhausted, while this person seemed completely unfazed. Sister, this isn't a solution. Even though he is at the same S-grade level as us, this person's stamina is somewhat abnormal. Tang Yi nodded slightly. She had noticed this problem too. Initially, she thought this person was merely holding on and would not last long, but unexpectedly, so much time had passed without any signs of exhaustion. The two looked towards the direction of the car and simultaneously made a decision. Zhou Jiwei braced herself to block Jin Wu's attack, while Tang Yi went straight to the front of the car, took out a handgun from the armrest box, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger at Jin Wu. The moment Jin Wu saw Tang Yi pull out the gun, alarm bells went off in his mind. Without any hesitation, after forcing Zhou Jiwei back with one move, he frantically fled into the distance. Although Tang Yi's marksmanship was very accurate, S-grade experts were too agile, and Jin Wu had always been on guard. After Tang Yi drew her gun, he escaped swiftly. Chapter 124, Leave a Live Capture. A meal does not take long, and the three women did not drink, finishing their meal in less than an hour. After leaving the restaurant, Sonyu originally wanted to take Wang Shui and her friend back to school, but the two refused, not wanting to trouble Sonyu any further. After all, she had treated them to a meal. How could they ask her to take them back? Sonyu, we are leaving. You're not going back to school today, right? Then we can just take a taxi. After graduation, we will still be good sisters and keep in touch. Sonyu nodded. Yes, we will always be good sisters and keep in touch. The two sides waved goodbye, with Sonyu helping the two get into a taxi before turning to walk towards the parking area. Just then, the violent bear signaled to his three subordinates. The three understood and stepped towards Sonyu. Just as they were about to make a move, a figure blocked their path. The person was silent and expressionless, staring intently at the three without saying a word. The three felt a chill run down their spines, a powerful sense of pressure rising from their hearts, leaving them speechless. At that moment, the person finally spoke, but not to the three. Instead, they spoke into a radio earpiece. Chapter 125. Ye Chen's background is deeper than you think. Dingling. In a sanatorium nestled by the mountains and rivers in Magic City, a sudden urgent phone ring disturbed the midnight silence. A secretary-like person quickly answered the phone and asked quietly, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the line, Du Yuer pondered for a moment and slowly said, "May I ask if Secretary Wan is available?" "I'm sorry, but at this time, Secretary Wan has already gone to rest. If it's urgent, please call back tomorrow." The only person Du Yuer could count on was the highest official in Magic City. Wan Yud, known as a perennial tree in the officialdom, has a rich career history, having served as the highest official in multiple provinces and eventually stepped into the power center, becoming the most powerful person in Magic City. He is already 65 this year. Since he joined the company, he has never made a single mistake. Even his colleagues who have partnered with him speak highly of him, praising his easygoing personality and lack of authoritarianism. Despite holding a veto power, he has never used it, always resolving disagreements with the most perfect methods, leaving no room for rebuttal and earning admiration in return. During the sensational political upheaval, many corrupt officials fell, but he withstood the investigation and even rose in rank, shocking countless people. Chapter 126. At midnight, Ye Chen called the shots outside the anti-theft door of room 301. 5 armed men quietly waited, while countless others crowded behind them on the stairs. All those people held long knives, ready to rush in and kill the people inside as soon as the door opened. A focused individual was attempting to unlock the door. Creak! The sound of the lock opening startled all the underlings. But before they could rush in, the door was suddenly kicked open and a shadow shot out, wielding a military dagger. As it passed, the underlings clutched their throats and fell to the ground. Kill! Seeing blood ignited the underlings' bravery, and the sound of battle cries was deafening. The crowd hiding in the room didn't even dare to watch the commotion. How many years has it been since such gang fights occurred? It seems like it only happened in the 90s. Even in this new century, such things can still happen. Anyone daring to be so brazen must have powerful backing. They wouldn't foolishly rush out thinking they could escape unscathed. Because the battlefield was small, it suited a single warrior to hold the line, and with Jin Wu's S-class skills, many underlings rushing in alone were no match for him. Chapter 127. I'm a bad guy. Infinitely arrogant, as Ye Chen's words fell, hundreds of underlings stepped forward, coldly staring at Captain Hu and the others, clearly ready to fight at any moment. Captain Hu and the others only had one thought in their minds: too arrogant, too arrogant. Since the crackdown on organized crime, they hadn't seen anyone so audacious. Even street fights had become rare. Who would dare to provoke law enforcement officers face to face? Click, click, click. The sound of guns being loaded rang out, and Captain Hu took out his phone to notify the special forces for support. He only had about 20 people in his team, facing hundreds of gangsters. If they couldn't control the situation, they would all end up beaten to a pulp. How could they not be nervous? Some newbies, holding their guns, couldn't stop their hands from trembling. They had never seen such a large scene or such an arrogant person in their lives. Ye Chen, you are too arrogant. Do you really think no one dares to touch you? This is Huaxia, not a lawless land. Based on your attitude today, I can label you as part of an organized crime syndicate. Hearing Captain Hu's words, a well-known term flashed through Ye Chen's mind. Chapter 128. 3 moves to kill Jin Wu. What do you want? Now Jin Wu could only hope that Du Yuer could lend a hand and find reinforcements. It was at this moment that he truly understood his father's intentions, why he had always stopped him from coming to Huaxia. It turned out that Huaxia was indeed a forbidden ground for people like him. Even without the official intervention, the forces in the underworld had already put him in a predicament. What he didn't know was that he was also unlucky for provoking Ye Chen. Otherwise, with his strength, even if the Dragon team intervened, they might not be able to corner him like this, unless top experts were dispatched. But the top experts of the Dragon team were few and had to monitor all of Huaxia. It was impossible for them to mobilize just for him. Perhaps in all of Huaxia, as long as he didn't provoke Ye Chen, he wouldn't have found himself in such a situation today. What do I want? Ye Chen was amused. You attack my underlings for no reason, and now my people have suffered heavy losses trying to capture you. And you ask me what I want? I can tell you, I want to kill you. Jin Wu was stunned, then quickly realized he had been set up. Du Yuer had used him to send her information about Tang, Yi, and Zhou Zhuwei, intending to eliminate this person through him. Chapter 129. Director Qin. Has anyone ever told you that you are beautiful? Getting into the car, after a busy day, Ye Chen felt tired and wanted to go home to sleep soundly. As for Qin Chong and his son, he couldn't be bothered to even glance at them. He simply instructed Ye Yong to deal with it. Anyone wanting to become his trusted subordinate had to have at least 2 lives on their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to claim to be his. Of course, without taking lives, they couldn't become his confidants. Tang Yi, Zhou Zhiwei, and Song Lang, all of his trusted subordinates, had killed before. Since Ye Yong decided to follow him, dealing with Chun Chong and his son would be his final test. It all depended on whether he had the guts. Just as he was about to start the car and leave, a strange call came in. Seeing the number, Ye Chen answered it with curiosity. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? A somewhat nervous, worried, and fearful voice came from the other end. Ye Chen held the steering wheel with one hand, driving home, and replied, Yes, it is. Who are you? Mr. Yi, I am Qin Manwen. Hearing Qin Manwen's name, Ye Chen's mouth curled into a smile. This woman is quite clever. Where her husband and son went missing, she thought of him. Oh, Director Qin, what is the matter? Mr. Yi, is my husband and son in your hands? Chapter 130. Chen Xingya has been captured the next morning. Ye Chen stretched and slowly sat up from bed. After a deep conversation with Qin Manwen last night, his sleep had greatly improved. After taking a shower, Ye Chen opened his wardrobe, sliding his fingers over the clothes, and finally chose a suit he was satisfied with. Tied his tie, dressed neatly, and left. Financial Street Property Building. Taking the exclusive elevator to the upper floors, he walked into his office. Glancing at the documents that Tang he had sent over early, Ye Chen began to review them. These documents were basically profit reports from various industries under his control. After consolidating all assets, the liquid capital had reached over 100 billion. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen's expression was peculiar. Over 100 billion in liquid capital is definitely an astronomical figure. Even those top-tier consortiums with a market value in the trillions might not have such a large amount of liquid capital, right? Just the profits from Financial Street each year reached over 30 billion. The profits from Zhuanhuang Entertainment were 200 billion a year. The money earned from both Financial Street and Zhuanhuang Entertainment belonged to him. Financial Street collects rent, and all assets of Financial Street are his personal property. He is essentially the landlord, and how much he earns has nothing to do with others. Chapter 131. The arrival of the task force in the office. Ye Chen was on a call. Boss, Deware's capture failed. Upon hearing Song Lang's words, Ye Chen's expression remained unchanged as he replied to Don Dao. You better give me a reason. Song Lang, on the other end of the line, swallowed nervously and said, Boss, Dewey has hidden in the Qingshan Sanatorium, and my brothers and I can't get in. Qingshan Sanatorium? Ye Chen's heart stirred. He had heard of this place. It was said that Qingshan Sanatorium is a very well-connected aristocratic hospital. Many dignitaries from Modu seek medical treatment or recuperation there. A net worth of 10 billion is just the threshold for those worth several billion. They wouldn't even have the qualifications to register if they are below the official rank. Moreover, billionaires and officials of the rank could only stay on the third floor or below. Wanting to go above the third floor is absolutely a delusion. There are a total of 7 floors, each representing a different status. Only those with the right status qualify to go to the upper floors. The medical environment varies by floor, and the skills of the doctors differ as well. It is said that above the 5th floor, the attending doctors are all national medical masters. Each doctor is an authority in their respective clinics. Chapter 132. Give me the information on Ye Chen's illegal activities after sending off Wu Jingyi. Tang, he looked at Wu Jingyi's back and asked, Boss, is this Wu Jingyi usable? The meaning was clear. She wanted to know if Ye Chen could trust Wu Jingyi. Ye Chen sneered. Since he has decided to board my ship, it will be difficult to get off. The only people who can get off my ship are the dead. Tang Yi nodded. She knew Ye Chen's character. What he said was true. It meant that only the dead could disembark. Boss, how should we handle the situation with Chen Xingya? Should I send someone to rescue her and then change her name to let her live a quiet life? Ye Chen shook his head. That's just a last resort. What I want is for Chen Xingya to come out openly, and, given her personality, do you think she would be willing to live in obscurity for the rest of her life? Tang Yi sighed. Ye Chen was right. Chen Xingya had been strong for half her life, and suddenly making her live in the shadows would definitely not be acceptable to her. However, now all the blame was directed at Chen Xingya, and the executives of the Tsuetsan Group were pushing the accusations onto her. Moreover, the task force sent down from above was keeping a close eye on this matter, making it difficult to help her clear her name. Chapter 133. The task force leader's ribs were broken. As Wu Jingyi finished speaking, Ji Wei suddenly turned his head, his eyes narrowing, revealing a hint of danger. Director Wu, are you sure you did your homework? But why did I receive so many messages before coming here, saying that Ye Chen has absolute power in Modu? Is the minister of an underground organization, and for his own selfish interests, he engages in rampant plunder with extremely serious mafia-style behavior. With a mountain of homicide cases in his hands? Could it be that those whistleblowers were lying? Or is it that Ye Chen's power is so great that Director Wu is afraid to speak the truth? Although Ji Wei knew that his background was not simple. He had already paid homage to Ye Chen, meaning he was one of Ye Chen's people. At this point, Wu Jingyi couldn't afford to be polite any longer. His expression turning serious. Are you questioning me, Team Leader Ji? Don't forget, you were sent down specifically to handle the Tsuetsan Group case, and have no authority to interfere in local affairs. I only have the obligation to cooperate with your investigation into the Tsuetsan Group case. As for matters outside the Tsuetsan Group, I have no obligation. Ji Wei's expression darkened. Director Wu, The protector behind Chen Xingya is very likely Ye Chen, so he must be investigated as well. You also have the obligation, and if Director Wu does not cooperate, I will have to report the truth up the chain. Chapter 134 Boss, we should be low-key, right? After Ye Chen left, the entire police department was in chaos. From top to bottom, departments like the Public Security Department, the Household Registration Office, and the guard room all heard the news. The task force leader sent down from above had actually had his ribs broken at the police headquarters. It sounded like a story, utterly unbelievable. The police headquarters is a no-go zone for criminals. Who is so reckless as to break the ribs of the task force leader sent down from above? What? The assailant swaggered out of the headquarters, and no one dared to stop him. Who on earth is this person so formidable? It's simply incredible. Many people secretly gave a thumbs up to the assailant. Amazing, a role model for us, so arrogant. And Wu Zhengyi, who had been watching coldly as a bystander, was nearly laughing out loud, but managed to hold it back. Watching the crowd helping Ji Wei, Wu Zhengyi quickly pretended to be concerned and said, "Oh, be gentle. Be gentle. Team leader Ji's ribs are broken. Handling him like this could worsen his injury." Yes, 2 people lift his arms, 2 lift his legs, support his head, and try to keep team leader Ji's body flat. Don't let him get hurt again. Chapter 135, I have power abroad, just back in Financial Street. Tang, he hurried over to report. Boss, there are a total of 37 executives in the Tsuetsan group. Among them, 15 have relatives in Modu. 17 have relatives in their hometowns, and the other 5 have secretly sent their wives and children abroad. They themselves are very clean and are the 5 who have made the most serious accusations against Chen Xingya. Investigations revealed that a few of those executives have mistresses and illegitimate children outside. The relatives of those executives in the country can be controlled, but the ones abroad are a bit tricky since our influence overseas is not strong. After listening to Tang Yi's report, Ye Chen nodded. Have the brothers visit the relatives of those executives in the country and take some videos and photos. I will have Wu Zhengyi find a way to get the videos and photos to those executives. I believe that upon seeing the photos and videos, those executives will know what to do. As for the overseas situation, I will find a way. You can go prepare. Okay, boss. Tang, he was a bit surprised. Did the boss have influence abroad? However, she didn't dare to ask too much. As a subordinate, it's better to be less curious. Knowing too much is not beneficial. Chapter 136 Grandpa, you have to avenge me, just as Ye Chen was preparing to rescue Chen Xingya outside the ICU ward of the Moda Hospital. A group of task force members were anxiously waiting there, their faces filled with unease and worry. Ji Wei had just arrived at the hospital and was placed in the ICU. After the attending doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Ji Wei had suffered a severe concussion. If not treated properly, it could lead to serious long-term effects. Even if healed, his brain would still be somewhat affected in the future. Hearing this result, the members of the task force became even more worried. 3 hours have passed since Ji Wei was admitted to the ICU. Finally, a doctor came out and said to everyone, Group leader Ji has awakened and can be transferred to a regular ward for observation. However, group leader Ji is still very weak, so try not to let him get too emotionally agitated. The members of the special investigation team exchanged bitter smiles. Was that something they could control? If group leader Ji knew he had suffered a severe concussion, he would probably be furious. The team members could only nod in agreement. In the private ward, Ji Wei slowly regained consciousness, but his vision was still somewhat blurred. A cough broke the silence, and Ji Wei groggily said, Water. Chapter 137. The test from the Chao family. While Chao Lingshan was speaking with Chao Jingshan, a guard walked in. Seeing the guard, Chao Jingshan frowned and asked, What's the matter? The guard stood at attention and saluted. Report, Minister Ji has arrived. Ji Shoukong is here? Upon hearing the guard's report, Chao Jingshan frowned and then looked at his sister, Chao Lingshan. Lingshan, can you guess his intention? Although the Ji family is a faction of the Chao family, Ji Shoukong has always been difficult to control, and the Chao family is somewhat wary of him. Chao Lingshan pondered for a moment and said to the guard, Let Minister Yin. After the guard left, Chao Lingshan smiled and said, What else could it be? Isn't his precious grandson sent out for training? He probably encountered some difficulties at work or faced opposition from local forces. He came to see Grandpa, probably wanting some power to help his grandson. Ji Shoukong has high hopes for his grandson, paving the way for him at such a young age. It is said that the case in Modu is quite significant, and Ji Shoukong pushed for his grandson to become the leader of the special investigation team. Now, countless eyes are on Ji Wei. If this case isn't handled well, you'll also be affected. Chapter 138. Mr. Yi, it seems there is a situation, Grandpa. Should I go take a look? I can help you confirm a few things. Chao Lingshan knew that the one thing her grandfather cared about most in his life was the Yi family. Even like a startled bird, he remained unflinching in the face of great danger. But upon hearing the surname Yi, he would become preoccupied. The old man shook his head. This matter doesn't require you to go. We need to probe to the end. Ji Shoukong has provided me with an opportunity. I can observe more clearly from the shadows. All right, Grandpa, I understand. Although she said this, Chao Lingshan's mind was racing, very curious about the extent of the feud between the Chao and Yi families. Time passed quickly, and 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, although Ji Wei, the leader of the special investigation team, was still in the hospital, the team had already resumed work. The special investigation team not only had a leader, but also 2 deputy leaders. Ji Wei only needed to listen for updates and give commands from the hospital, while the 2 deputy leaders oversaw the actions. However, in these 2 days, the entire special investigation team was busy to the point of being overwhelmed. It wasn't that the work was particularly difficult. Rather, it was too smooth. So smooth that it was hard to believe. First, those executives from the brilliant group who accused Chen Xingya began to confess one by one, after initially pushing the blame onto Chen Xingya. Chapter 139. Bring the evidence back to me. After finishing his conversation with the man in the duckbill cap, one of the deputy leaders ran to the side, took out his phone, and called Ji Wei. In the hospital, Ji Wei received the call, and, upon hearing that evidence directly linking Chen Xingya to the crime had been found, nearly jumped out of bed in excitement. Well done. You all bring that evidence back immediately. I want to see how Chen Xingya can turn this around. After hanging up, a smile couldn't help but appear on Ji Wei's face. Ye Chen, you tried every means to save this woman, but what can you do now? Soon, you won't even be able to protect yourself. I will crush you completely, trample you underfoot. This morning, Ji Wei received a call from his grandfather, saying that he had reported the incident of being attacked to the higher-ups, and the Yama department had already sent people to Modu for investigation. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. The Ji Jianwei is a department specifically responsible for investigating officials, and Ye Chen has many issues of his own. Once he is investigated, even a small misconduct will be magnified infinitely. What does it matter that he has a position in the Baolong Bureau? Does he dare to confront the Yama department? While Ji Wei was fantasizing about a bright future, Chapter 140. Major criminal case on the abandoned bridge, the special investigation team and the gangsters were in a fierce battle. Bullets flew as if they were free, shooting back and forth. The special investigation team members were hiding behind cars, unable to lift their heads. It wasn't that the team members were poor shots, but rather the firepower suppression was too great. On one side were police-issued 92 pistols, while on the other were AK-47s used by the gangsters. They were simply not in the same league. Moreover, in terms of numbers, the special investigation team was at a disadvantage. Additionally, they were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties right from the start, making it difficult to counter the gangsters. However, the special investigation team members were all elites. After initially being caught off guard, they found cover and began to fight back, resulting in casualties among the gangsters as well. The gangsters were indeed fierce, but they were also a bit too reckless. They didn't seek cover, standing on the bridge and directly shooting at the special investigation team. One by one, they were taken down, which only made them more frenzied, with some charging forward, relying on their overwhelming firepower to stand on top of the vehicles used as cover and shoot wildly. Da-da-da. One gangster laughed loudly, directly shooting a car until it exploded, flames shooting into the sky. 3 members of the special investigation team, hiding behind the car, were blown high into the air, falling off the bridge. Chapter 141. Ye Chen wants to be a good person at the Ultraviolet by Paul Pirate Restaurant. This was the place where Ye Chen had his first meal with Chen Xingya. It was also the best Western restaurant in Modu. Today, he had arranged a date with Su Yanqi here. This restaurant, whether in terms of food or service, was indeed quite exceptional, always providing a very comfortable atmosphere. Ye Chen drove Su Yanqi to the restaurant entrance, where a well-dressed foreign man was waiting. The man was very handsome, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Exuding a gentleman. Upon seeing Ye Chen from a distance, the man hurried over. Hello, Mr. Yi. It's truly an honor to meet you. Looking at the restaurant owner, Ye Chen slightly nodded. Mr. Fix, I'm also very glad to see you. The two shook hands lightly, and Fix quickly said, Mr. Yi, please don't stand here. Come inside. I've instructed the restaurant to not open to the public today. We are serving only you and this beautiful lady. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Fix. As Fikes walked inside, he said, I am very sorry to hear about General Chen. I heard she has encountered a lot of trouble. Chapter 142. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Ye Chen's words made Su Yinchi a little moved. She was actually a very simple person, although she grew up in a family of officials. And her father had always taught her how to weigh pros and cons and navigate the world. Su Yinchi felt it was too complicated. Living that way was exhausting. It was better to act according to her own heart. After graduating from university, she chose to become a teacher. There was no need for too much scheming. All she had to do was teach her students. However, Ye Chen's proposal to establish a charity organization resonated with Su Yinchi's character, helping disaster-stricken areas, sending warmth to left-behind children, and benefiting society made life more meaningful. Let me think about it, Su Yinchi replied. She did not rush to agree, but wanted to go home and consider whether to take on such a daunting task. She just wanted a simpler life. Not to be foolish. The charity sector was not as clear-cut as it seemed. It was often murkier than people imagined. Perhaps the donations you send over might leave less than 1/10 remaining on the other side. To run a charity organization, one must have influence and ensure fairness and transparency. Ye Chen smiled lightly and said, of course you can. Su Yinchi then stopped thinking about it and looked up at Ye Chen's handsome face, feeling a bit lost. Chapter 143. Killing is against the law. Huh? Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the second brother looked at him as if he were a fool. Did you hear that? Third brother? Huh? This guy is really something. We should learn from him in the future. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to you like that. Today I'll see what you can do. Now you can't even walk away. Su Yinchi looked at the two fierce-looking men and tightly grasped Ye Chen's arm. Ye Chen, should we call the police? They don't look like good people. Ye Chen had a strange expression and looked down at Su Yinchi. Su Yinchi, why do I feel like you are insulting me? What do you mean? Su Yinchi was a bit confused by Ye Chen's sudden comment. Am I such a big gang leader that you think I'm afraid of these two punks? At this moment, Su Yinchi finally remembered Ye Chen's identity and blushed, lowering her head. Oh, I'm sorry, Ye Chen, I forgot. TCH. Ye Chen smirked. He knew Su Yinchi was just worried. After all, ordinary people instinctively call for help when faced with harassment from bad guys. Damn it, attack. Beat him up. The second brother couldn't stand watching Ye Chen and Su Yinchi ignore them any longer. Chapter 144. Su Yinchi runs away from home. Second update. After parting with Ye Chen, Su Yinchi happily returned home. After more than 2 years, the former couple rekindled their old feelings, and it felt so comfortable. However, upon entering the house, she saw her father sitting there with a serious expression, and the atmosphere in the entire living room felt a bit heavy, leaving Su Yinchi puzzled. She looked at her mother, seeking an explanation. Su's mother subtly shook her head, indicating that her father was in a bad mood and not to provoke him. Although Su Changcheng usually did not manage things at home, both mother and daughter were still quite fearful of him when something major happened. Why are you back so late? Su Changcheng asked in a deep voice. Su Yinchi didn't think much and casually replied, Oh, I had dinner with friends and came back late. Dad, what's wrong with you today? You seem a bit upset. Oof. Su Changcheng snorted coldly. How can I be in a good mood? 12 members of the special investigation team have died. The higher-ups are paying close attention, and they've already called, insisting that we solve the case within a week, or the entire leadership team in Magic City will face consequences. Su Yinchi nodded. I heard about it today, Dad. Don't worry too much. Solving such a serious case is difficult. Being anxious won't help. You have to trust your subordinates. They will definitely solve the case. Chapter 145. Does this count as marrying into a wealthy family? Third update, Shi Mountain Villa. Ye Chen's car slowly drove in under the respectful gaze of the security guard. After parking the car in front of the villa, Ye Chen opened the door and gently carried Su Yinchi out. He brought her into the villa and laid her on the bed in the bedroom, covering her with a blanket. Looking at Su Yinchi, who was sleeping with slightly swollen eyes, Ye Chen felt no thoughts at that moment, only a tinge of heartache. He recalled the moments they shared during their university days. Su Yinchi was the campus beauty, a goddess in the eyes of countless people. Although he was also handsome, he was a commoner compared to her. There were numerous people who slandered and envied him. Even when he was just recognized as the campus heartthrob, he faced targeting from many rich second-generation heirs. At that time, he thought his 4 years in university would be turbulent, but after meeting Su Yinchi, no one dared to trouble him again. Looking back now, it was actually Su Yanqi who silently supported him from behind. Those who troubled him were certainly dealt with by Su Yanqi. Suddenly, Su Yanqi trembled in her sleep, likely having a bad dream. Ye Chen lay down beside her, gently holding her, and perhaps feeling the warmth and safety. Su Yanqi calmed down and fell back into a peaceful sleep. Chapter 146. Hero Wu Jingyi in the morning. A shocking news story emerged in Magic City. Last night, Police Chief Wu Jingyi personally led a team, taking the lead to successfully crack the major criminal case 712. The 12 police officers' deaths were concluded just 5 hours after the incident, with all the gangsters who killed the investigation team being shot dead on the spot. It was said that the scene was very intense, with both sides battling fiercely in an abandoned factory for nearly half an hour. And all the gangsters were killed without exception. Following that, Wu Jingyi's background information was revealed. After graduating from Police Academy, he rose to become the police chief of Magic City, having solved many major cases during his tenure. Now, having cracked the case of the 712 investigation team ambush in less than 5 hours, Wu Jingyi was pushed to the pinnacle of his career. He was directly awarded the Special Hero Honor Medal, and with this achievement, as long as Wu Jingyi does not make mistakes in the future, he is bound to rise steadily, with the position of chief commander at the Capital Police Station within reach. Early in the morning, reporters from various news websites had already gathered at the entrance of the police headquarters, waiting for the press conference to begin so they could rush in for first-hand information. Today was a big day for the Magic City Police Department, and due to Wu Jingyi, they were preparing to hold a press conference. Chapter 147. Little Duo enters the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. Zhuanhuang Entertainment City was still bustling tonight, due to Ye Chen's arrangement. The first DJ Xiao Duoer has become a resident DJ at the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City, making her the chief DJ there. The Zhuanhuang Entertainment City has even advertised for Xiao Duoer to boost her popularity, keeping her high on the trending charts. The investment in Xiao Duoer's promotion has cost Zhuanhuang Entertainment City a significant amount, but compared to the revenue she brings in, it's just a drop in the bucket. Since Xiao Duoer became a resident DJ, the bar area S revenue has increased by 20. If we calculate the bar area S daily income at 10 million, a 20 increase means 2 million. The cost of promoting Xiao Duoer is less than 500,000 a day, leaving a profit of 1.5 million for the bar. Moreover, the bar has very high profit margins. A beer that sells for a few dollars outside can be sold for $30 a bottle in the bar. A bottle of red wine that costs less than 1,000 can be sold for almost 5,000. Countless people are willing to pay for it, with daily alcohol sales exceeding 100,000 bottles. This is why so many people are eager to break into the entertainment industry to make quick money. Chapter 148. Asia's #1 party. Quite a bold statement. An hour later, the climax ended. It was time for Xiao Duoer to take a break, replaced by another DJ. The bar's night scene is divided into time slots, typically starting around 8:30 p.m., with peak hours between 10 p.m. and midnight. After midnight, most of the crowd is winding down. The event usually concludes around 2 a.m. However, after midnight, most of the attendees are already preparing to leave, either to grab late-night snacks or to pursue their desires after a romantic encounter. Of course, some eager individuals find various ways to satisfy their needs, whether in the bar's restroom, private rooms, or even booking a room directly within the entertainment city. There are also those who, seeking excitement, fulfill their needs in a corner. In short, bars are like a melting pot, filled with all kinds of people. Ye Chen made a gesture, and the bar area manager, Chen Yong, quickly leaned in. Ye Chen pointed in Xiao Duoer's direction, and Chen Yong understood and left. Shortly after, Xiao Duoer, freshly changed, walked over behind Chen Yong. Upon seeing Ye Chen, a look of nervousness appeared on her face. She still vividly remembers what happened the last time at the bar. Chapter 149. The arrogant Murong family. The security guard noticed Murong Long's unfriendly demeanor and quickly spoke into the radio. Manager Chen. It seems someone is here to cause trouble. They've already entered. Chen Yong, who was inside the bar, frowned upon hearing the radio. To be honest, he found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble at the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. After all, throughout the Yangtze River Delta, everyone knows the reputation and strength of Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. When it first opened, many envious gang leaders tried to stir up trouble, but without exception, they all ended up in miserable situations. Either they were arrested for their illegal activities or were killed on the street or at home. Some even died under mysterious circumstances. Gradually, the reputation of Zhuanghuang Entertainment City spread, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. The last time Wang Chang's brother, Wang Yi, caused trouble at Zhuanghuang Entertainment City, it was because he was just a spoiled kid who didn't know better. Now hearing that someone else was causing trouble, Chen Yong found it very hard to believe. However, disbelief aside, he still called the general manager, Gao Jian, that Song Long was currently at the Qingshan Sanatorium, keeping an eye on Duyuer. So all matters of Zhuanghuang Entertainment City were now under Gao Jian's management. Chapter 150. Young man, no martial virtue, seeing the dark barrel of the gun. The old man squinted, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he positioned himself in front of Murong Long. A gun is a dangerous thing. If used properly, it can harm others, and if mishandled, it can hurt yourself. I advise you to put it away. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe. The old man said ominously to Gao Jian. Upon hearing the old man's words, Gao Jian frowned. This was the first time he had encountered someone who wasn't afraid in the face of a gun. Moreover, he could tell that the old man was not joking. He genuinely had confidence. But Gao Jian was also someone who had weathered many storms. How could he be intimidated by a few words? Is that so? I don't care who you are. Coming to Zhuanghuang Entertainment City to cause trouble is a mistake. Which gang are you from? State your name. Hearing Gao Jian's inquiry, the old man proudly replied, Tianqing Yueming. Upon hearing this, Gao Jian's expression changed. You're from the Qing gang? Wrong, to be precise. It should be the Murong family of the Qing gang. The Southern Hongmen and Northern Qing gang were the two largest gangs in China during the 1980s. It is said that at their peak, the Hongmen and Qing gang combined had 1 million disciples. The structures of the Hongmen and Qing gang are completely different. Chapter 151. You like to keep things clean? Upon hearing the boss's voice, Gao Jian respectfully responded, Yes, boss. He then pointed his gun at Murong Long and the others, saying, The boss wants to see you. Come with me. But you better behave. My gun doesn't have eyes. Boss. Upon hearing Gao Jian say boss, a serious look flashed in Murong Long's eyes. Anyone who could be referred to as boss by Gao Jian must be the mastermind behind the entertainment city. He was curious to see who this person was. As a member of the Murong family, Murong Long was very proud. Moreover, since his family had ancestors who were once part of the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty, even though the Qing dynasty had fallen, the spirit of nobility remained. No matter whom they faced, the Murong family would never consider themselves inferior. Others were the lowly ones. They were eternally the aristocrats. As Gao Jian and Murong Long clashed, Ye Chen looked at Xiao Duoer with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. If I guess correctly, these people are here for you, right? You seem unwilling to stay with me. How about I let you go and let them take you? Upon hearing that Ye Chen was going to let the Murong family take her away, Xiao Duoer's expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't sit still. Boss, I'm your employee. You've invested so much money in me, and I haven't yet brought you the maximum profit. How can you let me leave? Chapter 152. Can you still eat? Bang! The ceramic ashtray smashed directly onto Murong Long's head. Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere as Murong Long screamed in pain, holding his head. With Ye Chen's skills, let alone Murong Long, even the ancient martial arts expert beside him, Fu Bo, didn't react in time. By the time they realized what had happened, Murong Long was already covered in blood, with half of his head caved in. Blood splattered all over Ye Chen, and the suit worth over 1 million was completely ruined. You're seeking death. Seeing Murong Long beaten so badly by Ye Chen, Uncle Fu became furious. His rough arms bulged with veins as he clawed towards Ye Chen's throat. Feeling the gust of wind approaching, Ye Chen remained calm, raised his hand first, and pinched one of Uncle Fu's fingers in his palm, applying a bit of force. A sound of bones cracking echoed. When Ye Chen released his grip, Uncle Fu's entire hand was bent in an irregular shape. It was clear that it had been broken. Ye Chen delivered a front kick, sending Uncle Fu flying back 20 to 30 meters, crashing through more than 10 tables along the way. He cast a disdainful glance at the bleeding Uncle Fu. Is this the successor of ancient martial arts? Not impressive at all, killing both the body and the spirit. Already severely injured, Uncle Fu, upon hearing Ye Chen's contemptuous words, spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 153. Is Ye Chen here? While Ye Chen was busy last night, in a poor area of Magic City, Zhou Jiwei was strolling through an alley. The moonlight fell, casting a long shadow. At this moment, it felt somewhat fitting evoking a sense of walking alone in a dark alley for love. However, Zhou Jiwei was not here for the ambience. She was here because someone was hiding here. Someone Ye Chen must kill. If this person is not eliminated, Chen Xingya would never be able to clear her name. Tian Jiping, an undercover agent hidden within the brilliant group for years. If it weren't for his superior suddenly falling ill and dying, the operation might have started long ago. It wouldn't have come to this, waiting for Du Yuer to take action. As she walked, the sound of barking dogs echoed. Meanwhile, inside a cheap rental room in the slum, a man with a buzz cut, wearing earrings and about 175 meters tall, resembling a thug, abruptly woke from his sleep. Hearing the continuous barking outside, Tian Jiping's heart raced, and he became tense. He quietly approached the window covered with rags, opened a slit, and peeked outside. It was very quiet outside. From this angle, he could clearly see the entire alley, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Chapter 154. Can I report you to? In the morning, Ye Chen received a call from the disciplinary inspection department, but ignored them. You expect me to go over for an investigation just because you say so? Do you think Ye Chen is someone you can summon at will? Since there was nothing else to do today, and having often seen the wealthy play golf, he decided to come and learn. After all, this is an essential skill for showing off in the future. With his balance ability, after the trainer explained some precautions and how to exert force and grip the club, he was already able to hit perfect shots. In fact, he was even better than those seasoned golfers. The female trainer was very pleased to be Ye Chen's private trainer, especially considering his tall, handsome, and wealthy background, which made her even more satisfied. Every woman working as a trainer here had her own thoughts, and they all had some capital. Although this woman wasn't as beautiful as Ye Chen's other women, she still had an attractive score of 85. Unfortunately, for Ye Chen, finding a woman was no longer just about looks. What he sought was depth and a unique character. The size of the harem didn't matter, but there could never be any duds. Chapter 155. Do you know how much I have contributed to Magic City? What attitude do I have? What attitude do you want from me? As he spoke, Ye Chen slowly stood up and approached the two men, looking down at them. Faced with Ye Chen's calm gaze, the two instinctively swallowed hard. Ye Chen's killing intent was not something ordinary people could compare to. While others try hard to show ferocity and hatred when angry, Ye Chen didn't need to pretend, because the number of people who had died indirectly at his hands was countless. That kind of murderous aura was something ordinary people simply couldn't withstand. What are you doing? Do you know where this place is? Do you still want to commit a crime here? How bold! You better sit back down, or we'll have to give you an organizational punishment. Ye Chen soudain dissimulait. But seeing his smile made the two even more uneasy. Shaking his head slowly, he said, Do you know that your clothes and your salary have a part of me in them? Do you know how much I have contributed to Magic City and even the entire country? I can contribute half of the tax revenue for the country every year. Preliminary statistics from the beginning of the year to now show that the total turnover of all companies in Financial Street has reached trillions, with taxes exceeding 300 billion. Chapter 156. The world is treacherous, and human hearts are hard to measure. Some onlookers wanted to lend a helping hand to catch the child. But one must understand, if a child weighing 30 to 40 pounds falls from the 13th floor, even a few pounds of weight could kill someone if it lands on them. Moreover, even if someone manages to catch the child, very few can withstand the impact. Not only would they get hurt, but the child might not survive either. If catching the child leads to their death or serious injury, and the ungrateful family turns around to sue you, you might even end up having to pay compensation. Why has society become so cold and inhumane? Isn't it because those kind-hearted people have been hurt? Once, helping an elderly lady cross the road was a traditional virtue, deeply ingrained in the bones of Chinese people. But later, a statement saying if you didn't hit them, why should you help? Completely denied 5,000 years of virtue in China. How many good deeds were done with the intent to help, only to end up in trouble and being pointed at? Therefore, in the future, there will be no more good people doing good deeds. Now, doing good is only seen as foolish without any praise. Not only have good deeds diminished, but even brotherly loyalty has disappeared. Those who are loyal are scolded as fools, while those who are not are praised for their capability and destined for greatness. Chapter 157. New System Features. Ye Chen was not angry at the ugly faces of those people. He had long seen through everything in today's society. After all, this is the reality of society. What he cared about more was the child's parents. No matter who they were, if someone saved your son, you should feel grateful, both emotionally and rationally. But Ye Chen did not regret saving the child. If he could do it all over again, he would still go to save them. He could kill indiscriminately, with his hands stained with blood. But the people he killed were either enemies or those who posed a threat to himself or those around him. He had never killed an innocent person. There may be innocent people involved, but those people might be entangled in his interests. Just then, a notification sound suddenly echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! Due to the host saving people and doing good deeds anonymously, a hidden mission is triggered, and a new system function is activated. Ding! The daily sign-in function has been obtained. Ding! There is one sign-in opportunity today. Do you want to use it? Huh. There's a sign-in function now. Ye Chen was slightly surprised, then said, Start sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have obtained Huiguang car dealership. And the dealership's garage will provide the host with a luxury car every day. Please remember to collect it daily. Chapter 158. You continue, I'll just shoot a video. Hearing the station master's words, Xiaoli couldn't help but pout and said aggrievedly, It's still about the earlier rescue. Over the years, I haven't found any major hot topics. If it weren't for your strong support, I might have had a hard time transitioning from an intern reporter to a full-time position. But today's live rescue was already gaining traction. Yet I missed the opportunity because of an uncooperative person. It really makes me furious. Those despicable people, no matter what, I must make this news the headline. The station master wrapped his arm around Xiaoli's waist and curiously asked, By the way, I forgot to ask you, why did the live broadcast suddenly end halfway? I watched your previous live stream and just discussed this with Xiao Kai. The netizens are very interested in your live rescue. If it's produced into a video later with a good title, it will definitely trend, and your own traffic will increase as well. Recently, there has been a directive from above for our major TV stations to recommend a prominent reporter specifically responsible for positive news reporting, and I was thinking of recommending you. Hearing the station master's words, Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Really? Chapter 159. Ye Chen, you're finished. 2 police officers arrived and took a statement. The younger officer, upon hearing about such a heinous crime, was filled with righteous indignation, clenching his fists and saying, Don't worry, none of these people will escape. I guarantee they will be brought to justice. Then he saw Xiaoli's miserable appearance, and his anger intensified. These scumbags, I promise you, I will have them all arrested within 3 days. Just then, the older officer couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Chunhao, shut up. Seeing his senior in such a state, Chunhao was taken aback. Old Chi, the older officer, shook his head at Chunhao, then coldly addressed the people from the TV station. Don't worry. We will file a case as soon as we return. Just wait for the news. I will inform you as soon as there is any update. After speaking, the older officer took Chunhao away. Outside in the police car, Chunhao couldn't hold it in anymore and asked in a deep voice, Old Chi, I respect you as a senior. But what did you mean by that just now? A case this severe? Don't you feel any responsibility? Old Chi sighed. Xiao Chun, you just graduated from a police academy. There are many things you don't understand yet. What you need to do now is to observe more, learn more, and speak less, got it? Chapter 160. I'm in a good mood today. Let us reward a special task force to wipe them out. At night, after a busy day, Ayong finally had the chance to unwind with his subordinates. Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. This place had become an exclusive entertainment venue for Ye Chen subordinates. Sitting on the bar's sofa, Ayong looked at the scantily clad, beautiful women in the dance floor, feeling a surge of hormones. Of course, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. After all, this was his boss's business, and he dared not act recklessly. But didn't he stop him from flirting? If the other party was willing, then there was no problem. Brother Yong, today the boss gave us 100,000 as drinking money. Don't forget about the brothers. A small matter. Just for handling a task, that 100,000 is really great. It seems my choice back then was not wrong. Following the big boss is good. Small money keeps coming in, and life is colorful. Meanwhile, while Ayong and the others were indulging in luxury, the police officers who received the news had arrived outside Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. The director looked up at the huge sign of Zhuanhuang Entertainment City, feeling a bit intimidated. Coming here to arrest people seemed a bit disrespectful. Is this a place for small roles like them to barge into? Just as the director was pondering how to resolve the situation in the most gentle way. Chapter 161. I want 3,000 heads from Modu. On a stormy night, things were always unusual. 2 Passat cars drove through the streets of Modu. The rain ruthlessly pounded against the car windows, but inside the car, it was eerily quiet. Jiwei coldly stared at Ayong, who was handcuffed. If you honestly disclose information about Ye Chen, perhaps I can let you off the hook. But if you don't, I will make you spend your entire sentence in prison. Facing Ji Wei's threat, Yong scoffed. Do you think your words count? Spend my entire sentence in prison? Am I afraid of that? To tell you the truth, I've been in and out of there more than once or twice. And what does this have to do with Ye Chen? I don't even know this person. Are you asking me to frame him? Tough talk. Once we get to the place, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Ji Wei sneered. Yong shrugged, looking indifferent. Come on. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't say anything related to Ye Chen, and he's not stupid. If he turned over Ye Chen, his own situation would be even worse. Just then, as they reached an intersection, a dump truck was speeding toward them from a distance. The dump truck didn't even have its lights on. In the dim weather, everyone could only see its outline. Chapter 162. Is my life really that worthless? Inside the Rolls-Royce heading to the prosecutor's office, Ye Chen sat quietly, with Zhou Jiwei driving and Tang Yi beside him. At this moment, Tang Yi took out his phone to check and suddenly changed his expression. Boss, you might be in trouble. Without turning his head to look at the scenery outside, Ye Chen calmly asked, What trouble? Just now, Fei sent a message saying your bounty abroad has exceeded $500 million. Ye Chen turned his head with a strange expression, saying, So cheap? My head is only worth $500 million. Originally, Tang Yi thought Ye Chen would be shocked or angry when he turned his head, but he didn't expect his thought process to be so peculiar, even complaining that his life was cheap, leaving him speechless. Boss, don't take it lightly. A bounty of $500 million can drive people crazy. Those bounty hunters are all exceptionally skilled, so they shouldn't be underestimated. After being surprised, Ye Chen regained his calmness and smirked. If they can kill me, I'll give them $1 billion. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Tang Yi really didn't know what to say. If it were an ordinary person, hearing that they were put up for a bounty of $500 million, their first thoughts would surely be shock, anger, fear, or a cautious desire to devise a strategy. Chapter 163. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. As the time reached 9 o'clock, the trial officially began. Chen Qingya was escorted by 2 bailiffs into the courtroom and took her seat in the defendant's stand. Across from her was the newly appointed leader of the Special Investigation Team, a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this moment, Lawyer Luo stepped forward and smiled confidently at Chen Qingya. Miss Chen, don't worry. The boss has arranged everything, and you will regain your freedom today. Chen Qingya felt very reassured about Ye Chen. During the day she spent inside, she thought a lot, and despite this incident, it was a good thing. It was akin to an alternative rebirth. Once she got out, she would be completely cleared of charges and would no longer be affected by future storms. In this hearing, there was not a single person in the audience from Chen Qingya's side, but there were quite a few people in the audience from the Special Investigation Team. However, the expressions on those people's faces were not good. After all, they all knew Chen Qingya was guilty, but unfortunately, there was no evidence to keep her. They could only watch helplessly as Chen Qingya walked out. The middle-aged man's fists clenched tightly on his lap. His name was Ji Qingyuan, the 3rd son of the 2nd generation of the Ji family. He was also Ji Wei's uncle, the 3rd son of Ji Shoukong. Chapter 164. Go to Qing Mountain Sanatorium to capture some of the final result, of course, came as no surprise. Chen Qingya was announced to be released in court. Outside the courthouse, Ye Chen put his arm around Chen Qingya's shoulders and waved goodbye to Ji Qingyuan and the Special Investigation Team members who came out behind them. Team Leader Ji, we meet again by fate. Watching Ye Chen leave arrogantly, Ji Qingyuan gritted his teeth and said, Ye Chen, let you be arrogant for a few more days. Once the action team arrives, you'll cry too late. Once inside the car, Ye Chen held Chen Qingya's hand and smiled. Let us go, first to clear away your bad luck, and then I'll give you a surprise. Chen Qingya finally couldn't hold back. For the first time in many years, her eyes turned red with tears. Ye Chen. Say it. Thank you. Come on. Don't be so polite with me. Ye Chen's words instantly deflated the emotions that Chen Qingya had been building up. Can you be serious? Now I can't cry. Tears don't just fall like that. Save them for later. Ye Chen smiled and said. Then Chen Qingya looked at Tang Yi in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, she said 3 words. Thank you. Tang Yi shook his head. Oh, our general manager, Chen, has such a sentimental day. She wasn't like this when we first met. Chapter 165. Mr. Yi, please stop. Ye Chen has arrived? The elderly man with glasses perched on the bridge of his nose was slightly surprised to hear his grandson's words. and he quickly took off his glasses and said in a deep voice, "Do you know what's about?" The young man shook his head. "I don't know. Just that he came in with more than 10 people, swaggering. The grandfather and grandson were named Zhou Zhengming and Zhou Chaoran. The reason why the sanatorium established by the elderly Zhou Zhengming was so powerful, able to attract high-ranking officials, was that he was the former secretary of the last term in Magic City. However, Zhou Zhengming's connections were not comparable to the current one yet. This was because Zhou Zhengming had once entered the power center. Although he only served there for 3 years, he established good relationships with many high-ranking officials. In the entire Magic City, Zhou Zhengming could be considered a hidden big shot, one who could directly reach the heavens when necessary. Although his influence had diminished after retirement, his connections remained. His grandson, Zhou Chaoran, at just 27 years old, was already the secretary to the executive director of the Magic City leadership team. After this year, he could go down to the local level to form a team on his own and become a local leader, adding to his resume. As long as Zhou Chaoran doesn't encounter any problems, following the path laid out by Zhou Zhengming, he would also become a powerful figure upon returning to Magic City in the future. Chapter 166. Confirming the eyes, he is someone not to offend hearing the voice. Everyone turned their heads to see an old man and a young man quickly walking out of the elevator. The person who had just spoken was indeed Zhou Zhengming. Seeing the old man striding confidently, Ye Chen knew that this elder must have a significant identity. At least, such demeanor was not something an ordinary person could cultivate. "Mr. Yi, hello, I am Zhou Zhengming, the director of this Qing Mountain Sanatorium. What identity do you have, Mr. Yi? Why make things difficult for a young girl? If there is anything, just tell me. I will certainly inform you of everything I know." "Oh, you are the director here?" Ye Chen said with slight surprise, thoughtfully. "I've heard that you are quite powerful." Mr. Yi is joking. "Compared to you, I'm just a small business, just making a living." "Old sir, you're too modest. If this is a small business, then those listed companies in Magic City must be like small street vendors." "All right, don't try to play this game with me. I'll make it clear. I came here today to take someone away. You can choose to obstruct me or hand the person over, but you should know the consequences of each choice." After speaking, Ye Chen signaled Songlong to hand Zhou Zhengming a photo of duty wearer. Chapter 167. Iron-blooded military soul of the Qin family. It is said that enemies see each other and feel particularly hostile. At this moment, Qin Manwen was in such a situation. However, in this setting, Qin Manwen still managed to hold her temper. If it were in a different circumstance, even if she couldn't do anything to Ye Chen, she would definitely scold him to vent her frustration. Of course, Qin Manwen never thought about how safe she would feel if she were in a different place. Ye Chen did not speak, only gave Qin Manwen a meaningful smile. To be honest, although it was just one night of passion, Ye Chen could never forget the charm of Director Qin. How should I put it? Both Chen Qingya and Qin Manwen belong to the mature and alluring type. The difference is that one is already a married woman, while the other has not been fully developed yet. On the other side, Zhou Zhengming had already reached Qin Lao's phone. Currently, in the Qin family's courtyard in Magic City, the elder Qin was looking at a piece of information with a very serious expression. "You mean, Yao suddenly lost contact an hour ago?" Standing in front of the elder Qin was the father of Qin Yao, the commander of the Central Theater. The country is divided into 5 major theaters, each of which is a presence guarding a region, and there are rankings among the 5 major theaters. The first belongs to the Central Theater, which is controlled by Qin Yao's father, responsible for commanding the headquarters during wartime. Chapter 168. Qin Yao is in trouble. I'll make everyone pay. The call ended, and Zhou Zhengming walked back to his grandson, Zhou Chaoran, and said, "Take 2 people to bring the person Ye Chen wants over. Remember, don't create too much of an impact. Try to be quiet." "I understand, Grandpa." Zhou Chaoran nodded and turned to leave. Zhou Zhengming was quite satisfied with his grandson. Since childhood, he had learned what it means to be low-key, has a strong background, yet never shows off outside. At just over 20, he should be in his youthful and reckless days, but he is very mature, more so than some people in their 40s or 50s who have seen everything. Perhaps the future of the Zhou family can be completely entrusted to this grandson. He still needs to work hard to pave the way for him before Zhou Chaoran takes over. After Zhou Zhengming finished his call, Ye Chen's phone rang on the other end. Seeing the caller ID, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. "Hello, old Qin. Is Zhou Zhengming looking for you?" Old Qin's cheerful voice came through the phone. "How little Yi. It's been a long time. I've missed you." Ye Chen smiled and said, "Old Qin, what are you up to? Isn't that too polite?" Chapter 169. Are you teaching me to do things? In the Wan Yud nursing room on the 6th floor, only Wan Yud was sitting quietly. Dewey Ware and Secretary Xiao Wang had disappeared. Footsteps could be heard outside as Zhou Chaoran entered with 2 guards. Upon seeing Wan Yud, he respectfully said, "Uncle Wan, please don't make things difficult for me." Wan Yud remained calm. "Ah, Chaoran, you're here. What have I made difficult for you this time?" Zhou Chaoran furrowed his brows. "Uncle Wan, Ye Chen wants my grandfather to hand someone over, and we have no choice. After today's matter passes, my grandfather said he would personally come to apologize to you." Wan Yud, puzzled, asked, "Hand someone over? Who are we talking about? Is Ye Chen looking for me? Then let me go down with you." Seeing that Wan Yud still wasn't telling the truth, Zhou Chaoran became anxious. Of course, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. After all, Wan Yud was the highest leader in Moda now. If it weren't for Ye Chen, their family would definitely not dare to seek Wan Yud for someone. Anyone who could rise in Modu was destined to enter the power center in the future, and offending him would inevitably lead to trouble. "Uncle Wan, please, don't make things difficult for me. We must find that person today, otherwise everyone will have trouble." "Presumptuous. Are you threatening me?" Chapter 170. Ye Chen is a good boss. After Chun Qingya was released from prison, her personality changed significantly. From a cold, aloof female boss, she became a gentlewoman. Perhaps this is Chun Qingya's truest self. Her previous identity and status forced her to disguise herself. But makes sense. Any woman who becomes a gang leader cannot remain weak and must be strong. Could she speak softly and kindly to her subordinates if she wasn't strong? He then thought of Tang. Could she also be a pure-hearted little woman, now pretending? It would be worth exploring to see if Tang was naturally like this or just acting. In fact, Tang, Yi, and Chun Qingya were quite similar, both being female leaders, but Tang Yi was much more skilled than Chun Qingya. She had washed herself clean and come ashore early without developing her own power, and had integrated her influence into the financial district. She definitely achieved the advantage of being backed by a big tree for shade. If Chun Qingya's situation were swapped with Tang Yi's, she probably wouldn't even have evidence to report. No, it could be said that Tang Yi could not be reported at all, as she had no handles on her, having cleaned herself very well. Just as the two were talking, Songlong's phone rang, saying they had found Du Yuer's trace at the dock. Chapter 171. The naive Xiao Xuanzi, hearing Xiao Xuanzi's explanation. Du Yuer nodded, realizing why this person saved her. It turned out he knew Holman's leader, Jin Sheng. However, Du Yuer didn't dare say more. Fearing that Xiao Xuanzi would find out she had betrayed Hong Min and caused Jin Sheng's son to die, leading to her being hunted by Hong Min, which would make him abandon saving her. At this moment, Du Yuer looked at Xiao Xuanzi's handsome profile, and an unusual feeling arose in her heart. It was a feeling that was hard to describe, a kind of indescribable taste. Since ancient times, beautiful women have loved heroes, and Xiao Xuanzi, with his top-notch skills and looks, had saved her from peril. Unknowingly, Du Yuer developed a good impression of Xiao Xuanzi. In fact, Xiao Xuanzi was a typical protagonist template. He had strength, power, and looks. Moreover, he possessed a charm that made beautiful women want to throw themselves at him upon seeing him. In comparison to Ye Chen, Du Yuer instantly felt that Ye Chen was so despicable, ruthless, and cold-faced that just looking at him made her want to kill him quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuanzi glanced at the dazed Du Yuer, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He didn't save Du Yuer purely out of respect for Jin Sheng. He had his own calculations. Chapter 172. 1 against 100. The fierce tiger, Xiao Xuanzi boss. Do you also know ancient martial arts? Songlong asked curiously. I know a little, Ye Chen smiled. In reality, Ye Chen knew much more than just a little. He was practically a human library. After the system rewarded him with master-level skills, it automatically implanted many ancient martial arts training methods in him, including Bajiquan, Taijiquan, 36 routes of grappling, Jeet Kune Do, Wing Chun, etc. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, he hadn't encountered anyone worthy of fighting, so those skills remained unused. Just in terms of strength, he could crush everyone. Why bother with flashy moves? One punch could solve the problem. Did he really need to pose and demonstrate? Then, boss, can you teach me some time? Songlong, a rugged man, surprisingly became a bit shy. Songlong came from a rough background, and his current skills were all accumulated from street fighting experiences. His moves were mostly ruthless and bloodthirsty. Of course, this rough style was very practical in real combat, but if he encountered a master, he would show many flaws. For example, that Jin Wu, who was killed by Ye Chen in 3 punches. If it weren't for the crowd, leaving Long to face him alone, he might have been killed within 10 moves. Although Long had the strength of an A-level warrior compared to an ancient martial arts expert trained by the system. It was like a difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 173. A Ruthless Hand Against Flowers? Name: Xiao Xuanzi. Age: 29 years. Nickname: Western Jerusalem, the strongest soldier king. Ability: SSS level. Strength: 50. Agility: 60. Intelligence: 80. Background: Elder of the God of War Hall, abandoned son of the Shao family, grandson of the Western Theater commander. Information: 5 years ago, he suddenly defected while executing a national secret mission, killed his comrades, then returned to the country and caused a scene, pursued by the Dragon Group. Fleeing overseas, his mother died in a car accident while covering for his escape, and his father resigned from all positions, spending his days in despair at his mother's grave. Living a drunken life. After reading the information about Xiao Xuanzi, Ye Chen couldn't help but be amazed. This Xiao Xuanzi should be the strongest person he has ever encountered. With SSS level strength, there are probably very few in the entire China. Especially with his identity, background, and life experiences, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, Xiao Xuanzi's powerful aura scared the crowd, making them dare not approach, all gripping their long knives tightly and looking at him in fear. Xiao Xuanzi stretched his muscles and bones, and a series of cracking sounds echoed as he lightly flicked his fingers. Chapter 174. The whole world says he's bad, but he's good to me. After leaving the factory, Ye Chen instructed someone to find the place where Du Yuwerer was hiding the evidence against Wan Yud. He drove Chun Qingya back home. Upon returning to the long-lost villa, Chun Qingya felt a sense of nostalgia. Don't think too much about it. Just get a good night's sleep, as there are many things you need to take care of tomorrow. Although the company has been sealed, some of the assets are still intact. If reorganized, there can still be development later on. Chun Qingya nodded, sighed, and said with melancholy, I know. It's just a pity about the hard work of half a lifetime. Ye Chen smiled slightly. What's there to be sorry about? Those assets are all time bombs. Even without Du Yuwerer, they would eventually have issues. Now that everything is settled, we can live a peaceful life for the rest of our days. Hearing Ye Chen's comfort, Chun Qingya felt a bit better and opened the car door, saying, I know I'm not that narrow-minded. Moreover, I'm not young anymore. It's time to live a more stable life. In the past, I was constrained by being in the world. If I wasn't strong, countless people would take notice of me. Now that I have you, I don't have to worry about those things and can live the life I want. Chapter 175. Do I have to teach you this? While Ye Chen was deep in sleep, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered. Glancing at the sleeping Chun Qingya beside him, he quietly left the room. Hello, Yanxi, what's wrong? Where are you? Can you come out and keep me company? Ye Chen smiled and said, of course. Send me your location, and I'll head over now. After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen quickly got dressed and left. After he left, Chun Qingya slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of sadness in her gaze, but she quickly recovered. She was a smart woman and would never dwell on unrealistic things, like wanting to possess Ye Chen all to herself. That was impossible because her background and age weren't suitable for him. In fact, Chun Qingya wasn't wrong in her thoughts. Although Ye Chen loved all his women, the one he wanted to marry was definitely not Chun Qingya, Songyu, or Xiao Duo, because their identities were not suitable. Currently, the most suitable one was Qin Yao. Perhaps in the future, Su Changchun would advance further into the realm of power, and Su Yanxi could also be considered. But that was for later. At present, Su Changchun's ideology was somewhat at odds with Ye Chen's, and marrying Su Yanxi wasn't the best choice. Chapter 176. The banquet of a meal tonight in Magic City. It was destined not to be a quiet night. The little brothers first made a trip to the fireworks factory and purchased over 1 million worth of fireworks. Then, Tang Yi personally drove from home to the financial street property company Sky Villa, taking a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet. The helicopter rental company was forcibly opened by the little brothers, making the boss operate. The boss dared not express his anger. Logically speaking, the boss of a helicopter rental company was not a simple character, but today he was very compliant. Especially knowing that these people were from the financial street property company's concierge department, they were all very obedient. It was no joke. The concierge department of the financial street property company was a place where a bunch of gangsters hid out. If it were ordinary social bosses and their underlings, The helicopter rental company's boss wouldn't have to give them face. But these people were different. Brother Yong said, whatever is convenient, just do it. Is your leasing process faster? Or is the sales process faster? A little brother said casually while sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa of the helicopter rental company. The boss of the helicopter rental company smiled wryly. Of course, the leasing contract is faster. You pay, and we can arrange for people to take off immediately. Chapter 177. The agreement with Ye Chen on the bond. Thousands of little brothers ignited fireworks as soon as they received the news. The dazzling fireworks lit up half of Magic City. Many people couldn't help but look up in awe. Couples leaned on windowsills, gazing at the most beautiful moments. Meanwhile, some streamers captured this scene during their live broadcasts, bringing in a lot of viewers, and bloggers edited it into a popular video. Fireworks weren't typically a hot topic, but when paired with the words Magic City, it instantly attracted countless views. Many netizens commented, "This is very Magic City." Everyone knew that fireworks were prohibited in Magic City, but the firework display was defiantly held. Upon inquiring further, people were shocked to discover that the fireworks were actually set off on the bund. Many netizens speculated about how terrifying the background of the firework display organizers must be, disregarding even the official ban and facing no consequences. Although it only cost $3 million at cost price, the fireworks, valued at $5 million, continued for nearly an hour before finally concluding. Standing on the yacht's deck, Ye Chen and Ye Chen sipped wine while enjoying the entire fireworks feast. Chapter 178. The misfortune of Chen. How early the next morning, Ye Chen, escorted by Tang Yi, arrived at Magic City International Airport. His private jet was already waiting there. Before entering the airport, Ye Chen instructed, "While I'm not in the country, you must keep the people below in check. No one is allowed to go out and cause trouble." Glancing at his watch, it was already 8 o'clock. Ye Chen continued, "The anti-crime operation should have started by now." Sure enough, as soon as Ye Chen's words fell, police cars began to arrive at the airport, with groups of police officers getting out of the vehicles. All of them were armed, their eyes gleaming with determination. From this moment on, in Magic City, whether day or night, there would be patrolling police in every corner. Even in places where conflicts often erupted, such as bars, KTVs, and night markets, there would be police stationed. Any signs of fighting would result in immediate detention and interrogation, with strict scrutiny and penalties. This anti-crime operation in Magic City was very stringent. Just showing a tattoo on the street could lead to questioning. After learning this news, the citizens of Magic City clapped in approval and left messages on the official website, advocating for this kind of attitude, as Magic City should set an example for the entire nation. Chapter 179. Arrival in beautiful country. After all, the situation was too coincidental and bizarre, which inevitably made people think more. According to the account of witnesses at the scene, the 3 thieves had already been subdued. As the team leader, Chen Hao naturally wanted to show off and personally put handcuffs on the thieves. Catching thieves was also an achievement that could add a bit of shine to his resume. But at that moment, one of the thieves suddenly resisted, pulling out a wallpaper knife from his pocket and slashing Chen Hao's carotid artery. It was said that the scene was extremely bloody, and many people still feel nauseous when they think back on it. Then came the rescue scene. However, with the carotid artery cut, that person basically had no hope of survival. 5 minutes was a long time to say. Generally, a person would not last more than 10 seconds. "Don't worry, old comrade. I will thoroughly investigate the matter." After leaving the hospital, Wu Jingyi sat in the car and couldn't help but call Tang Yi. "General Tang, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to sabotage me at such a critical moment? Are you afraid there isn't enough trouble?" Tang Yi, the general manager of the property company on Financial Street, responded calmly, "Director Wu, just do your job well. I don't need you to teach me how to work. Just do what you're told. If you don't want to continue, just let me know and I'll find someone else." Chapter 180. Movements from all directions. Just as Ye Chen was about to depart for beautiful country, various forces received the news simultaneously. First, there was the Morong family far away in the northeast. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance, dressed in a Tang suit, was practicing Tai Chi in his manner. The movements were gentle, but each punch seemed to exhaust his entire strength. His expression was serious, and his eyes shone brightly. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. Father, Ye Chen has gone abroad. Ye Chen has gone abroad." The middle-aged man's call made the old man's brow furrow slightly. He took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his fists. Then he said indifferently, "Xiao Fan, how many times have I told you not to be anxious in a situation? Why haven't you learned this over the years? Morong Fan quickly admitted his mistake. Father, I was wrong. Well, knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. You are still teachable. Now, tell me what happened. The old man exhaled a breath of foul air and said lightly, Father, I just received news that Ye Chen has gone abroad. Is it that Ye Chen from Magic City? Morong Yin said coldly. Yes, Father, it's the Ye Chen who killed Xiaolong Good. He truly seeks his own death. If he had continued hiding in Magic City, I really couldn't do anything to him. Since he is looking for death by leaving Magic City, then we will fulfill his wish. Chapter 181, he will not return this time. Could it be that he is a descendant of that old man? Miyamoto Jiro speculated upon hearing Ye Chen's name. The head of the Fujita family smirked. He knew that Miyamoto Jiro would definitely react upon hearing Ye Chen's name. Because the surname, Ye had a significant impact on Miyamoto Jiro. Perhaps Miyamoto Jiro had achieved a realm that was unmovable by external factors after 10 years of hard training. But the surname, Ye could still affect his state of mind. Brother Miyamoto, I can't say it's entirely unrelated, but I can't think of anyone among the Ye family in Huaxia who could cultivate such descendants aside from that mysterious old man. All right. My martial arts have been perfected. It's time for me to emerge. Killing this young man will surely force that old man to show himself. After speaking, Miyamoto Jiro's figure was no longer visible in the courtyard. After he left, a soft sigh came from the wooden house behind. Father, why do you have to do this? Why let the master kill for you? Why you have to deceive him? It was a woman's voice, ethereal and melodious. Even the birds nearby landed on the treetops to listen. Keiko, is that you? Chapter 182, is he the mysterious boss of Shield Security? Facing the dark gun barrel, the soldier captain swallowed hard, his eyes filled with extreme fear. This was the Devil's mercenary group, far more terrifying than devils themselves. It was said that in order to complete a mission and ensure that the news did not leak, they directly slaughtered tribe. Over 10,000 people perished without a single survivor. And the reason for their killing was that someone in that tribe had discovered their tracks. These people were like merciless devils, capable of doing anything to complete their mission. They even dared to skin people alive to make sky lanterns. I'm asking you a question. My patience is limited, so don't test my tolerance. Jacques glanced at the soldier captain and said lightly, Gulp. The soldier captain swallowed again, racking his brain to remember. At this moment, his familiarity with Qin Yao was comparable to that of his own parents. I haven't seen this person, but I know there was a major battle here last night. I heard it was a special forces team from beautiful country chasing a group of soldiers. Location? Jack pressed. It seems to be about 50 miles east of here. I heard that the battle was fierce. 3 members of the pursued team were killed, 1 escaped, and 2 were captured. Chapter 183, the misfortunate Buddha bureau chief monitor closely. If he really comes for the biogenetic matter, no matter who he is, he won't be able to leave beautiful country. The biogenetic project has been studied in beautiful country for over 100 years. Now that it has finally yielded results, unexpectedly, a participant in the research suddenly defected. They secretly contacted Huaxia, intending to escape with the research results. Moreover, that researcher acted very decisively. After the results came out, they poisoned and killed all the researchers except for herself. Even the data recorded in all the computers at the research base was destroyed. They also released a computer virus that wiped out the research data retained by the beautiful country government. Now, the entire world only has that researcher holding the research results. No one else knows. Upon hearing this news, beautiful country was almost shaken to its core. For this reason, several heads of the research project were dismissed and sent to prison. The biological company jointly established by the 4 major consortiums strongly demanded that beautiful country must retrieve the research results. And just last night, Bureau Chief Buddha had tracked down the whereabouts of that research doctor. However, the research doctor had already been picked up by a secret team from Huaxia. They chased her to the border of Meng country, where both sides finally engaged. Chapter 184, the fury of beautiful country seeing the drug take effect. A devilish instructor slowly asked, What person did you capture last night? At this moment, Bureau Chief Buddha still had a trace of willpower, gritting his teeth to endure. But the gradually fading consciousness made him very uncomfortable. He certainly knew the horror of this drug, although he had received special training specifically targeting this drug. Only after experiencing it himself did he realize how terrifying it was. His iron will was like a piece of paper when faced with intense torture, easily shattered. The only solution to this powerful interrogation was to commit suicide before the drugs took effect. However, his body had already been completely controlled, and he couldn't even lift a finger. All of his bones had been crushed inch by inch, and even if he were healed, he would only be able to live the latter half of his life in a wheelchair, let alone committing suicide. In an instant, his consciousness blurred, as if some voice invaded the depths of his mind, compelling him to respond. They captured 2 Chinese individuals, both trained special forces. But was there a woman? That irresistible voice echoed in his mind again. No. The director, who had completely lost consciousness, had reached the point where he answered whatever was asked. Chapter 185. Shield God of War, King of Bodyguards faced with the 2 men's frenzied attacks. The white bodyguard was already struggling alone. Boom! A punch landed fiercely, and the white bodyguard was sent flying, crashing directly into the wall behind him. The wall cracked inch by inch before collapsing with crash. As the dust settled, the white bodyguard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked over with a serious expression. Hey, it seems like I'm going to fall here today. But if you want to keep me, you'll have to pay the price. Looking at the 2 men, the white bodyguard revealed a fierce smile. If you want to catch the boss, you'll have to step over my body first. Just as both sides were about to make a move, a nonchalant voice rang out. Oh, old boy, it seems you've run into trouble. Hearing that voice, the white bodyguard's expression changed dramatically, filled with both surprise and faint fear. This voice was a taboo within the Shield Security Company. It was said that those who had heard this voice were all dead. The Shield God of War, Tang Yanfei, also known as the strongest bodyguard king of Shield Security, ranked 5th on the heroic rankings. A master-level powerhouse. Tang, why are you here? The white bodyguard asked in shock. A young man, looking lazy and handsome, dressed in sportswear, was squatting on the windowsill of the corridor. Chapter 186. Various forces gather in Dead Man's Valley, while Ye Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with the police department of the beautiful country. Many people were advancing alongside them from a distance. Some of those were assassins from the Assassin's Guild, others were bounty hunters, and some were various forces seeking revenge on Ye Chen. Among them, the Hongmen and Murong families sent large armed forces. Only the Fujita family from the small country sent 1 person. Miyamoto Jiro stood proudly on a military Hummer, hands behind his back. The driver was a black man who glanced at the speedometer, which had already reached 200 miles per hour. The force of the wind resistance was extremely strong. If one were standing on the vehicle instead of sitting inside, even the strongest person would be blown away. However, the person from a small country behind him seemed completely unaffected, not even changing his expression in the strong wind. The black driver was secretly astonished. Was this person even human? How could anyone be unaffected by wind resistance at 200 miles per hour, regardless of how shocked the black driver was? Miyamoto Jiro maintained a calm demeanor. Only when he occasionally glanced at the long knife hanging at his waist did a hint of unusual color appear at his eyes. Chapter 187. Entering Dead Man's Valley, while various forces were watching closely, Ye Chen, escorted by the Devil mercenaries and Shield security personnel, finally arrived outside Dead Man's Valley. Although they had not yet entered the valley, just standing at the entrance made everyone feel as if a giant beast was opening its fierce mouth, waiting for its prey to walk into its trap. Looking at Dead Man's Valley, the 3 devil instructors frowned. One of them said, "Boss, this Dead Man's Valley is one of the top 10 forbidden zones in the world, even more terrifying than the Coco nor uninhabited area in Huaxia. Are you really going in? I heard the last gold-digging team that entered didn't have a single person come out alive. No one knows how terrifying it is inside." Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, "Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I must go in because there is someone very important to me inside." Although he had only spent 2 days with Qin Yao, her shadow had been flashing in his mind. He didn't know what this feeling was, but after hearing that Qin Yao might still be alive, he vowed to find her. Chapter 188. Human calculator Lu Hanzhuang Dead Man's Valley had a perpetually dim sky. Everywhere were the white bones of the dead, with scraps of clothing hanging from them, showing desolation and vastness. It was called a forbidden zone because the environment here was too harsh. Not only was water scarce, but it was also filled with various dangers. For example, a spotted poisonous snake with a body of many colors crawled out from beneath a skeleton, flicking its tongue and scanning everything with its cold eyes. This snake had never appeared in the outside world, but everyone knew that the more poisonous a snake was, the more vibrant its colors. This snake looked extremely venomous. Suddenly, as if it had spotted prey, the small snake darted out. In mid-air, it was suddenly caught by a hand gripping its neck. With a slight exertion, the colorful poisonous snake was crushed at its 7-inch mark. A devil instructor casually threw the snake's corpse on the ground with an expressionless face. To ordinary people, this snake was terrifying, but to them, it was no stronger than an ant. In the distance, a devil instructor quickly ran back and respectfully said, "Boss, there are signs of activity ahead. Someone must have passed recently." Ye Chen nodded slightly. "Let's go." Chapter 189. Do you know my grandfather? Seeing Lu Hanzhuang still holding the syringe aimed at Qin Yao's neck, a killing intent slowly surfaced in Ye Chen's eyes. "I don't care who you are or how important you are to certain people. I'll say it once. Take your hand away and stay away from Yao Yao, or I will kill you." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Hanzhuang finally withdrew her hand and stepped back. As Lu Hanzhuang retreated, Ye Chen stepped forward to Qin Yao's side. Looking at Qin Yao, who was unconscious, with a high fever and a pale face, Ye Chen felt a pang of heartache. He reached out to hold the princess in his arms and said softly, "Let us go." The 3 devil instructors quickly followed. Meanwhile, Lu Hanzhuang frowned when she saw Ye Chen and the others preparing to leave her behind, feeling a slight sense of urgency. This was the first time she experienced a change in her emotions. If Ye Chen and the others leave and I stay here, I would probably have no chance of survival. The Valley of Dead People is known as a forbidden zone for life. Even those with extensive wilderness survival experience cannot escape it, let alone an ordinary person like her. At this moment, despite being unconscious, Qin Yao keeps murmuring about protecting Dr. Lu. Hearing Qin Yao's murmurs, Ye Chen can't help but feel amused. Chapter 190. The Ye family is all 6th, although masters are still within the realm of humans. Both in physical quality and in various fields, they have reached the limits of human capability. Some say that momentum is all imaginary. However, those who have spent years slaughtering pigs or dogs will inevitably accumulate some killing intent. Those animals will instinctively feel a strange fear when encountering such people. Masters possess this kind of aura, but it is directed at humans, not livestock. At the moment Miyamoto Jiro unsheathed his long knife, even 3 SS-level devil instructors were horrified. Facing Miyamoto Jiro, they felt as if they were confronting a towering mountain, and an unbeatable thought surged within them. Is this the aura of a master? The sharp intent of the knife seemed to influence the surrounding harsh weather, causing a brief pause. Ye Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, every master is different. He is also a master, but unlike Miyamoto Jiro, who follows the path of ruthless killing, Ye Chen walks the path of dominance. In his life creed, anyone who blocks his path must be destroyed. The moment Miyamoto Jiro drew his knife, Ye Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 191. Jin Sheng. Dead after dealing with Miyamoto Jiro, Ye Chen picked up Qin Yao again and left with the others. Only Miyamoto Jiro and the broken battle knife remained. Countless poisonous insects and snakes slowly crawled over, surrounding Miyamoto Jiro's corpse. A master of a generation died without any dignity. After death, he couldn't even maintain a complete corpse. In another part of the Valley of Dead People, Tang Yanfeng is engaged in a battle with the king of assassins, Hua Xiaoxiao. Their fight feels more like children playing around. Hua Xiaoxiao attacks while Tang Yanfeng dodges. Their exchanges lack grandeur and intense collisions. It is merely a chase and fight. Suddenly, both Tang Yanfeng and Hua Xiaoxiao stopped, seemingly sensing something in the distance. Tang Yanfeng said seriously, Hua, I'm not playing with you anymore. It seems like things over at the boss's side are wrapping up. Take my advice, this is not something you can involve yourself in. Don't risk your life for so-called $500 million. You're the king of assassins, yet you still covet money like this. If you're short on cash, I can lend you a few bucks for emergencies. Hearing Tang Yanfeng's words, Hua Xiaoxiao's eye twitched. His patience had reached its limit. Chapter 192. Nanny Tang Yanfeng. Countless people have died in the Valley of Dead People. All that is known is that bones are exposed in the wild, and there are bodies mangled beyond recognition everywhere. This place is also a paradise for poisonous insects and snakes. Every corpse is being gnawed on by insects and ants, making them quite happy. The battle in the Valley of Dead People had only the Heavenly Gate as a witness. No one else survived. The Valley of Dead People is a dead zone. Even satellites cannot observe what happens inside. Therefore, the outside world is completely unaware of everything that has happened in the Valley of Dead People and how terrifying Ye Chen truly is. In short, after Zhuge Xing returned to the Heavenly Gate, he directly changed the number 1 on the blacklist to someone named God. No one knows who this God is, only that he possesses extraordinary strength. This has led to countless speculations, but that is a story for another time. At this moment, outside the Valley of Dead People, a gathering of tens of thousands of troops has appeared. Boom! The earth trembles as a row of tanks clears the way, followed by elite armored divisions. The soldiers are fully armed, and every gaze is resolute, clearly a cut above the rest. The soldiers take cover around the tanks, advancing step by step alongside them. After Ye Chen and the others emerge, they are immediately blocked at the valley's entrance by these troops. Chapter 193. Should I also adopt a few sons? Ye Chen has exceptional eyesight. While others do not see it, he clearly spots Tang Yanfeng standing behind the white general. However, he does not know who Tang Yanfeng is, only that this person is very strong. System, check that person. Name, Tang Yanfeng. Title, King of Bodyguards. Ability, Master. Strength, 90. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 99. Background, the strongest in the Shield Security Company, known as the strongest bodyguard king. One of the 7 adopted sons of the first-generation boss of Shield Security. Data, picked up by the first-generation boss of Shield Security at a young age and personally trained. Due to talent, entered S level in 3 years, SSS level in 10 years, and broke through to the Master Realm at 25. The one with the highest talent among the 7 adopted sons of the first-generation boss of Shield Security. After reading Tang Yanfeng's information, Ye Chen was extremely shocked for the first time. This person's attributes are surprisingly second only to his own. Although his attributes have long exceeded the standard, with 100 points being the system's peak and not his highest value, Tang Yanfeng's attributes are undoubtedly terrifying. Even a master like Miyamoto Jiro would be seconds away from being killed when facing Tang Yanfeng. Chapter 194. Yao Yao, please keep your thoughts pure 5 days later. In a secret base. This is the hiding place of the Devil Mercenary Corps, where even satellites cannot locate it, and all signal jamming measures have been implemented. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Moreover, the Devil Mercenary Corps consists of people who live on the edge of a knife. At this moment on a training ground, 2 figures are fiercely engaged in battle. The surrounding members of the Devil Mercenary Corps and 3 instructors from S.H.I.E.L.D. are cheering for the 2. Boss, good job. Knock that little skinny guy down. Go Tang Lauda. Teach these barbarians a lesson. It turns out that Jack is sparring with Tang Yanfeng. Ye Chen sits on a high platform, acting as the referee. After the last move falls, Ye Chen stands up and says, "All right, that's enough." Upon hearing Ye Chen's voice, Tang Yanfeng and Jack both stop, and then their eyes burn with intensity as they look at Ye Chen. Ye Chen clears his throat and announces based on the points. Tang Yanfeng has won. Upon hearing Ye Chen's verdict, the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. instructors exclaimed in unison, "Haha, I told you Tang Lauda would definitely win. See, I was right." Hearing that their leader lost, the members of the Devil Mercenary Corps felt somewhat downcast. At this moment, the instructor from the Devil Mercenary Corps shouted, "Stop showing off your verbal skills there. If you have the guts, come and fight me." Chapter 195. Please come with us for inspection. The flight attendant bent down and leaned closer. Tang Yanfei whispered something in her ear. The flight attendant's face turned crimson as she hurriedly left. At this time, in the economy class, several flight attendants were still discussing with the troublemaker. The flight attendant who had been warned by Tang Yanfei walked over and said, "Stop making noise. A gentleman is willing to upgrade them with his mileage." Upon hearing this, the troublemaker's expression brightened. "Ha! If you had done this earlier, it would have been settled. Why drag it out?" However, before the troublemaker could take any action, the flight attendant continued, "I'm sorry, sir, but the gentleman upgrading you is actually upgrading this lady, so you'll have to stay here. Why don't I get upgraded?" The troublemaker felt humiliated and roared, "I'm sorry, sir, but didn't you say you didn't want to sit with this lady? If she goes to the luxury cabin, you won't see her anymore." After saying that, the flight attendant completely ignored him and directly helped the woman with her luggage towards the economy class. The onlookers couldn't help but show mocking expressions. The man felt utterly humiliated, grinding his teeth in anger. Chapter 196. It seems they forgot about me. As Ye Chen and the others were disembarking, an undercover police officer in the airport quickly spoke into his earpiece. "Report, report. Ye Chen has returned. Ye Chen has returned." After the message was sent out, in the headquarters of the police department's anti-crime office, Ji Qingyuan's expression changed, and his eyes sparkled. "Ye Chen, you finally came back. I thought you were hiding overseas forever." He then pressed a button on the internal phone, and a deputy leader of the anti-crime team walked in. "We can start now. Bring out the gift we prepared for Ye Chen." Upon hearing the leader's words, the deputy's expression was excited. "Yes, leader." After saying this, the deputy left and started issuing orders over the phone, all directed to his direct subordinates brought from Kyoto. No information leaked out. Not even Wu Jingyi received any news. In Ji Qingyuan's and the Ji family's view, Ye Chen going abroad at the beginning of the anti-crime operation must have been out of fear, wanting to avoid the spotlight. This left Ji Qingyuan and the Ji family somewhat disappointed, thinking that this month-long anti-crime operation would end in failure without any achievements. Chapter 197. Have the person in charge of the airline come to see me from a distance. The bespectacled man greeted General Tang. General Tang. Hearing someone call him Tang, he turned around. When he saw Tang Yi's face, the troublemaker couldn't help but light up. "This woman is too beautiful. If I could have her, it would be worth dying for." But before the two could approach, several members of the Financial Street concierge stopped them. "I'm sorry, sir. Our General Tang does not know you. Please do not approach, or it will be unpleasant for everyone." The bespectacled man smiled awkwardly when stopped. Yes. We were being reckless. We just wanted to greet General Tang and didn't notice the boundaries." The concierge members glanced at him, but didn't say much more. However, their disdain was palpable. The troublemaker felt very uncomfortable. What are they pretending for? As if anyone wants to talk to them. Despite saying that, the troublemaker still couldn't help but greedily glance at Tang Yi. After all, Tang Yi was too beautiful. Such a woman couldn't be seen on the street. The troublemaker had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Chapter 198. "Sir, is there something wrong with your head?" Tang Yi directly took out her phone and made a call. She didn't know the person in charge of the Magic City Airlines, but she did know the chairman of the airline. When Ye Chen went abroad earlier, she contacted the chairman directly to rent a crew at the airport. At the Magic City Airlines headquarters, in the chairman's office on the top floor. The chairman's name was Wang Zhaoxian. As the chairman of the Magic City's top airline, his status was quite high, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned serious. After answering the phone, he smiled and said, "Hello, General Tang. Why are you so free today? Is there something you need to instruct?" Tang Yi replied calmly, "My boss wants to see you. He is at the Magic City International Airport right now." Bang! The phone hung up. On the other end, Wang Zhaoxian was stunned. Tang Yi's boss? Wait a minute. Isn't Tang Yi's boss that person? Thinking of this, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The reason the entire Magic City had turned into this way, with police stationed every few steps, even surrounding people at night for a snack, was because of that big shot. Regardless of how that big shot acted, just the sheer ability to make such a big movement was enough to show his power. Chapter 199. Team Leader Ji. We're just playing a game. Upon hearing the words of that little brother, Ji Qingyuan's, I twitched. At this moment, no mistakes could be made. He realized he had been a bit too eager for quick success and had said some inappropriate things in front of everyone. If this were to escalate, he would definitely be in some trouble. Ye Chen smiled slightly, slowly stood up, and said, "Team Leader Ji, why get so angry? We were just joking with that friend." While saying this, Ye Chen walked in front of the troublemaker and smiled. "Friend, don't you think we were just joking with you? Didn't you just say you wanted to play a game of slapping with my brother? One slaps while the other dodges. If you dodge a slap, it's someone else's turn to slap. Your reaction was indeed a bit slow. You didn't dodge a single slap." Although Ye Chen was smiling as he spoke, the troublemaker, who was being supported by the police, felt very fearful. Facing Ye Chen's gaze was like staring into the eyes of a demon. The little brother reacted quickly and continued, "Our boss is right. We are just playing a game." As he spoke, he directly put his arm around the troublemaker's shoulder and applied slight pressure, making the troublemaker feel a sense of suffocation. Chapter 200. Establishing a charity organization at the Magic City General Hospital. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor of the hospital, under the leadership of the director, a group of department heads and head nurses were waiting there seriously, because today their boss will be coming here. It had been a while since Ye Chen acquired the Universal Medical Group. I just haven't had the time to come over. Today, I happen to take advantage of the time, while Qin Yao is recuperating, to come and see how this largest private hospital in the country is. Aston Martin is the top luxury car provided daily by Ye Chen's car dealership. In his Xishan villa, there are already no less than 5 world-class supercars parked. Each one is quite expensive, and if someone saw them, they would definitely be amazed. In the country, owning even one luxury car is already quite difficult. Yet Ye Chen directly owns more than 5. Each car there, when taken out, would become the envy of car enthusiasts. Even if a car show were held, any one of the 5 cars could serve as the finale. Just casually parking the cars at the entrance, the security guards wouldn't dare approach, because they have all received the notice that this person is their boss. Not to mention parking at the entrance. Even if he drove a car into the operating room, they wouldn't dare say a word. Chapter 201. Ye Chen investigated Zhuanghuang Entertainment City. Although Ye Chen is ruthless and has killed many people, he also has a kind heart. For example, he provides relief to the poor and those who cannot make a living. He has a system, and although a new check-in function has been added, the consumption rebate function has not disappeared. Now, with too many industries under his name, he doesn't even know how to consume. So it's better to take the money out to do charity. Of course, he is not someone who indiscriminately shows kindness. The charity organization he established requires that every penny must be used for those in great need. If it's someone who is capable but just wants to lie flat and doesn't want to work, only thinking about falling pie from the sky, he wouldn't help them even if they starved to death. But for families in remote villages who truly cannot afford education, or those who cannot get medical treatment for the elderly due to financial hardship, he would have the charity company take care of them. Doing charity not only saves lives, but also helps establish a good image for himself, and his industries can benefit greatly. Moreover, he will no longer be low-key and will expose his charitable actions, letting everyone know that it is Ye Chen who is saving them. Thinking of it, he immediately called the headquarters of Pujin Pharmaceutical Group. The call was answered by the general manager of the group. Chapter 202. I want the entire Ji family dead. Upon hearing Gao Jian still trying to argue, Ji Qingyuan's expression turned cold, and he impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Take him away." As Gao Jian was pushed into the police car, many other security personnel from Zhuanghuang Entertainment City and several scantily dressed women were also taken away. After returning to the police station, Ji Qingyuan feared complications and decided to conduct an overnight interrogation. In an interrogation room, the bright lights were turned on, shining directly on Gao Jian's face. An old police officer from the anti-crime unit entered with a young officer holding notebook. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan was monitoring everything from the next room. The old officer sat down and directly asked, "Seriously, name?" Gao Jian looked up at him and sneered. Seeing Gao Jian's expression, the old officer's eyes widened in anger. "Gao Jian, don't think that if you don't speak, we can't do anything to you. Look, this is the evidence we've collected." A pile of photos was placed in front of Gao Jian, showing him being secretly photographed at the casino. Although Gao Jian was shocked inside upon seeing these photos, he didn't show any expression on his face. What does this represent? What does it represent? These photos can convict you. Gambling, loan sharking, engaging in illegal activities, it's enough for you to rot in jail. Chapter 203. Ji Qingyuan, you're finished in a conference room. Wang Yud, Su Changsheng, and several high-ranking officials from Modu were all present. Wang Yud sat there silently, which has always been his style. As the leader of Modu, he kept himself low-key as if nothing was happening. He never spoke on major issues. Many people were dissatisfied with Wang Yud's approach. A dignified leader of Modu, yet he only knows to protect himself. If they were in power, they would definitely grasp all the power in their hands. Of course, this kind of thinking only appeared in the minds of those with dull senses. Many sharp-minded individuals understood Wang Yud very well. Wang Yud was already over 60, with only a few years left until retirement. Even if he moved further into the power center of the capital, he could only serve another 3 to 5 years. As long as nothing goes wrong, he would definitely move up. So why create more trouble? Moreover, Su Changsheng has always been quite strong, younger, more capable, and with greater potential for advancement. Why offend him? It's better to give the power to Su Changsheng to make a favor, so that he can have support in the future. In the eyes of others, Su Changsheng had instead become the leader, solving major issues and speaking on behalf of everyone. Chapter 204. The meeting of big shots. In an instant, Ji Qingyuan's legs went weak and he slumped to the ground. He knew he had been set up. With this evidence, even his family couldn't save him. Someone must have framed him, and he refused to accept it. He wanted to apply for a review. Wu Jingyi smiled and said, "Of course, but the process still needs to be followed. I'm sorry. Team Leader Ji, please come with us. Your case is no longer under our control. Just wait for someone from above to take over." Although Wu Jingyi's expression was calm, a storm was brewing in his heart. Ye Chen's methods were so ruthless, and his abilities were terrifying. Everything was executed flawlessly. Even though the surface evidence seemed coincidental, what about Ji Qingyuan's overseas bank accounts? How were the transactions from a month ago handled? In fact, it was simple. All of this was the work of Shenzhen Security. As Asia's largest security company, they're not only strong in security capabilities. Shenzhen Security's connections are also quite formidable. Over the years, they have protected countless big shots. Even the royal family of Dubai owes favors to Shenzhen Security, let alone others. Among them is the manager of a Swiss bank. Chapter 205. One wave hasn't settled. Another rises back in the family. The head of the Chow family was still thinking about what the number one had said to him before the meeting ended. That meaningful smile had already pronounced the fate of the Ji family. Sigh. After getting out of his exclusive vehicle and just stepping into the courtyard, Chow Lingshan and Chow Jingshan, the two third-generation members, approached him. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Chow Lingshan already knew the result. Chow Jingshan said, "Grandpa, is the situation with the Ji family very grim? What does the big leader mean? Is there no room for maneuver?" The head of the Chow family remained silent, walking towards the house with his hands behind his back. At this moment, there were still many direct descendants inside the Chow family. They were all the second-generation figures of the Chow family who had already grown up. Seeing the old man enter, everyone stood respectfully. "Father, I have seen father." Glancing at the crowd, the head of the Chow family said, "What are you all standing here for? Don't you have anything to do?" As soon as the words fell, everyone dared not utter a sound and quickly left. Chow Lingshan pondered for a moment and said, "Grandpa, let's make a decisive move. The person behind this move may not only be targeting the Ji family, but it is very likely they want to drag our Chow family down as well." Chapter 206. Tang Yi's mother, all right. Then tell me what exactly the Zhao family has done. I won't accept your case based solely on your words without evidence. Moreover, before I accept your case, I need to punish you first, and afterward, you will be sent back to your city of residence. Lu Zhonghui said calmly, "It's fine. A detention is just a detention. What's the big deal? I have evidence. I have all the evidence of the Zhao family's crimes." As he spoke, the man took out a USB drive from his pocket and continued, "Inside is all the evidence of the Zhao family's crimes. Open it and let me see." Lu Zhonghui signaled his subordinate to bring a computer to take a look. One of the subordinates held the computer and connected the USB drive. And soon the videos that Quan had given Ye Chen appeared. There were various gray transactions secretly filmed. There were also videos of Zhao chiefing with women in hotels. The content of the videos was quite explicit. Not only was there Zhao Qifeng, but also many officials from the Zhao family's factions. Seeing these videos, Lu Zhonghui narrowed his eyes. He knew this matter was not simple. These pieces of evidence were definitely not something ordinary people could possess, especially since he knew deeply that the Zhao family's background was a subsidiary family of the Chow family in Kyoto. Chapter 207. I am a reasonable person, understood, boss. After answering Ye Chen's question, Tang Yi walked out of the office in a daze. It's easy to talk, but when it comes to oneself, it is always so difficult to make a decision. Tang Yi could kill without blinking an eye and walk through gunfire, but she simply couldn't harden her heart against her own family. Sighing, she walked into her room. At that moment, Tang's mother and her younger brother were having a loud argument in the room. Her brother even picked up a vase and was about to throw it on the ground. Just then, the door opened. Tang Yi walked in, glanced at her disappointing brother, and coldly said, "That vase costs 50,000. If you can afford it, go ahead and smash it." "What? A broken vase costs 50,000? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'm ignorant? This kind of craft can at most be worth 1,000 or 800, and you say 50,000? Tang Yi's brother, Tang Dong, said disdainfully. However, despite saying that, he did set the vase down. Tang Yi didn't look at Tang Dong again, but instead looked at her mother, whose face had aged a bit. How was father's health? She had left home at a young age. Although she hadn't returned, she would secretly send money back to their family every year. Chapter 208. Abandon the car to save the commander. Although he was greedy for money, Tang Dong also had some cleverness. He asked Ye Chen, "How can you prove we did it? Will you really give me money? Or do you really have that much money to give us?" Tang Dong was quite confident in his ability to hold his breath. As a child, he often played in the small river in the village, competing with friends in underwater swimming. Holding his breath for 8 or 10 minutes was no problem, and Ye Chen promised them 1 million for holding their breath for 1 minute, which means 10 million for 10 minutes, right? Ye Chen smiled slightly, took the computer handed over by the concierge, and opened online banking. Sure enough, that card had a balance of 100 million. Seeing that money, Tang Dong couldn't help but swallow. If all that money were his, how much would that be? He could buy anything he wanted. He could even change women at will. Why would he need to bother with this girlfriend who only gave him a hard time? All right, you must keep your word. Ye Chen nodded. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. Before Tang Dong could react, Tang's mother walked straight towards the fish tank. Son, let me speak first. The money we earn this time is all ours, and I really need money too. Maybe I could do a SBA like city people. And perhaps I can look younger by a few years. Chapter 209. Patricide and Fratricide. After Ji Shokong suddenly passed away from a heart attack, many people fell silent. In the Qin family's courtyard, old man Qin stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Behind him was his son, the second generation of the Qin family. Father, the Chao family's methods are quite ruthless. As one of the 5 war zone commanders, Qin Anghua did not like to get involved in these intrigues. His main responsibility was in military matters. However, today's meeting of the big shots behind the red walls made him realize that the Qin family was preparing to take action against the Chao family regarding the Ji family. He even had his votes ready, prepared to deliver the last straw that would break the camel's back when the Chao family could no longer bear the pressure. Indeed, as the Central War Zone commander among the 5 war zones, Qin Anghua held the second highest military rank and had the right to vote on major issues. However, unexpectedly, just after the meeting ended, Ji Shokong, the head of the Ji family, passed away from an acute illness that afternoon. This shocked him greatly. Old man Qin stood there and started to laugh. This is the outcome I anticipated. I had already predicted this move from the Chao family. Father, you anticipated this long ago? Then why didn't you find a way to stop it? This is the best opportunity to attack the Chao family. That kid Ye Chen provided us with the best opportunity, and we actually missed it. Chapter 210. Shares of Samsung Group on the other side. As Ye Chen headed to the parking lot, he began his daily system check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward. 50% shares of the Korean Samsung Group. Seeing this reward, Ye Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He never expected the system would grant him such a significant reward. What is Samsung Group? It is the top chaebol in Korea, the actual controller of Korea. It can be said that whatever Samsung Group wants to do, very few people in Korea dare to refuse. There are even orders issued that the entire Korean populace must support unconditionally. In Korea, the average person uses Samsung phones. As for Apple phones or Huawei phones, the Korean populace simply wouldn't buy them. It's not that they don't want to buy them, but they are not allowed to sell them. This is the extent of Samsung Group's control over Korea. Not only that, Samsung Group is also Korea's heavy industry. Any strategic materials are processed by them, controlling the entire country's economic lifeline. Seeing that the reward was shares of the Samsung Group, he knew that his influence could rise another level. Don't underestimate this small country of Goryeo. Small countries have their own advantages. If he could gain complete control, he would have an escape route. Chapter 211. The self-destructive Su Da-cheong couple sitting in the car. Ye Chen was preoccupied with the person in the portrait and had no time to pay attention to Zhao Qi and that so-called dragon team leader. It seemed he needed to go home for a visit, which would also allow him to see his parents. He heard that his parents had been doing quite well recently. The old couple had money now and weren't like others who just lounge around in the square all day. Instead, they spent money to expand their store and hired many employees, becoming relaxed bosses. This had always been their wish. Boss, Tang, he called softly. Ye Chen came back to his senses and replied, "What's wrong?" "Ah, it's good that you're fine. I saw you were distracted just now and thought something happened." "Tang," he said. Ye Chen shook his head. "It's nothing, just thinking about some other things." "Let's go. Take me home first." Tang nodded and started the car to leave. Upon returning to the property company on Financial Street, Ye Chen told Tang to go home and rest for a couple of days, as she couldn't just shake off the stress from her parents' situation. Just as he sat down in the office, he received a call from old Qin. Seeing the caller ID, Ye Chen was a bit puzzled. Although they had a good relationship and knew about some matters concerning Qin Yao and himself, old Qin was not retired and should be busy with work, so it was unusual for him to call like this. Chapter 212. Socialite Gao-ing in a tea house. Su Da-cheong and Gao-ing sat quietly. Gao-ing appeared relatively calm, taking a sip of fragrant tea. In contrast, Su Da-cheong was somewhat restless, his hands tightly clasped and rubbing together, showing his nervousness. As time passed, a Land Rover stopped outside the tea house. The car door opened, and a short middle-aged man got out, accompanied by 2 underlings. "Boss, is it really necessary for you to personally come to discuss just one new company's project? How significant can it be?" One of the subordinates asked, puzzled. The short middle-aged man, named Huang Long, was the brother of the owner of Dongyao Real Estate Company. Dongyao Real Estate Company was quite large and had participated in the development of many upscale residential areas in the Magic City. It ranked among the top 20 in the real estate industry there, even more powerful than Chuncheon's real estate company. Chuncheon's company was only well known in the Longxin district, while Dongyao was recognized throughout the entire Magic City. Dongyao not only developed properties, but also had its own construction team and technical staff. Huang Long was responsible for project construction. Although he was initially unskilled, he managed to get a foothold with the support of his brother, Huang Yao. Chapter 213. Underground Fight Club. Back at the company, Su Daqiang indeed followed Gao Ying's method. He first showed the contract to Su Xin, but upon seeing the price, Su Xin frowned. The quote was a bit high, just for a few construction workers. They wanted 150 million. However, Su Daqiang immediately began to brag about Dongyao Group, saying how good their construction quality was, and even pulled out Dongyao Group's information. When Su Xin saw it was a top 20 construction company in the Magic City, she somewhat believed Su Daqiang's words. After all, in this international metropolis, there were many capable real estate companies, and being in the top 20 was already impressive. Su Xin, this is your brother's first serious business endeavor. You can't make it difficult for him. I just recently gained a bit of recognition in front of our father, and if I were to be denied this job, it would reach him, and I would be looked down upon again. Moreover, this money is definitely worth it. You have to help your brother this time, Su Daqiang urged. Su Xin recalled how much her uncle's family had helped her start her business, even lending her the little savings they had, which almost left her brother without money for his wedding. She felt a little soft-hearted. All right, brother. Chapter 214. Bring them back to see me. When Ye Chen arrived at the Underground Fight Club, a car with Kyoto license plates slowly came down from the highway. The car was a low-key Passat, but the window tints made it impossible to see inside. Zhao Qi was driving, with Long Yuntian sitting in the back. Where's Ye Chen now? Long Yuntian frowned. Zhao Qi took out her phone and glanced at it, her expression strange as she said, according to the information, he's at Dai Zhengwu's brother Dai Zhengin's underground fight venue. I mean, boss, Ye Chen seems to have a lot of free time to go watch fights. Should we find him something to do? Our Dragon team members are running around all day, either training or executing various tasks. And it doesn't seem fair that Ye Chen is so idle. Long Yuntian smiled and said, let him relax for a bit. This time, in his competition with the Chow family, he didn't gain any advantage, so I suspect he won't be in a good mood. Upon hearing the boss mention the Chow family, Zhao Qi's expression became serious. Boss, is the Chow family really that powerful? Long Yuntian sneered. It's just a tree with deep roots. It's a family of termites that will eventually be cleared out. Zhao Qi nodded, not saying anything further. Chapter 215. Underground Kings of the Yangtze River Delta. At this moment, in the underground fight venue, two figures quietly entered. Looking at the noisy environment and the murky air, Zhao Qi frowned slightly. Why does Ye Chen like coming to places like this? Long Yuntian, however, remained calm, stating slowly, actually, places like this represent the real society. Many ordinary people's living spaces are just the world they desire. What do ordinary people want? Simply a stable life, a safe environment, and everything oriented toward a sunny world. The reason why the upper echelons continuously suppress the exposure of the dark side is that they don't want ordinary people to know too much, lest they lose all their illusions. Meanwhile, outside the underground fight venue, Xiao Wu and others had already returned. Upon opening the trunk, Huang Long was directly yanked out by his hair. Take him away, Xiao Wu ordered, and one of the subordinates stepped forward to blindfold Huang Long and Gao Ying, directly escorting them into the venue. At this time, the underground fight had already begun. Inside the octagonal cage, two fighters were brutally battling it out. The visceral feeling of punches landing on flesh drove the spectators wild with shouts. Chapter 216. Kill him, and you get 1,000,000, Xiao Wu said, nothing more, and hung up the phone after notifying Huang Yao. At that moment, Gao Ying stood there trembling, unable to help but speak softly, Mr. Yi, hello, I am Gao Ying, Su Daqiang's girlfriend. Su Xin's sister-in-law, Gao Ying, was scared but could only muster the courage to greet her. Ye Chen glanced at her lightly and said, I've heard from Su Xin that the factory construction issue was discussed by Su Daqiang. What does that have to do with you? Gao Ying hurriedly replied, how could that possibly be related to me? I'm just a woman. How could I have that much power? At that moment, Gowing only thought about clearing herself of any connection and quickly leaving Magic City, never to return. Today's situation was truly terrifying. Huang Long was lying there covered in blood, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. If Ye Chen found out that it was actually all orchestrated by her, it would be even worse for her. She just hoped to get through this and escape this place of chaos. Just then, the person sent by Xiao Wu to capture Su Daqiang returned. A burlap sack was thrown on the ground, and someone inside was struggling. When the sack was opened, Su Daqiang crawled out. Upon seeing this scene, Gowing was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. Chapter 217. No matter what, please wait for me. At this time, Su Exin, who was at home, suddenly felt a sense of unease. It seemed like something was about to happen. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she sat up abruptly from her bed. She finally realized where this unease was coming from. Given Ye Chen's personality and current status, how could he casually inquire about the contract? After all, since the establishment of the new company, he had injected over 10 billion in funds into it. It was as if he was a hands-off manager, suddenly asking about the contract issues, which could only mean one thing. There was a problem with the contracts submitted today. Most of the contracts submitted today were related to the use of funds, with the largest being for the construction of the factory. In hindsight, it seemed she had overlooked one thing: the payment to the contractor. She always felt something was off about the money for the construction from Dongyao Real Estate Company. Realizing this, she broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly took out her phone to call her brother, Su Daqiang. The call went unanswered, so she called Gowing, but that call also went unanswered. Finally, she called her uncle, Su Yuming. Someone finally picked up. Before her uncle could speak, Su Exin quickly asked, "Uncle, is Daqiang with you?" Chapter 218. The Northwest Wolf King. Looking at Huang Yao lying on the ground with a gaze filled with hatred, it was the first time Ye Chen saw someone display such an expression for their younger brother. It seemed Huang Yao truly had deep feelings for him. At that moment, Dai Zhengyan walked in after finishing his tasks. When he saw Huang Yao on the ground, he was momentarily stunned. Huang Yao also saw Dai Zhengyan and immediately said angrily, "Dai Zhengyan, I won't let you off regarding my brother's matter today." Huang Yao had always thought that his brother's appearance here was definitely related to Dai Zhengyan, so he directed all his hatred towards him. Dai Zhengyan was momentarily confused. What was going on? He felt like he was caught in the crossfire. He coldly replied, "Huang Yao, don't make threats here. Whether you can walk out of here alive is uncertain, and what strength do you have to say that?" Ye Chen was sitting there when he received a call. On the other end, Wu Jingyi said, "Mr. Yi, we VE handle the matters regarding Gao, and the person has been released. The entertainment city can open at any time." "Okay, I understand," Ye Chen said, hanging up. He stood up and walked over to Huang Yao, saying lightly, "You've got the wrong person. It was me who harmed your brother. My name is Ye Chen." Chapter 219. The height of Ye Chen's grandfather. "So, Team Leader Long, you came from Kyoto to Magic City to find me, and it can't just be for a casual chat, right?" After reviewing D-phase materials, Ye Chen got straight to the point. He disliked dealing with bureaucratic types like Long Yuntian the most. These kinds of people were always fond of indulging in formalities. If you tried to engage in small talk with him, he could go on for a whole day without getting to the point. Long Yuntian understood Ye Chen's personality and didn't waste time on pleasantries. He said directly, "I came to see you to promote you." "Promote me?" Ye Chen looked skeptical. "Team Leader Long, you must be joking. I don't think I've made any significant contributions to the Long Group, so how can you suddenly promote me? I believe in not accepting rewards without merit." Zhao Qi was almost fainting from anger upon hearing Ye Chen's words. Hey, Ye Chen, can you stop being so hypocritical? You're refusing a promotion? I find it hard to believe you're not just putting on an act. Ye Chen smiled faintly. "To you, a promotion may be a dream, but to me, it doesn't hold much value." He deeply understood that the higher he sat, the heavier the corresponding responsibilities would be. He didn't want to be bound by various moral obligations later on. Chapter 220. Long Yuntian's Cunning. Upon hearing Long Yuntian say that Ye Chen's strength could match that of the Dragon God, Zhao Qi was shocked. Gulp. She swallowed hard and said incredulously, "Boss, you can't be joking, right? Is Ye Chen really that powerful?" The Dragon God was the idol of every person who joined the Long Group, a god that could never be surpassed in their lifetime. And Ye Chen could actually match the deity they believed in? This was too hard to believe. Long Yuntian sighed wryly, "I also don't want to believe it. But the facts are as such. Although Ye Chen does not intentionally exude his aura, I can clearly feel it. The stronger the power, the deeper the sensation. Standing next to him, I couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. This is the pressure that a martial arts master exerts on a weaker opponent. If you can't feel it, it's because your strength is still too low. Once you reach my level, you'll understand the terror of Ye Chen. Although it sounded a bit like a fantastical tale, since the boss said so, Zhao Qi could only believe it. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Boss, does that mean our Long group now has 2 transcendent masters? In the future, when facing those foreign powerhouses, we'll have even more confidence." Chapter 221, I Want to Fight 10. For the 100-match winning streak boxing match, it was hardly a challenge for the Northwest Wolf King, Di Fei. When Zhou Jiwei achieved her 100 consecutive wins, she only had S-level strength. Di Fei, however, was already at the SSS level. Those boxers were certainly decent, but the outcome was already determined. Di Fei participated in this boxing match primarily for the prize money. If he could achieve 100 consecutive wins, he would receive 3 million in prize money. Originally, the matches were arranged to be fought one at a time, but Di Fei simply beckoned with his finger and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The sound was very uncomfortable, like metallic friction. "Let them all come. I want to fight 10. Hearing Di Fei's words, the fighters were all enraged. Was he looking down on them? "Kill him! Kill him!" The 10 fighters exchanged glances, each seeing the fury in the other's eyes. How many of the fighters participating in this underground boxing match were good people? Not to mention that they had all killed before, but they had definitely seen bloodshed. The organizers saw Di Fei wanting to take on 10 opponents and seemed to see countless amounts of money beckoning them. Ye Chen, watching the match from above, couldn't help but curl his lips. Chapter 222. Ye Chen's phone number. Hearing about the endless wealth and glory, Di Fei's heart stirred. Since coming to live in the human city, he learned much, but he had learned how important money was. If one truly wanted to live well, it could only be achieved through ability. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Xiao Wu, noticing Di Fei's excitement, couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. So he was just another greedy person. "Of course, you can inquire about my boss's name. Who in Magic City doesn't know him?" "What is your boss's name?" "My boss's surname is Yi. I won't say his full name, but everyone calls him the minister of the underground organization in Magic City. Now, you know who it is, right?" Xiao Wu said proudly. Di Fei racked his brain for a long time, then shook his head and said, "I don't know." It was the first time for Xiao Wu to encounter someone like this. How could you not even know your boss's name and still claim to have mixed in Magic City? "All right, I won't say anything extra. Just perform well when you go. And money won't be a problem." "Good." Di Fei was very confident in his strength. Since arriving in the human world, he had yet to meet anyone who made him feel afraid. So, with great skills comes boldness. If these people had ulterior motives against him, he could easily rely on his strength to fight his way out. Chapter 223. I smell money. Seeing the incoming call, Ye Chen answered it casually. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zhou Chaoran from Qingshan Sanatorium. Do you remember me?" Hearing this name, Ye Chen had a vague impression. Zhou Chaoran seemed to be the grandson of Zhou Zhengming, the director of Qingshan Sanatorium. Ye Chen could only describe his impression of Zhou Chaoran with 2 words: low-key. This young man lacked the restlessness and arrogance typical of his peers. Although he was in his 20s, he seemed like a mature and steady middle-aged man. This was quite rare among young people. It wasn't that young people couldn't be mature and steady, but it was uncommon for someone of Zhou Chaoran's status to remain unassuming to the point where even after meeting him, one might forget about him. Zhou Zhengming had retired from the power circles in Kyoto and was once the highest leader in Magic City. According to the hierarchy of influential families, Zhou Chaoran could be considered a top-tier figure in Magic City. Yet, this person earned Ye Chen's admiration. Young Master Zhou, hello. Is there something you need from me?" Hearing Ye Chen's politeness, Zhou Chaoran was somewhat taken aback. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm actually calling to apologize for the incident at Qingshan Sanatorium last time." Chapter 224. Confused Qin Man. When Zhou Zhengming, who was opening the elevator for Ye Chen, noticed Ye Chen walking aside and had a puzzled expression. However, upon seeing Qin Manwen, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Although he didn't know the relationship between Ye Chen and Qin Manwen, he knew they should be acquainted. Zhou Zhengming had some impression of Qin Manwen. It seemed her father was a bureau-level official, but there had been some issues leading to his expulsion from the sanatorium. Qingshan Sanatorium was a very high-level circle, and those who could enter had some status. But if someone lost power, they would no longer be qualified to stay there. This circle was very realistic. Regardless of your status, when you had value, people would treat you differently. But once you lost your value, everyone would immediately distance themselves. Initially, Qin Manwen's father had pushed into this circle to network and pave the way for Qin Manwen. After all, he was getting old, and Qin Manwen was still young. He wanted to use his remaining value to secure a good future for her. But unexpectedly, he had an incident at such a crucial moment. As for Qin Manwen, she naturally had no status here. The person talking to her was someone from the department handling her father's case. Chapter 225, A Vicious Person's Revenge. From morning to night, perhaps tired from walking or feeling too helpless, suddenly, the suitcase in Qin Manwen's hands fell to the ground, and she squatted down and began to cry. Her shoulders trembled slightly, evoking pity from those who saw her. Sitting in the car, Ye Chen calmly said, "Stop the car." Following his command, the Rolls-Royce came to an immediate stop. The 4 cars behind it also stopped in unison, very orderly. The car doors were pushed open, and Ye Chen stepped out, coming closer to Qin Manwen and draping his suit jacket over her shoulders. "It's late. You should head home soon." Hearing Ye Chen's voice while she was sobbing, Qin Manwen shuddered and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Take your ragged clothes away. I don't need your pity or your false kindness. Ye Chen, you're just a petty person, a villain who does no good. If it weren't for you, will my family have ended up like this? Now I have nothing. Are you happy? Are you satisfied?" Qin Manwen's triple question of despair did not elicit the slightest sense of guilt from Ye Chen. To him, the downfall of Qin Manwen's family was entirely their own doing. Chapter 226. A dragon only crosses the river a night without conversation passed, and the next morning. Ye Chen was still in a deep sleep when he was suddenly awakened by the urgent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he picked up the phone and answered. "Hello, Xiao Chun. You need to come back quickly. Your dad has been arrested, and as a woman, I don't know who to turn to for help. You need to handle it." Hearing his mother's voice, Ye Chen immediately shook off his drowsiness and sat up abruptly. "Mom, don't worry. What happened?" With bodyguards from SHIELD security by his father's side, Ye Chen wasn't too worried. If something serious had happened, the guards would have notified him long ago. His mother began to recount the events. "Didn't you send a lot of money home? Your dad and I first expanded the store a bit since we couldn't just sit around. Having a business can help pass the time. After finishing up the store a few days ago, your dad wanted to buy a car. He went to the province yesterday to buy a car, and he was supposed to pick it up in the afternoon after paying the full price. But for some reason, the car he paid for in full turned out to be a loan, and it was a high-interest loan from some financial company. Your dad definitely disagreed and ended up arguing with the store staff." Chapter 227. Has Ye Chen been scammed? "Boss, where are we going?" Xiao Wu, who was driving, asked cautiously. They all knew that Ye Chen's father had encountered some trouble, so they had to be careful in both actions and words during this time. Ye Chen replied, "Dun. First, let's go to the local police station to pick up my father." For Ye Chen, picking his father up from the police station was not a big deal. What he was mainly thinking about now was how to deal with those who had scammed his father. If word got out that his father had been scammed at home, it would be a laughingstock in the Yangtze River Delta. Just as they were heading to the police station, Ye Chen's mother called again. "Hello, Xiao Chun, have you landed?" Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Yes, Mom, I have landed." "That's good. With your dad's incident, I'm so flustered, worrying about him, and also about whether you might have any trouble on the road. Neither of you can make me feel at ease." Ye Chen replied helplessly, "Mom, how am I not making you feel at ease? I rushed back as soon as I heard about Dad's incident, so don't worry. I'm on my way to resolve it now." Chapter 228. Hurry up and release me half an hour after Ye Chen and his group arrived at their destination. A small car wobbled towards them. The Xian Yi, as a family car worth over 100,000, was fine on the smooth roads of the city. But on this rocky mountain terrain, the car's body shook so much it could make someone feel nauseous. Both the man and woman in the car felt uneasy. "Honey, why did they choose to meet in a place like this? Do you think they have bad intentions?" The man thought for a moment and replied, "They shouldn't. This is a law-abiding society. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Also, I call my brother before leaving. If we don't call him to report our safety before nightfall, he will come looking for us. You called your brother? Then I can relax." The man's brother was a police officer and was the one who had been scheming against them, teaching them how to maximize their profits and extort more money from Ye Chen. As someone within the system who had dealt with many cases, he was well aware of the ins and outs. However, upon arriving at the mountaintop and seeing a line of luxury Mercedes cars worth over $1 million parked by the roadside, with many men in black suits standing by, watching them intently, they felt even more anxious. Chapter 229. The family shot before long. A young officer respectfully escorted a middle-aged man out. The man appeared to be in great condition, energetic, and was still expressing his dissatisfaction as he walked. Comrade, I told you, you must have made a mistake. There were so many people at the time, I just pushed a bit to protect myself. How could that be intentional harm? Indeed, you guys are sharp-eyed, he said. The young officer smiled patiently beside him. Uncle is right, we made a mistake. Don't worry, as public servants. We will never let a bad person go and will never wrong a good person. Upon entering the police station lobby, Ye Chen looked up and saw Ye Chen. Ye Chen yore a fain simile, radiantink sunsine. Ye Chen was surprised and said, Xiao Chen, when did you come back? Ye Chen stepped forward to support his father's arm, but Ye Chen insisted it wasn't necessary. Oh, your dad is fine. No need to support me. In fact, his family members were quite stubborn. His grandfather had a bad temper and never mellowed with age, always intervening in matters he found unjust. His father was the same. When they were young and living in poor conditions, they never borrowed a penny from anyone. Chapter 230. Tell me how happy you are, oh my. My son has really made it. This car is worth over 10 million? Yi Mu exclaimed, looking at the little golden figure on the hood. Lin Yuming had only heard about Ye Chen before, but now meeting him in person was much better than she had imagined. Tall and handsome, with no flaws from any angle. His noble aura was very pleasant. Even though Ye Chen's parents often praised him in front of her, she never fully believed it. Now she had to accept that there really are such outstanding people in the world. She had previously helped the Yi family because of her father's instructions, but after getting to know them better, she found them to be quite nice. They had a friendly demeanor and were honest in their dealings, which gradually made her like the Yi family. Now, in her spare time from work, she often came to help Ye Chen's parents at the store, which had become a habit for her as a way to relax. These people probably weren't simple at all. Lin Yumeng, having graduated from a formal police academy, although she hadn't been working long, had learned a lot about observation skills there. This was a basic skill for police officers. There are standards to measure whether a person has issues or if they are straightforward. Chapter 231. You all listen up. Haha, you're such a sensible girl. Xiao Wu laughed proudly. He then glanced at his watch and said, Oh, it's meal time. I heard your 4S shop provides meals, right? First, get some dishes ready for me and my brothers. We need to fill our stomachs to have the energy to look at cars. The sales girl, although utterly disgusted inside, forced a smile for the sake of her performance and said, Sure, brother. How many of you are there? I'll prepare something for you. Xiao Wu counted on his fingers. I have quite a few brothers. There are 7 who came with me, and some others are waiting outside, maybe around dozens of people. So many? The salesgirl gasped. Preparing meals for dozens of people was unprecedented for their 4S shop. Moreover, they hadn't even bought a car yet, and now they were expected to provide meals for dozens of people. If these people didn't buy anything, wouldn't they be a loss? Even if she agreed, the manager wouldn't. A 4S shop is a place where no profit means no early risers. Do they really think they could just mooch off a meal without buying a car? They definitely wouldn't do that. 1 or 2 people might be fine, but dozens would definitely not be accepted. Chapter 232. Encountering Qin just as Su Xiang picked up the phone, Xiao Wu's voice came through. Su Xiang, right? I don't care where you are. I'd advise you to come see me, or you'll face consequences you can't handle. Who are you? Su Xiang narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of danger in the unfamiliar voice. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Slap. The phone was hung up, and a series of beeping sound came through. Su Xiang's expression was gloomy, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he found another phone number call. It was the phone number of the head of the police station in the area where Ye Chen's father was arrested. Hello, Director Xing. It seems there is someone causing trouble in my store. Can you bring your team over to take a look? Director Xing was still worried about his own situation. After all, he had arrested a family member of a senior leader from the Balong Bureau. Although the person did not say anything directly, he had definitely offended them and was thinking about what would happen in the future. Hearing Su Xiang's words made him furious. He shouted directly, I can't believe it, Su Xiang, you really dare? Do you know who you have offended? You even dared to mess with the family of a senior leader from the Balong Bureau. Aren't you afraid they will accuse you of treason and have you arrested? Chapter 233. I'm here to beat someone, brother-in-law. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Holding a brand new car key, Qin Yu was grinning from ear to ear. He had of course driven luxury cars before, but they were all borrowed just for the thrill. Once the thrill was over, they had to be returned. The Qin family was not like the other 3 major families. They were not very populous, and in his generation, there were only his sister and him. Moreover, The Chen family's old man was very strict and did not allow family members to act recklessly outside. One could say that the old man managed the family rigorously, leaving no opportunities for others. This approach has its pros and cons. The advantage is that no one can find any dirt on them, and there won't be any principled issues. But the downside is that development is too slow, and some people with ulterior motives don't know how to seek support. The Chow family, on the other hand, is completely different from the Chen family. As long as someone wants to affiliate with the Chow family, they will welcome them with open arms and even take the initiative to extend an olive branch. The Chow family's approach also has its pros and cons. The advantage is fast expansion of influence, but the downside is that it is uneven and could easily be implicated by many unruly people. For instance, the issues with the Ji and Zhao families. If it weren't for the old man from the Chow family being tough, last time, Ye Chen's intervention could have dragged the Chow family down. In the highest leadership office, upon hearing Ye Chen's words, Chen Yu asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, he is from the Chow family. What do you want him for?" Chapter 234. Chen Yu's hard life hearing that Ye Chen was the legendary son-in-law of the Chen family and also the famous underground king of the Yangtze River Delta. The one who single-handedly forced the Chow family to abandon their cars to protect their leader, a smile appeared on his dignified face. "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Ma Changfeng, and I am the governor of He province." Ye Chen knew this person was from the Chen family and extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, Director Ma. I have heard Elder Chen mention your name several times. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Elder Chen mention me?" Ma Changfeng said excitedly. Ye Chen nodded with a smile. "Yes, Elder Chen said that Director Ma dares to stand up for the people and is a qualified leader." Chen Yu, standing beside them, saw how effortlessly Ye Chen complimented others without even breaking a sweat, and couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Indeed, brother-in-law's current status was definitely not just based on luck. Seeing the corridor in disarray, with some people busily taking care of Ding Yuanhang, Ma Changfeng said, "Mr. Yi, let's not stand outside. It's quieter inside. Let's go in and sit down." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem." Once in the office, Ma Changfeng instructed Chen Yu to make a cup of tea and then continued to ask, "Mr. Yi, what do the old leaders say about me?" Chapter 235. Current situation at home. When he arrived downstairs, a middle-aged man was standing respectfully at the door. Upon seeing Ye Chen come down, he quickly approached and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Xieli, the director of the Baolong branch in He province." Ye Chen nodded slightly and shook hands with Xieli. "Hello, Director Xie. The reason I called you here is that I have a case I would like you to help me investigate. After all, matters here in He province are not under our jurisdiction, and there are some things I cannot intervene in. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will handle it beautifully." Xieli Raplia. Although Ye Chen's identity as a member of the Baolong Bureau was from the Magic City in He province, it was considered as handling a case in a different jurisdiction. However, as long as they knew Ye Chen's background, they would treat him with respect. After all, being associated with Ye Chen would be of great help in the future. Ye Chen brought Xieli to the car. This person's identity was quite sensitive. The people behind him involved the upper leadership of He province. "Can you handle this well?" Upon hearing that it involved the upper leadership of He province, Xieli thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. Our Baolong Bureau's special nature does not require us to worry about those people." "All right, Director Xie, with you saying that, I feel relieved. However, I must make it clear first, since you have agreed to take on this case, there can be no unexpected issues. Otherwise, I will be very unhappy." Chapter 236. Lin Yumeng became a cashier. He did not notify his family in advance that he was coming back, wanting to give his parents a surprise. After parking the car and just entering the restaurant, he saw many guests sitting at the entrance, all waiting in line to eat. Glancing at his watch, he realized he had come back from iCity just in time for dinner around 5:30. The first floor of the restaurant did not have private rooms, but rather had partitioned small dining areas. Two exquisite long sofas were placed facing each other, with a dining table in the middle, and the partitions were all decorated with traditional Chinese wooden designs, giving a fresh feel. The diners in the hall included families of 3, groups of friends, and couples, among others. Meanwhile, the private rooms on the second floor were mostly used for gatherings or catching up with old friends or for business discussions. The luxurious 3-person private rooms were mainly occupied by those with certain capital, family gatherings, or some leaders, etc. In short, the restaurant was being managed very well by his parents. Waiter, our dishes haven't arrived yet." It's been almost half an hour, and the service is so slow. Isn't this intentionally making people uncomfortable? Chapter 237. This young man is a bit arrogant. Come, everyone, let me introduce you. This is the owner of this restaurant. Lin Wen pulled Ye Hanqing's arm and introduced him to those engineering bosses. Ye Hanqing felt a bit shy. He had always been an ordinary person and was somewhat uncomfortable in such a formal occasion. The engineering bosses looked at each other, all a bit puzzled. A standing executive vice mayor was being so polite to a restaurant owner. It was really hard to understand. But out of respect for Lin Wen, all the engineering bosses stood up and casually greeted him. Even though they shook hands, it was merely a formality. Lin Wen certainly noticed the insincerity of these engineering bosses, but did not mind. He shook his head inwardly. After all, these people were still just from a small place. Although they all have some wealth, they still can't escape being petty. It's actually not their fault. After all, they are all newly rich. And this is also the atmosphere in Northeast China. Once they have a little money, they become arrogant. They don't think about how easy it is for someone to introduce a person to them. After shaking hands, Ye Hanqing smiled and said, "Everyone, take your time eating. I'll go to the kitchen and take care of the dishes for you." Chapter 238. Serial murder case in the evening, after most of the guests had left. Ye's mother personally cooked for Ye Chen. The fragrant rice, di sen xian, guobao ro, and braised pork made for a very rich meal. Used to delicacies. Ye Chen was unexpectedly filled with appetite upon seeing these dishes. He picked up his rice bowl and began to eat directly, seeing her son devouring the food. Ye's mother couldn't help but smile kindly. "Look, I told you, no matter how much he changes, he is still my familiar son. You said he can't get used to the meals I make, but look at him eating. He doesn't seem to have any trouble at all." Ye Hanqing akardly similed. "I thought my son was rich now, eating big meals outside, and couldn't get used to home-cooked meals." Ye's mother rolled her eyes at Ye Hanqing, and then placed a piece of braised pork into Lin Yuming's bowl. "Yumeng, you eat too, don't just watch. No need to be polite. Just treat this place like home." Lin Yuming quickly lowered her head to eat. Her face slightly flushed as she said, "I know, Annie. I'm not being polite at all." During the meal, Ye's mother casually said, "Yumeng, I heard you're going to be busy?" Lin Yumeng wiped her mouth with a napkin and nodded, "Yes, I'm being transferred to the criminal police team soon." Chapter 239. Lin Yuming's attack. Lin Yuming's place has a nice environment and is considered a good community in the city. The price is about 4,000 per square meter, and it's in the city center. Upon arriving at the community, Ye Chen smiled and said, "All right, Officer Lin, you can go back now. I need to go home." "Big brother Ye, it's about to rain. Why don't you come up and sit for a while? We can leave after the rain stops." Ye Chen shook his head. "No, it's not easy to come home. I want to spend some time with my parents." "All right then, big brother Ye, be careful on the way." After watching Lin Yuming go upstairs, Ye Chen turned to leave. But before he could exit the community, he heard Lin Yuming's voice behind him. "Big brother Ye, here's an umbrella for you." "No need, it's fine." Ye Chen waved his hand. "But, big brother Ye, it's late, and if you send me home, it wouldn't be good to get caught in the rain again." Ye Chen didn't push back any further and took the umbrella as he left. Watching Ye Chen's back, Lin Yuming sighed. She has feelings for Ye Chen. After all, he is handsome and wealthy, and she heard he has quite a status in the Magic City. Isn't he the perfect match that countless women dream of? But thinking carefully, there's still a big gap between them. Her family background is decent, but compared to Ye Chen, she still falls short. Chapter 240. The conspiracy of a Yamaguchi-gumi. On the other side, the raincoat man who was injured by Ye Chen, after escaping from the community, found an old black Volkswagen Passat waiting quietly. The car door opened, and the raincoat man, holding back pain, gritted his teeth and said, "Drive." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The driver was a young man with a fierce look. Seeing the raincoat man's condition, he couldn't help but pound the steering wheel. "Damn it, who did this to you?" After spitting out blood, the raincoat man's face turned pale. Weakly slumped in the back seat, he slowly said, "That cop has a master by his side. My internal organs are already shattered. I don't have much time left." "What? How is that possible? You are our top killer in the Soul Eater group in the Black Province, and there is someone so powerful in this small county?" The raincoat man was already gasping for breath. Just as the young driver was still talking, the raincoat man in the back seat had already fallen silent. "Hey, Miyuki, Miyuki." After hearing no response from the raincoat man, the young driver's expression darkened further. After driving for 2 blocks and confirming there was no one around, he turned around and left. Chapter 241. Tugging war with 9 cows? You go check right now, and make sure to find out who is stopping me from avenging my brother, Murakami Nakahira said sternly. "Yes, The young driver responded quickly. After the young driver left, Murakami Nakahira glared at the general manager and said, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and get to work." On the other side, after Ye Chen brought Lin Yumeng back to the restaurant, he didn't pay attention to what happened that night. He thought Lin Yumeng had just caught the wrong person, and her accomplices were seeking revenge. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Lin Yumeng reported to the criminal police team. Ye Chen also received the system's notification as promised. "Ding, today's check-in has started. Would you like a check-in?" "Check-in," Ye Chen said lazily, yawning while wearing a short-sleeved shirt and big shorts. "Ding, check-in successful. Reward, Sea Blue Star." Note, the Sea Blue Star is considered the most beautiful diamond in the world, priced at 2 billion meters of gold. Seeing the system's check-in reward, Ye Chen was slightly surprised. Recently, his check-in rewards had not been for industries or forces, but for various luxury items. After completing the check-in, a necklace appeared in Ye Chen's hand. Chapter 242, Ernyo's extraordinary attributes. He recognized this young man and could say he was very familiar with him. This young man was his follower when he was a child. Ernyo followed him around as a loyal little brother. When they fought in the east and west of the village, Ernyo was his best fighter. By the age of 11 or 12, Ernyo's physique had already surpassed that of some adults. He remembered the last time they met was when he went to university. At that time, Ernyo was very reluctant to part, but Ernyo was naturally not smart and had no talent for studying at all. He dropped out early and worked on the farm at home. The reason he was called Ernyo was that he once pulled 2 oxen when he was a child. Those 2 oxen didn't work in the field. Ernyo directly pulled them with 1 rope in each hand. He never expected that after so many years, Ernyo could actually pull 9 oxen now. What terrifying strength that must be. He never thought Ernyo would have such great power. Could he be one of those people with innate divine strength? System, check Ernyo's information. Ye Chen was very curious and wanted to know Ernyo's attribute data. Ding. Nim, Young Zhuang. Chapter 243. Ye Chen flipped the coffin lid, kneeled down and offered incense. After taking out all the items for the grave visit from the car, Ye Chen said with a serious expression. He was most respectful towards his father. When he was a child, he had seen various scars all over his father's body. They were hideous and terrifying, and there was even a bullet wound that penetrated from his chest to his back. If that bullet had been even slightly off, it could have hit the heart. Ye Chen was serious in front of outsiders, but he was a kind and gentle elder to his family. The day before Ye Chen passed away, he gave him a suitcase from the 1990s. Inside that suitcase were all military medals and a set of old Red Army uniforms. And before dying, he said that if the family really couldn't get by, they should take the items in the suitcase to the capital and find a Taoist named Zhang Xinling. After dealing with Ye Chen's funeral arrangements, the remaining food at home was almost gone, but Ye Chen insisted on earning money with his own hands. He first walked over 10 miles every day to collect vegetables, then returned to sell them at the market. Later, he changed careers and became a chef. In this way, Ye Chen managed to turn his impoverished family around. What made him even more gratified was that his son had grown up and achieved success. Chapter 244. The Angry Xiao Wu. Big brother, the captain asked us to check on that Ye Chen's background. Are we really going to do it this way? After glancing around to see if anyone was watching, a younger brother said to the leading man. The man sneered. How else should we check? Isn't this a method we often use? Don't worry, I've inquired. That Ye Chen used to be from the countryside, and I heard he graduated from college and did quite well outside, earning some money, which is why he can help his family run this restaurant. But in today's society, it's not just about having money. You also need strength. Having no background, just having money is useless, especially in our small county. There are plenty of ways to mess with you. Today, you all watch and learn how I do things. What you learn today will be useful in the future. Half an hour later, a plate after plate of delicious dishes was served. Seeing those dishes, the 3 felt very appetized. They immediately started eating heartily. Big brother, I have to say this food is really delicious. One younger brother praised quietly while eating, but the leading young man glared at him. This food is delicious. But he couldn't admit it. Today he had a task and was here to cause trouble, not to eat. Chapter 245. Learning useful skills. At this moment in the restaurant, Ye's mother was so angry that her face turned pale. Aren't you clearly trying to extort money? Who charges 100,000 just by opening their mouth? And besides, the person is fine, but still needs to be hospitalized for observation. Seeing Ye Chen's mother's expression, the 3 burst into laughter. I said, Boss lady, if you can't decide, you can let your man come over. If your son is home, let him come too. Ye's mother snorted coldly. Let my son come over? If my son were home, you wouldn't be laughing like this. Ye's mother knew her son's temperament very well. Since childhood, Ye Chen has never tolerated any grievances. If someone provoked him even slightly, he would definitely retaliate. Back in the village, he had blocked someone's chimney and, along with Ernyo and Shou Ho, had tied up a person with a sack. What was even more infuriating was that he had beaten up someone's child on the way home from school. Ye Chen's grandfather was a retired soldier, and although he had a fiery temper, he had a strong sense of justice and helped the villagers with their work. Ye Chen's father, although a bit stubborn, had never done anything wrong in his life and never played tricks on people or matters. Only in Ye Chen's generation was there pure stubbornness. If provoked, he would definitely make a scene. Of course, Ye Chen dared to act and also had bodyguard Ernyo. Chapter 246, Hello Old Six. At this moment, the restaurant was very lively. Although it had been disturbed by 3 little hoodlums earlier, it did not affect the restaurant's business at all. Moreover, some witnesses, seeing the ferocity of Xiao Wu and the others, felt that the Yi family restaurant was extraordinary. The speed with which they dealt with troublemakers gave the customers an inexplicable sense of security. At this time, in the restaurant, the members of the concierge department had already started using walkie-talkies. The upstairs and downstairs were busy, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. Once the guests upstairs finished ordering, the kitchen immediately processed the orders. In this way, the whole restaurant became a strange scene. Burly men serving as waiters was definitely a first in Shui-Ming County. Even some people who traveled around had never seen such an unusual scene. At this moment, Ye Chen and Ye Han-chung walked into the restaurant. Both were deep in thought. Ye Chen was wondering where his grandfather had gone, while Ye Han-chung was thinking about who had stolen his father's body. But when they entered the restaurant and saw the scene inside, they were both stunned. What happened to this restaurant? Ye Han-chung asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Ye Chen looked at the members of the concierge department thoughtfully. Boss. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the concierge members respectfully called out. Chapter 247. Something happened to Shou Ho. What is it like to be greeted as Old Six right after the call connects? Ye Chen felt a headache, but after confirming that the call wasn't a mistake, he tolerated the title. Hello, I'm looking for Monkey. Is he there? Upon hearing that Ye Chen was looking for Monkey, the woman on the other end fell silent for a moment before she began to cry. Monkey's mother, who had just been consoled, started crying again when her relatives saw her, prompting them to comfort her once more. On the other end of the phone, Ye Chen finally realized who the woman was. Auntie, please don't cry. First, tell me what happened. A bad feeling rose in Ye Chen's heart. Monkey's phone was answered by his mother, and now she was crying like this, which meant something had probably happened. A man with a slightly darker complexion nearby, who was a farmer, heard Ye Chen's inquiries on the phone and took the phone. Hello, you must be Monkey's friend. If you have something urgent, please wait. Monkey is currently in the hospital's emergency room. If he is fine, I'll have him call you back. Uncle, it's me, Ye Chen. What happened to Monkey? Where are you now? When Monkey's father heard it was Ye Chen, he was slightly surprised. Chapter 248. The Demon Killer Group. After comforting Shou Ho's parents, Ye Chen sat outside the operating room waiting. During this time, Ernyo from the village also heard the news and rushed over by taxi. Just as he arrived outside the operating room, he shouted, How's the situation with Erge? A nearly 2-meter-tall, giant man's voice almost scared someone into a heart attack. Ye Chen hurriedly urged Ernyo to lower his voice. Ernyo, keep your voice down. The monkey is being rescued inside. What if you scare the doctor who is trying to save him? Hearing that the consequences are so serious, Ernyo quickly covered his mouth and tried to lower his voice as much as possible. But Ernyo is just a loud man, and even when he tries to speak quietly, he ends up being quite loud. In the end, to keep his voice down, he even opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. This sight made Ye Chen laugh. The family of the thin monkey also felt a little better seeing this scene. Ding! After an unknown amount of time, the light in the emergency room went out. A somewhat unsteady chief doctor walked out. Instantly, a group of people surrounded him, nervously asking questions. Doctor, is my child okay? Ye Chen felt relieved when he saw that the thin monkey was not being pushed out covered with a white cloth. Sure enough, the doctor wiped his sweat and shook his head. The person is temporarily out of danger, but I have to say, how could you let him do drugs outside? Chapter 249. This is a bit costly for the killer. With the fall of Murong Yintian, the entire Murong family was thrown into chaos. Murong Yintian is the pillar of the Murong family, holding all the power. Once anything happens to him, the whole Murong family will face fragmentation, whether in business or underground forces. All will be paralyzed. Murong Yintian has 5 sons and 3 daughters. The children are all out managing the business for the Murong family. Upon hearing the news that Murong Yintian had an accident, they all hurried back. Some even took private jets to return due to the long distance. In the blink of an eye, the entire Murong family estate was overcrowded. The servants were busy, some notifying doctors, while others were welcoming back the Murong family members. "How is my father?" A stern-looking man with a distinctive brow stepped into the estate and asked Murong Fan. This man is Murong Fan's father and the second-generation leader of the Murong family, Murong Chuan. Hearing his father's inquiry, Murong Fan quickly replied, "Father, I don't know what happened. I just know that Grandpa was attacked by a killer and then fell down due to severe poisoning." Murong Chuan furrowed his brow. "All our Murong family servants are strictly screened. How could a killer have mixed in?" Chapter 250. The beauty emerges, independent and isolated. "So, big brother, what should we do now? I heard that the Demon Killer Group won't give up until they achieve their goal," Murong Chung said with concern. Murong Chuan smiled slightly. "After all I've introduced you to, do you still not understand my meaning?" Murong Fan was the first to react, his eyes brightening with surprise. "Father, do you mean to find the Dragon Team to deal with the Demon Killer Group?" Murong Chuan laughed heartily. "Those who know me, my son indeed." After the laughter subsided, Murong Chuan slowly said, "I will personally contact the Dragon Team members stationed in the Black Province, and when the time comes, let them deal with the Demon Killer Group. Wouldn't it be better for us to watch from the sidelines?" Murong Chuan's plan was very insidious, effectively pushing his own danger onto others. Upon hearing Murong Chuan's plan, the Murong family members all laughed. Previously, they found the Dragon Team very annoying, as their businesses were all shady and many had dealings with foreign forces. If discovered by the Dragon Team, it would lead to big trouble. But now they felt that the Dragon Team wasn't so annoying after all. At least in this situation, the Dragon Team could serve as their shield. Chapter 251. Who is in favor? Who is against? What? How is this possible? The man felt the cold hand on his neck, his expression changing dramatically, and a hint of fear rising in his heart. In fact, his master had instructed him to invite Fujita Keiko and had reminded him to be polite. However, being proud, young talents of the same generation, how could they willingly be courteous to their peers? Moreover, Fujita Keiko's talent had always been rumored to be exceptionally high, which made him feel competitive. But the result was harsh. He, who considered himself to have SSS-level strength, couldn't even take a single move under Fujita Keiko's hand. Now he felt that as long as Fujita Keiko exerted even a little force, she could kill him. But suddenly the sense of crisis disappeared, allowing the sinister man to breathe a sigh of relief. "If you dare to disrespect me again, even an Yin-Yang master won't be able to protect you." With those words, Fujita Keiko flicked her sleeves, and the ground beneath the collapsed wooden house suddenly exploded. A demon's sword, radiating evil, appeared. As soon as the sword emerged, it felt as if a blood rain and wind swept over. Accompanied by strange laughter, the sinister man's expression turned pale upon seeing the sword. The demon sword Muramasa. Chapter 252. I have ideas about the 3 provinces. Sitting in the car, thinking about how to take over the Black Province, Ye Chen heard his phone ring and glanced at the caller ID. "Hello, Dad." He answered the call slowly. "Xiao Chen, where are you?" Hearing his father's serious voice, Ye Chen frowned and said, "I just finished something outside. What's wrong, Dad?" "There's a problem with the family restaurant. There's a joint inspection from above, and our restaurant has been shut down." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. "Okay, I understand, Dad. I'll go back and handle it right away." After hanging up the phone, Ye Chen patted the driver's seat, and He understood, quickly starting the car and leaving. Just as they returned to the restaurant, his parents rushed over. "Xiao Chen, how are we going to solve this?" Ye's mother said with some worry. Ye Chen smiled to comfort her. "Mom, if the restaurant is closed, then it's closed. Our family isn't short on that bit of money. I agree that you continue to run the restaurant. Actually, I'm just worried that you two will be too bored at home, so now that it's closed, it's just right for you to take a break." Hearing Ye Chen's words, Ye Han Chung disagreed. "Xiao Chen, if it were us who closed the restaurant, or if we truly made a mistake, it would be fine to close it, but this feels too frustrating to be bullied like this." Chapter 253. Buying an entire villa area at the drop of a hat? Ye Chen's family's villa is considered top-notch in Shuai Ming City. After all, The 1 billion he brought back. Although his parents like to save money, they're still willing to spend on housing. In their eyes, clothes can be cheaper. Meals can be lighter, but the house must be of good quality. After all, the house is where they will live for a lifetime. Moreover, their purchase of this luxurious villa also has the idea of preparing for Ye Chen's marriage. In this era, when getting married, the man not only has to provide a betrothal gift, but also prepare a house. And if the woman has more demands, a car is also required. This is how society is now. With more men than women, even divorced women in their 40s and 50s have many people vying for them. The concept of valuing sons over daughters is too severe among the Huaxia people, resulting in a higher number of males than females. In some families, in order to have a boy, they even go as far as having a second or third child. Upon returning to the villa and taking a look at the decoration, Ye Chen was somewhat satisfied. Of course, for a small county town like his hometown, having a villa of this standard was already quite good. One cannot view his hometown through the lens of the Magic City. After all, there's only one Magic City in all of Huaxia. The villa his parents bought came fully furnished. Chapter 254. Poor Xiaoyu hearing that there would soon be 100,000 yuan coming in. Xiaoyu became excited. After hanging up the phone, he turned to his few friends beside him and said, "Hey, does anyone have connections? My aunt's restaurant has run into some trouble, and if we can solve it, there will definitely be benefits for you." Upon hearing this, his friends were all intrigued. In fact, these people were all Xiaoyu's friends. Just some drinking buddies. They spent their days eating and drinking, boasting about themselves after a few drinks. They often bragged that the entire Shuiming city was theirs after a night out. The reason Xiaoyu told Ye's mother that it was an important guest was simply to save face. "My uncle is in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It shouldn't be a problem if he says something. My younger brother is a retired soldier, just joined the fire department, so that should work too. My sister-in-law is in the Health Bureau. She should be able to help. All right, then we will divide the work. Whoever solves it over there just needs to give a call to notify." Okay, they got to work immediately. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't just rely on those friends. He took out his phone and started looking for connections. On the other side, inside the Pingyang Group branch office, Gongbei had already received the news that the Yi family restaurant had been sealed off, and he couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 255. Boss. "You are too cunning." After discussing with her son, the woman turned around fiercely and said to the honest-looking middle-aged man behind her, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call your sister to come over and discuss your son's medical expenses. It's all because of your sister that she keeps bothering my son. This family can only cause trouble and can't do anything else. I tell you, if my son has any after effects, their family will have to support him for the rest of their lives." The man looked like he had bronchitis and was indecisive. After being scolded by his wife, he didn't dare to refute and quickly nodded, saying, "Oh, okay, dear wife, I'll call him now." He took out his phone and dialed. "Hello, Wanru?" On the other side, Ye Chen was sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room watching TV with his parents. The long-lost warmth made Ye Chen somewhat fond of this feeling. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently unable to leave, he would really want to stay with his parents like this. Time waits for no one. His parents were already in their 50s, and there wasn't much time left. Life is fleeting, and his parents had already lived half of theirs. Chapter 256. A disgusting family after Su, Yi, and his parents left. Ye Chen was just about to go to bed for a rest when he heard the sound of a car outside, standing by the window on the second floor. He saw a Wrangler slowly stop in the yard. The car door opened, and a sharply dressed Lin Yumeng, full of vigor, stepped out. "Auntie, Uncle Yi, are you home?" It turned out that Lin Yumeng finished work early today and had nothing to do. She called Ye's mother earlier and was informed about this place. So she came over to take a look. Ye Chen opened the window and waved. "Officer Lin, my parents have gone out. Please come in and sit." Seeing Ye Chen, Lin Yumeng couldn't help but blush. Every time she saw Ye Chen's handsome face, she felt a bit overwhelmed. There was something particularly attractive about Ye Chen. It was hard to describe what kind of aura he had, but it made people feel very comfortable and secure. Especially that night when Ye Chen broke through the window like a god of war and saved her from the hands of the assassin. Afterward, she also investigated how the assassin and Ye Chen got into her room that night. The assassin likely climbed up through the drain pipe in the outdoor air conditioning unit. Chapter 257. Su Yi imitates Xiao Wu's crime. Just then, the door to the hospital room was kicked open forcefully, and a figure rushed in. Without mercy, Su Yi delivered a whip kick to Xie Shuming, who was holding chair. This kick was executed with the skill of a professional fighter. Bang! Xie Shuming fell directly to the ground, his head making intimate contact with the floor. if C.S. Shuming had been an experienced professional fighter. His instinctive first reaction after taking this kick would have been to protect his head. Unfortunately, C.S. Shuming was just an ordinary person. How could he have such a reaction? Moreover, Su Yi's kick was powerful, and by the time it hit, C.S. Shuming had already lost consciousness. Lying on the ground without moving, he was temporarily in shock. If it weren't for being in the hospital, he might have been gone by morning. Ye Chen, seeing it was Su Yi, guessed that his son had sent Su Yi to follow him because he was worried. However, he hadn't expected that the bodyguard beside his son would be so capable. C.S. Shuming was a typical farmer's build, very robust. Having done hard labor all his life, he was strong. Yet even so, he was still kicked to the point of being lifeless. "Oh, murder! Murder!" Wang Guizhi screamed in fright. Chapter 258. Di Fei is no longer the former Prairie Wolf King, just as Xiao Wu was talking to Di Fei, filled with anger. A car without headlights slowly approached from a distance. It should be the boss arriving. The car stopped far from the factory. Ye Chen and Lin Yamen got out. "What is going on?" Ye Chen asked calmly. "Boss, it's a big haul. It seems that all the drug dealers around Shuiming City have gathered here. If we can take them all down at once, it would be a tremendous achievement." Xiao Wu then glanced at Lin Yamen, showing a thoughtful expression. It seemed that the boss was going to strongly support this female police officer again. However, that was normal. This female police officer's appearance was not inferior to those around the boss. She was also someone who took care of the boss's family. So it was time for the boss to support her. "All the drug dealers are here." Lin Yuming's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Without saying a word, she was ready to rush forward to arrest them. But she was stopped by Ye Chen. "Are you crazy? Drug dealers are desperate people. Charging him like that is just asking for death." After being scolded by Ye Chen, Lin Yamen came to her senses. She had been too excited and momentarily forgot the current situation. "Should I call back to the team for reinforcements?" Chapter 259. The actions of the Chow family. Just as Ye Chen and the others were leaving, a group of police officers approached from a distance. Leading them was a slightly plump man of medium build. Behind him followed a group of serious-looking police officers. Upon seeing Lin Yamen, he walked over and asked, "Where are the people?" Lin Yamen quickly saluted and replied, loudly, "Captain, we've caught them all, they're over there." Following the direction Lin Yamen pointed, they saw more than 10 people lying haphazardly on the ground. Because it was too dark, the arriving crowd hadn't noticed them. Now, seeing this, they all looked at the slender Lin Yamen with surprise. "Officer Lin, did you catch all these people by yourself?" Lin Yamen knew how to respond and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes. Officer Lin, you're incredible. You subdued more than 10 drug dealers by yourself. These drug dealers are all desperate criminals. If you made a mistake, you would have been in danger." The officers of the criminal police team praised her one after another, some even feeling a bit scared. A few young team members were so excited that they wished they had been there to share in the glory. However, only the middle-aged man, the captain of the criminal police team, had a somewhat ugly expression. "Lin Yamen, you are being reckless. Do you know how dangerous it is to capture so many drug dealers by yourself?" Chapter 260. Chao Jingshan wants to compete with Ye Chen. Within the crowd of the Nangong family, a young girl looked at Chao Jingshan's back with admiration in her eyes. "Brother, is this the number one person of the younger generation in the Chao family? He feels so charismatic, with a blend of dominance and gentleness. He's much stronger than Murong Fan from the Murong family and Shiman, he from the Shiman family. Those two little guys are simply no match for young Master Chao." A handsome young man beside her smiled at her words and said, "Of course, Murong Fan and Shiman he can't compare to young Master Chao. Firstly, in terms of status, they are worlds apart. Our Qing gang's 3 major families can be considered top-notch in the Northeast, but nationally, they are at best middle tier. However, young Master Chao can be considered one of the top young masters in all of Huaxia. Moreover, the Chao family has been one of the 4 great families that survived since the founding of the nation, holding power and being a true noble family." Then Nangong Waner suddenly remembered something and said, "Brother, I heard that Murong Long was killed in Modu, right? He was even killed by the underground king Ye Chen of Modu. Now, the head of the Murong family has been assassinated. If we compare Ye Chen and young Master Chao, who do you think is stronger?" Chapter 261. The dragon emerges from the abyss on the other side. After leaving the Nangong family, Chao Jingshan sat in the car and asked the driver in front, "How long until Song Xing comes out?" The driver quickly replied, "Young master, it should be just a few days." "Okay, when Song Xing comes out, we'll go pick him up." "Understood, young master." The driver immediately started the car and drove away. In reality, the man who spoke, although appearing to be a driver, was actually Chao Jingshan's personal bodyguard, a hidden expert. The Chao family's strength over the years could not be attributed to being an ordinary family. In fact, the Chao family not only held immense power, but also had a terrifying martial force. Even if a master wanted to kill the direct descendants of the Chao family, it wouldn't be that easy. This is because the Chao family has a very powerful ancient martial force backing them up, Shaolin Temple. There's a saying in the martial world, at the peak of martial arts, there are only Shaolin and Wudong. This shows how strong Shaolin and Wudong are in the martial world. They're like the North Star. The reason the Chao family has the support of Shaolin, such a millennia-old force, is because they laid their plans in advance. Everyone thought that the Chao family's 5 tigers were in internal conflict, with some dead and others fleeing overseas. Chapter 262. Brother Ye, is there really a white in this world? Ye Chen was unaware of the conspiracies outside. Even if he knew, he might not care. If it weren't for the domestic rules prohibiting it, and if he had the strength to single-handedly contend against the country, he would have long made the Chao family restless. However, killing an ordinary family and killing the Chao family are not the same. This is the rule. You may not accept it, but you must abide by it. Just as Ye Chen finished arranging accommodations for Tang, Yi, and the others, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ye Chen was puzzled and picked up. Logically, Lin Yumeng, who had just accomplished a great feat, should be very busy now. Why would she have time to call him? Hello, Officer Lin, what is up? As he answered the phone, Tang, he had already roasted a cigar and handed it to Ye Chen. Brother Yi, where are you? If you have time, can you come out and sit with me? Ye Chen was surprised. It's so late. Didn't TU just crack a major case? Shouldn't you be at the office conducting overnight interrogations? I was forced to take a leave. I probably won't be allowed to handle the follow-up investigations on those drug dealers. Oh, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, knowing that Lin Yumeng must have made some people wary, wanting to use their power to stop her from continuing to get involved. Chapter 263. If you can't drink, go to the kids' table. It's normal for people at the grassroots level of the Dragon Group not to recognize each other. It's like how ordinary people would see specialized departments as a joke, thinking that the person is overly influenced by novels. Of course, there was no need for him to reveal his identity. Just being from the Dragon Bureau was enough to shock Lin Yumeng. Respectfully closing his credentials, Lin Yumeng suddenly stood up and gave a standard salute, saying, "Hello, Chief." Ye Chen was momentarily stunned by Lin Yumeng's sudden seriousness. If you can't drink, go to the kids' table. Lin Yumeng was amused by Ye Chen's words. It seemed that after learning Ye Chen's true identity, her mood improved a bit. Come on, Brother Yi, my gratitude for you isn't over yet. Earlier, I thank you for saving my life. And now I'm thanking you for helping me catch so many drug dealers. Although I didn't gain any credit. As long as I can eliminate these harms for the people, I'm satisfied. Brother Yi, drink as you like. I'll drink. After speaking, she raised her head and downed another cup of Mao Dai. I'm asking if you can drink? Seeing Lin Yumeng downing cup after cup, Ye Chen asked curiously. Chapter 264. Capture Haitian within 3 days. Today, Shuiming City was very lively. In the morning, patrol cars and police officers maintaining order were everywhere on the main road. Additionally, there was a citywide notification that a high-ranking leader was coming to inspect, and they hoped the public would cooperate. In a small place, when people heard that a high-ranking leader was coming to inspect, many went out to see the commotion. Although the whole city was under martial law, they couldn't stop people from going out. It was just that vehicles were not allowed on the streets that the inspection team passed through. Of course, this control won't last long. After the convoy passes, traffic will resume. Some media reporters arrived early in Shuiming City and were preparing for interviews. Inside a reporter's vehicle from a provincial station, an assistant curiously asked, "Sister Na, what kind of investor could attract such a big leader like Chairman Ma to come down for a personal inspection and meeting?" The reporter, known as Sister Na, is an experienced journalist, having worked in the industry for over 5 years. However, she is not very old, only in her late 20s, having started her career early. Sister Na is an intelligent beauty, exuding that professional aura. Her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose highlight her charm. In today's society, women have become a significant advertising effect group. Chapter 265. A group of best actors performing as Chairman Ma Changfeng was being received like a star. A convoy slowly approached. The spectacle was impressive, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom in front and a line of Mercedes-Benz S-Class behind it. The arrival of this convoy attracted everyone's attention. This display might even overshadow that of Ma Changfeng. Ma Changfeng's entourage was built by a group of police personnel, while Ye Chen's convoy radiated pure wealth. At least for someone like Ye Chen, such a display is rarely matched in the currency market. It can be said that no one can achieve this. The total value of this convoy has already exceeded 20 million. None of the major bosses in the currency market have the capability to spend that much just for their travel arrangements. After Ye Chen's convoy arrived, many reporters seemed to feel the flow of attention beckoning them. If they could interview the owner of the convoy, it would be pure sensationalism. But before those reporters could approach, many burly men in black suits, who seemed to be bodyguards, got out of the Mercedes convoy and directly blocked all reporters trying to get closer. Sorry, our boss doesn't like being interviewed. After maintaining order, Ye Chen, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped down. Chapter 266. Pingyang Group is frightened. What was supposed to be a reception turned into an investigation meeting. With this incident, the reception could be considered over. After the meeting dispersed, Qin Yu stealthily approached Ye Chen and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Brother-in-law, you're really something. Every move you make is calculated." Ye Chen glanced at Qin Yu and replied, "After a while, when we return to Beijing, your sister wants you to train in the military for a while. She's just reorganized a special team, and those members are all newcomers. You should go and stay there for a few days. Brother-in-law, you know I've always been your loyal little brother. Can you bear to let me go? I don't want to, but I know I have to be responsible for my little brother. You must first work hard and toughen up. All right, I'm really scared of you too. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already starting to bully your little brother for fun." Ye Chen nodded. "Your sister also said that if you don't behave, then this little brother won't be suitable to stay long. Are you two trying to kill me, or what?" Qin Yu's expression darkened. He really couldn't take it anymore. Having lived in his sister's shadow since childhood was one thing, but now, as an adult, he had to deal with bullying from both his sister and brother-in-law. His future days were probably going to be even tougher. Chapter 267. Tang Yi becomes a lady on the other side at the headquarters of Pingyang Group. The big boss had received news and was preparing to flee to Japan with Murakami Masahira. Zhou sang, "There's still some loose ends to tie up. You should stay for a day to sort things out. Otherwise, even if you escape abroad, the Chinese authorities won't let you off." Hearing Murakami's words, Zhou Pingyang's expression darkened. These Japanese people are really despicable. Even at this time, they're still dealing with problems instead of fleeing. The longer they stay, the more danger there is. Why did you offend Ye Chen for no reason? 10 years of hard work were scared away by just a name, lacking any backbone. Of course, he wouldn't admit to lacking backbone. He was just talking about those Japanese people. You guys, as one of the 3 major families of the Yamaguchi-gumi, are actually afraid of Ye Chen. Didn't you once boast in front of me about how powerful you are? Isn't that laughable? Hearing Zhou Pingyang's words, Murakami Masahira couldn't help but feel furious. "Baka, Zhou Pingyang, do you know what you're saying? Our Yamaguchi-gumi has never lost in battle. How could we fear a mere Ye Chen? It's just that this is his territory, and this is China. We can't use certain methods." Chapter 268. Ernyo is coming out. Ye Chen had just instructed Xiao Wu to take care of something. Among the reporters who rushed out from the meeting venue, Assistant Xiao Qing exchanged glances with Shimin Nana. Suddenly, Xiao Qing pretended to trip and fell towards the group of attendants protecting Ye Chen. As trained members of the reception department, they naturally surrounded Ye Chen's car in response to this sudden situation. Any unexpected change could potentially be part of a conspiracy. Xiao Qing was a bit stunned by this scene. She thought that pretending to fall, especially as a woman, would make those bodyguards avoid her. After all, in today's society, women hold high status. If there was any physical contact between men and women, it could easily lead to online backlash. But reality often contradicts the internet. Xiao Qing fell into the arms of one of the attendants. The attendant looked down at her with a cold expression. "Miss, I don't care if this is intentional or not. Please leave immediately, or we will take mandatory measures." To secure her position, Xiao Qing was determined. Despite feeling a bit scared of these serious-looking bodyguards, she still started causing a scene. "What are you doing?" Chapter 269. This grudge. Brother will avenge you at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of Shuiming City. The vegetation was dense, and there was only a small road for passing vehicles. More than a dozen cars stopped. The attendants got out and lined up, crossing their arms in front of them to guard the surroundings. They brought Ernyo down and walked into the woods. Ye Chen slowly said, "Ernyo, how do you want to demonstrate?" Ernyo glanced around and then approached a large tree that could be surrounded by 3 people and gently patted the trunk. "Boss, let's use this tree for the demonstration." Ye Chen nodded, "Alright." Initially thinking Ernyo would need to exert strength, he was surprised to see Ernyo just let out a roar. causing a flock of birds in the woods to take flight in panic. Then, with a loud crash, the large tree was knocked down. Damn! Ye Chen couldn't help but curse. This scene is something only those who witness it firsthand can truly comprehend the shock of. A tree surrounded by 3 people took quite a while to be cut down with a saw, yet it was surprisingly broken by 2 bulls charging into it. Is this really human? Boss, should we continue? There are a few more over there. Should I go try over there? Ye Chen waved his hand and said, no need. If we keep going, we'll be illegally logging. Let us go. Chapter 270. A bit cowardly Jiang, who let us go? When did you become so timid? Back in the village, weren't you brave enough to sneak a peek at the widow bathing? Ye Chen directly put his arm around the skinny monkey's shoulder and waved goodbye to his parents as they left. Boss, can you not bring that up? It's so embarrassing. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you dare to do it, yet you're afraid of being embarrassed? You're too ungrateful. Why didn't you call me back then? Damn, boss, you're into this too? I'm not into it. I just don't want you to get into trouble. As they stepped outside, they saw a luxurious convoy at the car door. Immediately, a group of attendants from the hospitality department respectfully greeted, Boss. The skinny monkey was startled by this scene. Boss, these people won't be calling you, will they? Before Ye Chen could respond, an attendant opened the car door. Boss. Please. Damn, they really are your people. When did you become so impressive? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? I hope I'm not dreaming. Let me pinch myself. Second brother, why are you pinching me? The 2 bulls looked at the skinny monkey in confusion as he pinched his arm. Chapter 271. Tang Es social death moment. Even though it was almost dawn, the darkness before dawn was even more intense. Outside, it was pitch black. And at this moment, Tang E suddenly opened her eyes. Her distinct black and white eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Those eyes were incredibly beautiful. If someone saw them normally, they would surely be captivated, but if someone saw them now, they would probably be scared stiff. Because those were eyes that could see killing intent, a gaze only possessed by someone who has truly killed. Since her debut, Tang E has maintained a high level of vigilance. Even the once powerful Du family dared not act against her. They didn't even dare show the slightest hint of killing intent. There was once an incident that frightened everyone in the underworld of Magic City into sleepless nights. I remember a son of a black market boss with some power in the Yangtze River Delta. At a party, he saw Tang E and was deeply fascinated. He went home unable to eat or sleep, wanted to marry Tang E. But at that time, Tang E had just stabilized the situation in Magic City, and her feud with the Du family was in full swing. This son of the black market boss from the Yangtze River Delta began to pursue her. Giving houses and cars was just a small gesture. He even said that if Tang E agreed, he could have his father's cede part of his territory to her. Chapter 272. Everything is ready the next morning. Tang E changed into casual sportswear and opened the door to go for a morning workout. Tonight, they might start taking action. She needed to clear her mind and warm up. Everyone has ambitions. Even Tang E, who has now become the underground queen of the Yangtze River Delta, is no exception. In the past, she didn't dare to expand her power because she lacked the strength to fight back. Now that Ye Chen has given her confidence, her ambitions naturally resurface. Perhaps following such a boss, the 3 northeastern provinces are just the beginning. At this moment, with Tang Es orders, the entire villa area was on high alert, with guards every 3 steps and sentinels every 5. Wherever Tang E went, the attendants from the hospitality department respectfully greeted her. Sister Tang. Sister Tang. As she ran past those people, Ye Chen had probably drunk too much and slept the entire day. The sleeping atmosphere in the room was so good that he was somewhat reluctant to get up. When he opened his eyes and saw the dim room, he changed his position and continued sleeping. On the other side, Tang E had already begun to deploy her attack plan, pointing at a map of the Black Province. Su E, you take your people north centered around the meeting market. Xiao Wu, you head south. If we can quickly stabilize the situation in the Black Province, I may allow you to expand into other provinces. Chapter 273. The frightening 2 bulls facing the attacking Wolf King. The 2 bulls suddenly spread their legs and squatted in a horse stance, firmly planted in place. Just as Di Fei's sharp claws were about to reach his face, the seemingly clumsy 2 bulls swiftly grabbed Di Fei's wrist and threw him backward to the ground. It felt like swinging a sack. This scene caused Tang E and Xiao Wu to change their expressions dramatically. How could Di Fei, who struck so quickly, be easily caught by someone and treated like a sack? One must know that the 2 bulls were clearly a strength-type warrior, while Di Fei was an agile assassin. But if an assassin can't even compete in speed with a warrior, then that assassin has already lost. As Di Fei was in the air, he managed to gently push off the ground with one hand at the moment of landing, dissipating all the impact. He then landed on all fours, his expression fierce, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Whoosh! His body charged out again. The two bulls shifted their feet and dodged sideways. But Di Fei's moves were extremely vicious. In the moment their bodies crossed, his sharp claws were already reaching for the two bulls' armpit ribs. Once the ribs were grabbed, the entire person would lose strength. Chapter 274. Tang Ye attends the meeting alone at this moment. The atmosphere inside the Shimin family was very tense. After all the members of the Shimin family entered, seeing their father's expression, they felt something was off. They hadn't seen their father look this serious in years. The last time they saw him like this was more than a decade ago, when the Shimin family faced a life-and-death crisis. Could it be that their family is facing another life-and-death crisis? Father, what is the matter? Why did you call us back in such a hurry? The eldest, Shimin Feng, asked in confusion. How did you gather your intelligence? Ye Chen is in the Black Province, and such a big matter didn't even reach one of you. If it weren't for Nana telling me, we probably wouldn't have known even if someone came to our door. Ye Chen? Upon hearing this name, the members of the Shimin family exchanged glances. Some knew, while others didn't. In fact, Ye Chen is known, but not everyone is aware of him. After all, while Ye Chen is somewhat high profile, there is very little information about him online. Even searching on Baidu yields no introduction to Ye Chen. This is also something Tang Ye has strictly forbidden. Many internet giants, upon hearing Tang Ye's orders, dared not defy them. A lot of the data on Ye Chen that had already been input halfway was deleted. Chapter 275. Xiao Wu's crisis. Tang Ye did not care, ignoring the cautious, curious, and angry gazes of the members of the Shimin family around him. He directly sat down on the sofa opposite the head of the Shimin family, exuding the aura of a big shot. In some subtle actions, he even resembled Ye Chen's demeanor. Before doing anything, he would first tidy up his attire. Even before sitting down, he would adjust his clothes. Then he glanced at his watch and said to Dundagdal, head of the Shimin family, we have 5 minutes left for our negotiation. If we reach an agreement within these 5 minutes, tonight will be peaceful. If not, it will be a night you won't forget. What do you mean? Upon hearing Tang Ye's words, the smile on the head of the Shimin family vanished, and he frowned. You'll find out soon enough. Let's discuss the matter at hand first. All right, you speak. While the two were talking, the members of the Shimin family were on high alert, with some even starting to reach for their waists. However, Ernyo, seeing their small movements, just smiled innocently. The members of the Shimin family couldn't help but chuckle at Ernyo's appearance. Could this person be a fool? In such a serious atmosphere, he could still smile? Chapter 276. The arrogant Chao Jingshan Xiao Wu, who was kicked in, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood while in midair. This shows how powerful the opponent was. Xiao Wu, brother. A group of junior members from the reception department rushed over in worry upon seeing Xiao Wu spitting blood. On the ground, Xiao Wu's face was pale. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his internal organs. Help brother Xiao Wu get revenge. A group of junior members from the reception department rushed up angrily. Xiao Wu hurriedly shouted with all his might, come back, you are no match for them. But for those juniors, who wasn't filled with passion, with the atmosphere heated, how could they still remain rational? However, facing the leading man, more than 10 junior members from the reception department were easily defeated. The gap between ordinary people and ancient warriors was too great. Moreover, this man was an S-class expert, a master cultivated by the Murong family. This time, the Murong family supported the Shimin family, using all their resources. The reason they reacted so quickly and had the audacity to mobilize all their forces to ambush Ye Chen was that they had received a promise from someone. That person was Chao Jingshan. Chao Jingshan not only contacted the Nangong family, but also made a deal with the Murong family early on. Chapter 277. Tang Yanfei is very angry. The consequences are serious for Tang Yanfei. Ye Chen truly understood what a master was. He was like a dragon, seen but not seen. No one knew what he was busy with all day. Apart from being able to find him when needed, it was difficult to get a meeting with him otherwise. It seemed as if he was always busy with countless matters. Meanwhile, in a bar in Ice City, a man dressed in white sportswear, with the demeanor of a friendly neighborhood boy, gentle and cheerful, smiling like a spring breeze, was being entangled by a glamorous and alluring woman. Handsome, what do you think about what I said? I can provide you with a car and a house, as my little puppy. The car is a Mercedes G-Class, and the house is a spacious flat. Of course, if you feel that's not enough, I can also upgrade the house to a villa. Plus a monthly allowance of 100,000. If that's not enough, just keep me company. I'll give you an extra 100,000. We can sign a contract. 5 years is the term, and once the term is up, the house automatically transfers to your name. Of course, I'm not a bad person and won't deceive you, as long as you nod and agree now. This car will be yours, and this month's allowance will be directly deposited into your account. As she spoke, the woman slammed a key to the Mercedes G-Class on the table. Chapter 278. People don't act for themselves will be punished by heaven. Just as Ye Chen was waiting for news from the front line, his phone rang. Seeing it was old Chen calling, he couldn't help but frown. Hello, old Chen. At that moment, in the Chen family mansion, Chen Yao was sitting upright, her eyes seemingly staring straight ahead, but she was secretly glancing at her grandfather's phone. On the other end of the line was Ye Chen, the person she loved most. She wanted to step forward and say a few words, but tonight was a bit urgent, so she could only temporarily suppress her feelings. Hello, Xiao Chen. I am listening. You speak. Xiao Chen. I believe you must have heard about Chao Jingshan going to northeast China. Ye Chen walked to the window and said, "Din-don-da-da. I've heard. What are you planning to do about it? Chao Jingshan's trip is definitely aimed at you. I know you have arrangements in the 3 northeastern provinces, and now that he has gone there, a conflict with you is inevitable. I'm calling you to remind you and to understand your thoughts on this matter with Chao Jingshan." Ye Chen remained silent. The phone fell silent. Chen Yao noticed that her grandfather and Ye Chen suddenly stopped talking and became a bit anxious. She wanted to know what the two were doing and why they suddenly stopped speaking. Chapter 279. One-sided suppression after Chen Yao left. Old Chen reflected on everything that had happened back then. The 5th of the Chao family died in battle. Ye Chen was summoned back overnight, had a meal, and then left alone. A cup of wine to release military power. Old Chen sighed softly. If I had helped back then, perhaps today's China would be in a different era. According to Zhang Xianling from Wudong later, there were not only one master at that meal gathering. It could be said that besides Ye Chen, there were no fewer than 5 masters. If Ye Chen had not agreed, the outcome at that time would have inevitably been a life-and-death battle. Each of those 5 masters was a controller of a power. The abbot of Shaolin, the king of Tibet, the dragon god, the lord of Miaojiang, and the last one, of course, was the one from back then. Thinking of such a lineup, even if Ye Chen was powerful, without a loyal follower by his side and no trusted troop stationed outside, it was already quite impressive to survive. One must know that with 5 masters eyeing him, there was no one in the world who could live. After that, all 5 of them got what they wanted, and it could be said that the one repaid their favor. At that time, Zhang Xianling had the best relationship with Ye Chen, but he did not dare to act. Chapter 280. Ye Chen's work has been learned by Tang Yi Xiaowu. Are you all right? After stopping, Di Fei glanced warily at the shield personnel and then ran to Xiao Wu's side, asking with concern. To Di Fei, Xiao was somewhat of a mentor and a friend. Teach Di Fei many things, including social etiquette and how to fulfill his duties. So, after learning that he was ambushed tonight, he quickly resolved his side of the matter and came here to rescue Xiao Wu. However, if it weren't for the appearance of S.H.I.L.D. agents, he might have arrived just a moment too late. He couldn't drive, so he had to run over on foot. Even though he was fast, he couldn't match the timeliness of driving. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's hurry up and leave. The situation tonight is a bit chaotic, and there are still people calculating against the boss in the dark. I'll call the boss. And we should leave first. Sitting in the car, Xiao took out his phone and called Ye Chen. Hello. A calm voice from the other end responded. Boss, we've encountered an ambush from unidentified individuals. Someone may be plotting against you. Xiao endured the pain and said respectfully, I already know. Are you okay? Ye Chen asked lightly. Hearing the boss's concern, Xiao was very excited. Although the boss's voice seemed indifferent, that one question was enough to move him. Chapter 281. The boss wants to kill him. He won't survive until tomorrow, but the 4 monks reacted quickly. Sensing danger in an instant, they all dove to the side. Then the 4 rolled on the ground, directly hiding behind the car or in the ditch by the roadside. After a burst of gunfire, seeing that none of the 4 were hurt, Tang Yi slightly nodded. Indeed, advanced martial artists are hard to hit with a handgun when they are on guard. Even special forces can dodge sniper fire if they time it right, let alone the more agile martial artists. It seems that to kill advanced martial artists with firearms, one can only use widespread firepower. Alternatively, one could bomb the area with missiles. But missiles are something only the state can possess domestically. For individuals to have missiles is simply a dream. Not to mention whether you can get them or not. Even if you could, you'd probably be taken away before you could even use them. Let me do it, Ernio said, seeing that Tang Yi's gun did not hit anyone, and walked forward, directly flipping over the car that was being used as cover. Boom! The nearly 2-ton car was directly flipped away. It even rolled 3 or 4 times before landing. Seeing this scene, not only was Tang dumbfounded, but even the 4 monks were utterly shocked. Chapter 282. Are you worthy to compete with me, Ye Chen? After more than 10 exchanges with the Ye family, Tang Yanfei gradually lost patience. He had thought the Shaolin disciple would have some impressive moves, but after going back and forth, it was just a few tricks, showing that he was merely someone who practiced external martial arts. Bang! Tang Yanfei finally stopped, slowly extending one hand from behind his back, casually flicking his fingers. A muffled grunt sounded as Uncle Zhang was instantly sent flying. His solid body crashed against the rear windshield of the car, and the tremendous impact made the vehicle shake violently. Sitting in the car, Chao Jingshan's expression turned ugly, his fists clenched, palms sweating. That was Uncle Zhang, their Chao family's strongest bodyguard, unmatched beneath the level of a master in external martial arts. Yet such a formidable Uncle Zhang was seemingly flicked away by that bizarre young man. He had never seen such a scene in his life. Perhaps he had heard of the name of a master, but masters are not commonly seen. At least he had only seen one in his life. The one from the Shaolin Temple, who had once praised him. Just that one praise was enough to satisfy Chao Jingshan for a lifetime. Chapter 283. Boss. Please maintain your dignity. Ye Chen did not refute Tang Yanfei's words because the truth was as such. From the system's reward of the Dragon Clan body to the master-level skills, these 2 rewards are not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Just the Dragon Clan body probably has no second person in this world who possesses it. Moreover, he hasn't fully developed the potential of the Dragon Clan body and doesn't know to what extent it can ultimately enhance his physique. Sometimes, he can feel his body improving without realizing it. He doesn't know if this improvement comes with certain conditions or is just a matter of time. But Ye Chen has never liked to get tangled up in such brain-teasing questions. Anyway, any improvement is beneficial to him, so he just enjoys it. All right, I've told you everything I know, and I need to go rest now. While speaking, Tang Yanfei yawned, having thought that last night would be a beautiful evening, but unexpectedly, he was busy all night. Truly unfortunate. Ye Chen did not continue to ask. Tang Yanfei must have more to say, but if he didn't say it, it should mean that he couldn't say it now. He could only wait to gradually extract it from him later. After Tang Yanfei left, Ye Chen was about to stand up when he saw an unfamiliar call, and the caller ID showed a number from Kyoto. Chapter 284. Lin Wen's visit as dawn broke. The scene in a certain glamorous bathhouse was even more beautiful than the sunrise. Why did you look for me today? Tang Yi stood quietly by the window in her pajamas, having picked up a cigarette and lit it, exhaling smoke. Ye Chen was slightly surprised. You smoke? Tang Yi shook her head. No. Then why are you smoking? I just want to enjoy the taste of the cigarette. I've heard that the taste can quickly calm a person down and is the most effective way to soothe one's emotions. Ye Chen walked over, gently wrapping his arms around Tang Yi's waist, taking the cigarette from her hand and putting it in his mouth. If you can't smoke, then don't. Let me do it. Tang Yi rolled her eyes, already speechless at Ye Chen's shamelessness. You say he's a domineering king outside, but privately, he is such a shameless person. If this gets out, no one would believe it. After all, Ye Chen's public persona is that of a domineering, suit-wearing thug, using forceful means for everything. How can anyone believe he has a rogue side? Perhaps he only shows this side of himself in front of those he cares about. Tang Yi thought to herself. Chapter 285. Fulfilling the promise to Murong Duo after hearing Lin Wen's words, Ye's father felt that Lin Wen had a good chance of advancing. After all, he was in charge of the operations, and among the several deputy directors, Lin Wen was the most powerful. At this moment, Ye Chen returned from Tang Yi's side. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Wen immediately stood up and warmly greeted him. Ah, Mr. Yi, you're back. Ye Chen asked in confusion, Director Lin, why do you have the time to come here? Isn't there work to be done at the office? Lin Wen waved his hand. There's nothing to do today. It should get busy in a couple of days. The development plan for urban and rural towns has just come down from above. Moreover, the first high school in Shuiming City will also be designated as a key high school within Huishi. At that time, the development in Shuiming City will be prioritized within the Huishi area. Ye Chen nodded in understanding. Shuiming City is a county-level city under Huishi, but in recent years, its rapid development has shown a tendency to surpass Huishi. Additionally, Shuiming City has a favorable geographical location, as it has never experienced droughts or floods. In recent years, its grain production has ranked among the top 5 in Heilongjiang province. Therefore, after the provincial government noticed the situation here, they prepared to develop Shuiming City. Initially, the development project was to be fully managed by Pingyang Group, but now that Pingyang Group has encountered problems, the entire leadership in Shuiming City has changed, and everything must be reconsidered. Chapter 286. Yin Group in the evening. Lin Yuming indeed showcased her culinary skills, preparing a lavish dinner. Of course, most of it was home-cooked, but it was quite tasty. After dinner, Lin Yuming helped Ye's mother clean the table and wash the dishes before taking a break. Xiao Meng, I heard you got a promotion, congratulations, Ye's mother said with a smile as she brought over a plate of fruit. Lin Yuming quickly stood up to take the fruit plate and said, Annie, there's nothing to congratulate me on. It's all thanks to Brother Ye. Without him, I wouldn't even know if I'd still have my current job, let alone get promoted. Lin Yuming was right. Without Ye Chen, even if she accidentally uncovered a criminal group, she would probably be dealt with by the protective umbrella behind them, risking her job or even her life. Ye's mother was unaware of what had happened between the two and thought Lin Yuming was just being modest, so she didn't say anything further. As for Ye's father, he was studying a few bottles of wine in the wine cabinet. During dinner, Ye Chen asked his father to open a bottle to drink, but Ye's father firmly refused, saying this kind of wine must be treasured and should only be consumed during important gatherings. Chapter 287. Ultimately unable to achieve it, Yin Qingcheng shook hands with Ye Chen lightly and smiled. Mr. Ye, we at the Yin Group are legitimate businessmen. Of course we go where the profits are. The development in Yangcheng has reached a bottleneck, and most industries are overcrowded. Therefore, businessmen must seek new development opportunities, and the North is certainly a good place. Ye Chen replied with a half-smile. Yes, the North is very good. If they want to vigorously develop the North, that won't be a mistake in the future. However, whether you really don't know or are pretending not to know certain things, I can't say. Ye Chen didn't elaborate further and directly entered the venue, sitting down in the chair marked with his name. His position was the best in the entire venue, while Yin Qingqing's position was significantly worse. Some representatives from well-established companies who had arrived early saw Ye Chen sitting in front, and all wore bitter smiles, feeling overwhelmed. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Wen personally led a team in. Standing on the podium, Lin Wen cleared his throat and began to speak official words. Hello, everyone. I am the mayor of this city. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this bidding meeting. Chapter 288. The calamity of the Murong family while Ye Chen was integrating industries in Shuiming City. In another area, Liaoning province was blooming everywhere. The Murong family was constantly retracting its territory, with Di Fei leading thousands of underlings, pressing hard and leaving no room for the Murong family to breathe. With internal and external troubles, the Murong family was like ants on a hot pan, in a state of panic. Internally, the Murong family had split into 2 or 3 factions. The second generation of the Murong family was each governing their own affairs, crazily consolidating their assets for their own interests. Even blood relatives disregarded their familial ties during such times. Since the head of the Murong family was assassinated and had remained in a coma, coupled with Di Fei's frenzied attacks, the Murong family was filled with wails. I disagree. In this situation, Ye Chen will definitely not let us go. Do you think surrendering will be useful? The Shimin family is a cautionary tale. Although we don't know what exactly happened within the Shimin family at that time, or whether Ye Chen gave them a chance, the outcome was that the entire Shimin family perished. Do you want our Murong family to follow in their footsteps? Murong Yi, the third son of the Murong family, was instantly enraged upon hearing his older brother Murong Cheng's suggestion to surrender and refused without hesitation. Chapter 289. The Nangong family surrendered directly hearing Tang Yanfei's humiliating words. Murong Qingmu was infuriated. You dare to insult me like this? As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Qingmu suddenly kicked off the ground, his figure shooting out like a cannonball. In the face of Murong Qingmu's attack, Tang Yanfei didn't even have the interest to retaliate. Too weak. The gap between an SSS-level warrior and a master was like an insurmountable chasm. The difference in strength was too great. Although Murong Qingmu's understanding of ancient martial arts had reached an extraordinary level, due to his insufficient realm, he remained vulnerable in front of Tang Yanfei. no matter how hard he tried. Bang! Murong Qingmu was sent flying back faster than he had come. He stumbled a couple of steps upon landing, looking at Tang Yinfei in shock. How is this possible? What is impossible? You simply don't understand the gap between SSS level and a master. Before Tang Yinfei's voice fell, he had already appeared in front of him, delivering a punch that seemed like a mountain crashing down in Murong Qingmu's eyes, utterly unstoppable. Bang! A sound of bone cracking echoed as Murong Qingmu's head was smashed into his collarbone. Chapter 290. The young masters of Modu will support Ye Chen back at home. Ye Chen was carefully examining a box of military medals. Each medal seemed to record a story intertwined with blood and fire. In his mind, a figure appeared, commanding thousands of troops. These military medals were left by his grandfather, preserved by his father, who would often take them out to clean. After all these years, the medals remained spotless. The red 5-star emblem engraved on them represents the lifelong pursuit of countless martyrs. Yet, with his grandfather, they filled an entire box. Ye Chen couldn't help but wonder how formidable his grandfather had been on the battlefield. These military medals were mostly above first-class merit. If presented today, they would undoubtedly grant future generations special treatment. Even if descendants had ordinary abilities, they could still have a good future relying on these medals. Just as Ye Chen was lamenting about his grandfather, his phone rang. He answered it casually. The voice of Ernyo came over. Big brother, the Nangong family, said they surrendered and asked me how to proceed. Ye Chen replied, Don Bon, let them wait. Someone will go to handle the handover. Chapter 291. Winds and clouds gather in Kyoto outside the Qinling prison. The heavy gates slowly opened. A luxurious convoy was parked outside, its formation very extravagant. At the front of the convoy was a Knight 15, a vehicle comparable to a beast. This car is also very rare in Huaxia. Whenever it appears on the street, its eye-catching design will attract countless gazes. A seductive woman in an OL suit leaned against the car body. Upon seeing the figure walking out from the gate, she couldn't help but smile and greet him. Boss. As the man walked to the front of the convoy, a group of bodyguards dressed in black suits shouted in unison. Song Xingban Dun, get in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly sat in his original seat, and with the roar of the engine, the convoy slowly started moving. Boss, everything you asked me to prepare is ready. On Qin Yao's birthday, you can get everything you want under the spotlight of the crowd. While driving, Song Xing asked, did you find out what I asked you to investigate? I found it out. The woman paused for a moment. What's wrong? Boss, you might be facing an opponent this time. Ye Chen's strength is very powerful, and even Chao Jingshan seems to have fallen into his hands. Chapter 292. The Chao family's suspicion in a dark underground room on the back mountain of the Chao family. This dim underground room was devoid of light, resembling a dark world, completely out of place with reality. The iron door opened, letting in a bit of light, and a violent coughing sound came from inside. Is it the second brother? The person inside coughed weakly. It's me. Creak. The iron door slowly closed, plunging the entire underground room back into darkness. Fourth brother. Has her condition worsened again? For so many years, I have been secretly looking for a cure for you, but I have never found one. You have suffered. Back then, you faked your death, and the fifth brother sacrificed his life for the family. The eldest brother even went to become a monk to gain support from Shaolin for our Chao family. The third brother went overseas to build power and seek a way out for our Chao family. All that you have done is far more than I. Now, the only thing I can do is to provide you with enough resources for support. For over 20 years, I will continue to provide resources to the third brother. Now the third brother's power overseas has grown into a towering tree. As long as we persevere, no one will be able to threaten our Chao family. Chapter 293. What did Ye Chen see? Thinking of this, the head of the Chao family became a bit anxious. The current Ye Chen's cunning, methods, and strength are no less than those of the former Ye Qing. In fact, in terms of methods, he is even more ruthless than Ye Qing. Back then, Ye Qing was willing to give up everything and leave alone to prevent the people from continuing to suffer the ravages of war. In this situation, he believed he could not do the same. If it were him, if he had Ye Qing's military power and personal martial arts strength at that time, he definitely would not willingly give up everything. He would resist to the end, and it would be much better to succeed and become the ruler himself. But Ye Qing was very calm in letting go of everything. At that time, he understood more than the head of the Qin family because he was there at the scene. It seemed that 5 masters were targeting Ye Qing alone, and anyone would be cautious to protect their lives. But at that time, Ye Chen still had Zhang Xianling, the head of Wudong, by his side. Although Long Shun ultimately chose the country, he would definitely not strike hard if a great battle broke out. Excluding Long Shun, there were only 4 remaining. Ye Chen and Zhang Xianling against 4 people. While they might not be able to defeat them, at least breaking out would absolutely not be a problem. Chapter 294. The Dragon Team's special alarm. While the Chow family was making moves, everyone's attention was focused on the situation in Kyoto. A passenger plane flying from abroad to Kyoto slowly landed. 3 figures walked out of the airport exit, 2 foreigners and 1 Huaxia person. At the moment the 3 appeared, the alarm in the Dragon Team's base rang continuously. Beep, 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 beep. The red light flashed, and it was the highest danger alarm since the establishment of the Dragon Team. In the office, Long Yuntian suddenly sat up from his chair upon hearing the alarm. Outside, a knock was heard at the door. Come in. Zhao Qi, who entered, had a serious expression. Team leader, the special alarm has been sounded, and it's the first time in our Dragon Team's history. There are masters entering the country. Long Yuntian said in a deep voice. Zhao Qi's face changed. Masters entering the country? 4 masters? Long Yuntian nodded. That's right, this is our Dragon Team's highest level alarm. But it has never been used since the establishment of the Dragon Team. It only appears when martial artists at the master level enter Huaxia. However, after the war subsided, after Lord Long Shun single-handedly frightened the foreign martial arts world with his sword, no foreign martial artist has dared to break the rules and enter Huaxia without permission. Chapter 295, The Arrival of the Heavenly Gate. All right, you can go down now. Just wait and watch the show. Don't worry, as for the masters coming from abroad, no one dares to cause trouble in Kyoto. They know their limits. Long Shun waved his hand. Long Yuntian respectfully said, Understood, Lord Long Shun. After leaving Long Shun's residence, Long Yuntian called back to the team, informing Zhao Qi. Tell all members out investigating to change to surveillance. Don't intentionally keep an eye on those masters. Just focus on the situation's development and don't cause a major impact. Zhao Qi understood Long Yuntian's intention, which was to prevent panic among the people and avoid harming civilians. After Long Yuntian left, a figure walked out from the house behind Long Shun. The elderly man was very vigorous, with a radiant face, exuding a powerful aura of a superior. Seeing the old man, Long Shun's eyes showed respect. You heard everything? Upon Long Shun's inquiry, the old man slightly nodded. It's time to deal with the Chow family, this tumor. Letting them bounce around for so many years is my negligence. Long Shun shook his head. This is not your fault. After all, the Chow family is deeply rooted. Pulling one hair can move the whole body. In your position, you cannot think or act like an ordinary person. You need to focus on the bigger picture. Chapter 296. Ye Chen is not very strong on an unknown island overseas. It is shrouded in mist all year round, and even satellites cannot determine its location. The island is dotted with many ancient castles, resembling a small kingdom. The people inside walked with steady and powerful steps, clearly possessing martial skills. In a private garden, 2 elderly men sat around a stone table, playing chess. Both were gray-haired but youthful in appearance, looking spirited, with not a wrinkle visible on their faces. Old sir, you have been here for more than 2 months. Have you not figured out what you were thinking about? If you still can't come up with a solution, we may have to resort to coercive measures, which will not be good for either of us. The Grand Elder held great admiration for the old man's strength, as long as he agreed. He could be directly appointed as a venerable elder, on par with the Grand Elder, with authority second only to the sect leader. The old man opposite remained expressionless, pinching a chess piece between his fingers, fixated on the chessboard. Let us not discuss other matters while playing chess. We'll talk after this game. This game has already reached a stalemate. If we continue, we won't be able to determine a winner, so why waste time? The elder who spoke was one of the 9 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Gate. Chapter 297. I will go to Huaxia and bring Ye Chen back, just as the Grand Elder and the 9th Elder were discussing how to break through Ye Chen's psychological defenses and make him serve their purposes. News from Zhuge Xing arrived. A subordinate of the Heavenly Gate approached respectfully and said, reporting to the Grand Elder and the 9th Elder, Elder Zhuge has sent word that the Chow family wants us to send someone to assist them. Oh, the Grand Elder raised an eyebrow. According to the judgments of the 7 wise elders, isn't the Chow family destined to fail this time? Do they still want to struggle? The 9th Elder pondered for a moment and said, Brother, after all, this is the family of the 3rd Elder. Shouldn't we lend them a hand? The Grand Elder frowned and replied, Huaxia is a forbidden land. We cannot just barge in. For so many years, we have controlled many countries. But why have we been hesitant to take action against Huaxia? Isn't it because Huaxia is too full of hidden talents? It is unwise to act recklessly without a thorough investigation. If we send people to Huaxia now, it will inevitably lead to complications. The ninth elder shook his head. Brother, you overestimate Huaxia. Although martial arts originated in ancient Huaxia, that was in the past. Now, Huaxia has a complete ban on martial arts and has long since lost its foundation. The frail bodies of ordinary people are at the bottom of the world. Even if there are one or two strong individuals, is Tianmen afraid of them? Chapter 298. I really don't like his mouth as Ye Chen walked out of the airport and was about to get into a car to leave. Another plane slowly landed at the airport. Song Xing came out with his secretary. This secretary, named Lin Yanran, was saved by Song Xing during a mission before he was imprisoned. At that time, Lin Yanran was in despair because her father was addicted to gambling and had borrowed a large amount of high-interest loans, later having to pawn her possessions. Just when Lin Yanran was about to suffer inhuman torment, Song Xing, like a hero stepping on clouds, rescued her. At that moment, Lin Yanran regarded Song Xing as the only man in her life. The reason Song Xing was there was also to capture a major drug dealer, who was a foreign spy secretly selling information about Huaxia. Song Xing received orders from Long Yintian to carry out the arrest. However, Song Xing was very ambitious. Coming from a sacred martial arts place like Shaolin Temple, with a master who was one of Huaxia's 5 great masters, he was born with a multitude of accolades. With the support of the Shijia group, which added to Huaxia's economic development, he quickly gained a high status upon entering the Dragon Group. Chapter 299. Shaolin Abbot Shizuan, after casually throwing Lin Yanran aside, Ernyo rushed straight towards Song Xing, who had just gotten up. As Ernyo ran, he resembled a humanoid tank, and as he approached Song Xing, he executed a shoulder tackle. Bang! If this shoulder tackle hit, Song Xing would die on the spot. Just at that critical moment, an old monk appeared out of nowhere, palms pressed together with one hand blocking Ernyo's shoulder. Although the monk appeared calm, the tiles beneath his feet had cracked, and his feet sank deeply into the ground. This indicated that accepting Ernyo's attack was not easy. Master? Seeing the person blocking him, Song Xing couldn't help but shout excitedly. Amitabha, benefactor, your hostility is too heavy. If you are willing, you can take refuge in my Buddha, and I can help you dispel your hostility. Ernyo glanced at the old monk in surprise, his expression unusually serious. You are very strong. It seems I must use all my strength. As he spoke, Ernyo stood firmly with his feet apart, solidly establishing a horse stance, and began swinging his fists at the old monk. Ernyo's punches were not fast, but each one carried tremendous power. Chapter 300. Those in power are inherently cold-hearted. Arriving at the Prince Gong's mansion, Qin Yu was stunned. This Prince Gong's mansion actually belonged to her brother-in-law. The previous Prince Gong's mansion was off-limits to outsiders, and many people didn't know what was going on, why it suddenly became restricted. But after Ye Chen arrived, the mansion was marked as private property, prohibiting entry. This led many to speculate about who was powerful enough to buy the entire Prince Gong's mansion. Today, a luxurious convoy slowly drove in, and after smoothly entering the mansion, people confirmed that the Prince Gong's mansion had indeed become private property. After parking the car, Ye Chen handed Qin Yu a seemingly expensive gift box. Xiao Yu, this is for your sister. After you take it back, tell her to wear it on her birthday party. Brother-in-law, is this a custom dress for my sister? Qin Yu knew that Ye Chen's gifts were extraordinary and was very curious about what kind of dress it was. Ye Chen smiled and said, yes. You can let Yao Yao open it and see. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll go back now. Looking at the Prince Gong's mansion in front of her, Qin Yu felt a bit regretful that she couldn't stay there for a night. Chapter 301. The Empress is furious as night fell. The entire Kyoto began its nightlife. Although Modu is known for its vibrant night scene, Kyoto is not lacking at all. As long as you have money, there are many places to enjoy. The favorite spot for young men and women is, of course, the Workers' Stadium. Here, at night, the display of various luxury cars can dazzle anyone. The more luxurious the car, the longer the legs of the passenger in the front seat. One by one, women dressed in fashion lined up to walk into the bar, all of whom were women with dreams. It's not that women don't work hard. They just find that their jobs are not suitable. Jobs like this, where they can have fun and earn money, allow them to work all night without sleep, and if they perform well, becoming rich overnight is possible. Security personnel wearing headphones skillfully maintained order, just as some people were taking photos and recording videos, and others were admiring various beauties. A military off-road vehicle roared in from a distance. Listening to the sound of the engine, it seems one can sense the driver's irritable mood. Creak! The military plate off-road vehicle came to a stop. Dressed in special forces gear, Qin Yao stepped down with a dark expression. She had heard in the army that Ye Chen was back and was waiting for him to find her, but after inquiring, she found out that Ye Chen was actually hanging out at a bar, which made her extremely angry. Chapter 302. Ye Chen wants Qin Yao to go on stage? Just as everyone was drinking, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Seeing this, the second-generation elites from the Yangtze River Delta were about to get angry, but upon seeing the figure at the door, they all became obedient. Sister-in-law. Instantly, everyone respectfully called out in unison. Ye Chen didn't expect Qin Yao to come over. After seeing her, he smiled and stood up, saying, Yao Yao. Why did you come? Qin Yao walked over with a cold face and said lightly, Are you coming home with me now, or are you going to continue playing here? Ye Chen's heart stirred, and he guessed why Qin Yao was angry. He couldn't help but take her hand and said, Yao Yao, let me introduce you. These are all my friends who came specifically to celebrate your business. This is Zhou Chaoran, the grandson of old Zhou, and this is Lu Xiao from Jiang Province. Sister-in-law, we met. Last time you went to Jiang Province, I was the one who helped guide you and Brother Qin. Last time Ye Chen had a conflict with the Zhao family in Jiang Province, it was Lu Xiao who hosted Qin Yao and Qin Yu to help. When Qin Yao saw that these people were all from the second generation of the Yangtze River Delta, she instantly understood why Ye Chen was here. It turned out it wasn't as she had imagined. Chapter 303. I want to know whose idea this is. As soon as they returned to the Qin family and entered the house, Qin Yu jumped up from the sofa. Brother-in-law, you're here. Then he glanced at his sister and quietly said to Ye Chen, Brother-in-law, my sister, that tigress didn't do anything to you, right? Ah, sister. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, his hair was grabbed by Qin Yao, who dragged him away. Sister, let go. I'm going bald. Stand at attention outside for 3 hours. If you're even 1 minute late, you'll be punished for 3 hours. As she spoke, Qin Yao glanced at her watch, then showed it to Qin Yu before turning back into the house. Ah, feels like the whole world is quiet now. As Qin Yao walked in, she fanned herself and said, That annoying Qin Yu actually dared to call me a tigress. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I want to let you keep the Qin surname. Seeing Ye Chen's puzzled gaze, Qin Yao quickly returned to her cold demeanor. What are you looking at? Haven't you heard that you should discipline your younger brother early? Ye Chen touched his nose and said, Isn't it early enough? At Qin Yu's age, ordinary people are already getting married and having kids. They say to discipline your younger brother early when they're little. How old are you now? Seeing Qin Yao and Qin Yu bickering, Qin Lao and Qin Ongwa couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 304. Is the system upgrading again? Does Yao Yao know about this? After calming down, Ye Chen asked in a deep voice. Qin Lao shook his head. I just received the news, and haven't told Yao Yao yet. Ye Chen nodded. Okay, don't tell her for now. After her birthday party, I'll seek justice for her. I just want to know what exactly happened. In the last incident, not even a shadow of the Chao family was seen. How could it be that Chao Lingshan had the biggest credit? Without a reasonable explanation, it's simply 1T work. Qin Lao Sai. The person who told me said that the secret research project in the beautiful country was actually known to the Chao family 3 years ago, and they reported it to him. Over the 3 years, foreigners were constantly trying to find that secret research institute in the beautiful country. And it was only after contacting Lu Hanzhuang that the rescue mission began. The Chao family received the news 3 years ago. How did they get the news so early? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Qin Lao thought for a moment. The only explanation should be related to the third son of the Chao family, who went overseas. Perhaps the news was transmitted back by that third son. The 5 tigers of the Chao family are all not simple. The third son has been overseas for so long. He must have done something. Perhaps he established some force overseas, or perhaps he joined some powerful force, which is how he obtained such secret information about the beautiful country's research project. Chapter 305. Young man, hold on. Seeing Ye Chen, Qin Yao finally let go of her dear brother and walked directly over. Did you finish discussing business with Grandpa? Ye Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, it's done. Now you should prepare well for your birthday. Xiaoyu has brought back what I gave you, right? Yes. But I haven't had a chance to try it on yet. Then go try it on and see how it fits. Let us go. I'll accompany you to try it on. As he spoke, Ye Chen took Qin Yao's hand and walked upstairs to her room. At that moment, Qin Lao and Qin Ongwa happened to be coming down from upstairs and smiled at the sweet scene of the young couple. Ah, grandpa, father. Seeing her grandfather and father, Qin Yao couldn't help but blush. Qin Ongwa smiled and said, on your birthday, your mother said she would come back. Hearing that her mother was coming back, Qin Yao became excited. Mama's coming back? Yes, your mother has been busy with the family business for these years. This time for your birthday, she will definitely make time to come back. Hearing that Qin Yao's mother was coming back, Ye Chen was also curious. What kind of person was this daughter-in-law of the Qin family? He had always wondered why he hadn't seen Qin Yao's mother since coming to the Qin family. Chapter 306. Ye Chen, Dragon God, are you ready to die? Back at the Prince Gong's mansion, Tang, he had been waiting there early. Boss, the people are already here. Waiting inside, Ye Chen knew that Tang, he was talking about the 3 leaders of the Devil Mercenary Corps and the head of the Demon Killer Group. The special alert received by the Dragon Group was precisely when the leader of the Devil Mercenary Corps, Jack, and 2 instructors, along with the head of the Demon Killer Group, Stephen, landed at Kyoto Airport. For this trip to Kyoto, Ye Chen planned to crush the Chow family with the strongest strength and then send a warning to those with ulterior motives. Only by making the enemy wary of you can you avoid a lot of trouble. Huaxia is different from other countries, with various rules and complex relationships. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. Therefore, Ye Chen didn't want to solve the Chow family issue only to face those with ulterior motives afterward. If they were to fight, it should be a decisive blow to make them obedient. Especially the Chow family, which has stood in Huaxia for decades, is definitely not as simple as it appears, so it's better to be fully prepared. He certainly believed in his own strength, but he also needed to make thorough preparations. It is known that behind the Chow family, there is Shaolin Temple. The rest is a vast official background. As for what other strengths are hidden, we will naturally know when we truly face off against the Chow family. Chapter 307. Song Xing is a martial arts genius? Hearing the sound from inside the room, Lin Yinran, who was guarding outside, excitedly pushed the door open and walked in. Boss, you broken through? But upon seeing the naked Song Xing, a hint of blush flashed across Lin Yinran's face. However, she did not look away. Instead, her eyes were fixed on Song Xing's perfect physique. Song Xing's body was incredibly perfect, with powerful muscles and well-defined lines, a physique that many fitness enthusiasts dream of. His bronze skin showcased a wild masculinity. Seeing Lin Yinran, Song Xing slightly nodded. I've broken through. I feel my strength has grown 100-fold. Is this the power of a master? This feeling is truly amazing. I feel like I could effortlessly defeat my former self with just one punch. It turns out that the power of the master realm is so wonderful, it's intoxicating. It is also so powerful. Boss, your clothes. Lin Yinran walked over respectfully with a brand new suit taken from a distant cabinet. Song Xing directly put on the clothes under Lin Yinran's service. Do you know where Qin Yao's birthday party is held? Returning to the boss, Qin Yao's birthday party is set at the Diaoyutai State Guest House. Chapter 308. Being low-key in life. High-key in work. Perhaps sensing Song Xing's thoughts, Shizun slowly said, you are still young, there's still plenty of time. Give you a few more years, even if you can't defeat the Dragon God, at least you will be able to protect yourself under him. As for wanting to surpass the Dragon God or defeat him, it's impossible without 10 years of hard work. The Dragon God's talent is not beneath yours. Back then, he emerged with a single sword, striking fear into everyone in the 4 martial arts world, and he is many years older than you. Having trained for decades longer than you, it will be very difficult to surpass him. Although the master said it would be unlikely to surpass the Dragon God. Song Xing felt a bit dissatisfied but still proudly said, then master, does that mean among the younger generation, no one can compare with me? This time, Shizun did not dampen his disciple's confidence. Among the younger generation, you are indeed outstanding. Few can match you. Receiving the master's affirmation, Song Xing finally felt happy. Master, since you are fine, I won't disturb you any longer. I need to go back and prepare. Qin Yao's birthday is in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Shizun's expression became serious. Disciple, I know you still have feelings for that girl from the Qin family, but you must understand, there is a knife above the character of love. Chapter 309. Yao Yao. Ye Chen is not a good person at this time. In front of the banquet hall, Qin Yu personally welcomed the guests. One by one, guests came to greet Qin Yu, who smiled and responded to each of them. Although today's birthday party for his sister was quite extraordinary, he still had to keep up appearances until something happened. In fact, Qin Yu was a very low-key person. Before Chao Jingshan's death, among the younger generation of the four great families, Chao Jingshan was the leader. Even though Chao Jingshan was now dead, and everyone knew Ye Chen was the son-in-law of the Qin family, Qin Yu still had the support of a domineering brother-in-law. However, Qin Yu remained the same, being friendly to others and not forming cliques, and he rarely attended gatherings of the younger generation. Unless he was unable to refuse an invitation, he would only make a brief appearance. Many even secretly said that Qin Yu was spineless, having such a high status, yet lacking the demeanor of a young master from a big family. If their statuses were reversed, they would be flaunting it. Of course, this was just the talk of a bunch of clueless youngsters. Those with true wisdom understood that Qin Yu's approach was quite right. The strength of a family has little to do with how one behaves. Being low-key in life and high-key in work is the fundamental principle of dealing with matters. Chapter 3:10 The contest of the second generation of the Yangtze River Delta in Kyoto. After understanding Ye Chen's strength, Dong Qin also had a change of heart. It turned out that Ye Chen was not just a troublemaker. He had such a strong background officially as well. All right, daughter. It seems I didn't understand Ye Chen well enough. In that case, there's no problem. Also, I believe in the people trained by old Yi. So let us get ready and head to the venue. Okay, Mom. After the mother and daughter exchanged words, they did not waste any more time and directly walked downstairs. Seeing his daughter coming down from upstairs, Qin Ongwa was momentarily taken aback. His daughter had always worn military uniforms and occasionally wore sportswear during breaks, rarely dressing formally outside of military attire. Today, wearing this gown made Qin Ongwa astonished. It turned out that his daughter looked so beautiful in a dress. Seeing the stunned expression on Qin Ongwa's face, Dong Qin was very satisfied. Old Qin, don't just stand there. Hurry and change your clothes. Today is your daughter's first birthday party since she grew up. You, as the father, should dress well. Okay. Coming back to his senses, Qin Ongwa felt very proud. With such an excellent daughter, what father wouldn't he be happy? Chapter 3:11 The morning cap arrives. You all wait for me outside. Seeing the situation was not right, Prince Baoli did not dare to confront a group of armed men and could only let those without invitation wait outside. This also marked a complete defeat for the Chao family faction in Kyoto in the first confrontation. Seeing Prince Baoli at a disadvantage, Liu Xiao whistled and handed the invitation to the inspecting officer. The officer then meticulously checked the invitation letters of Liu Xiao and others and allowed them to pass. Qin Yu also saw that enough people had arrived and directly turned to walk toward the banquet hall. As for his sister and father, they would mostly go to the back hall and wait until the banquet started to come out, so there was no need to wait at the door. However, his brother-in-law had yet to appear, and it was unclear what he was plotting. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Yao's birthday party started on time. A group of upper-class individuals clinked glasses and chatted within their circles or made connections to mingle in other circles. In fact, the upper class is not as glamorous as ordinary people imagine. It's just that ordinary people do not have the threshold to enter. If you can enter the upper class, you will also see various sycophants. In reality, the upper and lower classes are just one flow. They have never been separated. Chapter 3:12 A mere master, not knowing his place 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? The moment Song Xing saw Qin Yao, all his resentment erupted. If it weren't for you rejecting my pursuit back then, causing me to create a scene at the command center, I wouldn't have drawn out the dragon god, and I wouldn't have been imprisoned in the Qinling prison. Although he didn't suffer much in prison, and even had the care of a master, living a monotonous life in the same environment for 5 years is definitely not a pleasant experience. Seeing Song Xing made Qin Yao's expression somewhat unpleasant. Why is this person here? Qin Yao is very averse to Song Xing, not because he is a bad person, but because his obsession with her is very annoying. You have the right to pursue me, but I have the right to refuse you. However, to throw a tantrum in your father's office after being rejected and to use force to get what you want is already enough to show your poor character. Song Xing, since you've come out, wouldn't it be better to live your own life? Why do you have to come looking for trouble? Standing on the high platform, Qin Yao said, Dan Danda. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Song Xing couldn't help but laugh wildly. Even tears came out from laughing. Chapter 3:13 My rules are rules. Seeing the suddenly tense atmosphere, everyone felt a surge of unease. What was going on? This birthday party was fine. Why does it suddenly feel like a battlefield? Why is the atmosphere so serious? One must know to keep to the rules. Those who do not keep to the rules are destined for a short road. Do you understand what I mean? Glancing indifferently at Song Xing, Ye Chen said calmly. Song Xing was publicly lectured by Ye Chen. How could he have a good expression? He snorted coldly and said, "What did I just hear? A joke? Keeping to the rules is something meant for ordinary people. For those with power, rules are just a joke. And you, Ye Chen, are you even qualified to talk about keeping rules? Tell me, what rules have you ever kept? Perhaps the person who breaks the rules the most in this banquet hall is you. Others may only break the rules within their own domains. But you, Ye Chen, break the rules across all domains." Ye Chen smiled slightly, slowly stood up, and withdrew his foot from the railing. "I'm sorry, but rules are only set for the weak. The strong do not need to follow rules. And you are the so-called weak, so you must follow the rules, including you, Song Xing, and everyone present must follow the rules." Chapter 314. Is Ye Chen a pervert? Single-handedly pressing a master? The scene at this moment was even more shocking than when he had just beaten Song Xing. Many ordinary people who had never been in contact with martial arts did not know the levels of martial arts. But that did not prevent them from seeing that the person being pressed to the ground by Ye Chen with one hand had a much stronger aura than Song Xing. Yet, despite this, he was still being pressed to the ground by Ye Chen. Initially, it was thought that Ye Chen had used all his strength when he was beating Song Xing. Now, he was pressing the master of the war God Hall with one hand, which did not look like he was using all his strength at all. A sense of fear rose in the hearts of the onlookers. What is going on with Ye Chen? Not only is his backing powerful, but his own strength is also so strong. Does he want to leave anyone alive? Meanwhile, inside the Dragon God Mansion, Long Yintian had begun to constantly relay messages to the Dragon God about the state banquet. Reporting to Lord Dragon God, Ye Chen defeated Song Xing in 3 moves. Long Yintian hung up the phone and reported to the Dragon God. The Dragon God, watering flowers, did not change his expression. Normal. Ye King's grandson. I do not believe that his strength is only what you have investigated. This kid is hiding quite deep. Interesting. But before Long Yintian could speak, another phone call came in. Chapter 315. The Chow family is doomed. Immediately connect the live broadcast. The Dragon God said coldly. Ye Chen's displayed strength is increasingly out of control, and the Dragon God no longer dared to be careless. As long as everything is within his control, it's fine. He can indulge a bit for Ye Chen's sake. But if Ye Chen's strength is beyond his control, he would need to change his attitude towards him. After all, when a person's strength cannot be bound by rules, it could lead to many uncontrollable troubles. China does not allow anyone to disrupt the existing rules. Long Yintian quickly had Zhao Qi connect the live broadcast function. At this moment, inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was deathly silent. With an elegant fan and a confident expression, Zhuge Xing tightly gripped the tail of his fan, with veins popping, indicating how tense he was inside. Strong-willed. Zhuge Xing's eyes flashed with brilliance. Then a thoughtful expression appeared. Could it be that the hexagram passed down in the clan has come true? Still not sure. Let us observe a bit more. Zhuge Xing gently waved his fan again, restoring his normal expression. Meanwhile, the 9th elder, who had been standing with his arms crossed, was rubbing his fingers with growing apprehension in his heart. Chapter 316. The young man is still too young and impetuous watching the live broadcast news. Chao Jian clenched his fist and then slowly relaxed. Actually, I'm quite curious. You should have known about the things I've done over the years. So why wait until now to act? The old man smiled slightly. Why? I believe with your intelligence, you should be able to guess. Let us not waste words. You know what to do next, right? Chao Jian nodded, understanding. At this time, Qin Shanhe and the heads of 2 other families had very ugly expressions. Watching the old man who waved his hand and left, Qin Shanhe felt a suffocating anger in his chest that he couldn't release. Chao Jian coldly glanced at Qin Shanhe. Qin Shanhe, how does it feel? In the end, you ended up making clothes for others, and that feeling is worse than death. I have already promised him that I will abdicate under the pretext of illness, and all the power of the Chao family will be handed over to him. Yet you all made such a big move to deal with me. But in the end, you got nothing. It's truly pathetic. After speaking, Chao Jian laughed and left. Although Chao Jian and the old man had not communicated beforehand, they were both very well aware of each other. A single glance was enough to understand each other's intentions. The old man's meaning was very clear. Hand over all power, and he would leave him a way to survive. Chapter 317. guest from the East China Sea at this moment. Inside the venue, Ye Chen held a microphone and smiled. Hello, everyone. I believe I don't need to introduce myself too much. You should already have some understanding of me. First of all, thank you all for taking the time to attend my Yao Yao's birthday party. Secondly, I want to say that it is also a kind of fate for everyone to meet here, and I hope that after this party, we can become good friends. If there is any business cooperation, you can find me, Ye Chen. Ye Chen, value integrity the most in business. Hearing Ye Chen's words, everyone was taken aback. You, Ye Chen, value integrity the most? And you want to be friends with us? Do they dare? What kind of person are you, Ye Chen? Even if they Haven T had deep contact, they have heard of him. You partnered with me in business, and in the end, wouldn't you be left with nothing but bones? Look at the 3 northeastern provinces. You've only taken a few days, and basically, the profitable industries are dominated by you alone. Even in the simplest beverage industry, not only have you forcibly taken over local distributors, but you've also warned the owners at the distilleries that they must supply you first before distributing to others. This is more ruthless than a bandit. Chapter 318. The fear of Zhuge Xing on the other side. A member of the Shield Security reported to Jack and Stephen. According to the route of the Tianmen group, their final destination should be the border between China and Myanmar. Upon hearing the report from the Shield Security member, Jack, with his arms crossed and a cold smile on his face, nodded. His muscular body showed explosive power. As a foreigner and a seasoned master, his physical strength had reached an inhuman level. Let's take action. The boss wants us to clear all enemies this time. Hearing Jack's words, Stephen slightly nodded. Let's act separately. Our Demon Slayer group doesn't like joint operations. I hope I don't see you sending a distress signal. With a sarcastic remark, Jack left with 2 instructors. At the China-Myanmar border, they needed to cross a dense jungle. After all, the Tianmen members couldn't walk out of the border openly because they were already wanted. The night was deep, and the dense jungle ahead looked like a giant abyss, with fangs waiting for them to enter. Before reaching the forest, Zhuge Xing suddenly stopped, deeply worried. Chapter 319. The Yuan clan of the hidden tribe, the escape route chosen by Zhuge Xing naturally led toward Stephen. The line of hope shown in his divination was here. Just as the Tianmen group entered the forest, Stephen, who received orders from Ye Chen to intercept them, had already received the news. A figure silently appeared before Stephen, reporting to the leader, the prey is already in the net. Suddenly opening his eyes while standing quietly on a big tree, a cold, killing intent flashed across Stephen's eyes. Proceed as planned. Yes. Receiving Stephen's command, the member of the Demon Slayer group responded and turned to leave. A group of 6 walked through the dense jungle. This was at the border between Yun Province and Myanmar. At this moment, a 1,000-strong armed force was quietly waiting at the border. General Shigai, it has been 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? I didn't expect that in 3 years. You have already controlled 70% of the Golden Triangle's territory. It's truly worth the effort of our Tianmen. A rough-looking man, smoking a cigar and dressed in military uniform, couldn't help but smile broadly upon hearing this. Thanks to your support from Tianmen, without you, I would have been assassinated by my opponents back then. How could I have everything I have today? Chapter 320. The crisis of the 9 elders, impossible. I will never forgive you for what happened back then. You are all murderers of Yun. A look of hatred appeared on Yuan Shue's face. Her eyes filled with unforgivable emotions. How unreasonable, stubborn, and unyielding. Yuan Huang shouted angrily, a terrifying aura instantly enveloping him as he reached out his hand to grab Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui did not show weakness, raising her fist to counterattack. The two's attacks were fierce, with sand and stones flying everywhere as they maneuvered around each other. It seems these years in Tianmen have helped you grow. Let me see how much stronger you have become. During the exchange, Yuan Huang sneered, then increased his offensive intensity, forcing Yuan Shui to retreat continuously. After 30 exchanges, Yuan Shui was already at her limit, able only to defend herself without the power to counterattack. Boom! A punch landed, and Yuan Shui was instantly sent flying, crashing into a big tree, blood streaming from the corner of her mouth. Is this what you learned in Tianmen? It seems it's nothing special. After defeating Yuan Shui with one move, Yuan Huang said disdainfully. Yuan Shui felt a deep sense of humiliation in her heart. She had endured hardships and practiced diligently for many years, all for the day she could take revenge for the tragic death of her lover. Chapter 321. The schemes of Chao Lingshan just as Di Fei and Ernyo were walking into the forest. Stephen and Jack had already started battling with the Nine Elders and others. Although there were mercenaries and assassins from the Demon Slayer group present, they could not interfere in the fight between masters. Blindly helping or shooting could easily injure their own people. However, not helping while watching the leaders fight was equally perilous, leaving them unsure of what to do. At this time, there were two groups of people traversing the forest. One group was Di Fei and Ernyo. The other group consisted of a woman dressed in white, resembling a fairy, followed by more than 10 individuals clad in ninja attire from Japan. On such a small border, nearly 10 masters had gathered. If this spread in the martial arts community, it would surely cause an uproar. After all, the most recent large-scale martial artist battle occurred during wartime when numerous schools of martial arts gathered on the battlefield, shedding blood for their countries. Once the war ended, the dual gods of China swept the battlefield, marking the end of the martial artist wars. No one expected that in this era, there would still be such large-scale martial artists secretly engaging in combat. Chapter 322. Ernyo sweeping the field in a patch of jungle far from the battlefield. Chao Lingshan and Zhuge Xing could no longer hear the sounds of battle behind them. Elder Zhuge, it has been a pleasure working together, Chao Lingshan said, extending her hand with a smile. Seeing Chao Lingshan smile, Zhuge Xing frowned. What do you mean? From now on, we are on the same boat and will help each other. Sorry, we are not in the same boat, and you don't have the qualifications. Zhuge Xing spoke the truth. As a high-ranking elder of Tianmin, he held a position not weaker than the 9 elders. Who are you, Chao Lingshan? Even if you were a relative of the 3rd elder, you would still have to start from scratch in Tianmin, where strength speaks for itself. With your current S-level strength, at most, you would be a peripheral member of Tianmin, not even a core member. Their statuses were worlds apart. The idea of helping each other was a joke. Chao Lingshan withdrew her hand, unconcerned by Zhuge Xing's disdain. Elder Zhuge, you have betrayed the 9 elders. Even if you break Tianmin's rules, if it gets exposed, you will be in big trouble, you know? As long as I don't say anything, you'll be fine, right? Hearing Chao Lingshan's words, Zhuge Xing's expression changed, and a hint of killing intent spread in his eyes. Chapter 323. The powerful Fujita Keiko. Stephen, who was named, heard Fujita Keiko's words and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" While speaking, Stephen was also on guard. Although this woman appeared to be quite young, just over 20, the dangerous aura emanating from her was very intense. As the head of a killer organization and the king of assassins, he had the keenest sense of danger. He could directly feel whether an opponent had the ability to pose a threat to him. Fujita Keiko remained expressionless and glanced lightly at Stephen. The one who will kill you. Haha, arrogant. There are many people in the world who want to kill me, but so far, no one has succeeded. Stephen was enraged by Fujita Keiko's arrogance. As the king of assassins, he was openly targeted for assassination. Wasn't this a direct insult to him? After speaking, Stephen took the initiative to attack. Fujita Keiko showed no change in expression when facing Stephen's attack. Only after breaking through to the Grandmaster level did Fujita Keiko realize that the martial arts path could no longer be pursued solely through closed-door training. It required refining the mind in the mortal world and improving one's state of mind to continue advancing. Chapter 324. Crushing. You want to kill them, right? We can help you. How about we join forces? Elder 9 said to Fujita Keiko in a deep voice. If they wanted to leave this place today, they had to team up with this woman for a chance of survival. Chao Lingshan and Zhuge Xing, who were hiding in the shadows, became anxious upon hearing Elder 9's proposal to collaborate with Fujita Keiko. If Fujita Keiko agreed, it was indeed possible for Elder 9 and the others to escape. That would put them in danger. However, before they could think of a countermeasure, they heard Fujita Keiko say lightly, "No need. I don't like talking to a dead man." Elder 9 felt he had suffered countless humiliations today. First, he was beaten by Ye Chen, and if it weren't for Zhuge Xing, they wouldn't have escaped the venue. Then he was chased here like a stray dog, now surrounded and nearly killed. If it weren't for Fujita Keiko's appearance, he would likely have become a corpse by now. Looking at Ernyo, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. This time, Elder 9's mindset was completely shattered. One by one, powerful figures appeared, each with the ability to kill him. It turned out that the world was not as he had thought, that only a few people could defeat him, but rather a whole group. Chapter 325. Ernyo versus Yuan Shue. Ye Chen stood on a mountain peak with Ernyo, looking down at Cha Chai and the thousands of armed soldiers. If it were an ordinary person, Seeing such a large armed force would surely scare them into not even having the courage to make eye contact. But for Ye Chen, such a small scene was nothing at all. He crossed his arms, exuding an intimidating aura, his eyes cold and contemptuous. Chai, while making eye contact with Ye Chen, found himself somewhat evasive. The dignified boss, controlling 70% of the Golden Triangle-esque territory, was actually at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Ye Chen's gaze was piercing, instilling a sense of fear in anyone who met his eyes. This person has a terrifying gaze, Chai thought warily. At this moment, Yu Wenxue walked out from the crowd, her eyes fixed on Ye Chen. You are Ye Chen? Seeing Yu Wenxue, Ye Chen replied expressionlessly. Yes. You are here to pick up the people from the Heavenly Gate, right? That's right, Yu Wenxue said with a serious expression. She had heard various stories about Ye Chen before, which were impressive, but she hadn't felt anything. However, facing him in person now gave her a strong sense of pressure. Go back and report. Your people won't be able to leave. Chapter 326. I might not need more than 10 moves to kill you. Seeing the newcomer push back Aaron Yo with one move, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was interesting. He could tell a bit about Aaron Yo's strength, which was between the peak of the 8th rank and the 9th rank. He was just slightly weaker than the top experts of the time, belonging to the top tier of the 2nd echelon, the first person below the 9th rank. Yet this newcomer was able to push back Aaron Yo with one move, indicating that he was definitely among the top few in the world. He recalled what Tang Yanfei had introduced to him about the top experts of the time. There were 5 known in Huaxia. The first among them was undoubtedly Long Shun. The second was Zhang Xianling from Wudong. However, Zhang Xianling was a Taoist, indifferent to fame and fortune, and not particularly invested in martial arts disputes. Therefore, he rarely took action, and he was ranked second mainly due to his mystery. The outside world only knew that Zhang Xuanling's martial arts realm was at the 9th rank, but his specific combat power was unclear. Still, few disputed his ranking. Just based on his status as the head of Wudong, it was well-deserved. As the head of a sacred place in martial arts must have significant strength. Moreover, the heads of Wudong throughout the ages had bad tempers. Even if some felt Zhang Xuanling's second place ranking was somewhat unfair, they didn't dare to challenge or question him. Chapter 327. Ye Chen was schemed against. Hearing Ye Chen's arrogant words, Yu Wenhuang's expression changed, and the calmness he had maintained vanished without a trace. He felt deeply insulted. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Your grandfather wouldn't have dared to say he could defeat me in 10 moves. After speaking, Yu Wenhuang stopped holding back and directly attacked Aaron Yo with all his strength. Seeing Yu Wenhuang finally stop dodging, Aaron Yo became excited. Haha, this is more like it. Let's fight like men. After laughing, Aaron Yo charged in without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed once again, and this time the battle was far more intense than before. Aaron Yo executed an Iron Mountain crash, and Yu Wenhuang did not dodge or evade, but concentrated and lightly tapped Aaron Yo's incoming arm. Instantly, all of Aaron Yo's power was rendered useless. He was easily overpowered by Yu Wenhuang. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen slightly nodded. He could confirm that Yu Wenhuang practiced some kind of technique that targeted acupoints. Moreover, he had reached a very high level, able to easily hit the enemy's weak points regardless of the attack he faced. Such skills were formidable, combining offense and defense. It was hard to defeat such a person at the same level. Chapter 328. Arranging for family members. Such a deep scheme. I really underestimated him. He should thank the Chow family. Without them attracting attention, he might never have had this opportunity in his life. Qin Shana stood up and adjusted his Zhongshan suit, saying lightly. The military officer shook his head. Master Qin, you are mistaken. The main issue is not the Chow family, but the mandate of heaven. Everything that originally belonged to them was forcibly divided by your 4 great families. Is there any problem with them taking it back? Since ancient times, power has always belonged to the capable. In today's Huaxia, without the diligence of our 4 great families, how could there be such prosperity? The successful are kings. The failed are bandits. There's no need to say more. You want to see me, right? Then I will accompany you. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Onghua and the younger Qin Yao became tense. Father, you can't go. It's too dangerous. You don't have Elder Yi's strength. Qin Shanha waved his hand. What can I do if I don't go? If I don't go, not only will I be in danger, but you will also be in great danger. It's better for me to go. Perhaps I can protect you. Chapter 329. The wisdom of Father Yi on the way to the Goryeo Kingdom. 2 cars sped along. The front car was guarded by 4 S-grade security personnel sent by Ye Chen to protect his parents. The rear car was driven by Tang Yanfei, with Ye's father and mother sitting in the back seat. Although the atmosphere seemed relaxed and pleasant on the surface, it was actually quite serious. Ye Hancheng glanced at his wife, who had fallen asleep from the long ride. He then slowly said, "Something has happened to Xiao Chun, right? Driving the car?" Tang Yanfei pondered for a moment before answering. "Yes, there has been a minor issue, but it's all under the boss's control and will be resolved soon." Ye Hacheng shook his head. "You don't need to comfort me. I know a bit about Xiao Chen's strength. Recently, it's been rumored that a gang is ruling the 3 eastern provinces. Are those people for Xiao Chen? If he is in trouble, it shouldn't be a minor issue. Has the state moved against him?" Tang Yanfei hadn't expected Ye Hancheng, who always seemed like an honest man, to guess so much. So, he decided not to hide it any longer and said directly, "Yes." Those 2 simple words made Ye Hancheng's heart sink. Chapter 330. Wudong Zhang, Xianling on the other side. Qin Shanha had followed the military officer into the Red Walls. Previously, he had come here for important meetings, but this time, it felt like he was being brought in as a prisoner. Qin Shanha felt a mix of emotions. However, he maintained a resolute expression and did not show any fear. In the large conference room, only an old man sat quietly. Behind him stood a man in a long robe, exuding a mysterious aura. As Qin Shanha entered, he glanced heavily at the robed man before turning his gaze to the old man. He saw that the old man wore a faint smile, one of satisfaction and pride. Qin Shanha understood the meaning of that smile. This old man could be considered the biggest beneficiary of this situation, having transformed from a significant disadvantage to a victor. "Brother Qin, please take a seat." Qin Shanha did not hesitate and walked over to sit in a subordinate position. "Brother Qin, what are your thoughts on coming here this time?" Qin Shanha replied lightly. "Are you showing off your victorious stance?" The old man nodded. "So what if I am? The Chao family has given up all their rights, and I have basically controlled your military personnel. As for Ye Chen's subordinates, I have captured those I should capture and dealt with those I should deal with." Chapter 331. Pressure. Now the pressure was on Ye Chen's side. After Zhang Xianling and Qin Shanha left, the old man's expression darkened completely. The madman had an arrogant and crazy look, with negative emotions like brutality reflected in his eyes. Seeing the old man's gloomy face, the madman said in a low voice, "Our transaction has been completed. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me. I came back this time to kill Li Wufeng, and I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, you know what will happen. No one dares to go back on their word with me." Hearing the madman's words, the old man's expression became even worse. Indeed, this madman was the person he had sent to help him as part of the transaction with Tianmen. As a condition of the deal, he needed to help the madman regain the position of the Miao leader. Before this, he had never dealt with Tianmen. He only knew that Tianmen was a very mysterious organization in the world, an evil force aimed at controlling various countries. Tianmen had also previously had designs on Huaxia, as it was very tempting. With a large population, strong economic capabilities, and many ancient martial arts families, controlling Huaxia would advance Tianmen's development by 20 years. If they could also recruit those ancient martial arts families from Huaxia, their strength would definitely increase even further. Chapter 332. Ye Chen's ruthlessness on the other side. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the capital, Ye Chen sat quietly. Although the environment he was in was not splendid, but rather a simple factory, sitting there, Ye Chen still gave off an imposing aura. Ernyo stood bored in the distance, occasionally glancing towards his older brother Ye Chen. Finally unable to hold back, Ernyo said, "Big brother, I'll go rescue Di Fei and the others. Those dragon group members aren't enough for me to handle alone. What is there to be afraid of?" Ye Chen replied lightly, "Don't rush. There will be plenty of fights for you." Seeing that his boss was still calmly waiting, Ernyo was almost going crazy. But since Ye Chen disagreed, he didn't dare to say anything. Just then, car lights lit up outside. The factory door opened, and Tang Yanfei walked in. "Boss, I brought the stuff. Take me to see." Outside, they saw a truck quietly parked there. When Tang Yanfei opened the cargo box, at a glance, it was filled with C4 explosives. There were thousands of kilograms. If all these C4 explosives were detonated, the entire capital could be blown to smithereens. Seeing the explosives, a slight smile curled at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Chapter 333. The faith of the Dragon God, just as the Dragon God was about to issue the order for the execution of Tang, Yi, and the others, Long Yuntian, who was within the Dragon Group, received a phone call. Ye Chen? Seeing who was calling, Long Yuntian was surprised and asked, "Where are you?" Ye Chen smiled and said, "Dragon Group leader, you don't need to worry about where I am. Just pass on a message for me. There's a multiple choice question he needs to choose from." "What question?" Long Yuntian's expression turned serious. At such a time, Ye Chen suddenly called with such a strange request, making Long Yuntian feel worried. It's a very interesting multiple choice question, asking him to choose between them and me. "All right, you say." Long Yuntian quickly called his subordinates to investigate Ye Chen's phone location. "Captain Long, I know what you're trying to do. I have always had a good impression of you, so it's best not to make me feel disgusted. I know that everyone has little hope for me this time. But if I, Ye Chen, can survive this, have you considered how you will face me in the future? Have you thought about the consequences of pushing me into a corner? So I hope you can think clearly. It's best to be a bystander. Don't wait until I, Ye Chen, come looking for you and then regret it." Chapter 334. Underestimating you again, when Long Yuntian was reporting to the old man about the message Ye Chen asked him to convey. In the distance from a north mountain where Tang, Yi, and others were, Ye was quietly observing the movements of the north mountain with a telescope. "Brother, those troops haven't retreated yet." Ye Chen smiled and said, "No rush, they will retreat soon." Ye Chen's purpose for this terrorist attack was straightforward, to lure all the troops away. As for the remaining martial artists, they were nothing in his eyes. In the realm of martial arts, Ye Chen had never feared anyone. But he was human, not a god. The threat from firearms was still significant to him. He could be reckless, arrogant, and confident, but he definitely could not be foolish. Did he really think that because his martial arts skills were strong, he could clash head-on with the firepower of the troops? Would he use his flesh to block bullets or missiles? Only a fool would do that. Perhaps he could dodge a few bullets from 1 or 2 guns, or even a dozen. But think about it. Hundreds or thousands of soldiers firing submachine guns at you, plus missile bombardments from planes. What kind of person could survive that? The reason the country is wary of martial artists is that powerful martial artists can threaten those in power and carry out beheading actions. Chapter 335. The heroic mission begins here. A breeze blew by, and Long Shan's hair fluttered as he suddenly said with a serious expression. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the stone steps leading to the mountaintop. Although Ye Chen had not yet appeared, the chilling and oppressive feeling in the air had already made everyone clench their fists. Even Song Xing had cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This shows how much of a shadow Ye Chen had cast in Song Xing's heart. A top young genius of the generation, even reaching the master realm, was supposed to dominate the world and create legends, yet he was shattered by Ye Chen. Tang, Yi, and others seemed to sense something as well. Their eyes fixated on the distance. At that moment, a figure appeared in their sight. Ye Chen, dressed in casual sportswear and smiling, walked up. Behind him followed Ye, like a towering iron tower. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would think it was a rich young man out for a hike, because Ye Chen's smile was so approachable. But in the eyes of Long Shun and others, this was the smile of death. "Were you waiting for me?" The welcome ceremony is quite grand. As Ye Chen walked up, his gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Long Shun, his eyes filled with amusement. Chapter 336. Only a punch can break it. Despite the fierce battle between Ye and Song Xing, in the eyes of the madman and Long Shun, the most dangerous one was still Ye Chen. Their only enemy was Ye Chen. Ever since Ye Chen appeared, the madman had not said a word, but had been quietly observing Ye Chen. This person, marked as extremely dangerous even in Tianmen, had to be approached with utmost caution. He was a madman, his thoughts not normal, but not a fool. Knowing the other party was dangerous, yet foolishly charging forward. At this moment, the madman spoke, his hoarse voice slowly saying, "Lord Long Shun, as the guardian deity of Huaxia, there is a person here who disrupts the harmony of Huaxia. Are you not going to take action? Do you want us outsiders to help you clean up the mess?" Long Shun frowned. He knew this person was trying to provoke him, but he had no excuse to refute. Everyone knows that Long Shun is the guardian deity of Huaxia. If he remained indifferent in the face of someone disrupting the harmony of Huaxia, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. At this moment, Long Shun deeply felt how wise Ye Shan was. Although he was revered for becoming the guardian deity of Huaxia, he also had to pay the price when facing danger in Huaxia. Chapter 337. Long Shun questioning his life, faced with Ye Chen's straightforward punch, Long Shun's expression changed dramatically. He had considered many ways for Ye Chen to counter his move, but he never thought Ye Chen would dare to clash hard, risking mutual destruction. He knew the weakness of his move was to confuse the enemy with extreme speed, then use a real technique to injure them. And now that the enemy had seen through his thoughts, he certainly could not continue. Ye Chen, you are too confident. Do you not know that an inch longer is an inch stronger? He had a long sword in hand, along with the length of his arm. Before Ye Chen's fist could reach him, his sword would definitely pierce Ye Chen's body first. Moreover, the spot where his sword pierced was right at Ye Chen's heart. Perhaps by the time he pierced Ye Chen's body, Ye Chen's fist would have no strength left to hit him. Ye Chen's mouth curled up. Suddenly, his momentum became sharp. So what? As his words fell, Ye Chen's fist suddenly changed direction and struck towards Long Shun's wrist that was holding the sword. Bang! Ye Chen's armpit clothing was torn, revealing his explosive muscles, but he had no injuries. He perfectly avoided the attack. Long Shun's wrist that held the sword was in pain, and the sword he had been bonded with for life was knocked out of his hand. Chapter 338. Not a single one left facing Ye Chen's attack. Everyone, including the madman, felt a sense of breathlessness. Ernyo, you go save Tang, Yi and them. These people are left to me. Ye Chen calmly instructed as he entered the battlefield. Ernyo swung his fist, forcing back the three of Shirzuen, then nodded and headed towards Tang, Yi, and the others. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tianshi and others could not possibly agree. They knew there were two masters over there. Moreover, both were outstanding among the masters. With just Ye Chen and Ernyo, they were already overwhelmed. If two more top-tier masters joined, they might not even have the strength to fight back. Block him, Yuan Tianshi shouted with an ugly expression. Song Xing reacted the fastest, rushing towards Ernyo first. But before he could take 2 steps, he saw that Ye Chen had already appeared here without knowing when. You've been jumping around for quite a while. You saw Ye Chen, and Song Xing's expression changed drastically. But before he could finish speaking, Ye Chen suddenly swung out a palm. With a loud bang, Song Xing's entire body was pressed to the ground, his head deeply embedded in the hard surface. When Ye Chen lifted his hand, everyone saw that Song Xing's head was already shattered, and his death was extremely tragic. Chapter 339. Ye Chen went towards you. After descending the mountain, Ye Chen was unaware that the madman had escaped a calamity using a substitute goo. After all, he was not a god and could not know everything. Moreover, the substitute goo was a secret technique of Miaojiang and could not be publicly shared. When leaving, Tang Yi had already checked every corpse, confirming that everyone was dead, which is why he felt relieved to depart. On the other side, a convoy heading to the border of Yin province was slowly driving on the highway. The convoy was very grand, escorted by troops to the front and back, with a modified armored car in the middle. Inside the car sat Chao Jian. Beside him was a person fully cloaked in a black robe. That person was the 4th son of the Chao family. Second brother. Our Chao family's hard-earned business is gone just like that. I really can't accept it. Hearing the 4th son's words, Chao Jian did not show much change in expression. 4th. At first, I was also very unwilling. After all, the land of China has countless resources and is a dragon destined to awaken in the future. Losing China feels worse than losing an arm. But given the current situation, being able to leave safely is already quite good. Fortunately, we still have a chance to make a comeback. The 3rd brother has become a core elder of Tianmin, which is very powerful and terrifying. As long as we can safely leave China, there will be a day for us to return. Chapter 340. The Birth of the Puppet. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was very tense. Everyone felt as if facing a great enemy. A group of people dressed in black suits with sharp eyes reached for their waists, not daring to relax for a moment. These individuals were the exclusive bodyguards of the elder, responsible for safeguarding important figures. Although their martial arts skills were not very strong, each had strong individual combat abilities, combining martial prowess with firearms. Even some slightly stronger martial artists might not be their match. All along, these individuals had undergone professional training and maintained a calm mind. Even when facing life and death crises, they could remain unflinching. But now, they felt somewhat uneasy because the person they were about to face was a terrifying existence. Someone who was not even a match for their dragon god. Ye Chen had not yet arrived, but outside, there were already orderly footsteps. A group of people surrounded the entire courtyard. Qin Anghua was in military uniform, followed by Qin Yao. Father, Grandpa, Qin Anghua and Qin Yao stepped aside, and Qin Shanhe emerged. Qin Shanhe did not speak, but glanced inside with a complex expression. He never expected things to change so rapidly. Chapter 341. Fist size is the truth. Back in the Qin family courtyard, a prompt sound suddenly echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! The tyrant mission is complete. Rescue mission completed. Reward: Ancient Dragon God Art, 10 martial arts experience pills. Hearing the system's prompt, Ye Chen felt a surge of joy inside. However, his expression did not change at all. At this moment, Qin Shanhe was extremely impressed with Ye Chen. He never thought that in such an unfavorable situation, Ye Chen could still turn the tide. In fact, he had underestimated Ye Chen too much. It could be said that no one in this world dared to claim they knew Ye Chen well enough. After all, no one would expect that Ye Chen had a system. Just when you think you understand him, the next Ye Chen might present something completely beyond your expectations. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Yao's mother, Dong Qin, looked at Ye Chen with increasing satisfaction. Her future son-in-law was truly impressive, reminiscent of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. After inviting Ye Chen to sit down, Qin Shanhe said, "Xiao Chen, the situation is temporarily stable now. What should we do next?" Ye Chen smiled and replied, "Of course. We need to deal with some dishonest people, but I won't take care of this matter, as I will leave it entirely to Yao Yao." Chapter 342. Modern Buddha doesn't worship past Buddha. On the way to Shaolin Temple, as they passed through a forest, Ye Chen instructed to stop the car. Just as the car came to a halt, a figure suddenly shot out and rushed deep into the dense forest. Ernyo got out of the car and asked in confusion, "What is Di Fei doing?" Ye Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and smiled. He must be about to break through. Martial arts experience pills are a very magical thing that can provide martial artists with martial arts experience, similar to how the system once imparted martial arts master experience to him. However, it is not as powerful as what the system provided. For people, it only has a supportive effect and cannot guarantee a breakthrough to the master level. The rewards from the system, however, can directly take someone to the peak. Thus, there is a significant gap between martial arts experience pills and system rewards. Although martial arts experience pills are merely for assistance, if used by someone with high talent, they can yield twice the result with half the effort. For example, Di Fei seized the opportunity to break through quickly. How did he achieve a breakthrough so soon? Although Ernyo was somewhat slow to react, he was undoubtedly top-notch in martial arts talent. He knew that while it was easy for him to break through to master, others might not be able to do so easily. Chapter 343. You give me a fortune-telling. You old monk are quite interesting. If Shakyamuni were as sensible as you, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ye Chen sneered. Nowadays, the Buddha does not worship the past Buddha. In fact, the old monk's answer was the most perfect. 1. By responding this way, he did not offend Ye Chen and closed off any opportunity for him to attack. 2. He did not tarnish the reputation of Shaolin Temple. If anyone learned of this matter in the future, Shaolin Temple would have a good explanation. After all, Ye Chen is a modern Buddha who doesn't worship the Buddha, which is perfectly understandable. But since Ye Chen decided to seek trouble with Shaolin Temple, he certainly would not let himself be dismissed with just a few words. He directly mentioned killing their abbot and watched for Shaolin Temple's reaction. The old monk lowered his brow and did not show any sign of change upon hearing Ye Chen mention killing the abbot of Shaolin Temple. About good. The abbot had already renounced the secular world, yet he still meddled in worldly affairs. It was a calamity he should have endured, and he cannot blame others for not surviving it. Ye Chen truly admired the patience of the Buddhist monks at this moment. They came to the door and boldly spoke of killing their sect leader, yet remained indifferent. In fact, Ye Chen's actions were akin to killing someone's family member and then provoking them face to face. Chapter 344. The Battle to Annihilate Buddhism. Why didn't you hide? Ye Chen looked at Chao Yuan and asked with a cold smile. Ba, I thought you wouldn't be so bold as to kill someone directly at Shaolin Temple. I didn't expect you to really take action. Although I have always been using Shaolin Temple over the years, I have developed feelings for the brothers there and do not want to watch them be killed innocently. So I have to admit it. Chao Yuan recited a Buddhist chant softly and said solemnly, Ye Chen, die for me. As his voice fell, Chao Yuan's previously hypocritical face turned fierce. During their earlier confrontation, he had indeed been injured by Ernyo, but part of it was due to his inability to counter, and a larger part was feigned. He was waiting for this moment to launch a sneak attack. Ye Chen, you have destroyed my Chao family, turning decades of planning into nothing. Diamond Palm. one of the 72 unique skills of Shaolin Temple. This palm technique is extremely domineering. When it strikes a person, its immense power can penetrate the internal body. If an ordinary person is hit by this palm, their internal organs would shatter. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, it would be difficult to save them. Faced with Chao Yuan's overwhelmingly powerful palm strike, Ye Chen's expression showed no change. Chapter 345. The True Identity of Ye Chen. Your Strength. The old monk was forced back by Ye Chen's move, his expression shocked, and his eyes filled with disbelief. Ye Chen glanced at him indifferently. Surprised? Or are you just too narrow-minded? There are people outside of people and heavens beyond heavens that you have yet to understand. Sometimes, taking a walk outside is beneficial for you. Simply meditating in the temple is of no use. Forget it at your age. You probably won't have many opportunities to go out, so let me send you on your way to avoid being a burden on the people. Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the old monk's face turned ashen with anger. At his age, not only did he have to endure Ye Chen's lecturing, but he was also told that living was a waste of food. This was intolerable. Crack, crack, crack. The energy within him surged, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked as the old monk roared and charged again. Young man, don't be too arrogant. A Luohan fist came at him, accompanied by a sound like wind and thunder with violent power. This old monk had mastered many unique skills, including the diamond palm and the Luohan fist, to a high level. With a single strike, terrifying power was contained within. However, that was all. To others, this old monk might seem very strong. And even if the dragon god faced him, he wouldn't dare to say he could win decisively. Chapter 346. The Manor in the Deep Mountains. After Ye Chen revealed his identity, Ye Chen stopped attacking, because Ye Chen was actually one of the 7 killers. He was also one of the 7 adopted sons of Tang Yanfei mentioned earlier. Of course, Ye Chen only revealed his identity to Ye Chen, and others did not know. So far, Ye Chen had met 3 of his grandfather's adopted sons. The first was Tang Yi, who should be the only woman among the 7 killers, Zhu Ke. Although Tang Yi's strength was not high, she was very important to Ye Chen. Without Tang Yi's assistance in the early stages, it would have been impossible for him to develop so quickly. The second was Tang Yanfei, who claimed to be the Xuanwu among the 7 killers, specializing in defense. The third was this little monk, Ye Chen. The little monk's age and appearance were similar. He was not very old. He was only 18 this year. He met his grandfather 10 years ago, which means he was 8 at the time. At that time, Ye Chen had not yet entered Shaolin Temple. Later, due to his talent and comprehension, he was chosen by Shaolin Temple to be brought into the temple. He stayed there for 10 years. However, even after 10 years in Shaolin Temple, Ye Chen had not forgotten his original identity, because Ye Chen had great kindness towards him. If it weren't for Ye Chen, he would have died long ago. Chapter 347. I just want to see if you were human or ghost. Just looking from the outside wasn't too stunning. It wasn't until he walked into the courtyard that Ye Chen discovered it was an enormous compound with 3 entrances and exits. Does the girl live here alone? Ye Chen stood quietly in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, seemingly casually asking. Mei Qinglian nodded and said, "Yes, young master." Just as Mei Qinglian finished her reply, Ye Chen suddenly turned around and reached out, grabbing her neck. A wave of suffocation washed over Mei Qinglian's mind. In just 1 second, her face turned as pale as paper. No one expected such a sudden turn of events. Ye Chen unexpectedly attacked Mei Qinglian without warning. It should be known that Mei Qinglian was a rare beauty in the world, with enchanting looks and a graceful figure, exuding an aura that made one feel pity. Any man would find it hard to refuse her. But unexpectedly, Ye Chen showed no mercy as he attacked Mei Qinglian. As breathing became increasingly difficult, Mei Qinglian's eyes were filled with despair. Looking at Ye Chen was like looking at a devil, filled with fear. The little white fox saw Mei Qinglian in danger and bared its teeth, growling fiercely at Ye Chen, as if trying to intimidate him into retreating and saving Mei Qinglian. Chapter 348. Breaking through the martial saint realm. I believe, young master, ye must be a very domineering person in life. When you give an order, countless people rush to follow you. Mei Qinglian pondered for a moment and said seriously. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded. How do you know? It's not hard to guess. From the first time I saw young master Yi, you gave me a very powerful and domineering aura. Although you seem very approachable in your speech and behavior, that inherent dominance and unassailable presence is easy to detect. Young Master Ye's status in the outside world should not be low, right? After speaking, Mei Qinglian looked at Ye Chen with sparkling eyes. Young Master Ye, can you tell me what kind of existence you are in the outside world? I really enjoy hearing other people's stories. Curiosity killed the cat. It's better for you not to know too much. Ye Chen smiled slightly, picked up the tea that Mei Qinglian had poured for him again, and took a gentle sip. Mei Qinglian's face showed a hint of disappointment, but she quickly recovered. By the way, I see that you understand a lot about tea culture. Why don't you teach me about it? Ye Chen changed the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 349. The Mei Family of the Mysterious Sect. Just as Ye Chen was wondering whether what happened last night was real, in a huge mansion, Mei Qinglian quietly entered with the little white fox. Little Bai, be quieter. Don't let Grandma find out. If she knows we sneaked out again last night, I'll be scolded. Mei Qinglian tiptoed through the mansion, quietly speaking to Little Bai as she walked. Just then, Mei Qinglian suddenly felt that something was off in the air. Immediately, a stern voice rang out. Where have you been? Mei Qinglian felt like she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, as if her body had been immobilized. Behind her, an old woman with a cane stood quietly, her face lined with deep wrinkles, giving off a severe impression. Seeing the old woman, Little Bai the fox ungratefully bolted away, leaving Mei Qinglian alone. Seeing Little Bai run off, Mei Qinglian gritted her teeth in anger, but now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She had to deal with Grandma. Her expression changed from one of displeasure to a smile. Oh, Grandma, you're up so early. I didn't do anything. I just took Little Bai out for morning exercise. Chapter 350. Stronger than me? What do you mean? Hearing Tang Yinfei's words, Ye Chen was somewhat confused. How did the Heavenly Gate have anything to do with his troublemaking grandfather? In Ye Chen's impression, his grandfather was indeed a troublemaker. First, there was the Chow family, and now the Heavenly Gate. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Little did he know, his troublemaking was even more severe than his grandfather's. It was said that back in the day, his grandfather had a disciple who was exceptionally gifted, able to master anything after just one lesson. On the battlefield, this disciple was his grandfather's right-hand man. But something happened during the war. That disciple suddenly betrayed his grandfather and even launched a sneak attack. However, with his grandfather's strength, even under sneak attack, that person was no match and was severely injured, fleeing. If it weren't for the fact that the common people needed his grandfather to save them at that time, that person would have definitely been hunted down to death by him. After the war ended, his grandfather wanted to continue searching for that person, but there was no news of him. It wasn't until 3 years ago that his grandfather received word that the person had likely joined an organization called the Heavenly Gate. Chapter 351. Opening a store for Song Yu. After casually chatting with Song Yu's parents for a while, Song Yu impatiently hung up the video call. After a long separation, it felt like a new marriage. After a round of passion, Ye Chen leaned against the headboard, smoking. Song Yu lazily asked while lying on his chest, Big brother Ye, what have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to see me in a long time. As she spoke, there was a hint of grievance on Song Yu's face. Ye Chen smiled and said, I went home for a bit and took care of some things in Kyoto. What's wrong? Can't you live without me? Song Yu nodded seriously. Ye Chen, I'm telling you seriously now, no matter what happens in the future, you can't leave me. Even if. Song Yu's face turned red, and she didn't finish her sentence. Ye Chen smiled and asked, even if what? You have to tell me. How would I know if you don't say? What if I leave you in the future? Don't leave me. Song Yu, not realizing Ye Chen was joking, became anxious. Even if you have someone else, you can't leave me. Hearing Song Yu's words, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Baby, what are you thinking? How could I possibly leave you? Chapter 352. The restaurant owner gets played. A little brother directly grabbed the manager by her hair, dragging her upstairs. The waitstaff in the restaurant saw this scene, and all hid far away, some secretly feeling vindicated. Always acting like she owns the place, deducting wages for no reason. Now she met someone tough. She deserves it, one server said with schadenfreude. The other servers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Despite the manager's previous polite demeanor in front of Xiao Wu, she was actually a very sharp-tongued person. Relying on being the boss's lover, she frequently bullied the servers. Arriving late by even a second would result in a 200 yuan wage deduction. Moreover, she would use any excuse regarding cleanliness or service to deduct wages. If it weren't for the high pay at this restaurant, the servers would have quit long ago. As for the manager, the servers had long been holding back their anger. Now that they saw Xiao Wu hitting the manager, they felt very vindicated. in the third-floor general manager's office. The general manager was the owner of the restaurant himself. What is going on? Chapter 353. Only Ye Chen could do this, seeing the restaurant owner still hesitating. The police officer did not rush him, but gave him a meaningful smile and turned to leave. In the police station office, Xiao Wu was reclining with his legs crossed. Chen, I'm not saying you, but this tea is really bad. I'll bring you some good stuff next time. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, Brother Wu, that sounds great. By the way, I heard Mr. Yi has returned. Chen had heard of Ye Chen before, knowing he was quite powerful in the Yangtze River Delta. Now, although his rank was not high, he had vaguely heard about some things happening in Kyoto. It seemed even the second-generation elites from the Yangtze River Delta had gone to support Kyoto. As for the specific results, with Ye Chen back in full force, what more could there be to guess? Moreover, the current changes in the political landscape affected at least 100 people. It was definitely a major purge. Therefore, anyone who knew about Ye Chen's background was scared. Even the big figures were being dealt with. A small station chief like him, with an ordinary background, had to curry favor. However, while he couldn't reach Ye Chen, he could still curry favor with Xiao Wu, one of Ye Chen's trusted subordinates. Chapter 354. Meeting the suit-wearing thug. After looking at the restaurant for a while, Song Yu sent Ye Chen away. This was also Song Yu's cleverness. Ye Chen had just returned to the Magic City. He must have a lot to handle, and the fact that he came to see her first showed he cared about her. If she kept pursuing possession, it might eventually lead to resentment. As long as Ye Chen cared about her in his heart, that was enough. She could focus on her flower shop, and it was great if Ye Chen came back to see her whenever he had time. What was she unsatisfied with now? She had money. There were hundreds of millions lying in her bank account. Even if she wanted to shop, she had the national gold shopping card Ye Chen gave her, with a balance of 100 million. What luxury can't be bought? She remembered a rather funny line she saw online. If your husband gives you 100,000 a month and asks you not to care about his matters, would you agree? As a result of a survey, 99 of the comments agreed. As for those who disagreed, they were either pure keyboard warriors or had some issues in their minds. And now, Song Yu's situation is quite similar. Someone gives you money, gives you everything you want. What else could you be dissatisfied with? What? Do you have to pretend to be noble? Seeing how understanding Song Yu was, Ye Chen stepped forward and gently kissed her forehead, holding her face and saying, you go ahead and get busy. Call me if you need anything. Once I'm free, I'll go home with you to meet your parents. Chapter 355. Mr. Yi, have you always been so domineering? Boss, stop hitting. If you keep hitting, someone will get killed. This is your own company. How bad would it be if someone dies? Ye Chen's momentum was too fierce. Even though the security guards tried to pull him back, they didn't dare to use any force. Sometimes it's like this. Although Ye Chen didn't intentionally exude power, with his current background and identity, the aura he naturally carried was enough to create pressure. If it were an ordinary person causing trouble, seeing that their side had more people and the other side wasn't using any dangerous weapons, the security guards would definitely rush in to take advantage. But Ye Chen was different. They feared offending a big shot and facing consequences. The security guards weren't brainless. They wouldn't offend just anyone. They only bullied ordinary people, feeling they could act against those without higher status. Especially when everyone heard the general manager call this young man boss. They collectively took a step back. Damn, this is a boss who has a dir. How could they, as employees, help someone else? Boss Yang saw the crowd that was supposed to mediate suddenly retreating and was momentarily stunned. She shot a fierce glare at everyone and had to step in to mediate herself. Chapter 356. Boss Yang's path to development. All right, Yang, the medicine has been applied, and I estimate the problem is not serious now. Ye Chen stood up and said to Boss Yang, is it done? Are we finished? Boss Yang said, still feeling unsatisfied. The first time Ye Chen applied the ointment, it was indeed very painful, but once she got used to it, Ye Chen's kneading was quite enjoyable. The pressure was just right, even more comfortable than those professional massage therapists. What she didn't know was that with Ye Chen being at the peak of martial arts, if he couldn't even control a bit of strength, could he still be called the peak? With Ye Chen's control over power, if he became a massage therapist, he could probably earn a fortune of over $1 billion. It's done, Yang. You should walk a bit and try it out. Ye Chen turned to wash his hands while saying. When he returned, Boss Yang had already put on her shoes and was trying to walk. It seemed to really hurt less. Boss, your technique is quite good, Boss Yang exclaimed in surprise. As long as you're fine. While speaking, Ye Chen sat in his office chair. The reason I came over this time is to see the company's development and to hear your thoughts on future development. Boss Young, the company has hired you as the general manager and given you equity. You need to develop the company well for me, or I will be very dissatisfied. Chapter 357. The Internet and the Entertainment Industry's Evolution, Creating the Era of Little Fresh Meat. Ye Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. In terms of making money, from a capital perspective, Little Fresh Meat is indeed a good choice. After all, your purpose is to make a profit for the company. But if we, the imperial family, truly want to be recognized by the public, we should try to present some substantial content. Although ordinary people can easily be guided by capital in terms of values and public opinion, it is also necessary to give them a bit of understanding of reality. Boss, do you mean to create some real subject matter? Boss Yang asked. Ye Chen nodded. Yes, shoot something that reflects reality. It's good for the public to see the truth. Do you have a good script? Upon hearing Ye Chen's inquiry, Boss Yang thought for a moment and said, there is indeed a script that fits the kind you mentioned. Oh, bring it to me to take a look. Boss, this script is a bit too dark and has some large-scale content. I previously discussed it with a specialized director, and the conclusion was that it would be impossible to pass the review. Even if it could pass, it would likely cut many exciting parts and end up being awkward. The review aspect is fine. I can have someone handle it later. As long as the script is good, everything else is not a problem. Chapter 358. The change in Tang Yi's home. While Ye Chen was inspecting the company, on the other side, Tang Yi's underground forces had already developed into Sichuan province. A plane slowly landed at Tianfu Airport, and Tang Yi, dressed in a black suit, stepped out with a stern expression. Outside, some of his younger brothers were already waiting. Tang Yi's working style is quite similar to Ye Chen's. Perhaps it's because he has been influenced by Ye Chen over time. Not only is he ruthless in his work, but he also pays great attention to appearances. As he walked out of the airport, a group of younger brothers respectfully greeted him, Boss. Tang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he walked straight to a Maybach car. How's it going? Once inside the car, Tang Yi asked Zhou Zhuwei, who was driving. Sister Tang, we have already controlled 1/3, and the remaining territory is still being incorporated. Tang Yi replied and fell silent. Sister Tang, are you feeling a bit emotional returning to your hometown? In fact, life is only about 100 years. Try not to leave regrets. Regardless, parents are still parents. Even if they didn't raise you, they gave you life. If you think about it, you should go back and see them. Moreover, while your mother might make you uncomfortable, hasn't your father always been concerned about you? Chapter 359. The malicious woman. The woman looked around as if afraid of something and led Zhou Zhiwei to a distant corner to begin speaking. Zhou Zhiwei didn't waste any time and directly stuffed the money in her hand to reassure her. Seeing the money in hand, the woman felt relieved. When it comes to the old Tang family, it's actually no secret in the entire village. Anyone who is a resident of the village has heard some bits and pieces. Zhou Zhiwei felt that Tang Yi's father's death might not be simple, but she didn't rush her and quietly listened to the woman's story. You are a friend of the eldest daughter of the old Tang family, right? The woman asked. Zhou Zhiwei nodded. I see you both are also prominent figures outside. After you finish seeing old Tang, you should leave quickly. You two young ladies should avoid getting involved in this murky water. It would be a pity if something unexpected happened. Hearing the woman ramble on for a long time, Zhou Zhiwei frowned. Sister, let's get to the point. You don't need to worry about my affair with Sister Tang. Seeing that Zhou Zhiwei wouldn't listen to advice, the woman stopped talking nonsense. It's actually quite simple. Several years ago, the wife of the old Tang family found a man outside, and that man is the village chief of our village. Chapter 360. The Massacre of the Tang Family. You have a man? Hearing Tang Yi's mother's words, the man in the Prado exclaimed in surprise. But he became even more excited. A married woman is even better. Tang Yi's cold gaze swept over the three, finally settling on her brother Tang Dong. They are outsiders. It's understandable for them to do certain things, but as the biological son of your father, do you really not care about any familial affection? Hearing Tang Yi's question, Tang Dong spat hatefully. Father? Does he deserve it? Do you know how much money he has? All these years, I didn't know at all that he has millions in savings and is unwilling to give me a single penny to spend. Do you think such a father deserves it? Tang Dong seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, standing there and roaring in anger. If it weren't for him not giving money, would I still be unmarried now? Hearing Tang Dong's words, Tang Yi said lightly, that money is what I gave to father, not his money. Moreover, your situation, father knows very well. He doesn't give you money because he wants to wait for you to improve. Father knows that even if he has a fortune, It wouldn't be enough for your prodigal ways. If you were doing well, would father not give you money? Do you know how high father's expectations for you are? Chapter 361. Helping Tang Ye overcome a crisis. Looking at her kneeling mother and brother pleading desperately. Tang Ye took a deep breath. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Yes, yes, yes. Faced with the dark barrel of a gun, the mother and son felt as if they had received a reprieve when Tang Ye told them to leave, and they scrambled away. At this moment, outside the village chief's house, a crowd had gathered, all pointing at Tang Ye. Retribution, well done. Such a wicked person should be silenced. The eldest daughter of the old Tang family did well. Big sister, run quickly. If you kill someone and don't run, it will be too late. In an instant, the villagers were all anxious for Tang Ye. Zhou Jiwei, who had followed closely, saw the crowd blocking the way ahead and hurriedly got out of the car to squeeze in. Seeing the Guan family's father and son lying in the yard, Zhou Jiwei quickly said, Big sister, let's leave here first. Tang Ye didn't say anything, and she didn't care about the matter of killing the Guan family father and son. Zhou Jiwei drove away with Tang Ye. However, just as they left the village and were on their way to the city, they heard the sound of police sirens. A group of fully armed police officers blocked their way. In the police car behind them were Tang Dong and his mother. Chapter 362. This is directly kidnapping. As witnesses, Tang Dong and his mother had long been under tight police protection, due to investigations revealing that Tang Ye had a strong criminal background. The police were afraid of unexpected incidents and provided 24-hour protection for Tang Dong and his mother until the court trial was over. With police protection, Tang Dong and his mother finally felt reassured. At this moment, in a hotel room, Tang Dong said to a police officer, You must protect us well. That Tang Ye has someone behind her named Ye Chen. He is her biggest support. If he knows Tang Ye is in trouble, he will definitely find a way to save her, and he might do something crazy. The police officer frowned slightly upon hearing Tang Dong's words. Please trust us. The law does not tolerate provocation. I don't believe anyone would dare to go against the law. Tang Dong also knew he might be overthinking. After all, in today's Huaxia, no one would be bold enough to that extent to go against the law. He soon felt reassured. As witnesses, although their freedom was somewhat restricted, their living conditions were still good, staying in a hotel and eating gourmet meals. At this time, 2 cars stopped outside the hotel. Chapter 363. The Counterattack of the Hongmen. Don't let them. Arriving at the chief's office upstairs. After ensuring no outsiders were present, the police station chief smiled apologetically. Director Zhao, I know your intentions, but I really can't make this decision. Do you know how much public opinion is outside? There will need to be a public trial and live broadcast. Unless they are identical twins, this kind of substitute, even if the physical resemblance is there, cannot fool the eyes of the public. Hearing the police station chief making excuses, Zhao Qi frowned slightly. It fell a bit off. With the identity arranged by Ye Chen from the top during this visit, no matter what level of local officials, they shouldn't dare to oppose her. However, this police station chief, while appearing very fearful of her, continued to refuse with various reasons. Zhao Qi glanced at the police station chief and calmly said, So you mean you're not planning to release them? The police station chief hurriedly replied, Director Zhao, you have to understand me. Whether to release them is not something I can decide. This matter has already been submitted up the chain. I can only act if the provincial leaders give a nod. Zhao Qi was truly amused by this person's attitude, still trying to muddle through. Chapter 364. Ye Chen becomes an internet celebrity? Hearing the shouts and chaos outside, Zhou Jiwei suddenly sat up straight from her chair, her expression serious. Little 5. I'll leave the reinforcements to you. I will handle this. As she spoke, Zhou Jiwei stepped outside the office, witnessing the chaotic fighting in the lobby on the first floor. With a cold snort from above, she drew her 3-sided military knife and leapt down. 5 meters high was nothing to Zhou Jiwei. The moment she landed in the lobby, her 3-sided military knife struck like a ghostly venomous snake, and with every swing, a member of the Loyalty Hall was severely injured and fell. The damage from the 3-sided military knife was far more ferocious than that of a regular knife. Knife wounds could be easily sewn up, but the wounds from a 3-sided military knife were extremely difficult to treat. Furthermore, when a 3-sided military knife pierced a person's body, the blood groove on it would easily drain blood from the body. It could be considered a very lethal weapon. The leader of the Loyalty Hall, Ye Chen, wielded twin knives, charging through with overwhelming might, having already reached the peak of SS level strength. No one could stand against him. Behind him were two S-level guards. The three were incredibly fierce. Seeing the three, Zhou Jiwei narrowed her eyes, a fierce glint flashing in her gaze. Chapter 365, The Clever Boss Yang. Just as Ye Chen was nearing the end, Yang Mi excused herself and went to the restroom. However, as soon as she entered, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, and before she could react, she was controlled. You better not resist, otherwise I will kill you. The person spoke in a hoarse voice, wearing a baseball cap that obscured their face. But Yang Mi could hear the killing intent in this person's voice. This person was not joking with her. However, Yang Mi was also someone who had been through many storms, so she did not feel overly tense. Who are you? What do you want? You don't need to care about who I am. Do as I say, and you'll have a chance to live. As he spoke, the man took out a red pill and handed it to Yang Mi. This is poison. After you take it and complete my task, I will give you the antidote. Looking at the blood-red pill, Yang Mi remained unmoved. What exactly do you want? Do you know the consequences of kidnapping me? This is illegal. Illegal? Upon hearing Yang Mi's words, the man sneered disdainfully. I'm sorry, but the law doesn't apply to those of us in the Xianmen. Now you only have two options. Either take the pill and complete my task, and then I'll give you the antidote. Chapter 366. The Qin family's request. After receiving news about Yang Mi, Ye Chen called Ernyo and instructed him to go to the destination and bring the person back. After Ernyo left, Ye Chen received a phone call. It was from Qin Yao. Hello, Yao Yao, why are you so free to call me? On the other end of the line, Qin Yao pondered for a moment and said, Can I discuss something with you? Ye Chen smiled and replied, Sure, go ahead. I discussed it with Grandpa and Dad. Does Ernyo have any thoughts about joining the military? If he could enlist, I believe he could become the second god of war for our Huaxia. Ye Chen was slightly surprised. What makes you think that? He had never considered letting Ernyo enlist. He had always thought of keeping Ernyo by his side, not out of selfishness, but because he wanted him to protect him. After all, with his own strength, Ernyo's protection was no longer important. However, Ernyo was his good brother since childhood, and his character was very straightforward, without much cunning. Having him by his side meant he would just need to follow his orders and wouldn't be easily plotted against. If Ernyo were to stand on his own, his straightforward nature could easily be exploited. The military was different from being by his side. Everything had to rely on oneself, and without cunning, one could suffer losses. Chapter 367. Butler Mei was beaten badly while Ernyo and the others were surrounding the hotel. The Xianmen, Mei family members inside, had already received the news. A subordinate rushed over, looking serious, and said, Butler Mei, it seems we have been exposed. There are all of Ye Chen's people outside. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Butler Mei's expression darkened. His first thought was that the woman had betrayed him. Damn it, do you really not fear death? You took my Mei family's 10,000 poison pill and still dared to betray me. Although Butler Mei hated Yang Mi deeply, he knew it wasn't the time to settle scores. He would take care of it after this incident passed. How many people are there? Roughly estimated to be over 100. Are they all ordinary people? Upon hearing his subordinate's response, Butler Mei was first shocked, then began to ask in detail. If they were just a group of ordinary people, then there was nothing to fear. After all, he had the strength of a grandmaster and understood some Xianmen techniques. So escaping would still be easy. The subordinate nodded. I didn't sense any strong presence among them, but they all have guns. That's fine. Guns may be terrifying, but I also have ways to deal with them. Chapter 368. The little white fox arrives. The battle came quickly and ended just as fast. Except for Butler Mei. Everyone else was cleaned up by Ah Yong and his men. The reason Butler Mei was left was to find out who was behind the scenes. On the other side, outside the Royal Entertainment Company's venue, a little white fox stood quietly on a tree, peering into the venue's dining area with a look of desire in its eyes. This little white fox was the one Mei Qinglian had sent to deliver a message to Ye Chen. The little white fox had come down from the mountains and first found Jing Chen from the Shaolin Temple. After Jing Chen understood the white fox's intentions, he informed it of Ye Chen's whereabouts. It then chased after him to Modu. This little white fox was quite impressive, managing to infiltrate a densely populated city filled with cameras without being detected, and successfully found Ye Chen. Truly, it had some skills for mixing in the Xianmen. While Ye Chen was talking to Yang Mi, he seemed to sense something and looked towards the lush greenery outside the manor. The little white fox seemed to feel Ye Chen's gaze and wave its paws from the tree. Mr. Yang, I have something to take care of. You can continue. After speaking, Ye Chen jumped down from the third floor of the villa, his figure swaying and disappearing within the manor. Chapter 369. Detoxifying for Boss Yang. In fact, if it were according to Ye Chen's character, if someone under him was so delicate, he would definitely deal with them. However, Yami was involved in this situation because of him. Even in danger, she still chose to help him, taking the poison and then coming back to tell him someone wanted to kill him. Out of emotional and logical reasons, he had to help her eliminate the potential danger. After all, Yami was just an ordinary person, and having a deadly poison in her body, it was normal for her to feel worried and scared. All right, get in the car, Ye Chen called out. Hearing Ye Chen agree to detoxify her, Yami breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Sitting in the car, Yami exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this a Bugatti Veyron? Boss, can we discuss something?" Ye Chen nodded while starting the car and driving out. Go ahead. Boss, I've heard you have many luxury cars, and they are all limited editions that are rare in the world. I wonder if I could borrow a few to package some of the internet celebrities under you. Boss, you don't know, as long as we establish a good persona, gaining fans is very easy. Plus, with the fame of those cars, if we plan and operate well, we might be able to cultivate a big internet celebrity with 1 million followers in just one day. Chapter 370. Wait a minute. Ye Chen did not rush to leave and prepared to observe for a while longer. After all, Yami was an ordinary person, and after just detoxifying, there might be after effects, so it was better to stay and watch. If the toxins in her body were not completely cleared, and something unexpected happened after he left, that would be too bad. He casually pulled over a chair and sat down to wait. An hour later, after confirming that nothing would happen, he stood up and was about to leave when he heard Yangmi drowsily calling for water. He then took a cup from his side, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. Meanwhile, on a certain mysterious island, an elderly man with gray hair at his temples and cold eyes was furious. "Ye Chen, I will kill you," as the old man roared. Several other elderly men beside him were trying to persuade him. "Third elder, do not be angry. The overall situation is more important. The overall situation is more important. You speak so easily. If your family were exterminated, could you stay calm? I ask you, could you stay calm?" Hearing the old man's retort, the group of persuading elders fell silent. The third elder was right. If it were them, they would likely be even angrier. But now is not the time for revenge. Ye Chen is of great use to their heavenly gate. Chapter 371. The master of Heavenly Gate, Ye Chen, could never have imagined that Ye Chen had already broken through to the martial saint realm. It's not that he doubted Ye Chen's talent, but rather that Ye Chen's training time was too short. Moreover, the martial saint realm is elusive. How many predecessors throughout history have managed to break through to it? Not only did Ye Chen not believe it, but also the elders of the Heavenly Gate were skeptical. During the Battle of Beishan, Ye Chen was at the half-saint realm. Later, when he broke through to the martial saint realm, it was with the help of Mei Qinglian. At that time, the internal affairs of China had already settled down, and Ye Chen had not intervened again. After leaving with Mei Qinglian, only those close to Ye Chen knew his specific strength. Those people were loyal to Ye Chen and would not leak his true capabilities. Therefore, even if the Heavenly Gate had extensive connections, they could not investigate Ye Chen's breakthrough to the martial saint realm in such a short time after the Battle of Beishan. Glancing at the day's third chow, Ye Chen said lightly, "What? Do you feel uncomfortable because I look down on you? How about this? I'll give you a fair chance to kill me. Remove the restrictions on my body, and let us have a straightforward match. If you can defeat me, I'll commit suicide in front of you without you needing to kill me." Chapter 372. Meeting Lu Rihan again outside the Heavenly Gate Island. Zhu Guxing rowed a small boat towards the shore. On the boat was Chao Lingshan, blindfolded. After confirming that Elder Jiao and the others were dead, Zhu Guxing and Chao Lingshan returned to the Heavenly Gate without any hesitation. The mist rose on the sea, making it hard to discern the direction. This was also why the headquarters of the Heavenly Gate had never been discovered by outsiders. However, Zhu Guxing seemed to know the way well, rowing directly to the shore. The third elder had long been waiting there. When a small boat stopped at the shore, the third elder was visibly excited. "Lingshan, are you okay?" Hearing the third elder's voice, Chao Lingshan removed her blindfold and leaped into his embrace, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. It was truly heartbreaking for anyone who heard or saw it. She was as sad as one could be, filled with extreme grievance. Seeing this scene, even Zhu Guxing was momentarily stunned. Chao Lingshan's acting was truly award-winning. If he didn't know how cunning this woman was, he would definitely have been deceived by the scene before him. The third elder comforted his granddaughter while thanking Zhu Guxing Thank you, Zhuge strategist. Thanks to you, I have preserved the last bloodline of the Chao family. I will remember this favor. Chapter 373. Ayong's thoughts in Lu Ruhan's expectant gaze. A flashy sports car slowly backed up. Ye Chen glanced at the three men blocking Lu Ruhan, who had ill intentions, and instead asked Lu Ruhan in confusion, "Do you know me?" Seeing that Ye Chen heard her call, Lu Ruhan was excited and relieved. "Mr. Yi, don't you remember me? Last time you were on the road, my cousin hit your car, and later we spoke at the Financial Street Gala." Hearing Lu Ruhan's reminder, Ye Chen remembered her and smiled slightly. "Oh, it's you. So, may I ask why Miss Lu called out to me?" The three small-time thugs looked unfriendly. One of them stepped forward and threatened in a low voice, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Her cousin owes us money, and we are here to collect. Don't make things difficult for yourself." He then glanced at Ye Chen's car, feeling somewhat displeased. Just looking at this car, which clearly wasn't cheap, he thought, why should a pretty boy drive such a good car while he, being so tall and strong, couldn't afford one? Originally, Ye Chen didn't want to get involved in such matters when he heard that Lu Ruhan's cousin owed money. Chapter 374. The current situation of Qin Manwen after becoming Ye Chen's captive. Qin Manwen had resigned to her fate. She no longer wanted to break free from this shackled life, and even in the quiet of the night, Ye Chen's figure would often appear in her mind. Every time that happened, Qin Manwen would sternly order herself not to think about that person, that beast, but she just couldn't help it. So she gradually began to numb herself with work, busying herself late into the night, and only going to bed when she was extremely tired. Today was no different. A pile of documents lay on her desk as she focused intently on reviewing each one. Her dedication was admired by many in her workplace. Just then, the doorbell rang outside. Qin Manwen frowned slightly and glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Who could be looking for her at such a late hour? Although she knew there were likely people from Ye Chen protecting her in the shadows, she still proceeded cautiously to the door, peering through the peephole. When she saw the figure standing outside, she fell silent. Inside, she felt a faint excitement mixed with conflict. The excitement was because the person she couldn't forget had come, and the conflict stemmed from the lingering hatred she felt towards him. Chapter 375. A serious problem after making the call. Ye Chen realized he had discovered the situation a bit late, but it was not too late to remedy it. However, Qin Manwen was curious about who Ye Chen was calling. Chapter 376. Teacher, how about a bet? After making the call, Ye Chen realized he had discovered the situation a bit late, but it was not too late to remedy it. However, Qin Manwen was curious about who Ye Chen was calling. The issues mentioned in the textbook involved not just ordinary departmental leaders, but definitely top-level individuals. Can Ye Chen really handle these people? Back in bed, Ye Chen tossed the textbook aside. "All right, we just need to wait for the outcome. Let us sleep." Without waiting for Qin Manwen to react, he directly pulled her into his arms and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, it was rare for Qin Manwen to arrive late for work. She was someone who was strict with herself and had a very serious attitude towards work. Had it not been for Ye Chen staying over last night, she wouldn't have been late. In front of the Education Bureau in Magic City, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly drove up. It was now peak work hours. Many staff members were walking towards the office building one after another. Although the Mercedes-Benz S-Class was not particularly rare in Magic City, in fact, it could be seen everywhere on the streets. They were somewhat stunned when they saw Qin Manwen stepping out of the car. Of course, Qin Manwen's vehicle was not a Mercedes S, but an administrative-level A6L. Why was Director Qin coming to work in a Mercedes? Chapter 377. Chao Lingshan's poisonous scheme. Ye Chen's confrontation with Zhang Peng instantly alerted the masters of the Heavenly Gate across the island. The elders of the Heavenly Gate in various courtyards seemed to sense something and turned their gazes towards the direction of the central hall of the island, as if it was where the sect leader was located. Everyone murmured in surprise. In one courtyard, the third elder was instructing his subordinates to prepare medicinal materials for Chao Lingshan. Just about to wash her tendons and marrow when he felt a fluctuation of energy coming from afar. "Third Grandpa, what is going on?" Gao Lingshan, whose strength was still too weak to sense distant movements, asked with confusion. The third elder, with a serious expression, said, "It seems something happened over at the sect leader's side. The intensity of this energy fluctuation suggests that the sect leader is in a confrontation with someone." The third elder had gone outside the island to pick up Chao Lingshan and was unaware that Ye Chen had been called by Jiang Peng for a meeting. So he did not think along that line. Instead, Chao Lingshan reacted very quickly. Third grandpa, could it be that Ye Chen and the sect leader had a conflict? After all, the only one on the island bold enough to confront the sect leader is Ye Chen. Hearing his granddaughter's analysis, the third elder nodded. It's very possible. This level of power indicates that both of their martial arts have reached a peak, placing them among the world's strongest. Chapter 378. The honest person is not simple, Lingshan. Your plan is good. It's worth a try. The third elder was filled with great hatred for the Ye family. Hearing that there was an opportunity to take revenge on the Ye family made him excited. I will arrange things now. If we're talking about masters, the heavenly gate is never short of them. After saying this, the third elder turned and left. After the third elder left, Chao Lingshan squinted her eyes and said coldly, Ye Chen, our competition has just begun. I want to see whether you are stronger or I, Chao Lingshan, am stronger. As she spoke, Chao Lingshan clenched her fist tightly. Her eyes filled with fighting spirit. In Goryeo. It had been a few days since they arrived in Goryeo for tourism, but Ye Hansheng and his wife still felt they hadn't had enough. They planned to stay for 2 more days before returning home. Today, Princess Samseong was hosting them for a feast. Princess Samseong was also a very scheming person. Knowing that this couple were the parents of Ye Chen, the second largest shareholder of Samseong, she had not neglected them. After all, the situation in Goryeo was not very good. Small countries struggled to survive in the cracks. Especially after learning that the situation in Huaxia had been stabilized by Ye Chen, they were even more determined to connect with him. On the surface, Goryeo seemed to be getting close to beautiful country, but everyone knew that beautiful country was actually using them. Chapter 379. A strong influence. But a bit shameless the next morning, Ye Chen leaned against his sports car, waiting downstairs at Song Yu's house. He had already promised to accompany Song Yu home today to meet her parents and give them some reassurance. In fact, given Ye Chen's current status, he didn't need to care so much about Song Yu's feelings. After all, he had given her everything she wanted, and she should be content. However, although Ye Chen was affectionate, he was not frivolous. As long as a woman sincerely stayed by his side, he would not mistreat her. He wouldn't refuse what he could easily do. Therefore, he took the time today to accompany Song Yu home to fulfill this wish. And he also planned to pick up his parents returning from Goryeo. Today, his parents had sent news that they were coming back to the country. Song Yu's family was in Fengtian, and since his parents were also returning from Jilin province, they could meet up easily as they were all from the northeastern provinces. While waiting for Song Yu, Ye Chen received a call from an unknown number. He answered it with confusion and heard a woman's urgent voice on the other end. Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Ruhan, please help me. Those usurious debt collectors have cornered me and my cousin. Hearing Lu Ruhan's voice, Ye Chen frowned and asked, Where are you? Chapter 380. The frightened Xianjiao. It was said that even calling the police was useless, and Zhangya and Lu Ruhan were both scared pale. The tattooed man, seeing that his intimidation was effective, was even more pleased. This feeling of having control over someone's life and death was exhilarating. No wonder so many people desperately wanted to be the boss. With power, one could do whatever they wanted. If it were an ordinary person encountering a beautiful woman like Zhangya, they would probably only fantasize. But now he could actually have his way with her. Just as the tattooed man was pressuring the Zhangya sisters, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class outside the building screeched to a halt. A Yong came down with 2 younger brothers and walked straight into the building. The front desk wanted to ask something, but when they saw the Financial Street Property Company badges that a Yong and the 2 younger brothers were holding, they didn't dare to ask further. While working on Financial Street, one might not know who their boss was, but they must know the concierge department of Financial Street because all members there were gangsters. They arrived at the floor of Zhangya's company, and a Yong stepped out. Upon entering the company, he happened to hear the tattooed man boasting and showing off. A Yong approached without saying a word, directly pressing the man's head down and slamming it onto the desk with a bang. Chapter 381. Su Changcheng, who gets things done after Shun Rui received Qianjiao's promise. He was very satisfied and immediately took out his phone to start making calls. Although Qianjiao had been his friend for many years, the profit-seeking nature of a businessman had always been Shun Rui's first principle. Qianjiao might not achieve as much in business as he did, but in certain areas, he was what Shun Rui needed. Therefore, being able to have Qianjiao owe him such a big favor made Shun Rui very happy. Ye Chen was certainly powerful and influential, but if he could persuade Su Changcheng to help him mediate, it would still work. Don't underestimate the head of the Magic City, as he ranks among the national leadership. If Su Changcheng can make a move next, he will definitely enter the core of power and become one of the few in charge. Therefore, Shen Rue is filled with confidence. When a call connects, Su Changcheng's authoritative voice comes through. Although Su Changcheng has not been in a good mood recently due to Su Yanqi's departure, he has managed to adjust his mindset and focus entirely on his work. Especially with the successful implementation of several recent development projects, Su Changcheng sees hope for further advancement. Moreover, the public security in the Magic City has become the best in the country, receiving commendation from higher-ups. In fact, Su Changcheng knows that the excellent public security is largely related to Ye Chen. Chapter 382. Family Failures while Shen Rue is seeking help from Su Changcheng. Ayong calls Qian Zhaoda again. He approaches and directly grabs the hair of a tattooed man, coldly asking, "Where are you?" On the other end of the line, Qian Zhaoda has picked up again. However, this time his tone has changed dramatically. Haha, Ayong, this really is like the flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Look at this mess. I'm here to apologize. Can we just let this go? Ayong, however, is furious. You CNM. First you hang up on me. Go ask around how many people in this world dare to hang up on me. Also, can you even call me Ayong? Qian Zhaoda, let me tell you, you think this matter can just be swept under the rug? Absolutely not. I'll ask you one more time. Where are you? As he speaks, Ayong yanks the tattooed man's hair and slams his head down onto the table again. Ah! A scream comes from the phone, making Qian Zhaoda tremble in fear. Qian Zhaoda has also been through tough times and has seen his fair share of bloody scenes. Chapter 383. An ambitious young man after Su Changcheng finishes speaking, Shen Rue and Qian Zhaoda receive the news. Hearing that Ye Chen will not pursue the matter, Qian Zhaoda instantly breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the tension ease. Outside the clubhouse, Ayong receives a call from Ye Chen. Hello, boss. Ye Chen replies lightly. Get back the team money for the brothers, then meet me at the airport. Okay, boss. After hanging up, Ayong approaches Wu Zhengyi and says, Director Wu, you can go back. Wu Zhengyi nods. Has Mr. Yi sent a message? Zong Zipli Indifun, Daizet U. Do you need the boss to send a message for you to leave? Seeing Ayong's gloomy expression, Wu Zhengyi chuckles nervously. Brother Ayong, what are you talking about? I'm just following orders. Ayong pats Wu Zhengyi on the shoulder. Director Wu, whose orders are you following? Is it a bit unclear about your own status? I'll give you a kind reminder. This matter cannot happen again. Your position is important, but you as a person are not. Do you understand? Wu Zhengyi is momentarily stunned, then breaks out in a cold sweat. Chapter 384. Is this really father and daughter? 2 hours later, the plane lands at Fengtian Airport. At this time, many men in black suits are lined up at the airport. In front of these men stands a woman with a cool demeanor. The woman is very beautiful, like a black rose, proud yet stunning. This woman is Murong Duo. After the Murong family was destroyed, Murong Duo took over the family's business and influence. Of course, the current Murong family is now a branch of the Huiwang society. Upon hearing that Ye Chen was coming, Murong Duo arrived early with people waiting. At the airport exit, Ye Chen and the others slowly walk out. Murong Duo approaches them, seeing Song Yu beside Ye Chen. Her expression shows no change. Boss, you're here. Ye Chen smiles and nods. Murong family head, long time no see. Murong Duo maintains her aloof demeanor. Yes, boss. The accommodation has been arranged. Then let us go. A row of Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, along with a Rolls-Royce, are parked outside. After everyone gets in the cars, they head straight to the city. The accommodation Murong Duo prepared for Ye Chen is the best standalone manor in Fengtian. Chapter 385. The social father-in-law, Ye Chen, first glances at Song Do, then turns to look at Song Yu. His gaze is caught by Song Yu, who, sensing his thoughts, gently pinches his waist and gives him a warning look, meaning this really is my biological father. Seeing Song Yu's determined eyes, Ye Chen knows that this father-daughter pair must have secretly done a DNA test, dispelling his doubts. In fact, Song Yu is indeed Song Daho's biological daughter. Just think about it. Raising her from childhood, outsiders would first suspect how a father and daughter could be so close without any doubts, so they must have confirmed it. Moreover, if one looks closely, Song Yu and Song Daho do share some similarities in their features. Perhaps Song Yu's mother's genes are stronger, making her resemble her mother more. As Song Daho approaches, he looks somewhat fierce, but it turns out he is quite a nice person. He immediately reaches out to pat Ye Chen's bald head, saying, Oh, look, Uncle hasn't been very attentive. In our chat, I forgot that you and my daughter came back together. Come on, give the things to Uncle. and I'll take them inside. As he speaks, he reaches out to take the items from Ye Chen's hands. When Song Dao stretches out his arm, a glimpse of tattoos appears under his short sleeves. Chapter 386. Reckless young man Han Yu. This makes the third uncle, second aunt, and old aunt feel somewhat embarrassed. Upon meeting, they have received such valuable gifts, which seem to be worth hundreds of thousands. This is way too extravagant. It was said that Song Yu found a super rich second-generation boyfriend, and this is clearly no exaggeration. Seeing Xiao Sheng squatting there picking and choosing, Song Yu frowns and asks, "What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? These things were bought by Ye Chen. Do you think you could just take them all?" Xiao Sheng, however, is unfazed. "Oh, sister, these were bought by your boyfriend. What's wrong with me taking a little?" Saying this, he pulls out his phone to take pictures and show off on social media. The live-streaming Annie from the second uncle's side hears the news and rushes over, specifically giving those gifts a close-up in a live broadcast. The level of knowledge that online viewers possess is far beyond that of ordinary people. Sometimes, netizens are truly a mysterious group. For instance, they can identify a car just by looking at a screw, or they can recognize all sorts of strange objects. No one knows what those netizens do for a living in reality. Anyway, their knowledge is very broad. My goodness, is this a box of winter caterpillar fungus worth a Mercedes? Chapter 387. The self-destructive Song Mei. Although the incident has passed, the frustration in Song Mei's heart makes her very anxious. Sitting in the back of her father's BMW 740, the more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. Especially when she sees the visible cracks on her phone screen, Song Mei finally can't hold back anymore. Although Ye Chen discovered it relatively early, Song Yu's action was also very quick. However, Ye Chen's figure still made a brief appearance during the live broadcast. Moreover, some people recorded the live stream. Coupled with the playback from the back end, Song Mei managed to capture Ye Chen's image and screenshots of Song Yu smashing her phone. She then paired them with various captions to start smearing them. With over 4 million fans and online influencer friends, they all rushed to share her story. Soon, Song Mei's ordeal was known all over the internet. Of course, some people were very rational, saying that taking pictures without permission was wrong in itself. But such rational comments were quickly drowned out. Countless people pushed back against it. Just because you don't allow photos, is that a reason to smash someone else's phone? You don't understand the law, do you? A baby's phone costs over $13,000, and this smash probably caused damage exceeding $5,000. Intentionally damaging private property beyond a certain amount incurs legal responsibility. Chapter 388. Restricted videos leaked the moment the door lock clicked open. Song Mei inside the room also heard the sound. Before she could step out of her bedroom to check the situation, 2 men wearing baseball caps rushed in and knocked her unconscious. They then pulled out a bag and stuffed Song Mei inside. The whole sequence was smooth and quick. When Song Mei woke up again, she was in a dimly lit room. The room was very empty, seemingly a half-finished building. As her vision slowly recovered, she saw a man sitting in a dimly lit corner, his face unclear, but the knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. "What do you want?" "Let me go." Han Yu's narrow eyes stared at Song Mei without moving. His cold gaze drenched her in cold sweat. "What do you want? Speak. Is it money? My father is rich. I can call him to get the money for you. Just don't hurt me." At this moment, Song Mei was truly scared. She never expected that the kidnapping scenes often seen on TV would happen to her. Her family isn't particularly wealthy. Why would these people target her? Chapter 389. People are divided into 3 types watching a Young and Han Yu leave. Mu Rong duo frowned and said, "The young man under you has a bit too much ambition. Are you sure you want to keep someone like him?" Hearing Mu Rong duo's words, Ye Chen smiled and said, "Why not keep him?" Mu Rong duo shook her head. Having ambition is fine, but too much ambition might lead to other ideas if he gains power. What ideas could he have? Can he replace me? Ye Chen sneered. Only someone like him can get things done. Being indecisive only creates loopholes. And do you know how many types of people there are in the world? Mu Rong duo shook her head in confusion. "I don't know." Ye Chen slowly lit a cigarette and said, "People are divided into 3 types. The first type is those who have no ability and stick to the rules. The second type is those who have ability and use the rules. The third type." Ye Chen slowly extinguished the cigarette and directly picked Mu Rong duo up, carrying her upstairs. "He himself is the rule. Everything you have is given by me. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die." Being carried in Ye Chen's arms, Murong Duo felt an immense shock at his words. Chapter 390. Justifiable Cause for War. A Yong looked at Hanyu in surprise. Yes, war. Tonight, the boss will directly pin what I did on the Vietnamese. It was already very purposeful. The countries of Goryeo and Vietnam are small countries bordering our nation, and they both have support from a certain Western power behind them. Our country has not taken action not because we are afraid, but as a strategic buffer. Besides, those small countries do not possess any important resources we need. So whether or not to fight this war does not matter much. Furthermore, considering the boss's current position in the country, the next step must be to develop abroad, and he is likely looking for an excuse to make a move. Hearing Hanyu's analysis, a Yong looked at him in surprise. You got quite a brain there. Hanyu said solemnly, Brother Yong, I really see you as my big brother. You shouldn't keep living like this. Nowadays, the boss has many capable people under him. And as the power expands further, there will inevitably be more factions. You must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be beside the boss and fight for your own maximum benefit. Sister Tang will surely become the leader of the Huiguang society in the future. Chapter 391. You must believe in justice. The Song Yu family had not yet entered the room when they heard heart-wrenching cries from inside. When they saw the Song Yu family walk in, the second uncle's eyes instantly turned red. Especially when he looked at Song Yu. He seemed ready to eat someone. What's going on? Come to see the commotion at my house? Hearing the second uncle speak like this, Song Dehu immediately raised his eyebrows. What nonsense are you talking about, second uncle? We are all family. Why would I need to watch you guys? My daughter exposed you online. Can you honestly say you don't feel any resentment? At such a time, coming here is just to watch the fun, right? If it weren't for the fact that the second uncle had just experienced the pain of losing a daughter, and his mind and emotions were definitely unstable, he would have gone up to give him the good beating. What time is it? His daughter just died, and he is still talking nonsense. Second uncle, you better be rational. No one wanted anything to happen to Xiao Mei. I just want to come to see her one last time. If you keep acting like this, I'll leave. Seeing that Song De, who was also getting a bit angry, Song's mother pulled at Song Dehu's arm, urging him to say less. Although Song Yu was dissatisfied with the second uncle's words, she did not say much. Chapter 392. Lin Yanron's Revenge. So there's nothing to talk about? A Yong saw the angry Park Eun-ji and shrugged his neck with a half-smile. Sorry, we can't accept your demands. And don't think that you're the only ones in the Huiguang society. As long as there is money, I believe there will be others willing to cooperate with us. Park Eun-ji said coldly, it seems you still don't quite understand the situation in our country. All right, dream about this in your next life. As soon as the words fell, a Yong suddenly flipped the table over. Hanyu behind him directly drew a gun from his waist and pulled the trigger at Park Eun-ji. A Yong, wearing a trench coat, pulled out an AK-47. While firing wildly, he laughed sinisterly. Instantly, the entire factory was filled with smoke. Although the members of the Goryeo gang reacted quickly and drew their guns to fight back, the firepower of a Yong and his companions was too overwhelming, making them too afraid to show their heads. A Yong, while smoking a cigarette, continued to pull the trigger. After running out of bullets, he took out a new magazine, discarded the old one, and pulled the bolt back, continuing to suppress the Goryeo gang. In the Devil training camp, a Yong not only improved his martial arts, but also made progress in firearms usage. Chapter 393. Lin Yanron's new backing footsteps sounded, and A Yong silently calculated in his heart. Our only chance of survival now is for me to get close to them. As long as I get close, I am confident I can kill them all. Hearing A Yong's words, Han Yu's eyes sparkled. Brother Yong, I'll rush out to attract their attention. A Yong glanced around. Don't be reckless. Besides this tree, there aren't any good cover nearby. If you rush out like that, you'll be offering your life for free. Then what should we do? Although Han Yu was smart, he lacked the experience of facing life-and-death crises compared to A Yong, who had undergone systematic training. In the Devil training camp, facing life-and-death combat training regularly, A Yong was quite experienced. Let's wait and see. There will always be opportunities. Just as A Yong was silently calculating, one of Lin Yanron's subordinates, who was approaching, signaled to several others. The others then circled around to prepare to encircle A Yong and Han Yu. But A Yong smiled. The opportunity has come. Do you see that tree 20 meters away? Han Yu nodded. I see it, Brother Yong. When I count to 3, you rush out. Don't hesitate, don't stop, just keep running. Chapter 394. Northeast Zhang family. Just as Han Yu saw the headlights of a car in the distance, bringing hope, suddenly a loud explosion echoed. Then came a burst of flames. The 3 cars that came to support turned into fireballs, and none inside survived. Seeing this scene, Han Yu's face changed drastically, a sense of despair rising in his heart. On the other side, Ayong also sensed the commotion in the distance. In a moment of distraction, Lin Yanran found the opportunity and directly left several wounds on Ayong. Damn you! Although Ayong was injured, his ferocity became even more intense. When Lin Yanran stabbed the dagger into his abdomen again, Ayong didn't dodge. He threw a powerful punch directly at Lin Yanran's cheek. Bang! Lin Yanran, after all, was a woman and was inherently weaker than men in strength. She was sent flying by Ayong's punch, crashing hard against a tree, letting out a muffled grunt. Ayong also knelt on one knee on the ground after being stabbed in the abdomen, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. However, Lin Yanran had a very keen sense of danger. Enduring the fiery pain on her cheek, she darted away without hesitation the moment she landed. What followed was a series of gunshots. It turned out that Han Yu saw the opportunity and rushed out, pulling the trigger at Lin Yanran. Chapter 395 tonight, I will remove their names, although Lin Yanran still felt a bit uneasy. Seeing Zhang Zai's confident expression, she had to believe him. After all, when Song Xing introduced her to the Northeast Zhang family, his cautious demeanor didn't seem fake. In fact, the Northeast Zhang family was indeed very powerful. Their family history can be traced back to the time of the Northeast King. During the war, the Northeast King was one of the top warlords in the country. The younger brothers of his younger brothers could force the underground king of Magic City, the Du family, to bow down and apologize. This shows just how impressive the Northeast King was. At its peak, there were 300,000 troops in the Northeast. Furthermore, although the Northeast King Zhang family later fell, you should know that the Zhang family's foundation still exists. They have plundered countless ancient martial arts sex techniques. And the Zhang family is divided into the main branch and the collateral branch. The main branch focuses on cultivating and strengthening the family's combat power, while the collateral branch is responsible for business and expanding influence. Whenever the collateral branch encounters an insurmountable problem, the main branch will step in to eliminate strong enemies. Zhang Zai is the number one of the younger generation in the collateral branch, with only the main branch able to suppress him. However, the main branch members are very mysterious and rarely emerge, so gradually, outsiders only know about the collateral branch. Chapter 396, the current situation of the Zhang family's main branch at this moment, in a huge manner. Zhang Zai was holding Lin Yanran while stepping on Ayong. Didn't you say your boss is very powerful? Today I'll let you see how he kneels before me. Hearing Zhang Zai's words, Ayong instead laughed. That smile contained endless mockery and disdain. His gaze looked at Zhang Zai as if he were looking at a dead person. Faced with such a gaze, Zhang Zai was furious. If it weren't for not having resolved Ye Chen yet, he would have wanted to kick Ayong to death. Once upon a time, who would dare to look at him like this? Even the heads of the 3 major families of the Green Gang had to show him respect when they saw him. Laugh now, you'll know what cruelty is later. Zhang Zai disdainfully glanced at Ayong and snorted coldly. Pause. In the distance, headlights lit up. It was a winding mountain road. The car approached without slowing down, even drifting beautifully around the curves. The driving skills were unparalleled, surpassing even the top racing drivers in the world, providing a feast of violence and visuals. This also showed how strong the driver's physical coordination was. Seeing that the main character was almost there, Zhang Zai subtly nodded to the elder beside him. Chapter 397, Zhang family's main branch's scheme. Grandpa. How could this happen? Seeing the elder's injuries, Zhang Lin's eyes turned red. She never expected that her grandfather, who had always doted on her since childhood, would be injured so severely. And now, time was running out. How strong and ruthless must the assailant be? The elder sighed and reached out to stroke Zhang Lin's hair, his eyes filled with kindness and reluctance. But all of this was self-inflicted. One cannot blame others. Don't look at the current Zhang family's main branch being reclusive. In fact, the main branch used to be very ambitious, who would willingly confine themselves to a corner. The main branch of the Zhang family also wanted to step out of the 3 northeastern provinces and exaggerate to the outside world. Even the direct line of the Zhang family has the ambition to become a global organization, comparable to the mafia, controlling the economy and power of a region. However, the appearance of one person shattered all their dreams. That person is Ye Chen. When they encountered Ye Chen, it was right after he had faked his death and returned to the world. At that time, the Zhang family had just successfully negotiated with the Chao family. who would help them develop their power as an official umbrella, while the Zhang family would provide various covert assistance to the Chao family. Initially, no one knew Ye Chen's true identity. They only knew that he controlled Financial Street. Chapter 398. The fearsome Ye Hansheng hearing Zhang Lin's analysis. Zhang Shirquan looked at him with admiration. The Zhang family also had successors, but they were still lacking a bit of fire. Although the analysis was comprehensive, it overlooked one aspect. The Ye family does not only have Ye Chen and Ye Chen. It should be noted that there is also a second-generation figure, Ye Hansheng. This is something that everyone who understands the Ye family is likely to overlook. Zhang Shirquan was able to notice Ye Hansheng due to over 20 years of observation. Others focused their attention on Ye Chen, and with other matters within their faction, their focus was divided. They had not been patient enough to observe other members of the Ye family. After the direct line of the Zhang family experienced a battle with Ye Chen, they were thoroughly subdued. During their recuperation, they finally had the energy to focus on one thing: the continuous investigation of the Ye family over the past 20 years. The former four great families of Kyoto did not know that Ye Chen had descendants. But the Zhang family was the only one in the country that knew about the Ye family's heirs. Of course, they learned about the heirs after the battle with Ye Chen over 20 years ago. At that time, Ye Chen had already faked his death and escaped. And Ye Hansheng had already married and had children, entering his prime. Chapter 399. Sending you to meet Song Xing on the other side, after Ye Chen's arrival. Zhang Zhe looked at him with a playful expression. You are Ye Chen? Ye Chen's gaze shifted from Aiyong, who was being stepped on by Zhang Zhe, back to Zhang Zhe, and he glanced at him. You call me here, you don't just want to get to know me, do you? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud, his expression seeming somewhat deranged. Ye Chen, if you submit to me, I can spare your life. Ye Chen remained unmoved and calmly said, looking for death. Is that so? You don't care about the life and death of your subordinate? Zhang Zhe applied slight pressure with his foot, but Aiyong only twitched his face and made no sound. He now felt only shame, having lost Ye Chen's man and needing his boss to save him. Ye Chen sneered, no one dares to threaten me. You capture my person, which means the end for the Zhang family. Boom! The tea table between the two suddenly flew out and violently smashed toward Zhang Zhe. At that moment, the old man behind Zhang Zhe also made his move, leaping in front of Zhang Zhe and delivering a downward kick that shattered the tea table into pieces. The fragments flew in all directions like bullets. In the midst of the chaos, Ye Chen's figure had somehow already walked out from within. Chapter 400. The side families fight to the death. Seeing Ye Chen ruthlessly kill Lin Yanran, Zhang Zhe was shocked by his brutal methods. He even temporarily forgot the pain on his face. He had killed before and had seen his subordinates kill. But this time Ye Chen's act of killing made him feel fear. Because this time it was his turn to be killed. Many dare to kill. But when it's their own turn to be killed, very few are unafraid. Even someone like Zhang Zhe, who was accustomed to scenes of murder, could not remain calm. At this time, Aiyong had rescued Hanyu. Hanyu was just a minor character, and Zhang Zhe and the others had not paid him any mind. After bringing the two back, Aiyong was used to threaten Ye Chen, while Hanyu was directly thrown into the trunk and ignored. After being rescued, Aiyong handed a handgun to Hanyu. The two then flanked Zhang Zhe's subordinates from both sides, quickly clearing the battlefield. The large estate was filled with corpses. Hanyu shot one after another, venting the anger in his heart. Of course, it was also a way to cover up his own fear. He had only wanted to make a name for himself, but after experiencing such a scene of death for the first time, if the target hadn't been Ye Chen, he and Aiyong might have been dead long ago. Chapter 401. Have you broken through to Marshal Saint? As time passed, Zhang Zhe felt his body growing weaker, but the pain in his chest constantly reminded him to stay awake. Even if he wanted to faint and escape this torment, he couldn't. It was not only the physical torture, the mental anguish was even more crushing. This slow wait for death was something even a strong-willed person could not endure. Ye Chen, just kill me already, kill me. Zhang Zhe weakly shouted, though his voice was not loud. Everyone heard it clearly. Ye Chen glanced at his watch and smiled slightly. You still have 5 minutes, don't worry, your death is already certain. Ye Chen, my father will definitely not let you go, just wait for death. My father is already half a step into the Marshal Saint realm. He will definitely tear you apart and make your death extremely cruel. Hearing Zhang Zhe's threats, everyone laughed. Hanyu might not know, but Murong Duo and Aiyong were very familiar with Ye Chen. No matter who the opponent was, they could not defeat Ye Chen. because they had never seen Ye Chen lose. Although they were not the earliest loyal followers beside Ye Chen, since they had followed him, they had not seen anyone who could match him. Chapter 402. The smile will not only disappear, but also transfer, facing Zhang Donghan's terrifying punch. Everyone felt their breathing become difficult, experiencing a sense of suffocation. This was the pressure from a martial saint. Just from this punch, everyone felt as if they were facing an ancient king, rising with the impulse to kneel and worship. So powerful, is this the strength of a martial saint? Zhang Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and there was a longing in her gaze. If only she had such strength. No wonder her stubborn brother always talked about the martial saint realm. To possess such powerful strength is truly to have one's fist as the law. She then nervously turned her gaze to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was now her hope. The direct line of the Zhang family had already placed their bets on him. If Ye Chen loses, then no one can stop Zhang Donghan, and the direct descendants of the Zhang family will also be unable to withstand Zhang Donghan's retribution due to their grandfather, the strongest person, being seriously injured. However, a shocking scene unfolded. Zhang Donghan's powerful attack could not shake Ye Chen in the slightest. Only the shock wave slightly ruffled his clothes and hair, but his stance remained unwavering. Alas, still too weak. A hint of disappointment appeared on Ye Chen's face. It seemed that this person had just broken through to martial saint and had not yet fully mastered his power. Chapter 403. Brother, please allow me to bow to you. While the direct descendants of the Zhang family had various thoughts, Zhang Lin entered with Ye Chen. Upon seeing Ye Chen, everyone's first thought was that he was too young. Of course, youth was not an issue. The main concern was Ye Chen's demeanor. That kind of confidence and composure, as if everything was under control, was something ordinary people could not imitate. Zhang Shirquan quickly stood up and was the first to greet Ye Chen. Young Master Yi, I have long admired your name. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Seeing the family head so respectful. The other direct descendants of the Zhang family quickly stood up as well. In fact, the direct descendants of the Zhang family still valued etiquette. Regardless of how much they doubted the young Ye Chen, once Zhang Shirquan showed respect, everyone followed suit. However, only Zhang Qi appeared somewhat indifferent. It was simply because Ye Chen was too young. He looked younger than himself, which made the usually proud Zhang Qi feel uncomfortable. His grandfather and uncles were making too big a deal out of it. When did the direct descendants of the Zhang family need to be so courteous to a young person? In his impression, there was no one among the younger generation he respected. Chapter 404. Zhang family recognizes Ye Chen as their master. Zhang Qi rushed into the main hall, respectfully bowing to Ye Chen while muttering brother. This left everyone astonished. The rebellious Zhang Qi, who had always been unruly, actually took the initiative to soften his stance. It was as if they were witnessing a new world. Zhang Lin had thought that his brother would challenge Ye Chen upon entering and was prepared to intervene. After all, Ye Chen's personality was very domineering. His first attack might be playful, but if his brother persisted, it would annoy Ye Chen and the next strike wouldn't be so courteous. Hu and Huaxia didn't know Ye Chen's ruthless nature, but seeing this scene made her feel like her brother had been enlightened. From now on, you are my brother. As long as you have any orders, I will go through fire and water for you. Even if a dog on the roadside dares to bare its teeth at you, I will certainly slap it twice. Zhang Lin could not stand his brother's foolish behavior and quickly said, Mr. Yi, I apologize. My brother might have a few screws loose. Please don't take it to heart. Ye Chen waved his hand with a smile. It's no problem. Young Master Zhang is simply a person of character. I won't mind. Chapter 405. Why save him? All right, let me show you something. The reason our Zhang family urgently wants to find someone to rely on is that our three brothers are nearing the end of their lives. Without our three brothers' support, the Zhang family can only become a first or second-rate force. As he spoke, Zhang Shirquan slowly unbuttoned his clothing, revealing a horrifying fist mark on his chest. Upon seeing that fist mark, Ye Chen, who had remained calm until then, couldn't help but become serious. He stood up and walked forward slowly to take a closer look. With Ye Chen's current strength, there were very few things that could move him, but the scene before him did shock him. What a powerful fist intent. This injury shouldn't be recent, right? Ye Chen discerned some clues. Although Zhang Shirquan's injury seemed to be recent, his keen eye could tell it was not new. The force that could cause such an injury must have left a fist intent in Zhang Shirquan's body that was at least 10 times stronger than it was now. Because this punch had already damaged the internal organs, if Zhang Shirkuan had not possessed the strength of a martial saint and had been constantly suppressing it. An ordinary person would have died long ago. Zhang Shirkuan nodded with a bitter smile. This injury was caused 20 years ago. Chapter 406. The Fist Classic is a comic book, Dad. Although the person hurt by Grandpa is our enemy, they are my people now, so there's no need to worry too much. Ye Chen explained it. Oh, I see. And let me take a look. Jian Qing nodded. Indicatting understood. He then pointed the camera at Zhang Shirkuan's chest. Upon seeing the horrifying fist mark, a hint of surprise appeared on Yi Hancheng's usually honest face. This was indeed caused by your grandfather. If I'm not mistaken, it should be from the techniques in your grandfather's Fist Classic. Fist Classic? Upon hearing this name, not only Ye Chen, but also Zhang Shirkuan and the others perked up their ears. After all, this was related to their lives, and they were very curious about Ye Chen. Your grandfather created a set of techniques called the Fist Classic. It is said to be a combination of all ancient martial arts of Huaxia. The Fist Classic can be considered a summary of all fist techniques. As long as one practices the Fist Classic, they can easily master any fist technique. So powerful? Ye Chen exclaimed in surprise. Not just powerful. Anyone who is injured by someone practicing the Fist Classic can only be healed by another practitioner of the Fist Classic because the true meaning and philosophy of martial arts within it cannot be comprehended by outsiders. Chapter 407. Yi Hancheng arrives. Ye Chen did not pay much attention to Zhang Shirkuan's promise. As long as these people worked honestly for him, that was enough. All right, just wait for my father to arrive. I won't stay long. Okay, young Master Yi. Seeing Ye Chen about to leave, Zhang Shirkuan quickly instructed Zhang Lin to personally see him off. Just as they arrived outside the main hall, a figure appeared beside Ye Chen. Brother, are you leaving? Seeing the elusive Zhang Qi, Zhang Lin couldn't help but feel speechless. How long had his brother been waiting here? Why hadn't he noticed before that his brother was so good at ingratiating himself? In fact, Zhang Qi's personality had always been straightforward. He hadn't shown it before because no one needed him to ingratiate. Now, the Ye Chen's martial arts were so strong, and he was a martial arts enthusiast, of course. He would be eager to learn from someone who could guide him. Zhang Qi was truly a person with a pure heart. If he looked down on you, he looked down on you. However, once he recognized someone, he would show absolute respect. Upon seeing Zhang Qi, Ye Chen's mind flashed to Ernyo's figure. Back then, Ernyo was similar by his side. However, Ernyo was much purer than Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi was sincere enough, he also had some ulterior motives. Chapter 408. I have a sword that is yet to be unsheathed. Well, my father couldn't kill you, and now my son wants to save you. It seems your fate is not yet sealed. I can't completely heal your injuries, but I can extend your lifespan by 3 years. If within these 3 years you encounter my father, there is hope. If not, even the gods can't save you. Upon hearing they could live 3 more years, the Zhang brothers couldn't help but feel extremely happy. Originally, they had no time left, and according to their guesses, they might die soon. 3 more years of life is acceptable. My father's boxing intent, neither I nor Xiao Chun have inherited, so neither of us can completely help you. I only have some understanding of my father's skills, which is why I can help alleviate your pain. After speaking, Yi Hancheng said, "Give me some silver needles." All right. Zhang Shirkuan quickly instructed someone to fetch the silver needles. Before long, a box of invaluable silver needles was brought over. Take off all your upper garments. The process may be a bit painful, but bear with it. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we can endure. Ye Chen stood quietly by, wanting to observe his father's strength and see how far it had reached. Chapter 409. The Might of the God Shield War God. Hearing Jiang Peng's words, Ye Chen frowned. So you're using a bet to force me to not intervene in worldly matters, right? Jiang Peng couldn't help but laugh heartily. My teacher, do you know what your greatest weakness is? What is it? Ye Chen said in a deep voice. Too much adherence to promises and a woman's compassion. Do you think that just because you do it for the people, they will be grateful to you? This world is actually a sick world. No matter how much you give, once people are away from danger, no one will remember who you are. Even if your great achievements are passed down, countless people will use conspiracy theories to tarnish your name, saying you're a hypocrite, pretending to be righteous just for fame and fortune. So our paths are destined to be different. I do not need others to respect me. I want everyone to fear me. I can use all means to achieve my goals, while you are bound by morality and righteousness. After hearing Jiang Peng's words, Ye Chen replied, Don. Then do you think you will definitely succeed? That old guy from the Heavenly Gate is indeed powerful. backed by the skills of 4 generations of Heavenly Gate masters. But don't forget, there is no eternal invincibility in this world. Chapter 4:10. Tang Yanfei at the end of his road. Just at the moment of the great battle, in a corner, Chao Lingshan and Zhuge Xing stood quietly. Seeing Tang Yanfei desperately breaking through the encirclement, Chao Lingshan smiled and said, "Elder Zhuge, what do you think are Tang Yanfei's chances?" Zhuge Xing said, "Not much chance. Do you know where this place is? This is known as the most dangerous place in the world, the Heavenly Gate headquarters. Don't say that Tang Yanfei is just a pinnacle master of the 9th rank. Even if he were a martial saint expert, it would be impossible for him to leave safely." "Oh, the Heavenly Gate headquarters? Is that dangerous?" Chao Lingshan was slightly surprised. In her understanding, a pinnacle master of the 9th rank was already a top expert in the world. Even so, it's difficult for a pinnacle master of the 9th rank to escape from the Heavenly Gate headquarters. Zhuge Xing smiled mysteriously. "The secrets of the Heavenly Gate are too many. Do you think an organization with the aim of ruling the world would be that simple? Let me put it this way. Our rankings among the 7 great advisors are not based on strength but on the order of entry. Although I am ranked 7th, it is only because I entered last. And the madman ranks first because he entered first. But in reality, the most terrifying among the 7 great advisors is not the madman." Chapter 4:11. The 7 Killing Stars Unleash Fei Hong. Watching the man slowly unwrapping the cloth around the gun tip, the Grand Elder's expression grew serious. He had a feeling that if he dared to continue attacking Tang Yanfei, he would face a storm of attacks that could threaten his life. Because at this moment, he was firmly locked onto by a certain aura. Any movement would put him in danger. But now he was also in a position where he had to act. After all, he was the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Gate, second only to the Master of the Gate. In front of all his subordinates, if he was too scared to act, his prestige would be completely lost. The man unwrapping the gun tip had an exceptionally focused expression, as if he were cherishing a beloved woman. After speaking with Tang Yanfei, he kept his gaze fixed on his long spear. That look seemed to suggest that in his world, there was no room for anyone else. Seeing the man, Tang Yanfei breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that as long as this person was here, he was no longer in danger. This person might not be the strongest among the 7 adopted sons of his righteous father, but he was the most dangerous. Because this person had a heart that charged forward fearlessly, a madman born solely for battle. The gunman, the king of all weapons. Who are you? Chapter 4:12. The Country Bumpkin. The reverse shot is the most ruthless move in spear techniques. Even though everyone knows that a gunman has this move, once it is executed, very few can dodge it. Even the formidable 6th Elder, a pinnacle master of the 9th rank, finds it hard to escape. His attack was already formed, and he was in mid-air. Trying to change his move at this moment would be extremely difficult. Old 6. The Grand Elder and others changed their expressions drastically upon seeing this scene, shouting loudly as they rushed forward to rescue him. But it was too late. The spear of Jie Fei Hong was incredibly fast. From the moment it was launched to the end, it took only an instant. PFF. The cold spear pierced through the front chest and emerged from the back. The entire person was nailed in midair, strong as a spinning top. The 6th Elder's corpse was rapidly spun forward by Jie Fei Hong. Once they escaped the threat from the Grand Elder and others, Jie Fei Hong let out a roaring howl. The body of the 6th Elder was directly shattered by the powerful force of the spear, turning into a sky full of flesh and blood. Blood rained down. Sovering Jie Fei Hong intideli. Kill. At this moment, Jie Fei Hong seemed to have a problem with his state, turning into a beast that had lost its reason, wielding the spear and charging again toward the Grand Elder and others. Chapter 4:13. Tang Yanfei's Intelligence. Outside the desert, within a village, dog barks suddenly erupted. However, Tang Yanfei, who was waiting there, had a black line on his face. Seeing Jie Fei Hong returning with a chicken, Tang Yanfei couldn't help but say, "You call being familiar with the villagers referring to the owner of this chicken?" Jie Fei Hong nodded, "Yeah. How could I afford to buy it? And they wouldn't just give me food for free. All right, enough of the nonsense. It's cash on delivery. 1 chicken for 10,000. As he spoke, Jie Fei Hong stretched out his hand to ask Tang Yanfei for money. I don't have cash. Can I go to a city later and withdraw it from the bank for you? Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Jie Fei Hong said warily. "What are you talking about? We're good brothers. I, the mighty god, shield battle god, would care about your trifles? I can transfer you the money right now if you want." Tang Yanfei patted his chest and promised. "Transfer? Now it's GFA Hong's turn to feel awkward. He took out an old phone and said, somewhat embarrassed, "Can this thing even transfer money?" Tang Yanfei was speechless. "How have you been living these years? You can't even afford a smartphone? And do you never pay for your meals?" Chapter 414. Big Brother, are you in the mafia? After hanging up the phone with Tang Yanfei, Ye Chen was thinking about the next steps when Wang Yujia looked at him curiously. Ye Chen's call had not been secretive. Of course, a child understands nothing. So Ye Chen didn't need to worry about her knowing anything. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yujia asked, "Big Brother, are you in the mafia?" Ye Chen, who was lost in thought, was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "Why do you ask that?" "Because you sounded so imposing when you were on the phone." "Like a big brother," Wang Yujia replied. Ye Chen chuckled lightly. "You're just a kid. Why are you thinking about that? How could I possibly be in a mafia? Have you ever seen a mafia?" Wang Yujia placed her finger on her lips and thought for a moment. "I have seen the mafia." "Then tell me, what were they like?" Ye Chen asked playfully. "The mafia I've seen are always up to no good, with colorful hair, bare arms showing tattoos, earrings and piercings, cursing and making threats, and always smoking. They can call many brothers to fight at any time and think they are very cool. Does that count?" Chapter 415. The missing Wang Yujia looking around the large bar booth. Only Sun Chao and Wang Yujia were present. Wang Yujia felt inexplicably frightened. After all, she was just a 13-year-old girl. In earlier times, a 13-year-old girl might not even know what a boyfriend or girlfriend was. There wasn't the internet like today, where teenagers can learn about things that people in their 20s or 30s would know. Nowadays, young boys and girls mature too quickly. There are even many teenagers who accidentally become pregnant. Sun Chao, who came from a wealthy family, was exposed to various social situations at an early age and knew more than some adults in remote areas. His method of tricking Wang Yujia was undoubtedly guided by someone else's advice. Just then, the door to the booth was pushed open, and 5 young thugs walked in. "Young Master Sun, how's it going? I told you my method would definitely get you what you want, right?" A boy with dyed blonde hair and earrings swaggered in. However, upon seeing Wang Yujia's beauty, his eyes lit up. "Oh, no wonder our young Master Sun can't forget about her. She really is a little beauty." Upon seeing the blonde boy, Sun Chao's smile became somewhat stiff. Chapter 416. The truth is not always the truth. After confirming Wang Yujia's whereabouts, Ye Chen stretched and stood up. The 2 security guards curled up in the corner, fearfully looking at him. Ye Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at them. When he first entered, the 2 guards had tried to show off their authority, but after Ye Chen dealt with them, they became obedient, even more so than a kitten. As soon as he arrived outside the school, he saw a police car pull up, a 7-seater domestic Baojun. 4 police officers got out, and the security guard hurriedly approached to report the situation. While the guard was speaking, he spotted Ye Chen walking over from a distance. "Officer, that's him." The 4 police officers frowned and walked over. "Sir, we've received a report that you forcibly entered the school's monitoring room and maliciously assaulted a security guard. Please come with us." Ye Chen was now worried about Wang Yujia. Although he hadn't interacted much with her, he had a very good impression of her and didn't want anything to happen to her. Without wasting words, Ye Chen directly took out an old Baolong Bureau ID. Upon seeing the red emblem on the ID, one of the older police officers' expression changed. This older officer was a regular, and the 3 behind him were auxiliary police. Chapter 417. Ye Chen's hawkish style, the bloody scene in the booth, along with the screams of the blonde thug, made Wang Yujia feel nauseous. She was only 13 years old. She was already scared enough to encounter someone like Sun Chao today. The events that followed only broadened her horizons even more. The actions of the snake gang, human trafficking, and the flesh trade, along with the people who came in later, were clearly more ruthless than the snake gang. Outside the KTV, a sports car zoomed in at high speed. The roar of the engine caught the attention of many passers-by. Although sports cars were common in big cities, Ye Chen's handsome face, combined with a $1 million sports car, made even those accustomed to it want to take a look, especially the women, who felt a tingle in their hearts. A car that had just left freed up a parking space on the roadside, and a Lamborghini Gallardo gracefully drifted into the spot. The door opened, and Ye Chen, wearing limited edition sunglasses, got out and walked towards the KTV. At the entrance, a little brother from the Huiguang Society was already waiting. Upon seeing Ye Chen, he quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Boss." Ye Chen replied coolly, "Lead the way." Soon, the little brother led Ye Chen to the outside of the booth. Chapter 418. Super Satellite. In a short period, due to the sudden change in China's approach, the entire international situation began to shift dramatically. Many sensed a storm brewing. especially with Pakistan continuously acquiring nuclear warheads and even nuclear missile launchers. Previously, it was India that troubled Pakistan, but now it was Pakistan that was troubling India. Occasionally, missiles mistakenly launched by Pakistan would hit the border, nearly sparking a war between the two countries. However, every time India wanted to retaliate angrily, they would immediately face the overwhelming might of the Pakistani army. In fact, each time this happened, soldiers from China would appear in the Pakistani army. This made India back down each time with a lot of noise but little action. China had learned the tactics of the beautiful country. You use your subordinates to harass me and stir trouble. Then I will let my subordinates stir trouble too. If you dare to start a war, then let us all fight. Ye Chen was so audacious because he had just exchanged for a super satellite from the system. This satellite was hidden and undetectable. In the midst of a great battle, satellites around the world became unusable, but this super satellite remained operational, allowing for precise targeting. No more than 3 people in all of China were aware of the situation. Moreover, this super satellite could not only locate enemies, but also issue interception commands. Chapter 419. Why not ask your dad for money? In short, Ye Chen was like a lion king, solely responsible for providing the final insurance for his woman, while ignoring everything else. The women Ye Chen chose were never mere decorations. Each of these women, even without Ye Chen, was destined for a good future. Even Song Yu, without Ye Chen's help, could become a company executive due to her qualifications, and her family background was not that poor. In a place like Fengtian, owning a tobacco and liquor business held significant value. Her father also had considerable connections. Indeed, while everyone was dining, after being spoiled multiple times by Ye Chen, Song Dahu had already begun to call Ye Chen brother. Song Yu, her mother, and her aunt turned away, unable to watch any longer. Ye Chen, however, awkwardly accompanied them. This is a common phenomenon with fathers-in-law in northeast China. Song Dahu, with his arm around Ye Chen's shoulder, burped and said with a rosy face, "Xiao Chen, listen to your uncle. Just take good care of our little you. If there's anything, just let me know. If things don't go well, find your own reasons. Don't look at me as just a big guy. I used to be someone important. Many gang leaders call me brother, who when they see me. And if anyone dares to cause trouble, I won't hesitate to slap them." Chapter 420. Chongling Group. While Ye Chen was visiting Song Yu's home, in a villa's hall, several figures sat quietly. The spacious living room was filled with smoke. They had just received news that Ye Chen's men had contacted the venomous snake gang. The big boss had just called me, saying the venomous snake wanted to meet them for a deal. I suspect this is a call Ye Chen had the venomous snake make. We absolutely cannot allow Ye Chen to continue his investigation. A middle-aged man said solemnly. What do we do now? You all know Ye Chen's power. Once he chooses to intervene, no one can stop him. Another man frowned and replied. At this point, we're all in the same boat. If one person gets into trouble, no one will survive. So this has to end with either Ye Chen dead or US dead. Are you crazy? As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 stood up in fright. You want to move against Ye Chen? Do you know the consequences? Who would dare touch him? Is the old man tired of living? If we anger Ye Chen, with just one word, he could turn the entire Fengtian upside down. Even those behind us wouldn't withstand the pressure. Seeing the expressions of the 3, the earlier speaker said solemnly, "So what do you suggest we do?" Chapter 421. Ambiguity in the Night. Looking at the face that resembled nothing human, a Yong felt a bit discouraged. It wasn't fear, it was simply too disgusting. It was like how some people feel nauseous due to a fear of tight spaces. Despite having killed many, a Yong couldn't stand this face. The scarred face caught the disgust and disdain in a Yong's eyes, and a surge of brutal and inferior emotions rose within him. You really don't like me? A Yong was momentarily stunned by the question. He already understood this person's character. He was definitely an antisocial personality, with a twisted psyche due to past traumatic experiences. Brother. No joke, I don't just not like you. I feel outright disgusted by you. I've never seen anyone uglier than you. You're looking for death. The scarred face instantly became furious, ripping apart his clothing. A countdown bomb appeared, and while speaking, he pulled out a bomb remote and charged at a Yong. Damn, are you crazy? This isn't a human bomb from a terrorist organization, is it? Get the hell away from me. A Yong shouted while quickly retreating. This kind of person made him very wary. Chapter 422. I want their whole family dead. Xiao Chun, what do you want to do? Yu Qingling asked, her voice trembling. Yu Qingling was wearing a black silk nightgown that felt incredibly smooth, as if it were directly touching her skin. The bathroom lights were off. Yu Qingling was pressed against the wall, facing away from Ye Chen. At this moment, she already knew what was about to happen. However, she was also conflicted. If she shouted loudly, she might escape Ye Chen's clutches, but it could also lead to negative consequences. Yet, if she didn't resist and let things go on, it would be unfair to Song Yu. However, Ye Chen no longer cared about Yu Qingling's thoughts and began to act improperly. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Chen's phone lit up. Seeing it was a Yong calling, Ye Chen understood that a Yong wouldn't call so late unless there was something important. He answered casually, "Hello, boss, someone wants to kill you. And I've already caught them. I got it. Find out who is behind this and then take care of them." "Okay, boss." Just after hanging up, footsteps were heard outside. "Who's talking? Is it you, Brother Yi?" Song Yu's voice startled both Ye Chen and Yu Qingling. Chapter 423, The Big Fish Behind. The next morning, a sense of panic spread throughout Fengtian. If it weren't for the official announcement of a 3-day military exercise across the city, ordinary citizens might have thought war had begun. All major traffic routes were taken over by fully armed soldiers. The Northeast War Zone was led by two 2-star, 4-star officers, personally searching all vehicles leaving the city. However, within Fengtian City, ordinary citizens continued their normal lives, though leaving the city required passing through multiple security checks. Meanwhile, in front of the police station, a corpse had been thrown in at some point, and upon seeing the body, the entire police system fell into a tense atmosphere. The corpse was that of a child and was also mutilated. Seeing the mutilated parts, some people were worried, others terrified, and some were filled with righteous anger. Those who were worried and fearful knew the inside story, while those filled with righteous anger lamented the suffering the child had endured. Just then, 3 Passat cars quietly drove into Fengtian. Zhao Qi personally led the Dragon Team investigators to assist Ye Chen. In the Fengtian Leadership Conference Room, the atmosphere was extremely grave. The highest commander said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone knows what happened, I want to know who has the audacity to do this." Chapter 424. I can't say it's good, so no one dares to say it is. Upon seeing Ye Chen enter, the old man's expression changed, and he sighed. Others may not know Ye Chen's strength, but he was well aware. The more he understood Ye Chen, the more he recognized his terror. Although the incident in Kyoto was concealed from many, people of his status were still privy to some details. After all, he had retired from Kyoto and had once been the top figure there, participating in many high-level power struggles. As for the assassination plan against Ye Chen last night, he was unaware. It was all his subordinates acting on their own. Had he known, he would have definitely stopped them from doing something foolish. He was merely a support for these people, not involved in specific illegal activities, and was paid to provide protection. Now, after Ye Chen's arrival, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Seeing the old man, Zhao Qi slowly began to introduce his identity to Ye Chen. "Leader Yi, this person is named Qi Guiyan. He once held the rank of deputy and is also the head of the prestigious Qi family in Liaoning province. Although he is retired now, he still has many connections in Kyoto. If we were to move against him, there might be someone to speak on his behalf, which could pose some resistance." Ye Chen smiled slightly. "Who dares to obstruct me? Ye Chen if I want to act?" Chapter 425. The future development of Yu Qingling's company. Before returning to Magic City, Ye Chen briefed Murong Duo on the matters at hand. The first task was to keep a Yong and Han Yu behind, and have Murong Duo assist a Yong in establishing a faction, preparing to launch an attack plan against South Korea. He was ready for the brilliant society to expand beyond the borders. The first stop will be South Korea, the most restless neighbor. As long as the first step could be taken out of the country, everything that followed would be easier. Foreign countries operate on a much simpler principle of strength compared to the complex human relations domestically. As long as you have money and people, you can quickly establish a formidable force. There have been precedents, such as Zhang Dan from Harbin. Now, the foundation of the brilliant society was far stronger than Zhang Dan's. Moreover, Ye Chen was the largest shareholder of Samsung. Even the Samsung princess needed to treat him with respect. Upon hearing that Ye Chen wanted them to establish a faction, both Yong and Han Yu were extremely excited. Ye Chen glanced at Yong and said flatly, "The opportunity is given to you. Whether you can do well depends on yourselves. Don't let me down and become a joke to others." Yong nodded seriously. "Don't worry, boss, I will show results." Chapter 426. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. While Yu Qingling was pondering things, she suddenly frowned. This was because President Qing was looking at her with lewd eyes. Yu Qingling felt a bit disgusted but held back. for the sake of the company's development. She didn't say much and just wanted to finish the negotiation quickly and distance herself from such disgusting people. Although she wanted to develop the company, she would never engage in any ambiguous relationships, especially after experiencing a failed marriage. She had long lost that kind of mindset. President Yu, this cooperation is very important. Let's talk privately. Some things are not suitable for too many people to know. After saying this, President Qing signaled for his assistant to leave. Although Yu Qingling was reluctant, for the sake of cooperation and development, she had no choice but to agree. Once only the two of them were left in the conference room, President Qing no longer hid his thoughts, but stood up and walked to Yu Qingling's side, saying, President Yu, to be honest, our company does not attach much importance to this cooperation. Your company certainly has potential, but it ranks at the bottom of our cooperation list. Of course, whether we can successfully cooperate still depends on my words. However, President, you should understand that there is no free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must give something in return. Do you understand my words, President Yu? Chapter 427. The suddenly returned Wang Guyuan. While the atmosphere in the private room was dull, the two suddenly heard commotion outside. This sound was very familiar to Yu Qingling. After living for many years, Yu Qingling's expression changed. It's Wang Guyuan. Wang Guyuan? Is that Yu Jia's father? Ye Chen asked in surprise. Yes, it's him. What is he doing here? Yu Qingling's expression was grim. At this moment, the noise grew clearer, especially the nasty words being shouted, including threats of killing her. Ye Chen directly opened the private room door and walked out. No. Yu Qingling was afraid something would happen to Ye Chen and quickly chased after him. Upon seeing Ye Chen come out, Wang Guyuan charged over with a knife. You filthy bitch, you finally dare to come out. This must be the little white face you found, right? Yu Qingling, you are so shameless. I treated you so well back then, yet you divorced me for such a little white face. You wretched woman. Yu Qingling's face turned red from the insults. Wang Guyuan, shut your mouth. Is it my fault that we have come to this point? You squandered our years of savings in just 1 year, and to fuel your drug habit, you even went to borrow money at high interest rates. Chapter 428. Preparing to go to the Xianmen. At around 3 in the afternoon, Ye Chen left Yu Qingling's house and headed directly to the airport to prepare to return to Magic City. A plane slowly landed at Magic City Airport. Outside the airport, a group of members from the Brilliant Society waited quietly. As Ye Chen exited the airport, a young brother opened the door of a Rolls-Royce for him. After Ye Chen got in, he ordered to head back to his residence. During his absence, the little white fox had been at his home. Originally, the little white fox was supposed to return early, but Ye Chen kept her behind because he needed her to guide him to the location of the Xianmen. Meanwhile, on the other side, within a large mountain, there were pavilions and towers built from century-old trees. The entire manor was very grand. Today, the manor was bustling with activity. The reason was simple. The Jun family was coming to propose marriage to the Mei family with a betrothal gift. The Mei family was once considered a top sect in the Xianmen, but due to a major upheaval in the Xianmen years ago, many prominent families suffered significant losses. The Mei family had not recovered until today. However, even if the Mei family was in decline, it still had a strong foundation, mainly because the women of the Mei family had a special constitution. It was said that if one could cultivate with a woman from a Mei family, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 429. The Slovenly Old Taoist. In Mei Qinglian's room, after sending away 2 maids, she began to contemplate her strategy. Xiaobai has been gone for several days. Although she's quite at ease with Xiaobai, after all, Xiaobai is not human. In the bustling metropolis, in the world of humans, it is not easy for Xiaobai to find Ye Chen among the vast sea of people. She also has to avoid the danger of being captured at any moment. Moreover, she does not know much about Ye Chen's information and is unaware of his strength. Even if Xiaobai finds him, it won't be easy to confront the Jun family for her sake. Sigh. Thinking of this, Mei Qinglian feels very anxious. Then a cold glint flashes in her eyes. Sending Xiaobai to find Ye Chen is just a precaution. To get out of the predicament, she must rely on herself. Since that is the case, she can only take a gamble. Her happiness can never be handed over to others. Once she thinks of it, she acts. Mei Qinglian stands up, pushes open the door, and sees the maid on guard outside. She coughs and says, Lien, come in for a moment. The maid does not dare to delay and quickly walks over. Miss, what do you need? Come in, I have something to tell you. The maid thinks nothing of it and steps inside. Chapter 430. As long as you are willing, I can destroy the entire Xianmen. You brat, give me back my wine. The old Taoist roars, the ground beneath him explodes, and his figure instantly rushes up. Ye Chen smiles slightly, casually grabbing the wine gourd in one hand and throwing a punch with the other. Bang! The sound of their clash is like the breaking of stone, and the ground around them instantly erupts, the powerful airflow breaking trees in half. After both of them exchange blows, the area within 10 meters is in ruins. The old Taoist uses the momentum to roll backward several times to cushion the impact. Good kid. After this full-force strike, the old Taoist puts away his angry expression and laughs heartily, saying, "Heroes emerge from youth. I didn't expect that at such a young age you possess such strength. My over 100 years of cultivation is no match for you." Ye Chen smiles slightly. "Taoist, you are being modest. In this world, there are very few who can take one or two of my moves. You are already quite impressive." The old Taoist is taken aback. He thought that after he praised Ye Chen would return the compliment and also praise his own strength. But what is this? What does it mean to say that being able to take one or two of his moves is quite impressive? Chapter 431. A punch shatters the gate of the Mei family. Meanwhile, inside the Mei family, Jun Lintian, sitting there calmly, sees his grandmother walking back with a gloomy face and knows something has happened. "Grandmother, I have come as well, and the betrothal gifts have been sent. You wouldn't deny me even a glimpse of Miss Mei, would you?" Seeing Jun Lintian speaking with a smile, his grandmother feels a bit embarrassed and has a tinge of nervousness in her heart. Although Jun Lintian seems very gentle, the entire Xianmen knows that this young master of the Jun family is definitely ruthless. If he is not given a satisfactory explanation today, the Mei family may be in danger in the future. That young Master Jun, Qinglian, is feeling a bit unwell today and may not be able to meet. Please forgive me. Oh, Jun Lintian slowly stands up, sighing. All right, since that's the case, I won't linger. 3 days. I hope that when I come to propose in 3 days, I can meet Miss Mei. If she is still unwell then, I will require an explanation. After speaking, Jun Lintian waves his hand and leaves with his subordinates. Watching Jun Lintian's departing figure, his grandmother feels a sense of crisis rising in her heart. Although Jun Lintian has always appeared very calm, his words have already conveyed his meaning. Chapter 432. My name is Ye Chen. On the side, Mei Qinglian watches as Ye Chen punches and kills over a dozen martial artists, simultaneously shattering the gate of the Mei family dozens of meters away. Covering her mouth in disbelief, her big eyes shining with incredulity. She never imagined Ye Chen could be this strong. When she first met Ye Chen, she only felt he was extraordinary, but she did not expect that after not seeing him for a long time, the power Ye Chen unleashed would be so terrifying. "Let's go." After Ye Chen's punch, he casually says with his hands behind his back, stepping on the shattered pieces of the gate as he walks into the Mei family. Hearing the commotion, his grandmother leads the Mei family martial artists out. When she sees Ye Chen walk in first, she is taken aback. At this moment, Ye Chen's aura is no longer restrained. After all, Xianmen is considered the martial arts world, not the mundane world. Here, everything speaks of strength. There are no ordinary people, and there is no need to hide one's strength anymore. In the mundane world, he restrained his aura to prevent ordinary people from being overwhelmed. But here, he can do as he pleases. Qinglian. Upon seeing Mei Qinglian following behind Ye Chen, his grandmother's expression turns cold, and she scolds, "You dead girl. Do you know where you have left the family?" Chapter 433. Are there many strong people in the Lingmen? Entering the main hall, Ye Chen directly sits in the position of the head of the Mei family. The members of the Mei family who follow and dare not express their anger. They never expected that a person from outside the Xianmen would have such terrifying strength. Just one person is enough to make the entire Mei family feel suffocated. Especially the last missile, which made them feel fear. The reason Xianmen is not under the control of the state is that their bases are very secretive. Even if the state wants to use scientific weapons for precision strikes, it cannot do so. If it could, Xianmen would have already submitted to the state. After all, no carbon-based life form can withstand something like a nuclear bomb. But this man has achieved it. The missile missed its target to warn them. And now that their family base has been located, their only reliance is gone. Watching everyone with a look of anger, but not daring to speak, Ye Chen sneers, "A bunch of useless trash. I thought people from Xianmen were high-level figures. But it turns out they're just a group of cowards who fear for their lives and cling to survival." Ye Chen's disdain makes the members of the Mei family feel shame and anger in their hearts. But Ye Chen is right. In the face of such overwhelming strength, they indeed fear for their lives. Chapter 434. Fixing the roof. What do you need a sharpening stone for? Speaking of which, this old lady Ling is quite interesting. I remember when I was a child, I heard people in the clan say that the old lady Ling first broke the rules of Lingmen by marrying someone from the outside, and she was also pursued by the Lingmen's law enforcement team. But I don't know what happened. Of the 30 people sent to capture her, only 2 returned. I don't know what exactly happened, and the outside world does not know. Only some core figures of Lingmen know. However, it is suspected that it was the old lady Ling who did it. Later, this matter just faded away. What is even more interesting is still to come. The old lady Ling returned after many years. What was even more surprising was that she not only broke the rules and abandoned the ancestral teachings, but also forcefully took the position of the master of the Lingmen with a guilty body, becoming a respected figure admired by everyone. Brother Yi, don't you think it's funny? This has become a disgrace for the Lingmen. Yet the people of Lingmen dare not speak out. Hearing Mei Qinglian's account, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, this is a person not controlled by shackles. I appreciate such people. It's okay to talk about rules, but there must also be flexibility. Chapter 435. A sword chill across 19 continents, although Yi Hansheng was dissatisfied with his mother for needing a whetstone to repair the roof. She kept mumbling, but still found a whetstone from under the table and took it out of the house. Old Yi, go on. Stay away. Don't hit yourself. Saying this, Yi's mother forcefully threw the whetstone. Yi Hansheng didn't mind and accurately caught in his hand. After Yi's mother threw the whetstone, she caught a glimpse of the masked man and was startled. Who is this? You scare me. Why are you standing so high at night? What if the wind is strong and you fall from the roof? Come down quickly. Hearing Yi's mother's words, Jiang Peng's eyes twitched slightly behind the mask. Isn't this insulting him? He is a dignified martial saint, the master of the Tian men, the puppet master behind many national leaders. How could he worry about falling from the roof? Noisy, Jiang Peng snorted coldly and said hoarsely. Upon hearing this, a hint of killing intent flashed in Yi Hansheng's eyes. I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Although I, Yi Hansheng, am an honest person, if someone insults my family, I will fight to the death. As he spoke, Yi Hansheng twisted open a bottle of mineral water beside him and poured some on the whetstone. Chapter 436. A severed arm for survival drink. Facing the dangerous sword, Jiang Peng no longer held back. He never expected that Yi Hansheng, whom he regarded as a breakthrough point among the Yi family's 3 generations, would have such terrifying strength. The threat of this sword was even greater than when he fought Ye Chen. This was, in fact, the biggest crisis since he debuted. If he couldn't take this sword, he could very likely die here. Damn it! Why are all the Yi family members monsters? Without time to think, Jiang Peng stabilized himself in a horse stance, then gathered his energy and struck out with his fist. Poof! The battle scene was not earth-shattering or spectacular. Only a cold light flashed, and Yi Hansheng's figure appeared behind Jiang Peng. Jiang Peng let out a miserable scream as one of his arms was thrown high into the air. Blood gushed out from the severed arm. The excruciating pain made Jiang Peng scream uncontrollably. Just a severed arm? It seems you have some strength. Had already condensed all his energy. It could be said that, at the same level, this was a killing blow. Chapter 437. The curious baby Mei Qinglian, just as Ye Chen was taking Mei Qinglian back to the Magic City, on the other side, within a great mountain. Ancient buildings stood tall. This was the site of the Xianmen Jun family. At this moment, in a grand hall, Jun Lintian received a report from his subordinate. You mean, that Ye Chen has appeared? And upon his arrival, he single-handedly resolved the Mei family issues and helped Mei Qinglian clear internal troubles? Hearing his subordinate's report, Jun Lintian frowned. Based on your estimation, how strong is Ye Chen? The subordinate pondered for a moment and respectfully replied, Young master, preliminary assessment suggests he may possess martial saint strength. Martial saint strength? A glimmer of light flashed in Jun Lintian's eyes. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a genius besides our Xianmen. But it doesn't matter. I will not allow such a genius to live. Especially one who is my enemy. Crushing a genius is my favorite thing to do. Go inform the 2 clan elders to come out and accompany me to the mortal world. The subordinate expressed some concern. Young master, according to our investigation, Ye Chen has a very large force in the mortal world. It might be a bit troublesome to deal with him. Chapter 438. My husband says there's plenty of money in this card inside the National Gold Center. Ye Chen wore a smile, holding a bunch of shopping bags. In front of him, Mei Qinglian looked like a happy girl, entering one shop after another. Wherever she went, she would definitely buy many things. At this moment, a group of members from the Brilliant Society rushed over. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen no dit lightly, casually handing the items to his subordinate, while continuing to accompany Mei Qinglian on her shopping spree. Although, privately, the members of the Brilliant Society all called Ye Chen boss. In public, they referred to him as Mr. Ye. Mei Qinglian held a shopping cart in her hand, eager to buy. This jade hairpin is quite beautiful, but the jade quality isn't very good. The salesgirl smiled and explained, Miss, our Dafu jewelry store specializes in high-end products, and this is top-quality glass variety. Definitely not a low-grade item. But this is different from what I saw at home. Mei Qinglian wasn't trying to pick a fight. She just thought the jade she had seen before wasn't like this. In her subconscious, she believed all jade had a single quality. What she didn't know was that even though the Mei family had fallen, some heritage still existed, and her grandmother, while restricting her freedom, provided her with the best in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. Chapter 439. The Subai auction, how about it, little girl? Aren't these 3 pieces of jewelry beautiful? The old man asked with a smile. Mei Qinglian nodded. They're nice. How much are they? Upon hearing Mei Qinglian inquire about the price, the old man knew he had hooked the fish. To be honest, these 3 items are my store's treasures. Many dignitaries have come to buy them, but I have refused them all. Because my father told me before he passed that these 3 items should only be sold to those with fate. Those without fate cannot purchase them. I have always remembered my father's words, so I have never sold them. Today, seeing you, I feel you are the one destined for these items. Do you believe in fate? As a member of the Xianmen, Mei Qinglian naturally believed in the concept of fate and causes. Her initial encounter with Ye Chen was something she felt was destined. At that time, she was at the Mei family, suddenly feeling restless in her heart and wanting to relax in the courtyard of that mountain. Later, Xiaobai couldn't resist her cravings and went to Shaolin Temple to steal food, ultimately bringing back Ye Chen. Coincidentally, Ye Chen was afflicted by a goo worm, leading to an explosion of desires. As a result, the two had some intimate encounters, and she secretly removed the goo worm from him. Chapter 440. Various characters appear together after leaving the Guijin Center. Ye Chen smiled at Mei Qingling. Are you hungry? Mei Qingling nodded. Yes, a little. But this mundane world is so entertaining. There are many strange and wonderful things I've never seen before. Ye Chen nodded, of course, but we still have time. I'll take you out to play later. All right, let's go eat. The top restaurant in the Magic City was extremely busy after receiving a phone call. They even hung up a not open to the public sign, causing many diners to shake their heads and leave. The restaurant owner knew who was coming to dine. Anyone with even a little influence in the Magic City would know the name Ye Chen. Even if they had never met him, they had certainly heard of him and understood what the name represented. Power, supreme power. A power that could decide life and death. Perhaps this name was even more terrifying than the King of Hell's Death book. Outside the restaurant, a convoy slowly stopped. Before Ye Chen and Mei Qingling could get out of the car, members of the Hui Huang Society streamed out, quickly entering the restaurant in 2 lines. The restaurant owner had received the news and was already waiting at the door to greet them. Chapter 441. Ye Chen's dominant entrance, the Jun Family Chamber of Commerce, can be considered the pinnacle existence in the Pearl River Delta. It is involved in various business fields across all industries. Wherever there is a profitable industry, the shadow of the Jun Family Chamber of Commerce can be found behind it. Ordinary people only see those corporate rankings, thinking they represent all wealth. What they don't know is that there are countless low-profile but powerful companies that have not been recorded on those lists. The companies that can be found are the ones that want to be known. Those that don't want to be known, especially the powerful ones, would never let others find out. Among them, the Jun Family Chamber of Commerce is one of the wealthiest in the Pearl River Delta. Mentioning the Jun Family Chamber of Commerce in the entire region would make people change their expressions, especially with recent events in the Pearl River Delta. Tang Yi had already come out, and the operation was quite simple. Zhao Qi used a false identity to replace Tang Yi. After all, Tang Yi's public display of gun violence had stirred significant public opinion. However, Ye Chen certainly wouldn't let Tang Yi die. Everything was proceeding according to the process. Once the evidence chain was complete, the trial began. Tang Yi's substitute appeared in court wearing protective gear. The death of that substitute was directly declared. Meanwhile, Tang Yi had already come out and was preparing to launch an attack on the Guangdong and Guangxi regions. Chapter 442. I don't believe in these things. The appearance of Ye Chen and Mei Qingling, along with their powerful aura and grand entrance, left many people puzzled. Who are these individuals? They knew that this auction was a project highly valued by the leaders of the Magic City, and it was a grand event that the upper echelons of society in Huaxia were paying attention to. Who would dare to cause trouble? Wouldn't he that be slapping the leaders of the Magic City in the face and creating an international joke, earning the disdain of many wealthy elites? But while others might not recognize them, the local social elites in the Magic City certainly did. First was Shun Rue, the president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, followed by his friend Uncle Da. Finally, there were those local wealthy individuals who reacted. It's Mr. Yi. It's Ye Chen. Those who called him Mr. Yi spoke it aloud, while those who thought of him as Ye Chen did so in their hearts. After all, those who said it aloud had to show respect. Otherwise, they might not even know how they would die. As for those who kept it to themselves, they dared only to silently recite his name in their hearts. Wealthy elites from outside the area, upon learning it was Ye Chen, the leader of the Hui Huang society, all fell silent, their faces showing respect. It was no joke. Once they knew it was Ye Chen, anyone who dared to show dissatisfaction was either a fool or not afraid of death. Chapter 443. Instant kill of the Martial Saint. The starting bid for this beast head was 10 million, with each raised not less than 1 million. Everyone can start bidding now. Su Baiboat smiled as he introduced the history of the beast head and began the bidding. Seeing that these people were taking things from their own country, making money from them, and then donating the profits for fame, felt a bit uncomfortable. They were the ones who ended up being the dupes, while others reaped both fame and fortune. However, many also had their own thoughts. Although they were losing some money, if they could successfully bid for this beast head, whether to submit it or hold out for a better price, they might also gain fame. If word got out that they had recovered cultural relics for the country and submitted them for free, they might earn a wave of good reputation, which would greatly benefit their company's stock value. In an instant, a group of wealthy individuals began raising their bids. Soon, the price broke through 100 million and continued to rise rapidly. At this time, Jun Lintian also joined the bidding, raising it to 200 million. With Jun Lintian's bid, those who were bidding stopped. The Jun Family Chamber of Commerce was a super consortium, and they definitely couldn't compete with their strength. Husband, I'm annoyed by him. Can I bid for this? Of course. Ye Chen nodded. Chapter 444. The end of Jun Lintian with a cold glance. The clan elder led Jun Lintian to flee. Ye Chen's eyes held disdain. Just as the two were escaping towards the exit, Ye Chen's figure had somehow already caught up, delivering a spinning whip kick. The clan elder reacted quickly, instantly swinging his fist to block Ye Chen's kick. The terrifying shockwave sent nearby tables and chairs flying. The clan elder's face turned pale as he retreated, his fist now irregularly bent. This demonstrates how powerful Ye Chen's kick was, being at the same martial saint level. The clan elder was vastly inferior to Ye Chen in both speed and strength. Such a situation would be hard for anyone to believe. After all, the martial saint realm is the pinnacle of martial arts. Anyone who could break through to the martial saint realm was a standout. Combat power, mental state, and talent were all top-notch. But unexpectedly, in front of Ye Chen, the difference in power between those at the same level was as stark as that between an adult and a primary school student. If this news were to spread, it might leave many people in confusion. The lifelong pursuit of a martial artist is to reach the supreme martial saint realm. But after reaching the martial saint realm, being easily crushed by someone else could absolutely lead to a mental breakdown. Chapter 445. Tang Yanfei and Xie Feihong arrive. The magic city under the night sky is truly beautiful. In the bustling metropolis, the neon lights flicker. A foreign plane slowly descends. Two figures emerge, Tang Yanfei, dressed in a sharp suit, and a man in a black robe with rough skin and a stern face. It is indeed Tang Yanfei and Xie Feihong. After several days of long travel, they finally reach a developed city, and then Tang Yanfei uses money to pave the way, purchasing plane tickets at a high price. After several transfers along the way, they finally board a plane back to Huaxia. As soon as they disembark, Tang Yanfei can't help but take a deep breath of the air. This is the place I want to be. Passers-by see Tang Yanfei's expression and all keep their distance. Is this person seriously ill? How can he look so intoxicated? He must be a pervert. Although CF Fei Hong doesn't understand why so many people dislike Tang Yanfei, he quietly steps back to create some distance. Ciel Audi, let's go. Feej will take you out to have some fun first. Let's go to the Zhuanhuang Entertainment City to find a couple of girls for a massage and drink some tea. Tang Yanfei turns around and sees CF Fei Hong in the distance. Puzzled. Why are you hiding so far away? Chapter 446. Mei Qinglian obsessed with playing games inside the bar of Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. CF Fei Hong carries a few disassembled sections of a long gun on his back. When they returned from abroad, Tang Yanfei spent a lot of money to smooth things over and got someone to transport his weapons onto the plane. As for the security check after getting off the plane, there's no need to worry. After all, Modu is his territory. As long as something can get on the plane, no one will check it when it lands in Modu, even if it's a missile. Dressed in a long coat and sporting long hair, he looks like an ancient person, drawing the attention of many men and women in the bar. Tang Yanfei walks ahead, snaps his fingers, and a waiter approaches. Sir, what can I do for you? Tang Yanfei pinches a membership card between his fingers. Find me a good spot and bring over your Supreme package. Sure thing, sir. Seeing the membership card, the waiter becomes even more respectful. This is a membership card for Zhuanhuang Entertainment City. Only the rich or powerful can possess it. Knowing this is a distinguished guest, the waiter does not dare to be negligent and quickly leads Tang Yanfei and CF Fei Hong to the best VIP booth. The waiter intended to arrange a Supreme private room, but Tang Yanfei declined. After all, coming to a bar is about enjoying the atmosphere. What can one enjoy in a private room? Chapter 447. The Ultimate Secret of Tianmen. The next morning, Ye Chen calls Tang Yanfei and CF Fei Hong. This is a martial arts experience pill. After you take it, with your talents and martial arts foundation, it will be enough to help you break through to the martial saint realm. As for CF Fei Hong's physical condition, I will personally help you seal part of your power. As long as your power does not exceed your realm, there won't be a risk of losing control. My seal can automatically unseal, but you must not unseal it unless it's absolutely necessary. Hearing that Ye Chen can seal the violent power within him, CF Fei Hong is even more surprised. After all, the old man couldn't do this back then. This young master can actually manage it. Then it's troubling you, young master. CF Fei Hong greatly yearns for the martial saint realm. He originally had the ability to break through, but due to his physical condition, he has been suppressing it. This feeling is more unbearable for someone who is obsessed with martial arts than death itself. All right, you two break through first. I will keep an eye on you. In fact, breaking through to Martial Saint is not very dangerous for Tang Yanfei and CF Fei Hong. Soon, a powerful aura fluctuation emanates from the quiet room. The entire villa can faintly feel the pressure brought about by their breakthrough. Chapter 448. Boss, your father is not simple. Ye Chen did not continue to think deeply. The seemingly crazy ultimate goal of Tianmen is simply absurd. Ancient Qi refiners, immortality, longevity equal to the heavens. These are impossible. Even he, who has a system, does not feel that he can achieve immortality. His perception is extremely keen. He can even clearly feel his lifespan diminishing over time, slowly decreasing. It's just that his lifespan is longer than others, so it diminishes more slowly. In the past, even great figures like Emperor Qin could not achieve such things, commanding various talented individuals and experts. Therefore, Tianmen's idea is simply laughable, a madman's fantasy. Seeing Ye Chen lost in thought, Tang Yanfei and CF Fei Hong do not interrupt. They know that this young master must have thought of something. When Ye Chen comes back to his senses, Tang Yanfei suddenly says mysteriously, "Young master, I suddenly thought of something I want to tell you." Ye Chen nods. Go ahead. Seeing Tang Yanfei's mysterious demeanor, Ye Chen thinks he has discovered something again. Tang Yanfei's expression becomes serious. Boss, I found out that your father is not simple. Chapter 449. Did you worship yourself to death? On a mountain peak behind the Jun family, there's an offering table with the ancestral spirit tablets of the Gue Xian family placed on it. Yanlong, dressed in a strange long robe, has a solemn look on his otherwise lewd face. Despite his appearance, at this moment, he gives off a somewhat sacred aura. At this time, Yanlong is performing a secret technique. On the offering table, there's a pig's head and some offerings. There are also many yellow talisman papers. Among those talisman papers, there is a photo of Ye Chen along with his birth date and 8 characters. As he chants incantations, the peaceful mountain top suddenly begins to stir with wind. The wind grows stronger, and even the talisman papers seem to be on the verge of being blown away. At this moment, Yanlong suddenly lets out a strange cry. The sound resembles a mouse's squeak, sharp and piercing, unsettling the mind. A wooden sword is held in Yanlong's hand. The sword seems to have a sucking power when it lightly touches the yellow talisman paper. It sticks tightly to the wooden sword. Then, a burst of flames appears, and the talisman paper automatically ignites. The wooden sword points again, and the paper recording Ye Chen's birth date and 8 characters flies into the air, eventually being swallowed by Yanlong as he opens his mouth. The paper is bitten apart by Yanlong's sharp teeth and swallowed into his stomach. The ancestral spirit tablets on the offering table also begin to shake, eventually emitting green smoke. Chapter 450. All forces appear. Ye Chen is also curious about the 7 adopted sons his grandfather has taken in. It seems that in the future, he should gather these people together to see what they are like, as Ye Chen and the others head towards the Xianmen conference. Other groups are also making their way towards the depths of Kunlun Mountain. One of the groups consists of Taoists carrying long swords, led by an old Taoist continuously drinking from a wine gourd. If Ye Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this Taoist, because this Taoist is the same disheveled one he encountered on the way to the Mei family. However, at this moment, the disheveled Taoist has undergone a complete transformation. Although he still carries an indifference to everything and a demeanor of living in a dream, he is now wearing a purple gold robe of the Taoist sect. Even the current head of the Taoist sect, Zhang Xianling, has to follow behind him. This disheveled Taoist is actually Zhang Xuanling's master uncle and also the junior brother of the previous head of the Taoist sect. He is one of the 3 legendary figures of the Taoist sect. However, the other 2 have died many years ago. Having failed to break through to the martial saint realm, their lifespans exhausted. Perhaps the disheveled Taoist has also come to terms with life and death. The demise of his brothers prompting him to play around in the mortal world, wanting to live out his last days. Chapter 451. Finally, there is someone I can go all out against. The sects participating in the Xianmen conference either have a guide or someone who has attended the conference before. Even within the vast Kunlun Mountain, one can find the location of the Xianmen conference. Yet, the 4 of them, Ye Chen included, have gotten lost. This is their first time attending the Xianmen conference, and they have no guide. One could even say they are intruders who did not receive an invitation. How can anyone guide them? Looking at the deep mountains shrouded in mist in the distance, Ye Chen and the others exchanged glances, all showing helplessness. Mei Qinglian only knows the time of the Xianmen conference because she learned about it from her family. Ye Chen came to join the fun after hearing about it. As for Tang Yanfei and Xie Fei Hong, they're not much older than Ye Chen. Together, the 4 of them might not even be older than the heads of those sects attending the conference. So how could they find the location of the Xianmen conference? Kunlun Mountain is known as the most mysterious mountain in China, and trying to find the conference location by feeling alone is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Now they're facing the problem of being lost. Hey, why not ask someone? Tang Yanfei cautiously suggested to ease the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 452. Is Ye Chen not coming? Seeing Ye Chen, full of fighting spirit, the old celestial master remained calm. Why is this little brother so agitated? We have just met and bear no enmity. So why do you want to make a move against me? Ye Chen was not in a hurry, but smiled and said, I just encountered a worthy opponent and felt a bit eager to spar. The old celestial master couldn't help but laugh. The younger generation is formidable among the current youth. No one has dared to challenge me until now. Even the spirit lords, when they see me, must respectfully call me old celestial master. Old celestial master? In the distance, Tang Yanfei's expression changed upon hearing the old man's words. Mei Qinglian looked thoughtful, then her expression changed, and she exclaimed, Is it the one from Longhu Mountain? Tang Yanfei nodded gravely. It must be him. To be able to exchange blows with the boss and create such a commotion. It should indeed be the one from Longhu Mountain. Xie Fei Hong frowned and asked, Who are you talking about? Tang Yanfei explained, In today's martial arts world, if anyone is the most unfathomable, it can only be one person, the 36th generation old celestial master of Longhu Mountain. It is rumored in the martial world that he was invincible in his youth, and since taking over the position of old celestial master at Longhu Mountain, he has remained undefeated in the entire martial arts world to this day. Chapter 453. After 100 moves, I can defeat him. While Zhang Xianling and the others were reminiscing, on the other side, Ye Chen and the old celestial master had already started a contest of momentum. In a battle between experts, any aspect can be the key to victory or defeat. If one can suppress the opponent's momentum, they can gain the upper hand in subsequent exchanges. Momentum is also known as psychological warfare. It is like two gamblers. Whoever becomes timid first will lose. Of course, luck and other factors also play a role. The same goes for martial artists in combat. Luck can also determine the outcome. However, in front of strong fighters like Ye Chen and the old Celestial Master, there can be no reliance on luck. Only true strength can determine the victor. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the vast forest, stirring dust and stones. The leaves brushed against their cheeks, causing pain. This indicates the extent of the momentum contest between the two. Following that, a series of footsteps approached. It was the disciples of Longhu Mountain and Wudong. What's going on? Such a strong momentum. I feel like I'm being pressed by a stone. It's hard to breathe. Don't get any closer. The momentum of such strong fighters is beyond what we can bear. Who is that young man? He is actually confronting the old Celestial Master. It seems that this momentum is coming from both of them. Chapter 454. What if I insist on going in? In the dense forest of Kunlun Mountain, Ye Chen was walking towards the venue with Zhang Xianling and the others from Wudong while chatting. From Zhang Xianling, Ye Chen learned many stories about his grandfather, such as how he single-handedly took down a squad of over 100 Japanese soldiers with a large knife, the military god, undefeated in 100 battles, and how he led an army to repel strong enemies and reclaim territories. In short, Ye Qing's life was very exciting. Now, the prosperity of China owes a large part to Ye Qing. If Ye Qing had not voluntarily given up power, the four great families would have been led by the Yi family. However, Zhang Xianling also revealed a secret. The Yi family is not rootless. They have an ancestral lineage, and they are one of the most prestigious families in China. It was just that Ye Qing did not like the atmosphere of that family. So he left to establish his own family and slapped the faces of everyone in that family with his unmatched honor. Even Ye Qing's achievements are something that family can only look up to. However, when Ye Qing finally relinquished power, the people of that family were quite dissatisfied. This also led to Ye Qing later giving up power, developing business, and competing with that family, aiming to trample them thoroughly. Chapter 455. This family is not to be trifled with. Ha! Upon hearing Ye Chen's words, the Lingmen disciple couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was the funniest joke he had heard all day. It was the first time he had seen someone dare to say they would kill him in front of them. The Lingmen, although his strength was not very strong, only at the S level, as long as he walked the world and claimed to be a disciple of Lingmen, anyone who had heard of Lingmen would treat him with respect. Even the heads of those sects would not dare to casually kill them, because behind them stands Lingmen. The tyranny of Lingmen is not something ordinary people can withstand. If a disciple of the spirit sect is injured or killed, no one can withstand the wrath of the spirit sect. This is the pride of being a disciple of the spirit sect. Although the spirit sect is powerful, the conditions for recruiting disciples are very strict, and there are fewer than 200 members in the vast spirit sect. Each one is exceptionally gifted, a genius in their own right. How dare this person speak so arrogantly on the territory of the spirit sect? It should be noted that today's Xianmen conference is personally presided over by the Venerable Elder. There is even an enforcement team composed of elders from the spirit sect to maintain order. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be forcefully suppressed immediately. Where does this bumpkin come from, being so unaware of the world? Do you want to die? Chapter 456. Yes. What I say is true. While the leaders of the various Xianmen sects were shocked by the commotion outside, a dignified voice suddenly came from inside the conference hall. Who dares to have such audacity to create a disturbance at my Xianmen conference? Before the voice fell, an old man, accompanied by many members of the enforcement team armed with weapons, approached. It was the enforcement elder. Now, let's see if this thief still dares to be arrogant. Upon arriving, the enforcement elder saw the chaos in the dead senior brother, as well as the severely injured junior sister, and his expression turned even angrier. How dare you disrupt my Xianmen conference and harm my spirit sect disciples? Today, I will kill you, this vile creature. As he spoke, the enforcement elder suddenly soared into the air, clenched his fist, and slammed down. This punch carried immense force. The terrifying power made it hard for those around to breathe, even before it landed. However, Ye Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of fighting back. At that moment, a long spear shot out from beside Ye Chen, and the overwhelming spear intent swept through the scene. The gale formed by the spear intent made it impossible for people to open their eyes. Boom! Fortunately, the enforcement elder dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he were hit by this spear, even with his martial saint strength, he would be severely injured if not dead. Chapter 457. It's not that you're not strong enough, but that I'm stronger. As Ye Chen entered the conference hall, the old celestial master, the Wudong elder, and Zhang Xianling all fell silent. The three of them certainly knew Ye Chen's strength and understood that his words were not mere bravado. He truly had the power to forcefully place Mei Qinglian on the throne of the Xianmen leader. In fact, Zhang Xianling thought more than the old celestial master and the elder from Wudong. Ye Chen wanted to unify the Xianmen and achieve great unification for China. This was likely his plan for coming here. No one knew better than Zhang Xianling what Ye Chen's true identity was. If the old celestial master and the others understood Ye Chen well enough, they might be able to guess. Unfortunately, the old celestial master and others were members of the Xianmen and rarely paid attention to worldly matters. They would only understand a bit if it were a major event like a change of dynasty. To put it simply, those in the Xianmen are a group of extraordinary individuals who avoid worldly affairs and practice in seclusion. The younger disciples might venture into the mundane world to earn some living expenses for their sect, but the senior leaders rarely leave the mountain. At their level, they no longer need to temper their hearts in the mundane world. Moreover, Ye Chen's rise was only a short time ago, and it was even less likely that these sect leaders would have noticed him. Those younger disciples had no way of being in touch with the upper-level changes. Chapter 458. The great action of the Heavenly Gate. While the Xianmen conference became extremely lively due to Ye Chen's arrival, countless figures moved within Kunlun Mountain. These people had various expressions, with a mix of righteous and evil auras, some cold and others sinister. Among them were many strangely dressed individuals from different races. Some of these outsiders held rattles, others held large knives with golden rings, and there were also tall foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Without exception, these people were martial arts experts, the weakest among them being S-class. From a high vantage point, there were at least 200 to 300 people. Among them were many high-ranking masters, half-step martial saints, and even a considerable number of martial saint experts, all exuding terrifying auras. At that moment, a one-armed man wearing a mask was secretly meeting with the head of the Jun family. Patriarch Jun, I'm close to fulfilling my promise to you. Once the matter is settled, don't forget our agreement. The head of the Jun family nodded coldly. Of course, I want to forget what I promised you. Do you really have confidence in killing the venerable elder? The head of the Jun family still felt some fear towards that venerable elder of the spirit sect. After all, he was known as the strongest of the venerable elders of the spirit sect, his strength surpassing even that of the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Ha! This time I've invited the old master and martial arts experts from around the world that my Heavenly Gate has secretly recruited over the years. It will definitely be foolproof. Chapter 459. Ye Chen vs. Venerable Elder. It turns out that this time, at the Xianmen conference, the Jun family actually colluded with the Heavenly Gate, intending to have the Heavenly Gate help them seize the throne of the Xianmen leader. They also wanted to eliminate the spirit sect, the towering mountain pressing down on the Xianmen, with the help of the Heavenly Gate. As long as the spirit sect is destroyed and they ascend to the position of Xianmen leader, the entire Xianmen will be under their control, and the Jun family will reach its peak, fulfilling their wish to unify the Xianmen. 100 years ago, the Jun family was still an inconspicuous small family within the Xianmen. Countless generations of Jun family heads poured their heart and soul into developing the family. Until that internal strife within the Xianmen occurred, the Jun family seized the opportunity and secretly developed, suddenly rising to become the new nobility of the Xianmen. This Xianmen conference presented the Jun family with another opportunity to reach the peak. Eliminating the spirit sect and becoming the Xianmen leader to command the entire Xianmen would bring the Jun family's power to unprecedented glory. This time, they sought the Heavenly Gate to help eliminate rivals, and then use the Heavenly Gate's methods of controlling people to make everyone in the Xianmen obey them. Moreover, it was said that the Heavenly Gate had a hidden backup plan to assassinate the spirit matriarch. Even if it fails, it would still deal a severe blow. They just didn't know when it would take action. Chapter 460. A large-scale recognition event. Ye Chen's clash with the venerable elder left everyone dumbfounded. The strength of these two was terrifying. Everyone present was a martial arts expert. Yet the clash between the two was so powerful that even the residual waves could render them unable to resist, causing a shiver in their hearts. The battle between Ye Chen and the venerable elder was not over yet. After their fists met, the ground beneath Ye Chen sank deeply, and the venerable elder from the spirit sect also flipped in midair, crashing down and causing the ground to collapse. Good boy, which family raised you? At such a young age, you can actually hold your ground against me. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the venerable elder finally saw Ye Chen's face clearly. In a daze, she seemed to see a familiar figure. If it weren't for the vast age difference, she would have thought it was that person. Just then, the venerable elder suddenly felt a stir in her heart. Looking at Ye Chen, she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This made her, who originally had a tough demeanor, show a slight gentleness. Everyone watched in a daze after the two exchanged blows, with the elder standing there, his expression constantly changing, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 461. You're still a frog at the bottom of the well. While Ye Chen and the elder were fighting earlier, the head of the Jun family had already brought his clan to the entrance of the venue. Seeing the chaotic scene at the entrance, he was somewhat puzzled. This is where the Xianmen conference is held. Why does it seem like a battle has just taken place in front of the entrance? With disciples of the Lingmen cleaning up? Let's go in. The head of the Jun family said solemnly, waving his hand to lead his clan into the venue. Just as they arrived outside the venue, they heard loud sounds of battle coming from inside. Although they were far away, the aftershocks of the fight still made him feel lightheaded. After regaining his composure and continuing inside, another burst of laughter rang out, making him dizzy again. Finally, upon entering the venue, he saw the legendary elder announcing the ownership of the Xianmen to all the heads of the sections. No, the position of the Xianmen leader belongs to our Jun family. He will lead the Jun family to glory and reach the peak. How can the position of Xianmen leader be given to someone else? I disagree. The suddenly raised voice interrupted the elder's announcement. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, looking as if they were staring at a fool. Even the old heavenly master showed rare surprise. Chapter 462. Who is the #1 in the world? Upon hearing the voice filled with disdain and mockery, the evil sect members of the Tianmen and those from the western regions all looked up. It should be noted that although the identity of the old man who appeared later was unknown, the aura he exuded was not at all weaker than that of the old heavenly master and the strongest elder of the Lingmen. He was also one of the top figures in the martial arts world today. However, in the venue, the only ones who looked down on the old man were the old heavenly master and the elder. But the voice did not come from them. The person who spoke those words was undoubtedly seeking death. Sure enough, the old man's gaze was firmly locked onto one person. It was the young man Ye Chen, standing beside the elder. At this moment, Ye Chen stepped forward with his hands in his pockets. Everyone's gaze followed him. The first impression was that he was young, very young. If it weren't for the need to check his bone age, they wouldn't believe that such a boastful statement came from someone in their 20s. The members of the Xianmen remained calm upon seeing that it was Ye Chen who spoke. Those enemies did not know Ye Chen's strength, but they had seen it with their own eyes earlier. He was a freak on par with the elder and the old heavenly master. Chapter 463. The young and inexperienced Mei Qinglian at the same time. Amidst the chaos in the Xianmen venue, Ye Hansheng finally brought Ye's mother to the mountain gate. At this moment, not only was the venue chaotic, but fierce battles were also taking place outside the venue. Honey, it seems something has happened. Wait for me a moment. I'll go take a look. Be careful, Ye's mother said with concern. After Ye Hansheng left, Ye's mother frowned slightly as she looked at the chaotic battlefield. She saw Ye Hansheng transform into an afterimage and in a few steps reach the venue. Seeing his son engaged in battle with an old man whose strength was formidable, he coldly said, "Dare to hit my son? Old bastard, come here and die." Boom! Ye Hansheng's shout was filled with bravado. His imposing aura was not any less than the earlier elder's roar. In fact, Ye Hansheng's voice carried an unparalleled dominance. Ye Hansheng's aura suddenly shifted from gentle to authoritative. A flash of sword light appeared, instantly shredding several members of the Tianmen nearby with sword energy. Xiao Chun, step aside, let me show this old bastard what for. Hitting my son, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he has to die. Chapter 464. The Great Defeat of Tianmen. Ye's mother smiled, reaching out to pull Mei Qinglian up. You're just a little girl. Remember to be more alert next time. These old-timers will use all sorts of schemes to harm you without you even realizing it. Hearing the woman's words, Mei Qinglian felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Thank you for saving me, senior. I will definitely repay you in the future." Ye's mother shook her head slightly. "No need for repayment. Just be careful in the future." Just as the two were talking, several figures rushed over from a distance. All of them were members of the Tianmen. Among them, an old man was shaking a bell in one hand and holding a mourning stick in the other, with a sinister expression on his face, clearly practicing evil techniques. Beside him stood a solemn-looking Westerner holding a Bible. He was the leader of the Church of Salvation, also the second strongest on the Tianmen's blacklist. Following them was a shifty-eyed man with a cunning look. All three had considerable strength. The old man and the shifty-eyed man were at the peak of the Grandmaster level, while the Pope was at the Martial Saint realm. However, judging from his aura, he had just broken through and had not yet reached full control. Despite just breaking through, he was still a Martial Saint level powerhouse, a strong presence in the martial arts world. Upon seeing the three, Mei Qinglian's expression changed. Chapter 465. The Mysterious Strongman Senior? Mei Qinglian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Ye's mother. "It's great that you're okay. I thought something happened to you. I want to find my husband to rescue you, but couldn't find you, so I thought you had an accident." Ye's mother glared at Ye Chen when she heard Mei Qinglian refer to him as her husband. "My son is good at everything, but he has too much of a playboy. How many women do you have now?" "There's still Lin Yumeng and Tang Yi, and the Group S general manager Chen Qingya. And I heard there's a little streamer named Song Yu. And even worse, there's a betrothal with Qin Yao. Now there's another girl from the Xianmen. Just wait and see how you'll end up." Mei Qinglian's sudden interruption eased the awkward atmosphere. Ye Chen was about to chastise his father for being so careless as to leave his mother alone in such a dangerous battlefield. "It's fine. I also encountered your people and scare them away." "Senior?" Ye Chen looked at his mother suspiciously. "Mom, when did you become a senior?" Ye Hancheng also began to scrutinize his wife. "My wife is just an ordinary person. How did she become a senior?" Ye's mother quickly explained the situation when she encountered Mei Qinglian. Chapter 466. Ye Chen's speculation despite everyone discussing who the black-clad figure that battled against the three top figures of the martial arts world, Ling Laotai, Ye Hancheng, and the old heavenly master was. But Yi Mu, who was standing by, kept her head down, a look of confusion on her face. Throughout her life, apart from her concern for Ye Hacheng and Ye Chen, her only obsession was longevity. Now, hearing her son say that immortality is impossible, she found it hard to accept. She had only experienced this kind of confusion twice in her life. The first time was when she married Ye Hancheng. She was uncertain if she had made the right choice, knowing that marrying him would likely expose her identity and she might not be forgiven for deceiving the person she loved the most. The second time was when her son Ye Chen said that immortality could not exist. Was her lifelong obsession ultimately just an illusion? While Ye Hacheng, who was speaking, seemed to notice his wife's unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What's wrong, dear? Are you feeling unwell? If you're not feeling well, we can go back and rest." This was the territory of the Ling men, and the elder of the Ling men was his mother, which also made it their Yi family's place. They had long been arranged accommodations, so they could return directly to rest when needed. Chapter 467. Mom really has a problem. The eerie old man, holding a bell and a morning stick, was likely the ultimate villain ranked 5th on the blacklist. The cold-blooded killer, Xie Xiaotian. As for the one holding the Bible and wearing a sacred expression, he should be the Pope, ranked 2nd on the blacklist. The Pope was once ranked 1st, but later he was placed at the top of the blacklist by the Tianmen, making him 2nd. The one with a sharp mouth and monkey-like features should be the #1 thief in the world. The #1 thief wasn't very powerful in martial arts, but had top-notch stealing skills and lightness of foot. Among these three, the Pope had already broken through to the martial saint realm. The cold-blooded killer was at the peak of the master realm. The #1 thief was a 5th-grade master. If I'm not mistaken, it would be impossible for anyone to scare them off, unless it was myself, or the elder, or my father, the old heavenly master. My mother said that someone from the Xianmen scared off the three, which is the biggest flaw. But why will my mother lie? Does she have a secret? Or is her identity really related to that force? Thinking of this, Ye Chen felt no unusual emotions. Even if it was related to that force, so what? As long as his mother wasn't trying to harm them, even if she was against everyone in the world, he wouldn't oppose her and would even help her fulfill her wishes. Chapter 468. New Master of the Tianmen, seeing the black-cloaked person who had just left. Zhuge Xing's eyes shone with brilliance. Old Master, was that person just now the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? Is that the person Elder Zhuge mentioned? Chao Lingshan was slightly surprised. Although the old master was currently severely injured and had little time left, his authority remained. Yes, that person is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes for our Tian men. Hearing the old master confirm his thoughts, Zhuge Xing felt a surge of fighting spirit. He knew that he was well-versed in strategy, knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography. Although he was a traitor to the Zhuge family, it wasn't due to a lack of ability, but rather his strength had caused jealousy among others, leading to unfair treatment that drove him to betray his family. He joined the Tian men to compete with the world in strategy and to restore the glory of his ancestor, Zhuge Wuhou. He wanted everyone to see that he, Zhuge Xing, was not inferior to his ancestor. All of you are wrong in your distrust of me. May I ask, old master, who is that person? The old master's eyes turned cold upon hearing Zhuge Xing's question about the identity of the black-cloaked man. Zhuge Xing, I know you. When you joined the Tian men, it was with my consent. I had high hopes for your talent, but don't you understand the rules? Chapter 469, Ancient Dragon God Decision, Third Realm on the Other Side. Xia Wanru had changed back in her clothes and returned to the Lingmen. At that moment, a figure appeared and blocked her path. Xia Wanru was startled and fell silent upon seeing the person. Mother-in-law. Blocking Xia Wanru was the old lady of the Ling family. Since you marry my son, I'll call you daughter-in-law. Although you're my daughter-in-law, there are some things I must tell you. I don't care what your identity is, whether you are an enemy or my family. I just hope you understand that although I am the elder of the Lingmen, I have already been marked by the Ye family. I can represent both the Lingmen and the Ye family. Now that old man is not around, the entire Ye family is under my control. I don't want a day to come when we become enemies. Since you have married into the Ye family, be a good daughter-in-law. What I can tell you is that no matter what force you come from, in the eyes of my Ye family, you are nothing but an ant. As long as those forces dare to provoke my Ye family, there's only one outcome: destruction. Do you understand? Xia Wanru had already chosen to leave the Tian men. Hearing the words of the old lady of the Ling family, she showed no signs of surprise. Chapter 470, Dealing with the Jun family, a night passed without incident. The next morning, Ye Chen opened the door and stepped out of his room. Facing the fresh air of Kunlun Mountain, Ye Chen took a deep breath. No wonder the Xian men prefer to build their sects deep in the mountains and forests. Whether for the environment of cultivation or for the training of the mind, it is very beneficial. In such a place where there is no contention and outsiders find it hard to disturb, it is the best for cultivators. It is the only choice for quiet cultivation. Young master, you're up. A delicate maid, about 15 or 16 years old, approached with a shy expression. Hearing the maid's voice, Ye Chen nodded slightly and said, "Take me to explore your Lingmen." The maid quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Since yesterday, everyone in the Lingmen had learned that the elder had family members, and each of them was an exceptional expert. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the Lingmen wanted to build good relations with the elder's family. Don't think that the people of the Lingmen are all aloof and arrogant. That is only towards those of lower status. The cultivators of the Lingmen cannot escape being human either. When they encounter someone worthy of respect, they will lower their proud heads to curry favor. Chapter 471. The situation of the Huiguang society at this time, in Yangsheng, due to the downfall of the Jun family business. Tang Yi finally led the Huiguang society to take control of most of the area. It was nearing evening. The entire Yangsheng was entering its most bustling time. Countless men and women walked along the pedestrian street and snack street, with many rich second-generation heirs driving luxury cars, with various beautiful women in the passenger seat, whether tall or short, big or small. In summary, without exception, the co-pilots in sports cars are beautiful women. Some people say that there are more women than men in China, making it difficult for young men to find a wife. However, this is not the case. There are just as many women as there are men in the same era. It's just that most of those women are already taken, or one man may have several girlfriends. This is why ordinary people feel it is hard to find a wife. This is a money-oriented society. If you have money, it is easy to find women, even those who seem unattainable to you. Of course, this requires you to have money, ability, and strength. If you're an ordinary person without ability, then don't complain about social injustice. The key is to work hard to strengthen yourself. Of course, there are also good women who are not swayed by materialism, but you need to be fortunate to meet such women. Chapter 472. Negotiation with the Yi family. As soon as Tang Yi and Zhou Jiwei entered the private room of the restaurant, they saw a young man in a white casual suit, very handsome, but with a somewhat effeminate aura. Zhou Jiwei quietly said behind Tang, sister, this is Ye Jianfeng, the eldest son of the Nan Yi family, and also the first heir of the Yi family. Hearing Zhou Jiwei's introduction, Tang Yi took a deep look at the man and walked over with a cold expression. Tang Yi? Seeing Tang Yi enter, Ye Jianfeng wiped his mouth with a tissue, then stood up with a smile and extended his hand, saying, Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, General Manager Tang. I am Ye Jianfeng. Tang Yi merely glanced at Ye Jianfeng's outstretched hand, but did not shake it. Instead, she directly got to the point. I wonder why you invited me here today. Young Master Yi? Ye Jianfeng, seeing that Tang Yi did not shake hands with him, was not too awkward. Instead, he said lightly, I admire General Manager Tang's character. You are straightforward and not at all wishy-washy. Dealing with someone like you is the most comfortable. While speaking, Ye Jianfeng clapped his hands. Instantly, the restaurant owner outside began to bring in the dishes with the waiters. Chapter 473. The grand finale at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly a beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar. In the center of the light beam, a figure kept changing, sometimes transforming into a dragon, sometimes back into a human form. By the time Grandma Ling, Yi Hacheng, and Ye's mother reacted and rushed over, the strange phenomenon had already disappeared, leaving only Ye Chen standing there quietly. Xiao Chen, what happened? Asked the three as they looked at Ye Chen in confusion. Ye Chen, standing there with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes after they arrived. It's nothing. I just had an epiphany and broke through. Huh? An epiphany breakthrough? Could such a great phenomenon result from just one breakthrough? Yi Hanqing's eyes sparkled as he looked at his son, feeling increasingly unable to see through him. The phenomenon that had just occurred had put a significant pressure even on him. He didn't know what realm Ye Chen had reached. Grandma, father, mother, I may need to go down the mountain to handle some matters. I'll explain in detail when I return. After saying this, Ye Chen surprisingly stepped onto the void, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. What?